Song Jiujiu, found herself reborn, awakening in the very moment of her birth. The haunting memories of her previous life, where her entire family met tragic fates and perished, others descended into madness, ultimately leading to a catastrophic end echoed painfully in her heart. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Wangfu of King Kong of the Fufeng Kingdom. Your Highness, summon your strength. The child is nearly here. A strange voice reached her ears, and amidst her confusion, Song Jiujiu felt herself enveloped in warm water, only to be gripped tightly by an unseen force. As she struggled momentarily, a sense of relief washed over her. Your Highness, the child is born. It is a precious girl. The midwife joyfully lifted Song Jiujiu and gave her a gentle slap on the bottom. The sudden pain made her cry out. The sound of a wailing infant filled her ears, and it dawned on her she had become a newborn. She distinctly remembered being gruesomely killed, her spirit wandering the earthly realm for an eternity. Had she truly been reborn? Let me see the child. A familiar voice caused Song Jiujiu to freeze momentarily. It was her mother's voice. Had she truly been granted a second chance at life? The midwife presented Song Jiujiu to Yi Peizhu, who gazed upon her with tenderness. She resembles her father. After 5 troublesome sons, I have finally borne a virtuous daughter. Song Jiujiu's heart soared. It is indeed my mother. I have truly been reborn. Heaven has shown me mercy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she longed to converse with her mother. Yet, as a mere infant, words eluded her. Yi Peizhu paused, her attention drawn to the midwife and the maidservant Hua Tong. Did you hear something? Yi Peizhu questioned, suspecting exhaustion had led to auditory hallucinations. Your Highness, you are fatigued, please rest. I shall take the young lady to the wet nurse for nourishment. Hua Tong moved to take Song Jiujiu from the midwife, but memories from her past life surged through Song Jiujiu's mind, and she cried out internally. No, no, no. Mother, save me. Hua Tong is a villain. She intends to switch me with her relative's daughter. In my previous life, I was switched and endured 14 miserable years in the countryside. This time, I wish to grow up beside my true parents. Yi Peizhu's attention sharpened as she comprehended the essence of her daughter's thoughts. Had she truly heard her daughter's voice from beyond? Your Highness? Yi Peizhu steadied herself. Hua Tong had been her loyal maid for over a decade, and she had believed in her unwavering fidelity. If her daughter's thoughts were indeed true, no need. I am not overly fatigued. Let the child remain. Here, summon Shuyun. Hua Tong's eyes darkened. Your Highness, the young lady will grow hungry. What? Do you dare defy my command? Despite having just given birth, Yi Peizhu's authority as the Wangfei was undeniable. Her stern expression silenced Hua Tong, who complied and exited to fetch Shuyun. Shuyun, another of Yi Peizhu's maidservants, was more reserved and less favored than the loquacious Hua Tong. Upon entering, Shuyun lowered her gaze, and Yi Peizhu instructed the midwife and Hua Tong to leave, focusing her attention on the swaddled Song Jiujiu. She wished to see if her daughter would express more thoughts. If Hua Tong was untrustworthy, what Shuyun? Unbeknownst to Song Jiujiu, her mother could hear her innermost thoughts and was already aware of her rebirth. Shuyun is a good person in my past life. She nearly lost her life to protect mother. With Shuyun by my side, I shall not be switched by that villain Hua Tong. Yet, I wonder if Hua Tong, thwarted, might resort to other schemes. Song Jiujiu felt despondent as a newborn. Altering her fate or seeking vengeance was beyond her reach. Yi Peizhu, hearing her daughter's thoughts, felt reassured about Shuyun. Though puzzled, Shuyun said nothing and stood guard at the door. As the King Kang's presence was announced, voices echoed, accompanied by Hua Tong's protests. Your Highness, the Wangfei has just given birth and is resting. The birthing chamber is stained with blood, which is inauspicious. Your esteemed status. Presumptuous. Am I someone you can lecture? What makes the birthing chamber inauspicious? Inside are the Wangfei, who has borne my child and my daughter. Why can I not enter? Someone, take Hua Tong away, give her 10 lashes, and cast her into the woodshed. She shall remain there until she has reflected on her actions. King Kang's rebuke instilled fear in those present. That my father, how valiant he is. He should treat villains as such. But fear not, as long as my beautiful mother keeps a watchful eye. I shall not be replaced by that wicked person, and I can aid my father through his tribulations. Let him not suffer the fate of a cripple. The innocent sounds resonated in King Kang's ears, causing him to glance around warily. What was this commotion? Aside from his newborn daughter within, no other children were present. Why hasn't my father come to see me and mother? Once again, the innocent sounds echoed, and this time King Kong grasped the meaning, forming a bold hypothesis. He approached the room with trepidation. Inside, Jiujiu, upon hearing her daughter's thoughts about King Kong becoming a cripple, gazed at the swaddled Song Jiujiu in a daze. "Madam, where is our daughter? Let me see her. My daughter is truly beautiful. At last, I have a precious daughter." King Kong marveled at the swaddled Song Jiujiu, who strained to gaze back at her father. His heart raced as he confirmed he could indeed hear his newborn daughter's thoughts. A glance towards Jiujiu revealed no sign of surprise on her face. It seemed he alone could perceive their daughter's voice. Indeed, a bond between father and daughter. But what of the mention of her past life? Could it be that she had reincarnated without drinking Meng Po's soup, retaining memories from her previous existence? Chapter 2. The Heart's Voice. As King Kong observed Jiujiu from the corner of his eye, she too was subtly studying him. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she realized that King Kong could not hear their daughter's thoughts. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. She alone could hear her daughter's voice. "Your Highness, did you not mention having chosen several names for our daughter? Have you settled on one?" Jiujiu inquired, mustering her strength. "Shall we name her Xiao? A rare treasure, embodying the hope of rarity, and Xiao, like rare jade trees, Song Xiao." No sooner had King Kong spoken than Song Jiujiu let out a wail. "No, not that name. The imposter who took my identity for 14 years was named Song Xiao. It brings ill fortune. I want to be Song Jiujiu." Song Jiujiu. King Kong and Jiujiu hurriedly comforted her. "Baby, is it that you dislike this name? We shall choose another for you. Do not cry. This was more like it. I refuse to bear the name Song Xiao. I am a bit hungry. I desire nourishment." Song Jiujiu ceased her cries, smacking her tiny lips together. "She must be hungry. Your Highness, let us summon the wet nurse to feed the baby here." Jiujiu now dared not to let her daughter out of her sight. Upon hearing the term wet nurse, Song Jiujiu scrunched her face in dismay. Although she was aware that she had now transformed into a newborn infant who undoubtedly required nourishment, she could not bring herself to accept the milk from an unfamiliar wet nurse. "I do not wish to drink from the wet nurse. Cannot I have my mother's milk instead? In my previous life, I was switched at birth and never had the chance to taste even a sip of my mother's milk." The heartfelt grievances of the daughter pierced the hearts of Jiujiu and Wang Kong. "The little one's face is all scrunched up. Let mother feed you," Jiujiu gently said as she turned her body and embraced Song Jiujiu in her arms. Song Jiujiu wrinkled her small nose, catching a whiff of the milky scent, and instinctively reached out with her tiny hands to grasp her sustenance. After a while of drinking, her eyelids began to droop, and she let out a small milk burp. "Delicious, so fragrant. I am full and sleepy. However, that wicked Hua Tong might conjure some trouble. What should I do if I fall asleep and my mother allows the servants to take me away? I certainly do not wish for that." Before Song Jiujiu could finish her thoughts, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Jiujiu gently patted the swaddling cloth, her mind also occupied with concerns about Hua Tong. Although Hua Tong had been punished and banished to the woodshed, her intentions remained unfulfilled, and she was bound to make another move. Jiujiu wondered if Jiujiu had successfully tracked her. Wang Kong, having arrived a bit late, had only heard half of Song Jiujiu's thoughts. Now, hearing her label Hua Tong as a villain, he felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Realizing that he was the only one who could hear his daughter's thoughts and could assist her in alleviating her worries, he resolved to send someone to keep an eye on Hua Tong. When Song Jiujiu awoke, she noticed someone tugging at her little feet, feeling a chill at her bottom. She shyly grinned. It seemed she had wet the bed. "Miss is awake. I shall change your diaper," Jiujiu said with a smile. Song Jiujiu wiggled her feet, curiosity piqued. Jiujiu, resting on the bed, found herself amused by her daughter's thoughts. It was quite something for a baby of such tender age to have so many concerns. Fortunately, she could hear her baby's heart, and she would resolve any worries her child had in the future. "Jiujiu, please recount your observations regarding Hua Tong," Jiujiu requested. Jiujiu hesitated for a moment, having already shared the details with the princess, but understanding that the princess had her reasons for asking again, she complied. After Hua Tong was thrown into the woodshed, She bribed the servant guarding her with silver, and from a corner behind the woodshed, she retrieved a basket and left the wang residence with it. I heard the cries of a baby coming from within that basket. Following her, I discovered that Hua Tong had gone to the impoverished district, where her sister had recently given birth to a daughter. Hua Tong mentioned that the princess was keeping a close watch on the miss, leaving her with no opportunity to act, and her sister threatened Hua Tong that if she did not swap the miss, they would reveal Hua Tong's secrets to Wang Yi and Wang Fei. Hearing this, Hua Tong's resolve weakened, and she promised to find a solution. Then, unexpectedly, Wang Ye's men appeared and apprehended Hua Tong and her entire family. It seems someone informed Wang Yi that Hua Tong was no longer in the woodshed, prompting him to send someone to pursue her. Now, Hua Tong and her family are imprisoned by Wang Yi and are currently being interrogated. Jiujiu repeated her earlier words. Thank goodness the wicked family has been captured. Surely, I will not be switched again, right? However, how strange, why is everything unfolding so smoothly this time? I haven't done anything yet, and the issue of my being switched has seemingly resolved itself. Truly, the heavens are kind to me. It appears that in this life, my entire family will not meet a tragic end, nor will we descend into madness, ultimately facing a fate of extermination. Song Jiujiu reflected, unaware that her words caused Yi Peiju's smile to freeze in an instant. Their Song family had suffered tragic fates in the previous life, with many perishing and going mad, ultimately facing extermination. The current emperor had 7 sons and 3 daughters, all of whom were granted titles of nobility. The emperor had yet to establish an heir, and these princes were covertly vying for power. Yet, her husband, Wang Kong, had no desire for the throne and remained uninvolved in the power struggles among the other princes. Even to avoid suspicion, she had distanced herself from her family for over a decade after marrying into Wang Kang's residence, as her father was a general wielding military power. In Fufeng, despite their efforts to avoid suspicion, how had they ended up with such a dismal fate in their previous life? What had truly transpired? A sense of dread gripped Yi Peiju, sending chills throughout her body, and her hands and feet turned icy. Mother, are you awake? Anur wishes to see his sister. A youthful voice called from outside. Song Lun, the 5th son of Wang Kong, bounced into the room and instantly spotted his sister lying beside their mother. Anur pays his respects to mother. He nearly dashed to his sister, but remembered his manners just in time, performing a respectful bow to his mother. Yi Peiju sighed. Anur, you're already 7 years old, you're a big boy now, and you must observe decorum, not bounce around at all times. Song Lun blinked his round, sparkling eyes and clasped his hands in a bow. What you say is true, mother. May Anur see his sister now? Chapter 3. Today is your day of reckoning. Come here. Is this Anur's younger sister? She looks so soft and cuddly. Little sister, I am your 5th brother. When you grow up, I will take you to the back mountain to climb trees and catch fish. Song Lun said with a smile, poking Song Jiujiu's cheek. 5th brother? I don't remember having a 5th brother in my past life. Oh wait, I remember now. The reason there isn't even a small pond in the Kong Wang Fu is that my parents and brothers might recall that 5th brother drowned. At that time, I only heard the old women mention it casually, and I don't even know how old 5th brother was when he drowned. Song Lun. What was that noise? The only one who could call him 5th brother was this newly born little 6th sister. Could it be that he was hearing her innermost thoughts? Impossible. Could it be that magical? 5th brother seems quite lively. Perhaps he accidentally drowned while trying to catch fish in the river. What a pity. If only I had been reborn at 3 or 4 years old, I could have directly pulled 5th brother away from the water. Now, I am just a little infant who cannot even turn over, unable to do anything, sigh. Song Jiujiu sighed heavily. This time, Song Lun heard her clearly. He truly heard the innermost thoughts of his just-born little 6th sister. His sister said he drowned in his past life. He swims so well, like a fish in water, holding his breath. How could he have drowned? But his newborn sister surely wouldn't he lie. Beside them, Yi Peiju felt a sudden chill, as if most of her strength had been sapped away. Mother, has my sister been given a name? Song Lun tried to keep his voice steady. The fact that he could hear his sister's thoughts was astonishing. He had read in books that newborns with extraordinary abilities were often deemed as omens of misfortune. He couldn't let his mother know his sister's secret. He had to protect her. Your father has given your sister a name, but she cried upon hearing it, as if she didn't like it. We were planning to think of another name for her, Yi Peiju explained. Song Lun responded with an O. extending his finger to poke his sister's cheek again. Jiujiu glanced at the darkening sky outside and asked Song Luan. It seems not yet. When I came out from the Guozixu, fourth brother hadn't left yet. As he spoke, Song Luan absent-mindedly poked Song Jiujiu's cheek. Jiujiu urged him on. Reluctantly, Song Luan held his sister's small hand, bid farewell to his mother, and then left. Meanwhile, Kong Wang was interrogating the Hua Tong family. Hua Tong had been beaten black and blue, yet she still denied her intentions of switching the newly born Song Jiujiu with her sister's newborn daughter. She couldn't fathom how this scheme had been exposed. Clearly, she hadn't even begun her actions and hadn't been caught. How would the prince find out? Hua Tong, your denial means nothing. Whether you admit it or not, today is your day of reckoning. Kong Wang toyed with a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly, his gaze piercing as he looked at Hua Tong. Hua Tong spat out blood, no longer defiant, only voicing her confusion. My lord, I have served the princess for over 10 years and earned her trust. I can't understand how you and the princess discovered it before I even acted. How do we discover it? Naturally, it is because I can hear my precious daughter's thoughts and know that you, Hua Tong, are a treacherous ingrate. Kong Wang thought to himself, but refrained from speaking aloud. He was grateful that upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, he immediately dispatched someone to follow Hua Tong. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the same trap again. Kong Wang's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent as he looked at Hua Tong. You don't need to know, just understand that today is your day of reckoning. As soon as Kong Wang's cold words fell, he hurled the dagger, striking Hua Tong squarely in the forehead. Dispose of the body. Kong Wang instructed his servants, shaking off the dustless sleeves and leaving with his hands clasped behind his back. In the next room were Hua Tong's parents and sister. Kong Wang interrogated them as usual. Now their daughter could enjoy wealth and honor. However, they never anticipated that Hua Tong would fail to carry out her plan. Their entire family had been captured by Kong Wang. Your Highness, spare us. What we said is true. Hua Tong's parents confessed without coercion, revealing their family schemes. Is that so? And what else? Hua Tong claimed to have leverage against you. Kong Wang coldly interrogated. Upon hearing this, Hua Tong's mother lowered her head, her eyes darting in panic. She knew that if the princess found out, she would no longer be able to work in the Kong Wang Fu. The commoners used this leverage to control her. Kong Wang narrowed his eyes, the aura of authority daunting. You should understand the consequences of deceiving me. Your Highness, spare us. Everything we said is true. If you don't believe it, you can search my house. The bracelet the princess lost is still at my home. Kong Wang wasted no time, immediately sending people to search Hua Tong's house, where they indeed discovered the bracelet and some jewelry that the princess had previously lost. Hua Tong's parents believed the matter was settled. But Kong Wang drew his long sword, the blade gleaming with a cold light, causing Hua Tong's family to tense up, while the newborn child of Hua Tong's sister began to wail. Hearing the infant cries, Kong Wang inevitably recalled his own newborn daughter. Your Highness, spare the innocent child. Please, let the common woman's child live. Chapter 4. Fourth Brother. Hua Tong's sister bowed her head, holding the child before Kong Wang. He furrowed his brows, seeming to hesitate. Your Highness, the young lady was just born today. It is ill-omened to shed blood. If you're concerned about this family, you can send them far away. Kong Wang's attendant, Lin Yi, whispered to him. Kong Wang was worried that if he killed this infant today, it might impact his daughter's fortunes. Additionally, he was not one who relished bloodshed and found it hard to harm a child so recently brought into the world. Lin Yi's suggestion was wise. Kong Wang nodded, refraining from executing Hua Tong's parents and her sister's family, instead instructing Lin Yi to handle the matter. Outside, the rain began to fall softly and the sky darkened. After fifth brother left, Song Jiujiu grew hungry again, drinking milk for a while before drifting off to sleep. When she groggily awakened, she vaguely heard her parents conversing. Madam, after I deal with Hua Tong, you will have one less maid in your courtyard. Now that the baby is born, we need more hands to help. I will send a batch of maids for you to choose from. Very well, by the way, my lord. What about Hua Tong's family? Kong Wang didn't want his wife to worry after just giving birth, so he didn't elaborate and assured her that they would be handled. And she need not worry. All those related to Hua Tong would not come to disturb them again. Jiujiu thought that Kong Wang meant to kill them, feeling both pity and relief. Hua Tong has been with me for so many years. I believe I have treated her fairly. She not only stole my gold and silver, but also aimed at my daughter. Sigh. Even at her age, she still tried to seduce my elder brother. She is truly a wicked person. It is best to eradicate the root of the problem. My father is right. Listening to her parents' conversation, Song Jiujiu couldn't help but interject her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Kong Wang felt that ending Hua Tong's life so easily was indeed a pity. He should have tortured her slowly. Yi Peizhu could not help but feel that her initial choice of Hua Tong as a maid was utterly misguided. The couple fell into a brief silence, influenced by Song Jiuyi's heartfelt thoughts. Xiao Yin entered to announce, "Fourth young master, please warm yourself by the fire outside before coming in." King Kong called out. Song Jiuyi silently sighed. Outside, Song Zixian, the fourth son of the Song family, sensed a soft voice whispering near him. He furrowed his brow, glancing around cautiously. Apart from him, only Xiao Yun was present. Clearly, she had not spoken, and her voice was not of that nature. Where then did this sound originate? Was there an evil spirit lurking in the room? Yet he could discern no trace of wandering souls within. As he fiddled with the prayer beads in his hand, ensuring that the chill he had brought from outside had dissipated, he stepped into the inner chamber. He casually scanned the room, finding no evidence of spirits or malevolence. Perhaps he had merely imagined it. "Son, pay your respects to your father and mother," he said, performing a bow with the beads still in his hand. King Kong and Yi Peizhu regarded the prayer beads in Song Zixian's grasp, their expressions complex after having heard Song Jiuyi's heartfelt thoughts. They had believed that their fourth son merely had an affinity for Buddhism, thinking it would fade with age. Little did they know that in the previous life, he had actually become a monk. Yi Peizhu, aware through Song Jiuyi's thoughts that their entire family would face execution, including the fourth son who had already taken vows, felt a chill run down her spine. King Kong remained oblivious, pondering what events could have led even a monk to such a fate. His curiosity was piqued, and he longed to directly inquire of his daughter what had transpired in the past. "Zixian, come and see your sister," Yi Peizhu urged. Suppressing her emotions while managing a smile that belied her pale complexion, gesturing for Song Zixian to approach, he nodded and stepped forward, catching sight of his newborn sister. Her tiny face still flushed, her large eyes darting about. "Truly, my fourth brother is blessed with a connection to Buddhism, even at such a tender age. He possesses an ethereal grace and remarkable beauty. In the last life, when my brother chose to leave for the monastic life, many noble young women in the capital mourned for days, some even declaring they would only marry him. I wonder if my brother will still choose the same path this time. Such matters are indeed dictated by fate. If he truly is destined for the Buddhist realm. As a sister, I cannot hinder him. Why was I reborn as an infant? If only I could grow a little older," she mused. This time, Song Zixian clearly heard the innocent voice of his sister. To his astonishment, he realized he could hear her thoughts and that she possessed memories from her previous life. How intriguing. Despite his young age, Song Zixian maintained an air of calm, even as he listened to his sister's musings. King Kong and Yi Peizhu, observing this, felt a sense of relief that only they could hear their daughter's thoughts. The little sister was undeniably adorable, destined to possess an extraordinary beauty in her future. Song Zixian smiled warmly at Song Jiuyi. Feeling shy, she kicked her tiny feet and blew a bubble. "Hee, my fourth brother has quite the discerning eye. My father is so handsome, resembling Panin, and my mother is gentle and beautiful. All 5 of my brothers are good-looking too. I will surely be beautiful when I grow up. My fourth brother speaks so well. He is my favorite." Her last thought momentarily froze the smiles on her parents' faces. Wasn't their precious daughter supposed to love her father and mother the most? Chapter 5. The Old Emperor's Gift. Song Zixian's smile deepened, and he gently brushed his fingers against Song Jiuyi's soft little face. "Father, mother, have you decided on a name for my sister?" Upon mentioning names, King Kong and Yi Peizhu looked troubled. "I had a name in mind, but as soon as I spoke it, your sister began to cry, evidently displeased with it." "I have not yet settled on a new name," King Kong replied. He was aware that his daughter wished to be named Jiuyi, but he could not disclose this secret just yet. Some secrets were better left undisclosed. "Father, why not let us propose names for my sister to choose from?" "I have thought of a few names already," Song Zixian suggested, lightly tapping Song Jiuyi's small nose. "If she hears a name she dislikes, she can cry. If she likes it, she won't." My fourth brother is indeed clever, but his gaze is so penetrating that I can't help but wonder if he knows something. Does he have a connection to Buddhism that allows him to see I am actually reborn?" Song Jiuyi thought, her heart racing with excitement. "Should I play dumb? Perhaps I should wet myself. Oh, how embarrassing." With that, she pouted and began to cry. King Kong and Yi Peizhu nearly burst into laughter at their precious daughter's antics. Why is the baby crying? Let me see. Oh dear, the baby has wet herself again. Xiaoyan, come and clean her up, Yi Peizhu instructed. Xiaoyan swiftly took the wailing Song Jiujiu to the nearby crib. It seemed this approach would not work, much to Song Zixian's regret as he fiddled with his prayer beads. Outside, the rain fell in a gentle rhythm, occasionally pausing, and after the family finished their evening meal, they intended to rest. However, a servant came to report that someone from the palace had arrived. The old emperor, upon hearing of the birth of a granddaughter, had sent his trusted eunuch, Gongfu Man, to deliver gold and jewels as gifts to the Kong residents. King Kong met with Gongfu Man, instructing the servants to carry 6 large chests to Yi Peizhu's Qingzhou courtyard, placing them in the storeroom. Song Jiujiu had awakened from her nap, and, hearing the commotion outside, curiously kicked her feet. The old emperor has sent gifts for me? 6 large chests? I wonder what treasures lie within. I can't wait to see. These are all mine. Just thinking about how Song Xiao, that false daughter, took so many things that belonged to me in my past life makes my anger surge. Yi Peizhu tenderly grasped her daughter's soft little hand. If the baby isn't sleepy yet, let's take a look at the gifts from your great-grandfather. Xiaoyan, please see what treasures are inside the chests. If there are any small bracelets or suitable jewelry for the baby, bring them to us. Yes. My mother is truly in tune with my thoughts. I love her the most. Song Jiujiu beamed, her toothless grin lighting up her face. Before long, Xiaoyan returned with a small wooden box. Yi Peizhu held Song Jiujiu in her arms, allowing her to see the contents of the box. Wow, a little gold bracelet. Wow, a gold hairpin. Wow, Song Jiujiu exclaimed in delight, resembling a little treasure enthusiast, giggling with joy. Yi Peizhu chuckled and tapped Song Jiujiu's little nose. It seems the baby has a fondness for golden jewelry. Let us adorn you with the little gold lock and the bracelet. Yes, I want to wear them. Once they are on, they will be mine. Song Jiujiu danced with excitement. As Yi Peizhu prepared to adorn her, a troubling thought crossed her mind. The baby had mentioned that their entire family faced execution in the past. Only the emperor could issue such a decree against the royal household. Would the old emperor possibly poison the jewelry he gifted to the baby? She admitted that her growing suspicion stemmed from the baby's innocent voice. However, when it concerns her precious daughter, caution is imperative. After some contemplation, Yi Peizhu decided to place the small golden lock and bracelet into a small wooden box and close the lid. Just then, Song Jiujiu, who was eagerly awaiting the adornment of gold jewelry, wondered, what has happened to my mother? Why isn't she putting the gold ornaments on me? My dear, you're still too young for such things. It's not suitable for you to wear so much. I've had a small gold lock made for you in advance. Would you like to wear it? Yi Peizhu explained to Song Jiujiu, instructing Xiaoyan to take the wooden box away and bringing forth the small gold lock she had prepared to adorn her daughter. The baby looked delightful wearing the small gold lock. Mother, after giving birth to 5 brothers, I have longed for a caring daughter. I have prepared many beautiful little clothes and ornaments for you. When you grow a bit more, I will dress you up to look like a charming little fairy. How's that sound? Yes, that sounds wonderful. I want to grow up quickly so I can protect you and my brothers. Just then, King Kong happened to overhear his daughter's heartfelt words, and his stern gaze softened instantly. My dear daughter, I shall take great care of you throughout your life. Has the prince arrived? Did Master Fumin say anything else? Yi Peizhu casually inquired upon seeing King Kong enter. King Kong nodded, seated himself beside the bed, and slowly spoke. Master Fumin conveyed the emperor's intentions. He said that when the baby is nearly a month old, we should bring her to the palace for the emperor to see. Furthermore, the baby's full moon gift will be arranged within the palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu furrowed her brows. The full moon celebration within the palace? What does the emperor intend? No other princes have hosted their children's celebrations there. Is this not creating enemies for us? Madam, we must be cautious with our words. King Kong lowered his voice. Regardless of the emperor's reasons for this decision, we must comply and cannot defy his orders. We shall take it one step at a time. Rest assured, I shall protect you and the children. Yi Peizhu seekit. She believed that her husband in her past life had once uttered similar words and truly protected them. Yet their family ultimately met a tragic fate. Alas, my father is simply too good-natured. Could he possibly harbor a sense of admiration for the old emperor? Indeed, for in the eyes of outsiders, the old emperor seems quite fond of my father, the 3rd son. Perhaps my father also holds affection for the old emperor as a father figure. But is the emperor's fondness genuine? I recall that after my death in my past life, my spirit lingered among the living for a while. Chapter 6. The name is decided. I witnessed not only the end of my parents, but also the events that occurred after my birth. In my past life, after Song Xiao and I were swapped, the old emperor had my parents take Song Xiao to the palace for a full moon celebration as well. My mother was right. The old emperor indeed wished to make enemies of our Kong Wang Fu. After all, in the eyes of the public, my maternal grandmother is the emperor's favored consort, and my father is also a beloved son. Even the daughter born is cherished as a granddaughter. Alas, an assassination occurred during the full moon celebration. However, in my past life, my mother protected Song Xiao, and she was unharmed while my mother suffered. What a pity that the assassin did not act more decisively against Song Xiao. Had she not existed, many subsequent events would not have transpired. What a pity indeed. Song Jiujiu sighed inwardly, while King Kong frowned deeply. An assassination occurred during the full moon celebration? Could the assassin have been sent by the emperor? What does it mean when the baby questions whether the emperor's affection is genuine? Could it be that the emperor's favoritism towards him and his mother is merely a fade for outsiders? King Kang's pupils constricted as he pondered this possibility, a chill creeping from his heart to his limbs. Hearing Song Jiujiu's sentiments, Yi Peizhu began to worry as well. If events in this life mirror those of the past, then the assassin would be targeting the baby. In her previous life, she had protected the false daughter Song Xiao, and in this life, she must safeguard her precious daughter. Yet, she did not wish to be harmed herself. She longed to live and witness her beloved daughter grow up. To avert this calamity, the best course of action would be to resist the decree and not hold the full moon celebration in the palace. But is this truly feasible? Song Jiujiu yawned widely. I am tired. This little body indeed requires more sleep. Yi Peizhu turned to see her baby had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Gently, she patted Song Jiujiu's little belly, her gaze tender yet resolute. With a month remaining until the full moon celebration, she had to devise a plan within half a month. This time, she must protect her daughter at all costs. The following day, my lord, I had a dream last night about the baby's name. Upon hearing this, King Kong became intrigued. Could it be that you dreamt of naming the baby? Yi Peizhu smiled and nodded. Yes, in my dream. The baby joyfully announced that she had chosen a name for herself, Jiujiu, Song Jiujiu. The character Jiu symbolizes a black stone akin to jade, embodying beauty and nobility, graceful and resilient. It is quite a lovely meaning. What do you think, my lord? Song Jiujiu, a splendid name indeed, since it was revealed in your dream. Let that be her name. King Kong replied, a smile gracing his face, though a hint of bitterness lingered within. Why did the baby not come to his dream to share her name with him? He had been pondering how to finalize the name Song Jiujiu. King Kong gently tapped the tip of Song Jiujiu's small nose, his voice tinged with jealousy. It seems the baby prefers her mother over her father. Yi Peizhu proudly raised her eyebrows, of course. Jiujiu is my little treasure. Isn't that right, Jiujiu? Jiujiu loves her mother the most. With wide eyes, Song Jiujiu, who had just blown a bubble, surveyed her father and mother. Did my mother dream that I told her my name? It seems that my mother and I truly share a deep connection. Father, do not be sad. I love you too. I like both you and mother. Is Song Jiujiu not a beautiful name? Hee. I love this name. In my past life, that wicked Hua Tong swapped me with her sister, but her sister discarded me and did not wish to raise me. Fortunately, my adoptive parents found me. Although I endured 14 years of hardship in the countryside, my adoptive parents treated me well. Song Jiujiu reflected on her past with a tinge of sorrow. My lady, last night, I contemplated the emperor's insistence on holding Jiujiu's full moon celebration in the palace and found it quite inappropriate. After court this morning, I approached the emperor about this matter, but his stance was resolute. The celebration must take place in the palace, and he even became angry. I was unable to refute the emperor. I apologize, my lady, King Kong said, his head drooping in dejection. The thought of his daughter's words about the assassination at the previous full moon celebration, which had harmed his wife, pained him, yet he felt powerless. The emperor's decree is absolute. Even as a prince, he cannot defy it. Yi Peizhu's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. She understood the unyielding nature of imperial commands and bore no blame towards King Kong. Why do my parents not wish to heed the old emperor's orders and hold my full moon celebration in the palace? My resistance stems from past experiences. But what are my parents? Nevertheless, it matters not. When I was born, I believed I would be swapped and sent away by Hua Tong. Unexpectedly, I was not swapped. Hua Tong faced my father's judgment. I believe that the heavens must have felt our family's plight in the previous life, granting me the opportunity to be reborn to save everyone. It is indeed unfortunate that I was reborn a touch too early. However, this life will undoubtedly diverge from the last. Even if similar events unfold, I am certain that pivotal moments will shift. This conviction echoed in Song Jiujiu's mind, unwavering in her resolve, completely oblivious to the possibility that her parents could hear her innermost thoughts. Yi Peizhu gazed at her daughter's innocent demeanor, suppressing a smile. It was not divine mercy, but rather her own awareness of Jiujiu's feelings that prevented Jiujiu from being swapped. Jiujiu was right. The full moon celebration should indeed be held in the palace. Since one cannot go against imperial decree, there is no choice but to comply. When soldiers come, one must defend. When water arrives, one must barricade. Yi Peizhu's heart settled on this decision, feeling considerably lighter. The thoughts of Wang Kong were akin to those of Yi Peizhu. Later, Song Jiujiu noticed that her parents no longer mentioned the matter, leaving her somewhat puzzled, entirely unaware that they had been swayed by her words. Having only been born a few days prior, her little body was overwhelmed with fatigue, and after a few murmurs in her mind, she drifted back to sleep. Her chubby cheeks were plump, and while asleep, her small mouth would occasionally blow bubbles of saliva. Yi Peizhu and Wang Kong smiled warmly, their hearts filled with contentment. Chapter 7. The mischief of a bad uncle. Last night, the rain poured incessantly, leaving the ground outside damp and the air chilly. Wang Kong did not need to enter the palace today, and chose to remain at home to accompany his wife and daughter. The couple was engaged in a quiet discussion about their daughter's future when a servant arrived to deliver a message. Your Highness, Your Grace, Madam Yi and young Master Yi have come to visit. Yi Peizhu momentarily lost her focus. Her mother and youngest brother had arrived. Wang Kong, aware that his wife had a neutral relationship with her family, neither warm nor cold, understood that there was no reason to deny their entry. He glanced at Yi Peizhu and said, My dear, let them come in to see you and the baby. Yi Peizhu's lips trembled slightly as she nodded in agreement. Very well, let them in. She had never wished to avoid her mother and brother. Rather, she had a plan forming in her heart. Soon, the servant ushered in Yi Fengshi and Yi Shushuan. As the wife of a general, Yi Fengshi possessed a spirited personality with a keen sense of detail. She hurried into the outer room, calling for her younger son, Yi Shushuan, to warm himself by the fire and shake off the chill before entering the inner chamber. Upon entering, Yi Fengshi and Yi Shushuan saw Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu preparing to bow, but Wang Kong hastily stood to prevent them. Mota, Xune. Yi Peizhu gazed at them with tears glistening in her eyes. The last time she had seen her mother and younger brother was when she had just conceived Jiujiu. In the blink of an eye, Jiujiu had already been born. To avoid suspicion from the old emperor and other princes regarding her marriage to Wang Kong, believing it was solely for her father's support as a general, she had intentionally distanced herself from her family. After marrying for over a decade, her contact with her family had dwindled to once a year or even longer. Now, having heard Jiujiu's thoughts and learned of the tragic fate of the Wang household in her previous life, she suddenly felt foolish. Why had she gone to such lengths? Even with her distance, she could not escape the fate of her family being annihilated. So why should she continue this charade in this life? She truly missed her father, mother, brothers, and younger sibling. Seeing her long-lost daughter with a pale complexion, Yi Fengshi's heart ached, and she stepped forward to grasp her hand. Suya, you've lost so much weight. Mother, 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 Yi Peizhu called repeatedly, tears streaming down her face as she noticed the strands of white hair at her mother's temples. Do not cry, my dear. You are still in confinement. It is not good for your eyes. Be good. Yi Fengshi gently reassured her daughter, just as she had over a decade ago before her wedding. Yi Shushuan stepped forward to comfort his sister as well. Yi Peizhu looked through tear-filled eyes at her younger brother, who was 17 years her junior and just 15 now. Sooner, you have grown taller and more handsome. Yi Shushuan scratched his head and inquired, Where is my niece? Wang Kong interjected, Jiujiu is in the crib, likely still asleep. Jiujiu? Is that really her name? Yi Shushuan asked. Her name is Jiujiu, Song Jiujiu. She quite likes this name, which I dreamed of last night. The baby told me to name her this. Yi Peizhu explained, continuing the tale of her dream. She had been quite troubled about how to reveal the name, Song Jiujiu, to Wang Kong, fearing that if she directly mentioned it, the clever baby would deduce that she could hear her thoughts. What if Jiujiu became aware and stopped sharing her thoughts? Or worse, what if she feared her mother and grew distant? Thus, after much contemplation, she decided to cloak the revelation of a name in the guise of a dream. Jiujiu, What a lovely name. She is truly adorable, her little form so charming. Her brows and eyes resemble yours, while her little nose and mouth are like the prince's. She is simply delightful. Yi Fangshi stood in front of the crib, admiring the sleeping Song Jiujiu, her voice low as she praised the child, her eyes brimming with joy. She had always wished for a daughter, yet had only borne 4 sons. After Jiujiu married, she longed for her to have a soft and sweet little girl, thus gaining a precious granddaughter. Finally, Jiujiu had given birth to a daughter. How wonderful! Her little niece was so tiny, with scant hair, yet delightfully plump. Yi Shushuan stood nearby, commenting on Song Jiujiu, and playfully pinched her chubby cheek. His grip was a bit too forceful, waking the slumbering Jiujiu. Wah! Her little mouth puckered, and she began to cry. Yi Fangshi furrowed her brow, swatting Yi Shushuan's hand away and gently lifting Jiujiu into her arms, soothing her softly. Do not cry, little one. Your uncle's hands are too strong. Grandmother will take care of him. Please stop crying, my dear. Open your eyes and look at your grandmother. Who pinched my face? How unfair. I'm still a delicate baby. Why would anyone use such force? I was dreaming of gnawing on chicken legs, almost biting into one before I was awoken. How sad. The chicken leg is gone. Song Jiujiu cried, her heart aching with lament. Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu exchanged looks, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yi Shushuan. This rascal had hurt their precious daughter. Yi Fangshi, cradling Jiujiu, was momentarily stunned, gazing down at the infant who had only been born a few days earlier. Oh, I hope my teeth come in soon. I truly wish to gnaw on chicken legs. Is the one holding me my grandmother? She looks so much like my mother. Both are incredibly beautiful. Hee hee. When I grow up, I will surely be as beautiful as my mother and grandmother. Grandmother, do not be afraid. When I grow up, I will protect you. Jiujiu kicked her little legs and waved her tiny hands, as if making a promise to her grandmother. Yi Fangshi, looking at her plump granddaughter, finally comprehended that she could indeed hear her granddaughter's thoughts. She could hear her granddaughter's heart. Chapter 8. The Mystery of Birth, and the baby spoke of her previous life? Was she reborn, carrying memories of her past existence? Yi Fangshi's mind spun in a whirlwind of confusion. The newborn granddaughter possesses memories of her past life, and remarkably, I can hear her innermost thoughts. No matter how one articulates this phenomenon, it is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fangshi casually gazed at her daughter, son-in-law, and youngest son, noticing their expressions remained unchanged, which brought her immense relief. Thank goodness only she can hear her granddaughter's thoughts. The uniqueness of her granddaughter's condition is far too rare. She must keep this secret well guarded for the child's sake. Yi Shushin, how could you be so reckless as to pinch Jiujiu Bao's delicate face? Look, the child's face is all red from your pinch. Yi Fangshi admonishit Yi Shudin siterni. Yi Shushin pouted. Mother, I didn't realize that a newborn's skin was so tender. I must have pinched too hard inadvertently. Apologize to your sister, brother-in-law, and little niece. With Yi Fangshi's authoritative presence, even though Yi Shushin felt some dissatisfaction, he complied obediently. Sister, brother-in-law, Jiujiu, I'm sorry for being so rough with you. King Kong felt quite displeased. He would never dare to pinch his precious daughter, fearing it would cause her pain. Yet, this brother-in-law had the audacity to pinch the baby, waking her and causing her to cry. If he were not the husband of the lady and the brother of his wife, he might have ordered 10 lashes to vent his frustration. However, for the sake of his wife and mother-in-law, he swallowed his anger. Sun'er is young, and it is natural for her to be unaware of her strength. It's nothing serious. Yi Peizhu also felt irritated, but understood her youngest brother was mischievous since childhood and likely did not mean any harm. She offered some polite words to smooth things over and let the matter pass. Yet it truly hadn't passed. Song Jiujiu, awakened by the pinch, could no longer sleep and was now wide-eyed, observing her grandmother and this uncle. What is this uncle's name again? Sono? Let me think, could it be Yi Shushin? Oh my goodness. Yi Shushin. This person is a villain. He is neither my grandmother's biological son nor my beautiful mother's true brother. Later, I would learn that my grandmother's health deteriorated due to the stress caused by Yi Shushin. This madman grew up to commit countless misdeeds, thoroughly tarnishing the reputation of my grandfather, the general, and causing my grandmother to fall ill. If Yi Shushin were truly my grandmother's biological son, it can only be said that she raised a white-eyed wolf. But Yi Shushin is not even her biological son. He is, oh no, I think I need to relieve myself. How infuriating. This has made me lose control. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Oh no, it has happened. How embarrassing. Song Jiujiu felt warmth at her rear, and her sense of shame compelled her to cry out. Oh dear, has my little niece soiled herself? It smells a bit. Come over and take care of it. Yi Shuxin pinched his nose and gestured for Qiuyan to come over. Qiuyan did not move, but glanced at King Kong and Yi Peizhu first. With Yi Peizhu's subtle nod, Qiuyan approached and took the wailing Song Jiujiu from Yi Fengshu's arms. Yi Shuding, do not pretend. A child just a few days old does not have foul-smelling feces. Yi Fengshu turned to see Yi Shuxin pinching his nose in disgust. Remembering what she had just heard from Song Jiujiu, her anger flared up. She scrutinized Yi Shuxin's features, confirming she could not see a single resemblance to herself. No wonder she felt a lack of closeness to her youngest son compared to her first two. It turns out Yi Shuxin is not her biological son at all. Then who is her true son? Unfortunately, Jiubao did not reveal that information. Not smelly? But I distinctly smell something foul. Yi Shuxin initially protested confidently, but upon releasing his nose and detecting no odor, his resolve weakened. His insufferable demeanor only served to fuel Yi Fengshu's fury further. Yi Peizhu, processing the significant implications of Song Jiujiu's thoughts, felt a jolt of shock. Her youngest brother is not her mother's biological son? Was it this brother, without any blood relation, who caused her mother to fall ill and ultimately pass away? If Yi Shuxin is not her mother's biological son, then who is? Who is her true brother, and where is he? Yi Peizhu's mind raced with urgency, wishing she could simply bring her precious daughter over and ask her directly. But that was not an option. She needed to protect her secretive baby. King Kong was equally bewildered. After hearing his daughter's thoughts, he discreetly scrutinized Yi Shuxin. It was evident that he bore no resemblance to his wife or mother-in-law. He felt that Yi Shuxin also bore no likeness to his father-in-law. Could it be that Yi Shuxin is not even the biological son of his father-in-law? King Kong entertained various hypotheses in his mind, but sadly, he could not voice them. The three individuals who heard Song Jiujiu's thoughts concealed their emotions, each believing themselves to be the sole bearer of this grand secret. Yi Peizhu watched her mother's departing figure and sighed. How was she to convey the issue of Yi Shuxin's origins to her mother? King Kong took her delicate hand in his. My lady, if you ever miss your mother, you can always invite her over. Or you could take our baby to visit her at the General's residence. He understood that these years of her intentionally distancing herself from her maternal family were due to him. He knew she was aware of his disinterest in power and feared that others might think he married her for ambition, which could jeopardize their family. However, as her father and mother grew older, he had come to realize that there was no need for such meticulous caution. They should live the life they desired, facing challenges as they came. If no one troubled them, it would be a joyous occasion, but if someone deemed them easy targets, then he would not shy away from fighting for his position. He lowered his voice for only Yi Peizhu to hear. Chapter 9. Deceived by a fox spirit. Almost leading to divorce, Yi Peizhu's eyes brimmed with tears. She had never expected her husband, who had always shown indifference to power, would possess such determination and express these thoughts. My lord, my lady, do not cry. I have wronged you these years. From now on, pursue what you desire without being hindered by my status. You are the brightest flower in the general's residence and should not be confined by the walls of my life. Now that our 5 sons have grown and we finally have our longed-for daughter, our lives are truly complete. King Kong embraced Yi Peizhu, filled with emotion. Yi Peizhu nodded vigorously. In this lifetime, she did not wish to miss out on many people and experiences. Since her daughter had mentioned the tragic fate of their family in the last life, she resolved not to live a life bound by convention again. Living a life of conformity could lead to a tragic end at the hands of those in power. This time, she would help her husband ascend to a position of authority alongside her parents and brothers. My parents have a wonderful relationship. A man who cherishes his wife is a good man. My father is a good man. King Kang's chest swelled with pride at his daughter's praise. It's just a pity that my father was later ensnared by a fox spirit, and my mother could not tolerate any infidelity. She insisted on separating from my father. He regretted it deeply, crying on the street, begging her not to leave. In the end, my mother softened her heart and did not go through with the divorce. Looking back, I wish my mother had divorced my father. At least she would have survived when the Kong Wangfu was annihilated. King Kang's smile gradually faded. A fox spirit seducing him? Madam wishes to part ways with this king. The Wangfu of Kong Wang was later subjected to a massacre. Each of these statements left Kong Wang in a state of disbelief. The only person capable of issuing such a decree against the Wangfu could only be the emperor. Could it be that in the previous life, it was the emperor who commanded it? In a moment of clarity, Kong Wang suddenly comprehended the meaning behind his daughter's heartfelt words from yesterday. Did the old emperor's affection truly stem from genuine fondness? It seemed that in the previous life, his daughter had discerned that the old emperor's affections for his mother and him were mere facades. Otherwise, Kong Wang's residence would not have met such a tragic fate. A chilling sensation gripped Kong Wang's heart as he recalled the old emperor's insistence on hosting Jiujiu's full moon ceremony in the palace. Alongside his daughter's mention of an assassin appearing at that very celebration in their past life. The coldness deepened within him. Upon hearing her daughter speak of a seductress captivating Kong Wang, Jiujiu could not help but furrow her delicate brows. As a prince, Kong Wang had never had a maidservant of his own, while other princes had already taken concubines. After marrying her, he had repeatedly declined the offers of women from the old emperor and other princes. For over a decade, Jiujiu had been the sole woman by Kong Wang's side. It appeared that in the previous life, he had indeed been enticed by a seductress. How curious it was that such a figure existed once more in this life. She was eager to witness whether this incarnation of Kong Wang could remain virtuous. Should he falter, Jiujiu's gaze would grow colder. Song Jiujiu was blissfully unaware that her casual remarks had led her father into the impending turmoil of a sarcastic wife. Feeling hungry, she let out a couple of cries, nestled in her beautiful mother's embrace to drink some milk, and soon fell back asleep. Rather than directly informing her mother-in-law of Jiujiu not being her biological son, it would be wiser to await the investigation's findings and present the evidence to them. Jiujiu harbored similar thoughts. She would not doubt the authenticity of her daughter's sentiments. Since her daughter claimed that Jiujiu was not her biological son, he certainly was not. This matter required thorough investigation, for only with evidence would her mother believe. Before her marriage, her father had entrusted her with several loyal secret guards, and now they finally had a purpose. Jiujiu was somewhat displeased, as he had originally intended to stroll around after leaving Kong Wang's residence. But his mother's urgency thwarted that plan. Back in the room, Jiujiu could not resist asking once more. Ye Fangxi suinted, assessing Jiujiu from head to toe before circling behind him, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. Someone, an unseen guard, silently appeared before Yi Fangshi. Yi, bind Jiujiu first. Though puzzled, Yi complied swiftly, tying up Jiujiu and blindfolding him. Yi Fangshi poured a bowl of clear water onto the table and drew a blade across her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the water surface. Yi, beating Jiujiu hid. Yi obeyed, and Yi Fangshi made a similar incision on Jiujiu's finger. Hold her breath. Yi Fangshi anxiously gazed at the two droplets of blood in the water. Her emotions were in turmoil. She both wished Jiujiu was her biological son and hoped that Jiujiu's intuition was correct, that Jiujiu was indeed not her son. Yet, if Jiujiu truly was not her child, it would imply that her real son had been suffering in obscurity for the past 15 years. Regardless of her conflicting feelings, the result of the blood test would soon reveal the truth. The two droplets of blood did not merge. Yi Fangshi's heart sank like a stone. Yi, do not mention this to the Lord for now. Investigate and find out exactly whose son Jiujiu is. Determine where my son and the Lord's son are, and what truly transpired on the day I gave birth. Yi Fangshi commanded in a hushed tone, striving to maintain her composure. Understood. Yi acknowledged and departed as silently as he had arrived. Yi Fangshi gazed out the window, where the rain had begun to fall again, her heart heavy with dread. 15 years. Where could her true son be, and how had he fared? Cough, cough, cough. Jiujiu sneezed and began to cough. Ali, why are you sitting by the window without shutting it? And dressed so lightly. Does your noble mother truly not provide you with adequate clothing? Chapter 10. Investigating the Spy. A classmate, noticing Jiujiu covering his mouth to cough, approached and helped him close the window while speaking. My noble mother does not neglect my clothing. She treats me quite well. Jiujiu, slender and delicate, had handsome features, yet his complexion was not that of a healthy 15-year-old boy. It appeared somewhat pale. Observing Jiujiu's reddened ears from the cold, his classmate sighed inwardly. If it is not your noble mother being harsh, then it must be your mother being severe. I truly find it odd. You are the son of General Yi. Even if a concubine's son, you should not be treated so poorly. Is your mother truly your biological mother? Does she genuinely have the heart to treat you this way? The classmate spoke passionately, almost rolling up his sleeves in indignation for Yi Shuli. Yi Shuli managed a faint smile, but remained silent. Perhaps his mother lamented that although he was her son, he could not bring her prestige within the general's residence. The fact that Yi Fengshi had taken Yi Shushuan to the general's residence should not have been widely known. Yi Fengshi understood that her daughter had distanced herself from the family over the years to avoid arousing the emperor's and other princes' suspicions regarding the closeness of the Wangfu and their general's residence. Hence, she had chosen a less crowded time to discreetly visit Kong Wang's residence, ensuring that only those within the Wangfu were aware of her and Yi Shushuan's arrival. Kong Wang shared this sentiment, but the following day, during court, several ministers inquired about the visit from his mother-in-law. Moreover, it was not just one person who mentioned this. Though Kong Wang had no ambition for the throne or power, he was not naive. He would not foolishly believe that these ministers merely happened to see his mother-in-law and her brother visiting his residence. Sometimes, coincidences that are too convenient are not truly coincidental. Suddenly, he thought of his daughter, who had been reborn. His daughter, having returned from a past life, was well aware of what had transpired previously. He ordered his confidants to investigate for spies, uncertain how long it would take or whether they would uncover the truth without missing any details, or if the information would leak again. It would be more efficient to allow his daughter to voice her thoughts, while he could simultaneously listen and pinpoint the spies accurately. Kong Wang felt quite clever with this notion. Entering the Jiujiu courtyard, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of his wife and daughter, alongside the delightful sound of his daughter's innocent voice. "My mother is truly beautiful and gentle. Hee. My mother also makes me happy." The worries that had lingered in Kong Wang's brow began to dissipate. His daughter was indeed a treasure. Merely hearing her sweet voice uplifted his spirits significantly. As was his custom, Kong Wang warmed himself by the fire outside before stepping into the inner chambers. The smile that had graced his face faltered momentarily. He was only 33 years old. Was that truly considered old? Were there truly so many wrinkles upon his face? Could wrinkles indeed trap insects? Yi Peizhu could not contain her amusement and stifled a laugh with a cough. Kong Wang touched his own face and asked, "Madam, do you think I still possess the same handsomeness as in my youth?" Yi Peizhu was taken aback by her husband's sudden inquiry, yet she earnestly regarded Kong Wang. "I believe the Lord is still quite handsome, not at all old and devoid of any wrinkles." He covered his mouth and coughed, averting his gaze. The lady was indeed beautiful, just as she had been in her youth. "Is that true? Yet I feel as though I have aged considerably, with wrinkles now adorning my face." Yi Peizhu touched her cheek, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "You do not appear aged at all." Wang Kong stepped forward, taking Yi Peizhu's gentle hand, their eyes locking in a tender gaze. Beside them, Song Jiujiu thought, "Wait, why are my parents displaying affection again? Do they not remember I am a grown daughter present here? Should they not consider my feelings?" Wang Kong, feeling awkward like a bashful youth, scratched his head. "My lord, was your earlier mood truly affected by some event?" Yi Peizhu inquired, regaining her composure and resuming the previous discussion. Wang Kong nodded, sharing the matters of the court and his speculations. "It seems there may be spies within the household. I intend to investigate and root them out." Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu grew concerned. Spies were undoubtedly present, but it was uncertain just how many had infiltrated, with hundreds of servants in the manor. It was hard to predict how long the investigation would take. What if news leaks? Indeed, that is my greatest concern. The couple fell into a moment of silence, both intuitively waiting for their precious daughter to voice her thoughts. However, after a while, the familiar small voice did not emerge. They turned to discover their chubby child had unknowingly fallen asleep. Wang Kong resolved to have his trusted aide commence the investigation. When Song Jiujiu woke up, she complained, "Again with the bedwetting. After several days, I have grown accustomed to it. What a dreadful habit." Yi Peizhu, hearing her daughter's thoughts, knew she was awake and called for Qian to assist. Once tidied, Qian placed the chubby child into Yi Peizhu's arms. "My dear, are you hungry?" "Not particularly, mother." "Do you wish to convey something? You seem hesitant." Yi Peizhu was taken aback, realizing she had been too transparent. What if the child discovered her ability to hear thoughts? She needed to be more cautious. "You must be hungry. Here, have some food." Yi Peizhu feigned ignorance, placing the food before her. Song Jiujiu turned her face away, pushing aside. "Mother, I'm not hungry. I do not wish to eat." "My lady, it appears the young miss is not famished," Qian remarked, unable to hold back. "Ah, Qiuyun, you know me too well. I truly am not hungry." Chapter 11. My father is blind in one eye, and spies abound like a swarm of locusts. I thought the baby was hungry. By the way, Jiujiu, has the Lord begun to investigate the spies in a manner? Yi Peizhu casually broached the topic in front of her daughter. Jiujiu was momentarily confused, unaware of what the lady was referring to. Forgive me, my lady. I'm not familiar with this matter. Yi Peizhu recalled that Jiujiu was not present when she discussed this with Hua Tong. Investigating spies? Has my father finally realized there are spies in a manor? It is quite an achievement. The Hua Tong Manor is riddled with spies. It can be said that every significant event has been reported by them. In my past life, my father was falsely accused of seeking to usurp the throne, all due to spies being manipulated by nefarious individuals who planted false evidence in the manor. When the emperor ordered a search, it was a thorough one, leading to the complete annihilation of our household. If my father had managed to eliminate the spies sooner, at least he would have had some peace of mind. However, can he accurately identify who the spies are? If only I could speak, I would directly inform my father of their identities and have them expelled. Song Jiujiu yawned, feeling her stomach grumble. This little body truly cannot endure hunger. I was merely pondering, and now I am hungry, mother. I am hungry. She waved her small hands, signaling her mother about her genuine desire for milk. While feeding Song Jiujiu, Yi Peizhu continued conversing with Jiujiu. I forgot. You were not here when I spoke with the Lord about this. Jiujiu, you have been with me in the Hua Tong Manor for many years. What do you think of the servants here? Jiujiu hesitated, not understanding the sudden question. I cannot discern who is good or bad. Otherwise, I would not have only realized later that Hua Tong harbored ill intentions. Mentioning Hua Tong, Yi Peizhu's expression turned sour. Fortunately, it was not too late, as Hua Tong's family had been dealt with by Hua Tong. Jiujiu indeed cannot tell who among the servants is trustworthy. She is too honest. Were it not for her being my mother's personal maid, she might have been bullied by others in the manor. Jiujiu was a good person in her past life. She protected my mother. Anyone could betray her, but Jiujiu would never. My mother suddenly questioning Jiujiu. Could it be she doubts Jiujiu's loyalty? That cannot be. I hope she does not share my father's penchant for misjudgment regarding people. One such blind eye in our family is quite sufficient. Song Jiujiu fretted internally, feeling quite anxious. I am full, mother. Please hold me upright and pat my back. I feel a bit overfull. She stifled her discomfort, urging her mother in her thoughts as she nearly spilled her milk. Yi Peizhu quickly patted her back while contemplating her daughter's earlier sentiments. My lord is blind in one eye and cannot distinguish between friend and foe. These words from my daughter are not without reason. Could it be that among those my husband considers allies, there are traitors lurking who would stab us in the back? With this thought, Yi Peizhu felt a wave of urgency, wishing her daughter would reveal the names of the wicked. Hua Tong had his trusted aides investigate the spies in a manor, a process that took 2 days. Ultimately, they uncovered nearly 40 spies among the hundreds of servants. These spies were resolute. Those who acted swiftly took their own lives upon discovery, while others were swiftly silenced by Hua Tong's aides. After such turmoil, only a handful remained. Hua Tong ordered thorough interrogations, yet each one proved obstinate, yielding no confessions. He pondered the situation. Nearly half of the spies had been apprehended. What about the others? Were there still hidden spies? Just the thought of it caused him a headache. He had believed his disinterest in the throne was evident, yet so many still viewed him as a rival for power. Observing Hua Tong's weary expression, Yi Peizhu felt a pang of sympathy. My lord, you have been busy for 2 days. Tonight you must rest well. The investigation need not be rushed. Take your time. Hua Tong played with his chubby daughter's small hand, noting the overwhelming number of spies. After 2 days of investigation, they had identified over 40, leaving uncertainty about the remaining servants and any deeper infiltrators. Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu was astonished. Over 40 spies. If she remembered correctly, there were only about 100 servants in the manor. Nearly half were outsiders planted as spies. Hua Tong gravely nodded. Just over 40 spies. If my parents were to learn that there are so few loyal individuals in the Hua Tong Manor, they would be even more shocked and infuriated. Yi Peizhu exclaimed in disbelief. Hua Tong responded, and the couple indeed felt a mixture of shock and indignation. The Hua Tong Manor was akin to a sieve riddled with spies. Anyone intending to scheme against them would find it alarmingly easy. The couple began to comprehend the tragic fate of the Kong Wang Fu in their previous life. If you ask me, my father should find an excuse to replace all the servants in the residence. Although I am uncertain whether this change will eliminate all the spies. It is certainly better than doing nothing, thought Song Jiujiu, as she spat out a bubble of saliva. My dear, Let me ponder over how to handle the issue of spies. Do not trouble your mind with it. You still have more than half a month before your confinement ends. Please take good care of yourself, consoled Kong Wang to his wife before departing to instruct his confidants. He intended to follow his daughter's advice and replace the household servants. As for the ones who attended to him and his wife closely, he decided to retain them for the time being. Even though his daughter mentioned that very few were truly loyal to them, there was still a handful who might be trustworthy, perhaps those who served them directly. Chapter 12. Nightmare regarding the remaining 60-odd servants within the estate. Kong Wang found a reason to dismiss them. He also instructed several trusted aides to follow them and ascertain their final destinations. Indeed, as his daughter had claimed, there were few loyal individuals among them. These 60-odd servants turned out to be spies for outsiders. The masters of these servants included several ministers, as well as Ning Wang and En Wang, even the emperor himself. The only solace for Kong Wang was that Gong Wang had not infiltrated his household with spies. Among the emperor's 7 sons, apart from himself, only Ning Wang and Wang and Gong Wang remained in the capital. He had always been at odds with Ning Wang and En Wang, but shared a close bond with Gong Wang, who was a kind-hearted man. Having consumed her fill, Song Jiujiu soon fell asleep again, missing the moment when her mother selected the maidservants. Yi Peizhu retained 3 maidservants to temporarily attend to her in Qingzhou Yuan. However, the responsibility of taking care of her and Song Jiujiu still fell solely on Qiu Yun. Since she had heard Song Jiujiu's heartfelt thoughts and realized that few in the household were genuinely loyal to her, Yi Peizhu felt increasingly suspicious. Qiu Yun was the one her daughter had explicitly stated would not betray her, leading Yi Peizhu to delegate all matters to her for reassurance. As for the 3 maidservants, they would be observed for the time being. At this moment, in the imperial study of the palace, the old emperor sat in a resplendent yellow dragon robe at a high seat, fiddling with a string of Bodhi beads. Below the platform knelt over 20 servants who had just departed from Kong Wang Fu. To think that you have all been dismissed by him. Speak, what transpired? The old emperor's voice was slightly hoarse, yet his presence exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. More than half of the 40-odd individuals had committed suicide by biting their tongues, while the remainder were detained in the estate for interrogation. The remaining 60-odd servants had been expelled by the prince, and one dared to speculate that the prince suspected them of being spies, thus banishing them. Upon hearing this, the old emperor casually continued to play with the Bodhi beads, a hint of emotion flickering in his murky eyes. It seemed that the 3rd son had developed some cunning. You may leave now. Yes, your servant takes his leave. As the 20-odd individuals rose to salute and exited, they were promptly captured by the guards waiting at the door. The old emperor stood by the window, observing the plum blossoms blooming against the cold wind outside, a peculiar smile gracing his wrinkled face. Tonight, the soil in the imperial garden shall receive an infusion of fresh fertilizer once more. Your Majesty, should we consider placing spies back into Kong Wang's residence? Inquired the ever-watchful eunuch Fu Quan, his voice thin and sharp. Not for now. I am curious to see what the 3rd son will do next. Fu Quan, the wind has picked up. Please close the window. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It had been nearly a month since Song Jiujiu's rebirth. During this time, Kong Wang and Yi Peizhu's friends refrained from visiting her and Song Jiujiu in person, out of respect for her confinement, instead sending gifts to Song Jiujiu. Yi Peizhu observed as Qiu Yun meticulously catalogued the gifts, planning to properly entertain her friends once her confinement concluded. Yi Peizhu recalled the investigation she had ordered regarding Yi Shusun's background half a month ago. However, as time passed, she had yet to uncover any leads. Anxious, she contemplated directly informing her mother that Yi Shusun was not her biological son, yet reason cautioned her against such a course of action. Calming herself, Yi Peizhu resolved to wait until she had completed her confinement and the celebration for her daughter's full moon before, if no information had surfaced by then, personally relaying the matter to her mother at the general's residence. During her first month as an infant, Song Jiujiu spent her days in a cycle of eating, sleeping, and excreting, occasionally musing about events from her past life. She had begun to grow accustomed to this leisurely existence. After drinking her fill, she awaited her mother to pat her back, drifting into a drowsy slumber. However, this time, she experienced a rare and unfamiliar dream. Yi Peizhu sat beside her daughter, gently patting her little belly to soothe her to sleep. Yet soon after, she noticed her daughter's tiny face scrunching up, her little arms and legs kicking vigorously. and her mouth pouting as if trapped in a nightmare, struggling to awaken. It was the first time Yi Pei-Zhu had witnessed her daughter in such a state, causing her to cry out in alarm. "Baby, wake up, dear. Have you had a nightmare? Mother is here. Do not be afraid. Wake up." Amidst her mother's anxious calls, Song Jiujiu jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open. "You are finally awake. Did you have a nightmare? Do not be afraid," Yi Pei-Zhu exclaimed. Confused, Song Jiujiu took in the sight of her familiar mother and the worried but helpless Qiu Yun standing beside her, and she could not help but burst into tears. Her cries were heart-wrenching, causing Yi Pei-Zhu immense pain. "Mother, why is my sister crying? Sister, do not cry. Fifth brother is here," came the voice of Song Lu, and from outside. He soon rushed in, holding a rattle drum to entertain his little sister, tears glistening in her eyes. Song Jiujiu reached out toward her fifth brother. "Fifth brother, hug me. Oh, my poor fifth brother." Hearing his sister's heartfelt plea, Song Lu carefully took her in his arms from their mother's embrace. "Sister, you wanted me to hold you, right? Do not cry anymore. Look, the rattle drum is so much fun." Song Lu had longed for a sister and had practiced how to hold a baby properly, so she would feel comfortable. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to apply his skills, securely cradling his sister in his arms. With tear-filled eyes, Song Jiujiu gazed at her gentle fifth brother, memories from her dream flooding back, and her heart ached. How could someone wish harm upon such a wonderful child? Yi Pei-Zhu gently dabbed Song Jiujiu's tears with a handkerchief, and when she saw her stop crying, she let out a sigh of relief. "Your sister likely had a nightmare. She should be fine after a moment. And why have you suddenly come over? If I recall correctly, today is not a day off." Chapter 13. Prophetic Dream. Yi Pei-Zhu inquired with curiosity. Song Lun explained, "I ventured to the mountains outside the capital to enjoy the snow and seek out plum blossoms for poetry, and indeed, it aligns perfectly with the content of my dream. Fifth brother, please do not go. If you do, many things will happen. Why can't I speak yet? Woe is me." Song Jiujiu cried out anew, her chubby little hands clutching tightly at Song Lu's clothing, striving to do what she could in that moment. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Yi Pei-Zhu felt a sudden unease. Her unwavering conviction regarding her daughter as heartfelt sentiments left no room for doubt. Since her daughter had expressed such thoughts, it was clear that Inar must not venture forth tomorrow. She cast a glance at her daughter, whose small hand clutched tightly at her fifth brother's garment, and began to formulate her words. "Inar, you see, just as you spoke of going to the mountains tomorrow, your sister began to weep. I have heard that young children possess a certain sensitivity, able to perceive matters unknown to us. For safety's sake, it would be best for you not to go." Ln, too, was attuned to his sister's emotions. Observing her tear-stained visage, he tenderly comforted her. "Do not cry, dear sister. Your little face is all red from weeping. Is it that you do not wish for your fifth brother to go to the mountains tomorrow? Yet I must go. I have made a promise, and I cannot be untrustworthy. I shall be careful and will certainly return safely." His words were directed not only at Jiujiu, but also at their mother. Upon hearing this, YP furrowed her brows, her expression turning grave. "Inar, I am not jesting. You cannot go tomorrow. Mother, perhaps my sister is not crying because she wishes me to stay. She may simply be hungry or in need. Mother, I am no longer a child. I will exercise caution tomorrow." As Ellen spoke, he secretly hoped his sister could convey to him what might transpire the following day. If only he could foresee the events, he could steer clear of them. Moreover, his sister had indicated that her vision was a dream, not a recollection from a past life. What if the dream's content did not come pass? Ellen entertained a sliver of hope. If only I could speak. Even if I cannot, if only I could walk or run. I could drag my fifth brother away from danger. If worst comes to worst, I could accompany him, thereby allowing him to evade misfortune. In this dream, my brother is quite innocent, merely a victim of another's malice. I could not discern the face of the perpetrator, but I saw him presenting my brother with a book of poetry. My brother is not skilled in poetry or painting, yet during the snow-laden trek, these scholars would likely recite verses spontaneously. With the aid of that book, he managed to compose a few poems, avoiding embarrassment. However, these poems were hastily penned by his friends in their homes and were not taken to the Guzisu. Consequently, my brother's friends began to suspect that he had placed spies among them, leading them to question his character. Later, before descending the mountain, my brother, unaware of the route, inquired of the man who had given him the poetry book, who misled him with incorrect directions. Coincidentally, Other classmates also sought guidance from my brother, and he unwittingly relayed the same erroneous path. As a result, those classmates tumbled down the slope, sustaining various injuries. The following days would see the Jiujiu's small examination, and due to their injuries, they would be unable to participate. My brother, however, excelled in the examination, achieving the highest marks, further fueling the belief among his classmates that he had intentionally misdirected them to ensure his own success. Oblivious to their changing perceptions, my brother noticed their growing distance from him. Eventually, one classmate even sought to physically confront him, nearly costing my brother his life. How despicable! Who is this person that endangers my brother? If the events of this dream were to unfold, my brother would be in grave danger. Although the dream suggested he would merely be beaten to the brink of death, fate is fickle. Just as I was swapped in my past life this time, I might not be. What if this twist of fate truly leads to my brother's demise? Ah, how infuriating. I am so weary. I can feel sleep overtaking me. Yet, what will become of my brother? Jiujiu's thoughts echoed in her mind, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. Ellen fell silent upon hearing his sister's thoughts. Their expedition to seek plum blossoms in the snow would indeed require impromptu poetry. Though he lacked proficiency in this art, he had not considered memorizing verses in advance. He intended to face the moment as it came, embarrassment be damned. Soon, the small examination awaited. Everything seemed to align with his sister's dream. Was it possible that it was a foretelling recorded in ancient texts? Since his sister could not discern the identity of his would-be assailant, he felt compelled to proceed. Should that individual fail in their endeavor tomorrow, they might still seek retribution against him later. YP has shared Ellen's sentiments. Despite her inner turmoil, she recognized the necessity of apprehending the one who posed a threat to NR. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. NR, you are correct. Integrity must prevail. But your sister's sudden tears leave me uneasy. You may go tomorrow, but you must exercise utmost caution. For the figure in your sister's dream did not directly harm you. As long as you refrain from reciting poetry from the book he bestowed upon you and do not inquire about the route down the mountain, all should be well. Ellen declined. Mother, I have a servant. I shall take Ellen with me, which will be more discreet. But if Ellen cannot protect you adequately, let a guard masquerade as a servant to accompany you. YP is relented. It was only upon hearing her younger son mention Ellen that she recalled a pressing concern. Although the prince had replaced the household staff, the servants surrounding her sons remained unchanged. She harbored uncertainty regarding their loyalty to the KWF, casting her gaze upon her sleeping daughter, whose face was flushed and bubbling in her dreams. She sighed deeply. Chapter 14. You have many friends. Yet I have only you. The sentiments expressed by her daughter did not suggest that the events of tomorrow were mere echoes of a past life. Rather, they were the contents of a recent nightmare. Through dreams, she could glimpse future occurrences. This was undeniably a form of foresight. To her astonishment, her daughter was not only a reincarnated soul, but also capable of prophetic dreams. How remarkable her daughter was! YP has felt a surge of determination. Clutching Jiujiu's delicate hand, silently vowing to protect her daughter fiercely and to keep her secrets safe from all that can be known. Observing his wife's serious demeanor, grew concerned that their reincarnated daughter had revealed the impending events of the following day. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such anxiety. He reassured her and promptly summoned the guards to issue strict instructions. Only then did YP feel slightly relieved. The guards were tasked with protecting NR and her classmates. If they could destroy the poetry book and safely escort NR's classmates down the mountain, the subsequent calamity could be averted. The next day, Ellen, disguised as a servant, accompanied the guards to Jiujiu. The institution was divided into 4 classes. T&D, Su Nuing, and Ellen belonged to the Huing class. This outing to seek the plum blossoms in the snow would involve all 20 students of his class. With a lively and generous disposition, Ellen enjoyed excellent rapport with his peers. They were all his friends. Contemplating his sister's prophetic dream, he observed the smiles on his classmates' faces, feeling his own expression dim slightly. If they were all friends, then why would someone wish to harm him? What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? His classmate Jiujiu inquired softly as he approached Ellen. Ellen met his gaze and offered a faint smile. Indeed, I was troubled by dreams last night and did not rest well. Once we descend from the mountain, we shall finally find respite. I I have something delightful to present to you shortly. Dong Zhuo pressed his lips together and revealed a mysterious smile towards Song Luan. An, while you have many friends, I have but you as my sole companion. After today, we shall become each other's dearest friends. Dong Zhuo's final statement caused Song Luan's eyelids to flutter. Could it be that the one who gifted him the poetry booklet was indeed Dong Zhuo? As the illegitimate son of the Minister of Rites, he had always maintained a low profile, being reticent and even isolated by other students in the Huangzi class. He had a penchant for forming friendships and cared little for distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate lineage. Anyone he deemed worthy of friendship, even a beggar, would find a place in his heart. Thus, he had taken the initiative to befriend Dong Zhuo and endeavored to help him gradually integrate into the Huangzi class. Presently, Dong Zhuo appeared considerably more affable than before. If indeed it was Dong Zhuo who provided the poetry booklet, and if it was he who had harmed other classmates, then what was happening? Alo, what troubles you? Hey, have you bullied Alo? Other classmates approached, glaring and pushing Dong Zhuo aside. Dong Zhuo stumbled back a couple of steps, lowering his gaze to mask his feelings of resentment. I did not bully Alo. Go away. A mere illegitimate child wishing to be Ali's friend. What a pipe dream. A few classmates encircled Song Luan, effectively pushing Dong Zhuo out of their group. Observing Dong Zhuo with his head bowed and an aura of sadness, Song Luan felt compelled to stand. Please do not behave this way. Dong Zhuo is our classmate and our friend. Very well, it's nearly time. Let's prepare to set off. Song Luan attempted to mediate, and the others fell silent. He approached Dong Zhuo to offer comfort, as usual. Zhuo, they merely speak too bluntly. There is no malice intended. Let's ascend together. Dong Zhuo lifted his head and smiled at Song Luan. Yes, Alu, I no longer care what others say. As long as you consider me a friend, I am content. Indeed, we are friends. The students traveled by carriage to the foot of the mountain outside the capital. Early that morning, the head of the Guozi Academy had dispatched personnel to clear the snow along the mountain path the students would traverse. Moreover, there was no snow falling today, and the sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, an indication of favorable weather. Midway up the mountain, there stood a pavilion, which the head had also arranged in advance, complete with a stove, pastries, and tea. Gathered around the stove, sipping hot tea, admiring the snow and the winter plum blossoms, and composing poetry spontaneously. What a delightful scene. The students were well aware of the pavilion at the mountain's midpoint and eagerly climbed upward. Initially, Song Luan surged ahead with a few classmates, filled with exuberance. However, halfway up, Dong Zhuo twisted his ankle, unable to ascend quickly. Song Luan had many friends, but Dong Zhuo had only him. Naturally, he was the only one willing to accompany Dong Zhuo slowly up the incline. Thus, they fell behind the others. Dong Zhuo, feeling embarrassed, apologized. I'm sorry, Alu. If it weren't for me, you would have reached the midway point by now. There is no need for apologies. You would not wish to be injured. It is perfectly fine. We shall ascend at our own pace. If we arrive and the poetry session has concluded, that would be even better. You know I'm not adept at composing poetry on the spot. Song Luan said with a smile, though complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Yes, Alu. Do you recall earlier at the Guozi Academy when I mentioned I had something wonderful to give you? Song Luan felt a tightening in his chest, striving to maintain a smile. Yes, I remember. What is this good thing? Are you giving it to me now? Dong Zhuo nodded, retrieving a small booklet from his breast pocket and handing it to Song Luan. Is this a book? Song Luan's breath quickened as he accepted the booklet, casually flipping through a couple of pages. Indeed, it was a poetry collection. It is a poetry collection. Did you not claim to be inept at spontaneous poetry, fearing embarrassment if you could not compose in public? You should take the time to memorize a few poems, and you will not feel ashamed. Every word Dong Zhuo spoke seemed to express genuine concern for Song Luan. Taking a deep breath, Song Luan strove to keep his voice steady. Zhuo, you didn't write all these poems, did you? Yes, these poems have not been seen by anyone. Alu, you can trust that you will memorize them effortlessly. Dong Zhuo amiably patted Song Luan's shoulder. Song Luan tucked the poetry collection into his bosom, his tone laden with meaning. Zhuo, you are indeed a good friend, always considering my needs. Dong Zhuo smiled, of course, for you are my only good friend. By the time they reached the mountain's midpoint, the other students were already seated in the pavilion, awaiting their arrival. Alu, come here quickly. We have been waiting for you. Someone shouted, entirely disregarding Dong Zhuo. Song Luan assisted Dong Zhuo into the pavilion. Although the other students were reluctant to make room for Dong Zhuo, they acquiesced out of respect for Song Luan. Alu, sit with me. Alu, I have space here. The classmates eagerly beckoned for Song Luan to join them. Having spoken, Song Luan slipped away. The others had little to say and began conversing with their respective friends. Dong was sat among them, his head bowed and fists clenched tightly, feeling as though he were an outcast. No one addressed him, save for Alu. But now Alu was not present. Song Luan had moved a short distance from the pavilion. He took out the poetry booklet from his bosom, his gaze laden with complexity. Thus far, the contents of his sister's prophetic dream had aligned perfectly. He could not memorize the poems contained within this booklet. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by an arrow striking the poetry collection in Song Luan's hand. The force of the arrow jolted his hand, causing the booklet to fall to the ground. I beg your pardon, fifth young master. My subordinate did not realize this was a book. I thought it was a dangerous object that had ensnared your hand. A guard disguised as a servant rushed over, bowing his head and kneeling on one knee before Song Luan. Song Luan frowned, finding the guard's words peculiar, and his actions even more so. Yet the guard's concern was genuine. If the booklet was pierced, it was pierced. It could still be read. No matter. Just remove the arrow. I still have use for this poetry collection. The guard extracted the arrow and handed the booklet back to Song Luan. Fifth young master. I just heard the young masters in the pavilion calling for you. You should hurry back. The guard urged, prompting Song Luan, who had been contemplating examining the poetry collection, to hesitate before tucking it back into his bosom and heading toward the pavilion. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had fulfilled the lady's request. Soon, he would only need to escort the young masters down the mountain safely. He chose to sit beside Dong Zhuo. As he settled in, he immediately sensed Dong Zhuo's elation. Song Luan pressed his lips together, suppressing the complex emotions in his eyes. The poetry session commenced. In a Huangzi class, not every student was adept at spontaneous poetry. Those who struggled to compose felt no embarrassment. Instead, they laughed heartily with everyone else. The atmosphere was delightful. When it was Song Luan's turn, he pondered for a moment and crafted a poem, the quality of which would depend entirely on personal opinion. His classmates applauded enthusiastically. Sitting beside Song Luan, Dong Zhuo listened intently to the verses he had never heard before, confusion flickering in his eyes. Why did Alu not recite from the poetry booklet? Zhuo, it is your turn. What are you daydreaming about? Song Luan settled down, playfully nudging the distracted Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo's eyes flickered momentarily. No, I was merely contemplating the poem you composed earlier. Rising to his feet, he spontaneously recited a verse, but his classmates, lacking enthusiasm, offered only a sparse applause out of respect for Song Luan. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a brief exchange, they resumed their ascent. At the mountain's summit, there lay a temple, and they decided to descend to offer incense. Song Luan lingered behind, accompanying Dong Zhuo. Seemingly casual, Dong Zhuo broached a question that had been troubling him. Alu, your poem earlier appeared to deviate from the contents of the poetry book I provided you. Indeed, it was not from the book. Inspiration struck unexpectedly, and I spontaneously crafted a poem. How was it? Quite commendable, I hope. Song Luan smiled, as though nothing had transpired. Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, very commendable. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they entered the temple to offer their prayers. Outside, Song Luan surveyed his surroundings and recalled his sister's heartfelt words, prompting him to inquire of Dong Zhuo. Zhuo, do you know which path leads down the mountain? I heard from others that the ascent and descent are not along the same route. Yes, it is that way, Dong Zhuo replied, indicating a path. All right, I shall remember. Zhuo, please wait here a moment while I attend to something. With that, Song Luan slipped away, heading toward the route Dong Zhuo had indicated. Dong Zhuo, lost in thought, watched Song Luan until he vanished from sight. After taking just 2 steps down the indicated path, Song Luan encountered a stealthy guard sent by his father, wielding a hoe and digging into the earth. Fifth young master, please do not take this path. I just examined the surrounding trails, and this one leads to a dead end. Continuing down will result in a fall. The guard stepped forward, gesturing toward a different path. Song Luan felt a growing sense of unease. He understood that his parents had sent guards for his protection, yet this guard seemed to possess knowledge beyond mere duty. The earlier arrows aimed at the poetry book, and now this hoe digging a dead end. Both seemed to obstruct him from following the course foretold in his sister's prophetic dream. Fifth young master, I shall secure this path to prevent your classmates from venturing here, the guard said, resuming his digging. Besides this route, are there other paths that might pose danger? Song Luan suddenly inquired. There is another path, though it is not a dead end. With some luck, it may be safe. Which path is that? Tell me. The guard hesitated. Fifth young master, The prince and princess sent me to protect you. I will not be harmed. I simply wish to know which path you refer to. Song Luan's tone was resolute. Alu, you have finally made it up. Come offer your incense. We are almost finished and plan to descend. A classmate, noticing Song Luan's arrival, called out. All right, I shall join you to offer my incense. Please wait a moment. Song Luan replied with a smile before quickly entering to light his incense and emerging shortly thereafter. Alu, do you know which path leads down? We heard there are several routes. A classmate finally asked this question. I know, I will guide you. We can exit through the side door. It is nearer. Chapter 16. What does he truly intend? Song Luan stated, leading his classmates out of the temple through the side door. This path will take you down the mountain. Just be cautious. Alu, are you not descending with us? A classmate, noticing Song Luan's reluctance to join them, inquired curiously. Song Luan smiled, and those around him perceived no unusual behavior. Very well, we shall go ahead. Alu, I must advise you to be cautious of Dong Zhuo. He is not as innocent as he appears. Thank you for your warning. I shall be careful. You too, take care, Song Luan replied, suppressing his smile. In the past, he would have dismissed such warnings, even believing that others misunderstood Dong Zhuo due to his status as a born son. However, now, his sister's prophetic dream had saved him, allowing him to escape the web of confusion and reassess Dong Zhuo from an outsider's perspective. Dong Zhuo was indeed and not the taciturn classmate he once knew. Perhaps he had not changed at all. He had simply ceased to pretend. Zhuo, I apologize for the wait. I was suddenly struck by a stomachache, which delayed me for a moment. Noticing the beads of sweat on Song Luan's forehead, Dong Zhuo thought little of it. It is fine. It has not been long. Do you wish to return to the temple to offer incense? Song Luan shook his head. No, I shall not. Would you? Do you wish to? I too shall abstain. Alu, you know I have never believed in deities. If such beings existed, there would not be so many people suffering. After speaking, Dong Zhuo turned to glance at the temple, uncertain if others remained inside. They have already descended. I just saw them lingering around me earlier. Uncertain of the path down, I directed them toward the route you mentioned and watched as they departed. Since you do not wish to offer incense, let us descend. As Song Luan spoke, he intently scrutinized Dong Zhuo's eyes, not missing even the slightest shift in emotion. Indeed, he detected a fleeting glimmer of joy and intent in Dong Zhuo's gaze. A weight settled heavily in Song Luan's heart. Well, there are several paths down. Since they chose that route, let's take a different one. Indeed, I noticed another path and had my servant check it. There are no issues along the way. Let's proceed that way. Without waiting for Dong Zhuo's reaction, Song Luan took his arm and guided him toward another path. Dong Zhuo did not ponder further. He had already surveyed the routes. And apart from the one the group of fools had taken, which led to a dead end, the other paths were quite safe. Today's plan was proceeding smoothly. Soon, Alu would be his sole companion. The joy and excitement in Dong Zhuo's eyes nearly overflowed. As they descended, the journey continued without incident until they reached a point on the slope where Song Luan's foot unexpectedly slipped on something slick, causing him to lose his balance. Without releasing his grip on Dong Zhuo, they both tumbled down the slope together. The slope was blanketed in unshoveled snow, concealing any sharp stones or thorns beneath it. Dazed and disoriented from their tumble, they crashed into a large rock, finally coming to a halt. Song Luan gasped, feeling pain coursing through his body, uncertain whether it was from the cold or the sharpness of the slope. He had promised his mother and sister he would not be harmed. He had broken his word. Alu, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Dong Zhuo, whose injuries were evidently less severe than Song Luan's, took a moment to catch his breath before rising and pulling Song Luan from the snow to lean against a large tree. I might be hurt. What about you? Are you injured anywhere? Song Luan, leaning against the tree, observed Dong Zhuo standing before him. His gaze dropped to Dong Zhuo's feet. Zhuo, did you not twist your ankle? How is it that your foot appears so agile? Dong Zhuo stiffened, instinctively retracting his foot to avoid detection by Song Luan. Perhaps it is just numbed from the cold. I can hardly feel any pain. Alu, is not your servant accompanying you? Where is he? Dong Zhuo deftly shifted the topic, evading Song Luan's inquiry. Fifth young master, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. The guard's voice echoed from nearby. The guard's feet touched the ground as he gracefully leaped down the hillside. Wonderful, you finally arrived. Alu seems to be injured. Hurry and rescue him. Dong Zhuo urged anxiously, omitting any mention of himself. Song Luan gazed calmly at Dong Zhuo, suddenly feeling that he could not see through him. He was perplexed about Dong Zhuo's true intentions. Clearly, Dong Zhuo had exploited him, causing his classmates to despise him. Yet, if Dong Zhuo truly harbored animosity. He also seemed to care for him. What exactly was Dong Zhuo's objective? The guard swiftly scooped up both individuals in one motion, bringing them to safety. He rushed into the residence, carrying Song Lun, instructing the servants to prepare warm water to comfort him and to summon a doctor while informing the prince and princess of the situation. Prince Kong was not in the residence, so it fell to the still-recovering princess to manage affairs. This is not good. Princess, the fifth young master has been injured. A servant called out from outside the room. Inside, Yi Peizhu, who was soothing Song Jiujiu to sleep, felt her world darken upon hearing the news. She struggled to call on the servant waiting at the door. What has happened to Anur? How could he be injured? Chapter 17. The injury the maid was at a loss for words, simply relaying what she knew. Yi Peizhu, unable to leave her bed, worried for her fifth son, and sent Xiao Yun to investigate the matter. Song Jiujiu, having heard the servant's report, felt anxious, wishing she could fly to her elder brother's side to assess the situation. Did my brother indeed not escape unscathed? He was injured, but wait, he wasn't hurt in my dream. If today's events mirror my dream, then how could he be injured? Shouldn't any injuries occur only after the small examination? Did something truly change, leading to a different outcome for my brother? Oh, how curious. I long to see my brother. Song Jiujiu's inner thoughts calmed Yi Peizhu slightly. If Anur had not evaded today's calamity, then the events would align with those in Jiujiu's dream and he would not be injured, unless he had avoided it. Only then could an injury occur, diverging from Jiujiu's dream. Contemplating this, Yi Peizhu felt somewhat reassured. Although Anur was young, he was remarkably clever. His injury might even have been intentional. They would wait to see how the servants reported back. Does the baby worry for your elder brother? Fear not. Your brother will be fine. Stay here with your mother. Yi Peizhu gently reassured the little one, who was anxiously staring at her legs, her small face flushed with worry. My mother has an excellent disposition. Indeed, my brother will be all right. After a while, Shui Ta, the guard assigned by Prince Kong to protect Song Lun, came to report. He shared the day's events through a carved screen, concluding with the news of Song Lun's injury. Please punish me, for I failed in my duties. I only protected the students descending the mountain and was unable to safeguard the fifth young master, who tumbled down the slope. Yi Peizhu furrowed her brow, sensing that Anur had deliberately sent the guard away. However, she would need to inquire directly with Anur to ascertain the truth. Have someone go to the Guozi Academy tomorrow to request Anur a 3-day leave. Yi Peizhu meticulously arranged the subsequent matters, and Shui Ta took his leave. Fortunately, there were still a few days until Jiujiu's full moon celebration and the Guozi Academy's small examination, allowing Anur time to recuperate. Listening to my brother's condition, it should not be serious, yet I still wish to see him. But since mother has not fully recovered, I cannot leave the bed. I am but a newborn, even less able to endure the wind. Oh, how I lament being reborn as an infant. Song Jiujiu sighed internally, and Yi Peizhu felt the urge to sigh as well. She too wished to personally check on Anur. My lady, I visited the fifth young master's courtyard, and he was awake, appearing to be in good spirits. I inquired about today's events, and he informed me that his injury was intentional, as he wished to test why his friend would exploit him. He also expressed regret for having sustained an injury despite promising you and the young lady he would remain unharmed, asking that you not worry about him. As he is fine. Xiao Yun paused. My lady, though the fifth young master appears well, there seems to be a hint of sorrow in his expression, perhaps related to his friend's betrayal. Certainly, anyone who discovers their friend has treated them this way would be heartbroken. It seems the events align with my dream, except that my brother managed to avoid injury, allowing him to participate in the small examination unharmed. He must know who has wronged him. I hope he will resolutely sever ties with such a villain. Song Jiujiu felt relieved. As long as her brother was safe, that was what mattered. My lady, the young master is still quite young. How does he already possess his own secrets? When I asked him who exploited him, he would not divulge, and he instructed Shui Ta to keep it confidential. I am a master here. Prince Kong huffed, his face drawn tight. My father is truly childish. It is perfectly normal for my brother to have his own secrets. Just like me, even though I'm less than a month old, I too have my own secrets. Song Jiujiu proudly blew a bubble, blissfully unaware that her own secret was no secret at all. Prince Kong, his precious daughter dares to call him childish. His irritation mounted. Yi Peizhu suppressed a smile that threatened to break forth. Your Highness, perhaps Anur wishes to handle this matter himself, as that person is his friend. Prince Kong snorted. I shall see how he intends to manage it. In the middle of the night, Song Lun developed a fever. However, his constitution was robust. After taking medicine and sweating it out, he was fever-free by early morning. He sat propped up at the head of the bed, lost in thought when the guard entered. Fifth young master, the investigation you requested has yielded results. Shui Tuo had indeed become Song Luan's guard, as Prince Kong, angered by Shui Tuo's refusal to divulge Song Luan's secret, had sent him to shadow Song Luan instead. Shui Tuo eagerly assisted Song Luan in his inquiries. Song Luan felt a mix of apprehension. He had long known from his sister's thoughts about the origin of the poetry book. Yet, when Shui Tuo revealed that it was indeed Dong Zhuo who had someone steal it from his classmates' homes to compile it, his heart sank. If he had recited the poems belonging to his classmates in front of them yesterday, what would they think of him? Would they consider him a thief, lacking integrity? Certainly, they would, for that was how it played out in his sister's dream. Song Luan felt a chill wash over him, yet he was immensely grateful. Fortunately, his little sister had experienced a prophetic dream. Thankfully, he could hear her thoughts, thus avoiding this calamity. Chapter 18. What is his true objective? Did Dong Zhuo go to the Guozi Academy today? Song Luan inquired. No, he sent his servant to inform the academy that he was taking a leave of absence. The students in Huangzi class are aware of your and Dong Zhuo's injuries. I overheard them discussing how Dong Zhuo was responsible for your plight and that they intend to visit you at the residence. Song Luan's mind was in turmoil. He did not wish to feign cheerfulness for his classmates. If they truly came, he would simply tell them he was not receiving guests. Understood. When a midday break arrived, the students of Huangzi Ban indeed came to Kong Wang Fu. Shui Tuo had informed the steward, the fifth young master, of the intention of the students early in the morning, so they came and then left. Song Luan rested for an entire afternoon, but when he thought of Dong Zhuo, he became somewhat agitated. He could not comprehend why Dong Zhuo treated him this way. If he was despised and isolated by his peers, what benefit would that bring to Dong Zhuo? After much contemplation, unable to grasp the reasoning, Song Luan resolved to visit Dong Mansion in person to confront Dong Zhuo. This time, he was determined to ascertain Dong Zhuo's true intentions. As a precaution, he also had Shui Tuo disguise himself as a servant to accompany him. Upon arriving at Dong Mansion, Song Luan introduced himself and successfully brought Shui Tuo inside. Dong Zhuo's father was the Vice Minister of Rights and was currently absent from the residence. When Song Luan announced his desire to see Dong Zhuo, the servants did not inform Madame Dong, but instead led him directly to the courtyard where Dong Zhuo resided. Compared to Kong Wang Fu, Dong Mansion was not particularly large, yet it consisted of 3 courtyards. Dong Zhuo resided in the most remote area. As they walked, the surroundings grew increasingly dilapidated and desolate, causing Song Luan to furrow his brow. He was aware that Dong Zhuo was a bastard child and knew that Dong Zhuo's biological mother was originally a maid of Madame Dong, eventually becoming the concubine of Dong Shilang. Madame Dong, detesting this maid who had climbed the social ladder, also harbored disdain for Dong Zhuo. In recent years, with the passing of Dong Zhuo's biological mother, his situation had worsened considerably. However, he never imagined Dong Zhuo's circumstances were so dire. Madame Dong did not even pretend to be a magnanimous matron who treated her husband's illegitimate children as her own. She allowed Dong Zhuo to live in a remote courtyard, which was in a state of disrepair with peeling walls and missing roof tiles. Merely judging by the exterior of the courtyard, Song Luan found it hard to fathom how meager the interior must be. Young Master Song, the young master is inside. Please go in. The servant paused at the entrance of the courtyard, evidently reluctant to proceed. Song Luan entered the courtyard, noticing 2 patches of land, and suspected that Dong Zhuo might be growing vegetables for his own sustenance. The door to the house was closed, so Song Luan knocked and instructed Shui Tuo to stay outside while he entered. Inside, he heard coughing and the sound of shoes scraping against the floor, followed by the door being pulled open. Alu, what brings you here? Are you here to see me? The genuine surprise in Dong Zhuo's eyes left Song Luan increasingly perplexed. His expression was somewhat complex. Yes, let's go inside. Upon entering the room, it was as he had imagined. The interior could indeed be described as barren. The room was empty, containing only a 3-legged table and a rickety stool. Dong Zhuo wore an outer robe that was patched and worn. Song Luan found it difficult to imagine this was how Dong Zhuo lived at home, let alone that the illegitimate son of a vice minister of rights lived in such squalor. Did the vice minister know of his son's mistreatment by the mistress? Perhaps sensing Song Luan's gaze, Dong Zhuo self-consciously rubbed his nose. I apologize, Alu. My room is quite shabby. If you don't mind, please feel free to sit. Dong Zhuo gestured toward the rickety stool. If I sit on that stool, do you still have a seat for yourself? Song Luan looked at Dong Zhuo with a calm demeanor, devoid of any contempt or disdain. Yes, I do. Dong Zhuo retrieved a similarly wobbly chair from inside, and they sat around the rickety table. Alu, how is your health? You were injured as well, weren't you? I think your injury is more severe than mine. I intended to visit you tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to come see me first. Dong Zhuo smiled, glancing at the water jug on the table and shaking it. It's empty, Alu. Let me fetch some water for you. As Dong Zhuo stood to leave, Song Luan stopped him. Zhuo, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty. All right, but if you do feel thirsty, just let me know. Even though my place is quite shabby, I do have some water, Dong Zhuo said matter-of-factly, revealing his disheveled side to Song Luan without a hint of shame. By the way, Alu, there won't be only the two of us injured for the mountain trip. Will there? Dong Zhuo casually remarked, but Song Luan could discern he was probing for information. Song Luan pursed his lips, fixing his gaze on Dong Zhuo. Only the two of us were injured. Does that differ from what you expected? After all, you intended for our classmates to walk down a path that would lead to their downfall. Dong Zhuo's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal as he continued to smile. Oh, look, what are you talking about? What expectation? I have no expectations. As for the path you mentioned, I'm not quite following your words. Is the poetry book you gave me genuinely written by you? It's not something you had someone steal from other classmates, is it? The path you pointed out for descending the mountain isn't truly a dead end, is it? Zhuo, stop pretending. I already know what you intended to do. Otherwise, why would only the two of us be injured? Song Luan articulated each word clearly. Watching as Dong Zhuo could no longer maintain his facade, the smile slowly fading from his face. Alu, who told you something? No one said anything, Zhuo. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. I have been contemplating why you would do this, but I cannot fathom it. I can sense your concern for me. I know you consider me a friend. But why do you wish to use me to harm our classmates? If your scheme succeeds, it would be I who is suspected of poor character and disliked by our peers. Is this what you wish to see? Chapter 19. The malice of possessiveness. Song Luan fixed his gaze steadily upon Dong Zhuo, his voice steady as he questioned. Song Luan had a gentle temperament. Even in his inquiries, there was no hint of aggression. Dong Zhuo's eyelids twitched, a chill creeping through his limbs. Alu had already guessed the truth. Dong Zhuo took a deep breath, his pale, emaciated face revealing a sickly expression. Yes, this is what I wish to see, Alu. You have many friends, but I have only you. If your friends distance themselves from you, then I become your sole companion. I merely desire to be your only friend. Is that wrong? I have thought it through. Even if I do this, our classmates will not come to despise you. They will not openly express their disdain for you because you are the emperor's grandson. They will still treat you as a friend. I will not harm you, Alu. I just wish to become your only friend through this method. Song Luan looked at Dong Zhuo in confusion. Aren't we already friends? You know I enjoy making friends. I cannot possibly have only you as my friend. Zhuo, you can make friends with me too. How is that impossible? As long as your friends do not consider you a friend, I will be your only friend, right? Dong Zhuo grew agitated, raising his voice slightly. Song Luan shook his head. I do not understand why you think this way. I know our classmates look down on you because of your status as a bastard child. I also know you look down on them, so I never force you to befriend them like I do. But you cannot use me to harm them, and then use them to harm me. Zhuo, you have disappointed me greatly. Please reflect on this. The small examination is just around the corner. Take care of your health and participate in it. With that, Song Luan stood up, preparing to leave. Dong Zhuo, in a state of panic, reached out to grasp Song Luan's arm. Alu, are you no longer willing to be friends with me? Do you now harbor disdain for me? Alu, you are my only friend. If you disregard me, I fear no one else will pay me any heed. Song Luan's character and upbringing prevent him from uttering harsh words. Alu, I will not sever our ties or ignore you, but I hope you can reflect upon your own actions. If you still believe you are blameless, I must ponder whether our friendship can endure. Song Luan freed himself from Dong Zhuo's grip and exited the room. As the door swung open, a chill breeze swept in, penetrating both the room and Dong Zhuo's heart. Observing Song Luan's resolute departure, Dong Zhuo felt as though a void had opened within him. Even in disappointment, Alu still cares for his well-being. Such a good friend, such a treasure companion. He truly does not wish to lose him. Has he truly erred? Yi Peizhu gently admonished, reaching out to feel Song Luan's forehead. Have you severed your friendship? Song Jiujiu, brimming with curiosity, waved her little hand to capture her elder brother's attention. Mother, fret not. I'm not cold. Song Luan had just warmed himself by the fire in the outer room, and he approached his little sister's bed to gently poke her soft cheek. Do you miss your brother? I do. So please tell me what happened. Mother is curious too. Who will initiate the conversation? And isn't fifth brother injured? How is the wound? Song Jiujiu expressed her concern with urgency. I heard from Shui Hua that you were injured on your back. Let me see. Yi Peizhu spoke, her voice laced with maternal worry. Mother, my back bears only minor scratches, merely from thorns on the hillside. It's nothing serious, Song Luan reassured her, willingly revealing his back to show the minor injuries. Fortunately, they were not grave, and a bit of ointment would suffice for healing. Yi Peizhu felt a sense of relief wash over her. About that friend of yours, she began, uncertain if her son would wish to discuss it. Mother, are you aware that the Minister of Rights, Dong Shilang, has an illegitimate son? Yi Peizhu pondered, recalling what she had heard. Yes, I remember. It is said that Dong Shilang and his wife were very affectionate, but later, the maidservant who attended Dong Foreign became his concubine. Subsequently, this concubine bore a son, but she sadly passed away a few years ago. I have heard that the illegitimate son has not fared well in the household. His mother died. The main wife despised him, and his father regarded him as a disgrace, neglecting him and allowing the main wife to mistreat him. Yi Peizhu paused, her brows knitted in concern. Could the classmate who has taken advantage of you be Dong Shilang's illegitimate son? Song Luan nodded and recounted the events of their ascent up the mountain and the recent happenings at the Dong residence. Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu sighed. Anya, perhaps I understand why Dong Zhuo has acted as he has. Song Luan settled beside his mother, anticipation filling his gaze. Some individuals possess a desire for possession over others. Dong Zhuo regards you as his friend, his sole companion, and his possessiveness and friendship leads him to wish for you to be as isolated as he is. He has you as his only friend, while you have many. His actions are intended to alienate your other friends from you, leaving him as your sole companion, thus securing his position in your life. This desire for possession is a tragic flaw. He is a pitiable child, yearning to safeguard the little affection he has received. Yes, it is I. He fears losing his only friend to others, worried you may cease to be his companion. Dong Zhuo is merely 8 years old, a sentiment typical for children of your age. Chapter 20. He is the only friend who helps fifth brother seek revenge. What I am saying is not to excuse Dong Zhuo's behavior, nor to suggest that what he did was right. If you had not avoided these matters yesterday, I shudder to think of what may have transpired. The future of your relationship with Dong Zhuo is something you must contemplate, and regardless of your decision, I will support you. Yi Peizhu spoke softly, tenderly stroking Song Luan's head. Mother is correct. Is it not merely the influence of possessiveness? Dong Zhuo may view my fifth brother as his only light. If that light were to abandon him, what fate would await him? Moreover, the previous Minister of Rights did not bear the surname Dong. I overheard discussions suggesting that the last minister was murdered by his own son, who subsequently set fire to the entire household, resulting in the deaths of all within. Could it be that the one who killed the minister and set the fire was Dong Zhuo? I wonder what transpired after fifth brother drowned, leading Dong Zhuo to bring his entire family to ruin. Dong Zhuo's father and the main wife treated him poorly, unless he provoked them into wrath. He would not have acted so fiercely. I wish I could continue to have prophetic dreams to glimpse what unfolded in his past life. In this life, my fifth brother has avoided the schemes laid by Dong Zhuo and has not been nearly killed by his classmates. Yet, fate may still intertwine with Dong Zhuo's. Knowing what lies ahead for him might assist my fifth brother. Alas, I am unable to articulate my thoughts, even if I wish to help my brother. I must find a way to communicate with him. Song Jiujiu sighed deeply, her eyelids growing heavy. It's time to sleep. My little mind cannot handle such complex matters. With that, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Her chubby little face, resting sideways, appeared even more adorable. Song Luan, hearing his sister's thoughts, felt a pang of anxiety. In a past life, Dong Zhuo had killed his father and set the entire Dong residence ablaze. What calamity had befallen Dong Zhuo to commit such drastic acts? Concerned for his friend, Song Luan rose and spoke softly. Go to sleep, Iner. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Understand? If you encounter anything troubling, come speak to me. All right? Yi Peizhu looked at her fifth son with worry, gently admonishing him. Yes, I will, Song Luan replied, forcing a smile as he tucked his sister's blanket before departing. He hoped his sister would once again dream of the events surrounding Dong Zhuo's past life. Should fate allow, he wished to help Dong Zhuo alter his destiny. As Song Luan wished, Song Jiujiu fell into a dream. The images unfolded one after another, akin to a fleeting panorama. Upon awakening, she remained somewhat dazed. the visions from her dream lingering in her mind. The baby has awakened. Are you hungry? Yi Peizhu, ever attentive to her daughter, summoned Chuyun to bring her over. Song Jiujiu opened her eyes to behold her beautiful mother, smacking her lips. I am hungry. Dreaming consumes much energy, and I must drink more. Yi Peizhu, suspecting her daughter had experienced another prophetic dream, cradled her and encouraged her to drink her fill. Song Jiujiu happily gulped down her nourishment, feeling satisfied at last. After a hearty drink, she let out a baby burp, feeling quite full. Yi Peizhu reached out to pat her round little belly, noting, the baby's tummy is quite full, no more to drink. Having indulged a little too much, I have decided to abstain from further drinking. I'm left wondering how my fifth brother will navigate the intricacies surrounding Dongjua. I had a prophetic dream earlier, and alas, it seems Dongjua's fate is quite tragic. Moreover, my brother's near drowning was evidently no accident. One could argue that Dongjua has avenged him. Despite my brother having forged numerous friendships, it appears that only Dongjua has taken it upon himself to seek retribution on his behalf. Song Jiujiu could not help but sigh inwardly. With a deep breath, she inadvertently blew a bubble and, in a moment of distraction, wet the bed. Let be. Let be. It's merely a phase that will pass in a few months. Once I turn one, I shall surely outgrow this. Yi Peizhu congelit hervorius, sensing that the little one had indeed had an accident. Chuyun, please attend to the baby and change her diaper. Chuyun complied and gently carried Song Jiujiu away. Just then, a noise from outside caught Yi Peizhu's attention, and she turned to see her fourth son, Song Zixian, entering. He was still toying with a string of prayer beads as he approached his mother's south resting place. Mother, are you feeling better today? He inquired with a hint of a smile. I am improving. In a few days, I shall be out of confinement. Zixian, have you had a chance to visit your fifth brother? Yi Peizhu pondered how her son, despite being only 9 years old, exhibited such maturity and rationality. Perhaps after speaking with an heir, he might offer some insights. I have seen him. He shared the recent events with me, and I sensed he has formed his own opinions, so I refrained from adding anything further. Song Zixian's words resonated with Yi Peizhu's thoughts. She nodded. Zixian, how are you faring in the Xian class with your classmates? She realized she had not paid much attention to her son's academic life at the Guizi school. He was so independent that sometimes she would forget he was just a child of 9. Song Zixian smiled gently. I'm getting along well. Mother, do not worry. In a few days, it will be my sister's full moon celebration. I have heard from father that the emperor has decreed that the celebration should take place in the palace. Thinking of her other 3 sons, Yi Peizhu felt a wave of concern wash over her. Your second brother's health is fragile. Traveling may not be good for him. Although I desire for our family to be together for Jiujiu's celebration, we can only let things unfold naturally. Indeed, mother, this is a gift I have prepared in advance for my sister's full moon. Song Zixian said, producing a delicate wooden box. Inside lay a string of small prayer beads, blessed by the temple's abbot to ward off malevolent spirits. Yi Peizhu opened the box and marveled at the beautiful beads. They are exquisite. Your sister will undoubtedly cherish them. I wish to see. Let me see. Song Jiujiu exclaimed, stretching her tiny hands and kicking her feet in excitement. With a twinkle in his eyes, Song Zixian took the bead from his mother's hand and held them up before his little sister. Do you like them, sister? Song Jiujiu gazed wide-eyed at the beads. I love them. They are beautiful. My fourth brother must be a true child of the Buddha. Any beads that pass through his hands surely possess protective qualities. With delight, Song Jiujiu extended her tiny hands. Put them on me. Seeing her sister's joy, Song Zixian agreed, recognizing the importance of the beads for a child susceptible to spirits. The beads were specifically sought for Song Jiujiu, small in size, perfectly suited for an infant. As Song Jiujiu waved her hands, admiring the beads on her wrist, it was evident she adored the gift from her fourth brother. Yi Peizhu smiled tenderly, appreciating the sparkle in her daughter's eyes. After spending some time with his mother and sister, Song Zixian took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Song Luan arrived, contemplating that if his little sixth sister had indeed experienced a prophetic dream, she might have awakened by now, allowing him to hear her innermost thoughts. Song Luan had timed his visit perfectly. Yi Peizhu, unaware of her son's intentions to glean insights from his sister, assumed he was still grappling with the matter of Dongjua and had come to discuss it with her. As they conversed, Song Luan discreetly listened for any signs of his sister's sentiments. What can I do to make my fifth brother aware of the events from our past life? It seems there is no feasible way unless I could speak right now. Yet, even if I could, I doubt he would believe me. It troubles me greatly. I never anticipated that his near drowning was orchestrated. My father, a capable man, could not uncover the truth behind it. Yet, it is not entirely his fault. The malevolence had plotted in advance, creating a FAOD. It is surprising that Dong Zhuo managed to uncover the truth and avenge my brother. Aside from Dong Zhuo, there are no virtuous individuals within the Ministry of Rights. Though my brother has evaded disaster in this life, he must remain vigilant against Dong Zhuo's family, particularly his brother, whose name escapes me, but he is truly wicked. His influence was evident in my brother's near drowning. I wonder if my brother will sever ties with Dong Zhuo in this life. If he does, perhaps he can avoid such a calamity. If that happens, he will not meet such a tragic end at a tender age. Yes, that is it. I implore my brother to cut ties with Dong Zhuo without delay. Song Jiujiu sorted through the vivid images from her prophetic dream, animatedly attempting to convey her emotions to her brother. Song Luan's eyes flickered, his heart stirred, and he felt a lump in his throat. So, was it truly because of him that Dong Zhuo had killed his father and set fire to the Dong family? To avenge him? What merit did he possess to deserve such profound loyalty from Dong Zhuo? Suddenly, standing by the bedside, Song Luan rose abruptly. Mother, I have just recalled something urgent that I must attend to. I shall take my leave now. Sister, I shall return to see you soon. He quickly uttered his words and hastily departed. Yi Peizhu observed her fifth son's hurried demeanor and intended to inquire further, but the words remained unspoken. It was apparent that her child had grown and needed his privacy. Reflecting on her daughter's sentiments, Yi Peizhu sighed internally. Had it not been for an heir's unchanged expression and tone, she might have doubted whether he had indeed heard Jiu's thoughts, compelling him to rush off to find Dong Zhuo. The ability to hear Jiu's thoughts seemed too mystical, a gift meant solely for her. She decided to wait and see how an heir would choose to navigate his future relationship with Dong Zhuo. Regardless of his decisions, she, as a mother, would support him. At the very least, she would ensure that the past would not repeat itself by having the prince assign several capable guards to protect an heir. Today marked the full moon celebration for Song Jiujiu. Yet, even as the day dawned, no guest had arrived. Rising before the sun, she instructed Qiu Yun to assist her with incense and bathing. After preparing herself, Yi Peizhu felt revitalized. The baby was awake. Today was the day of the celebration, and Mother had prepared a beautiful little red outfit for her. Wearing it, they would resemble exquisite dolls from traditional painting. Yi Peizhu cooed softly to Song Jiujiu as she lifted her from the crib. Mother looks beautiful. You smell delightful. Today I'm 1 month old. Time flies swiftly, and soon this little one will celebrate her first birthday. On that day, I will be able to save our entire family. Song Jiujiu beamed with joy, though her happiness was fleeting. She recalled that on this very day in her previous life, the celebration that should have been hers, the full month ceremony, had instead belonged to the false daughter, Song Xiao. On that day, she too had spent her full month ceremony within the palace, yet the spotlight had not been on her. Moreover, there had been assassins lurking. In her past life, the assassin had failed to harm Song Xiao, but had instead wounded her mother. What if the same fate befell her mother again this time? The full month ceremony, after all, was not an absolute necessity. How could she ensure that today's celebration passed without incident? If only some unforeseen event could alter the course of her life from what it had been before. Song Jiujiu was filled with sorrow and could only let out a few cries with her tender voice. Why is my precious daughter crying? Do you miss your father? King Kong, dressed in a deep blue brocade robe, entered with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes crinkling with happiness as he gazed at his beloved daughter, who looked exquisite in her little red outfit. Father, do you know there will be an assassination during the full month ceremony today? I wonder if you could be cautious and bring in the secret guards to protect our family. I do not want my mother to be harmed. She was injured during the full month ceremony in my last life, and her health has never fully recovered since. If only they could avoid this calamity. The palace was like a den of dragons and tigers, who would willingly venture inside. Upon hearing his daughter's heartfelt thoughts and seeing her worry etched upon her chubby face, King Kong gently grasped her small hand. Today is the baby's full month ceremony, and soon we shall enter the palace to meet your grandmother. She is very kind and will surely adore the baby. We cannot avoid entering the palace today, but I fear what may transpire within. Perhaps we should bring the secret guards with us? Yi Peizhu could only express her concerns in this manner. King Kong nodded. Acknowledging that the secret guards and bodyguards could not enter the palace with their weapons, he decided to have the secret guards disguise themselves as personal servants to accompany them into the palace. Should anything happen, these disguised guards would still be able to protect you and our daughter. Just as he pondered how to convey his prearranged plans, his wife broached the subject, allowing him to share his thoughts seamlessly. Indeed, her intuition proved accurate. His daughter's concerns indicated that an assassination would take place in the palace today. No matter what, he would ensure that the assassin was apprehended and that both his wife and daughter remained safe. Prepared and eager, Song Zixian and Song Lu had arrived at Jiujiu courtyard, and the family was ready to enter the palace. Their only regret was the absence of 3 family members. However, at this point there was no remedy. The family settled into their spacious carriage and began their slow journey toward the palace. Song Jiujiu nestled in her mother's embrace, occasionally sighing deeply. Yi Peizhu and King Kong, both aware of the situation, felt compelled to sigh along with her. Uninformed, Song Zixian and Song Luan exchanged puzzled glances. "Mother, is it possible that my sister is hungry? Why does she keep sighing?" Song Luan inquired. "Before we left, I just fed Jiu. Perhaps she did not sleep well last night. She is rather well behaved, only sighing without fussing." Yi Peizhu offered in defense of her daughter. "I am not hungry. I'm just worried. Just worried. Even though my father has disguised the secret guards as servants to accompany us into the palace, who knows if they can withstand the assassins or the intentions of the old emperor? Truly, he has so many grandsons. Which other grandson has had their full-month ceremony conducted in the palace? He insists on having my celebration held here. He is creating enemies for us in the Kong family. Enemies for me. I wonder who will attend my full-month ceremony today. I hope everything goes smoothly." Song Jiujiu lamented, letting out another soft sigh. Assassins. Secret guards. Could it be that an assassination occurred on this day in my past life? Who was the assassin? Song Xian's brow furrowed slightly as he quickened the pace of his fingers moving over the prayer beads. As the carriage came to a halt at the palace gates, it was customary for carriages not to enter the palace grounds. As King Kong's family prepared to alight, the guards at the gate stepped forward to offer their greetings. "Your Highness, the Emperor has issued an edict. As the Crown Princess has just emerged from confinement, and the young lady is quite small, she should not be exposed to the cold wind. You may proceed into the palace in the carriage without disembarking." The guard's voice was loud enough for those in nearby carriages to hear. King Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. "In that case, I thank the Emperor for his consideration." The carriage slowly moved through the palace gates, and the family could faintly hear whispers from onlookers. Indeed, King Kong is favored by the Emperor. How considerate he is toward his family. Yes, after all, King Kong's mother is the Emperor's most cherished consort. Despite the many grandchildren, the Emperor has never permitted anyone else's full-month ceremony to be held in the palace. It seems the Emperor must have a fondness for his granddaughter. Or perhaps it is King Kong's daughter he adores. "Hush! Keep your voices down. We must not discuss royal matters." The murmurs gradually faded, and King Kong's lips pressed tightly together, his expression inscrutable. The family remained silent until their carriage came to a stop before the old emperor's quarters. Qiankun Belas. They disembarked, and the chief eunuch, Gonggong Fuchuan, stood at the entrance with a smile, holding a feather duster. "I have had the pleasure of meeting the prince and princess, as well as the 2 young masters and young lady. His Majesty has been awaiting you." As they entered the inner hall, they immediately spotted the old emperor, donned in a bright yellow dragon robe, standing at a table, wielding a brush with great flourish as he wrote. The family bowed in greeting, and the old emperor set down the brush and approached them. "You need not be overly formal. I have not seen Zixian and an for quite some time. You have both grown taller." He turned to Yi Peizhu, "My daughter-in-law. You have worked hard. You have given birth to a lovely granddaughter. Come, let me hold her." The old emperor reached out his arms, eager to embrace Song Jiujiu. Yi Peizhu felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively tightened her grip on her daughter. She hesitated to hand her daughter over to the old emperor, her daughter's previous thoughts creating a sense of wariness within her. What if the old emperor, in a fit of anger, were to drop her? Noticing Yi Peizhu's reluctance, the old emperor lowered his head, his gaze piercing and filled with pressure as he fixated on her. "What troubles you, daughter-in-law? Am I not allowed to hold my own granddaughter?" The oppressive aura from the old emperor made Yi Peizhu break into a cold sweat. King Kong stepped forward to shield his wife and daughter. "Father, my wife did not mean it that way. She is merely feeling intimidated by your imposing presence." Besides, Jiujiu may cry, and we do not wish to disturb you. Upon hearing this, the old emperor relaxed his expression. Daughter-in-law, you have been in the royal family for over a decade. How can you still fear me? A crying granddaughter is of no concern. Come, let me hold her. Yi Peizhu bit her lip, hesitant. Mother, let the old emperor hold me. He will not harm me now, Song Jiujiu thought, waving her tiny hands toward the old emperor as if beckoning him to embrace her. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, I am rather anxious. Jiujiu wishes to be held by her royal grandfather and has reached out her little hands. Yi Peizhu spoke, her hands trembling slightly as she handed the swaddled infant to the old emperor. It was evident that the old emperor was unfamiliar with cradling a child, his movements awkward and incorrect. Watching her daughter being held in such an uncomfortable manner, Yi Peizhu felt a pang of heartache. In Chapter 23, the old emperor found himself unexpectedly dampened by the infant's actions. Oh dear, does the old emperor even know how to hold child? I'm being choked, cried Song Jiushi in her thoughts, bursting into tears. The old emperor was caught off guard by her wails. Why is she crying? Your Highness, the child is uncomfortable in your grip. It should be done this way. Prince Kong, feeling for his daughter, quickly adjusted her position to provide comfort. Once settled, Song Jiushi ceased her sobbing. The old emperor realized that holding a child required a different approach, and, to his surprise, the infant had quieted down. This is the first time I have held a child in my long life. I was too occupied with state affairs to hold you when you were small, he reflected. Humph, what does the old emperor mean by that? Is he trying to convey to my parents that he dotes on me, or that I hold a special place in his heart? Everyone knows the old emperor's true intentions. He is merely deceiving my naive father, Song Jiushi thought, her expression stiffening. Indeed, it is Jiushi's privilege, Prince Kong added dryly. What privilege? Who wants it? Old emperor, could you please stop holding me? It's so bothersome. I need to urinate. I might as well do it on him. I wonder if he can maintain his composure then. Song Jiushi giggled at the old emperor. The old emperor, amused by her laughter, found her charming. However, his amusement faded when he felt a dampness on his hand. What is this wetness? He wondered. Haha, what of it now? Am I still adorable? Song Jiushi beamed, playfully punching the old emperor's face with her tiny fist. Yi Peizhu yuchit in horror, fearing the old emperor might react with anger and toss her daughter aside. Your Majesty, forgive her. Jiushi is still young and did not mean it. I shall take her away for a moment, she urged, boldly reaching to take Song Jiushi from the old emperor's grasp. As Yi Peizhu lifted her daughter away, the Kong family noticed the old emperor's hand dripping with an unknown liquid. His countenance darkened significantly. The Kong family suppressed their laughter, exchanging glances of apprehension. Please forgive us. Your Majesty, my sister is but a child and did not mean to offend, they pleaded in unison. Father, forgive me. I apologize on behalf of Jiushi. Prince Kong added. Have I caused a disaster? My parents and brothers are all apologizing to the old emperor for me, Song Jiushi thought, waving her tiny hands, and soon broke into tears again. Daughter-in-law, please attend to the child, the old emperor instructed, sending the eunuch Fuqiuan to escort Yi Peizhu to the inner chamber. What are you three doing? Do you truly believe that I, as a grandfather, would hold a grudge against my newborn granddaughter? He inquired, narrowing his eyes at the bowing trio. Not at all. Your Majesty, I merely feel that Jiushi has offended you, Prince Kong quickly countered. Grandfather, I beg your pardon. My sister only acts this way because she likes you. I have heard that a child who is fond of someone tends to urinate on them, Song Luan stated earnestly. Song Zixian nodded in agreement, affirming he had also heard this notion. The old emperor's expression softened considerably upon hearing their words, realizing that he shared a bond with his granddaughter. In the inner chamber, Yi Peizhu and Xiaoyun, who had just entered from the main palace, changed Song Jiushi's diaper and dressed her in a little red outfit. Yi Peizhu, experienced in caring for 5 sons, had brought extra clothing. I wonder if the old emperor will punish my father and brothers. How petty of him to hold a grudge against a mere month-old baby. I am his true granddaughter. Yet he favors Song Xiao. If he is truly so petty, I might as well urinate on him again. This is the only form of retaliation I can manage at the moment. Song Jiushi sighed innocently. Yi Peizhu was pained by her daughter's thoughts. If the old emperor, as a grandfather, could not act kindly in this life, then her daughter had no need to regard him as such. Is my baby unhappy? Your little face is all scrunched up. Grandfather would never blame you. He is too kind-hearted to hold a grudge against such a young child. Come now, smile. You will still need to be held by grandfather later, she gently coaxed, mindful of the royal guard's presence. Yi Peizhu believed her daughter would understand her implication, but she evidently overestimated her intelligence. My mother is so kind-hearted, thinking the old emperor is a good man and that I should embrace him. Embrace is impossible, but I will certainly urinate. Yi Peizhu could not help but chuckle. As for the trio before the old emperor, they were immensely relieved that he could not hear their daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, she would be in grave danger. Once Yi Peizhu emerged from the inner chamber with Song Jiushi and Qiu Yun, the old emperor dismissed them under the pretense of needing to change clothes. Wanted to see the favored concubine. After the Kong family departed, the old emperor's expression darkened. Fuqian, I require a bath. He commanded. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Fuqian replied, understanding that the emperor was fastidious and had never encountered such an incident before. Had he not been unable to clean his hands due to injury, he might have resorted to extreme measures. Once the Kong family left the main palace and boarded their carriage to the concubine's quarters, they were meant to pay respects to the empress first, per protocol. However, since the old emperor had overlooked the empress to meet the concubine, they felt compelled to comply. In Chapter 24, the truth of death unfolds. Inside the carriage, Song Luan could not contain his laughter upon recalling the old emperor's dark expression. His laughter was infectious, prompting the others to join in merriment. What is my fifth brother laughing at? It's so amusing. I will join in too, ha, exclaimed Song Jiushi, flailing her tiny hands and kicking her legs as she giggled. Yi Peizhu, unable to resist, leaned down and kissed her daughter's chubby cheek. You are truly a clever little one. Hey, my beautiful mother praised me. The concubine's quarters were somewhat distant from the main palace. Despite being known as the emperor's most favored consort, she had not been assigned the closest chambers to the main palace. In the past decades, Prince Kong had never thought this unusual. However, after hearing his daughter's thoughts and realizing that the old emperor's affection for him and his mother might not be genuine, he began to ponder this matter more deeply. The more I ponder, the more I perceive that the affection bestowed by the old emperor may very well be a mere illusion. The carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Guifei's beautiful palace, where she, draped in her luxurious cloak, had been eagerly awaiting. Upon seeing the carriage stop, she joyfully approached. Mother, it is cold outside. You need not wait for us here, Prince Kong advised, noticing the pallor on his mother's face from the chill. Inside, I will be waiting idly. It is much better to see you sooner, the Guifei replied. Despite nearing 50, she maintained her beauty remarkably well, with her fair complexion showing no signs of wrinkles. Her eyes remained clear and bright, belaying her age, resembling those of a woman in her 20s. Yi Peizhu and her two children bowed to the Guifei, who looked upon them with delight. There is no need for such formalities. Do come inside. It is warm in here, she said, her spirits high, her cherry lips never ceasing to smile. But how unfortunate it is that today is the full-month celebration of my little granddaughter, and her three brothers could not attend. After expressing her regret, the Guifei settled beside Yi Peizhu, admiring the chubby little bundle in her arms. Your granddaughter is truly adorable. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a beauty. Peizhu, come, allow me to hold my granddaughter, the Guifei said, opening her arms expectantly. Yi Peizhu smiled and confidently handed Song Jiujiu over to the Guifei. The little girl gazed up at her grandmother with bright, sparkling eyes, her tiny nose twitching. I have yet to meet my imperial grandmother. She is so beautiful. Thankfully, I take after her looks. The Guifei smile faltered for a moment. Where did that voice come from? Prince Kong felt a jolt of unease upon hearing his daughter's thoughts. Had their mother passed away prematurely in a last life? But she had always been in good health. Could it be that in the previous life, the later Guifei lost the emperor's favor? Alas, it is a pity that such a beautiful imperial grandmother passed away before turning 60. She clearly died due to poisoning. Yet the old emperor insisted on proclaiming that she had committed an offense against him and took her own life. He even fabricated a scandal involving her supposed lover, tarnishing her memory with such slander. When my father heard this, he could hardly believe it and privately sent someone to investigate the truth of her death. Who knew the old emperor would deliberately expose evidence for my father's people to uncover. My father truly believed that the imperial grandmother had wronged the old emperor and ceased further inquiries. Alas, the truth of my grandmother's death has been buried. Song Jiujiu sighed, gazing at the living embodiment of her grandmother before her. The Guifei's heart tightened, now certain that she had indeed heard her granddaughter's thoughts. Such bizarre occurrences were not unfamiliar to her, yet she had not anticipated experiencing one firsthand. The words spoken by her granddaughter about the past. Was it truly how the emperor had treated her? The Gui Fei wished not to believe it. Yet her intuition told her that her granddaughter's musings were indeed true, echoes of events from a former life. Why does my little granddaughter sigh? Such a young age, and already sighing. It cannot be good, lest she sigh away her fortunes, the Gui Fei thought, momentarily suppressing her own concerns. Mother, the baby's name is Song Jiujiu. It was revealed to Peiju in a dream that she wished to name her this. Quite miraculous, isn't it? Prince Kong interjected with a forced smile, attempting to divert his thoughts from his daughter's previous sentiments. Song Jiujiu, that is a lovely name. Our Jiujiu is quite remarkable, capable of naming herself, the Gui Fei said affectionately, tapping the tip of Jiujiu's little nose. Actually, it is not my own choice. It was bestowed upon me by my adoptive parents in my last life. Grandmother smells so fragrant. Let me have another whiff. Jiujiu could not resist inhaling deeply once more. Had she caught a whiff of the fragrant sachet her grandmother wore? The Gui Fei, in response, retrieved a pale pink sachet embroidered with plum blossoms from her waist. It seems this is the source. Let me smell it again, Jiujiu said, reaching out to grasp the sachet from the Gui Fei's hand. The Gui Fei relented, allowing her to hold it. Jiujiu brought the sachet to her face, taking in its scent. This fragrance, I quite like it. I wonder what it contains. If you like the sachet, then it is yours. But little one, do not inhale too much fragrance. It is not good for your health. I shall entrust this sachet to your mother for safekeeping. Is that agreeable? The Gui Fei said, gently taking Jiujiu's small hand to reclaim the sachet. Jiujiu, upon hearing this, released her grip. Then let mother keep it for me. Chapter 25. In this life, she must live well. Yi Peiju inhaled the scent and found it delightful. She thanked the Gui Fei on behalf of Jiujiu. There is no need for such politeness. Maid Shui, please fetch my fragrances and prepare them, the Gui Fei instructed her trusted maid. Maid Shui complied, and soon returned with the fragrances. The amalgamation of scents was potent and somewhat overwhelming. Jiujiu could not help but let out a small sneeze. With so many fragrances, the scent becomes too much. Maid Shui, please set them aside, the Gui Fei said, fanning the air in front of Jiujiu with her hand. Maid Shui, is she the maid who attends to you, grandmother? I wonder how many maids are by your side. I remember in my last life, it was a maid who poisoned you, leading to your demise. Had you not been poisoned, you would have surely outlived the old emperor. I wonder if you are being poisoned by your current maid. How can I warn you and make you vigilant about those around you? I lament being but a voiceless baby. Jiujiu gazed up at her grandmother with bright, expressive eyes, murmuring in regret. The Gui Fei's heart sank once more upon hearing her granddaughter's thoughts. She had only Maid Shui attending to her. The others were merely engaged in menial tasks outside. Maid Shui was her most trusted maid, having forsaken the opportunity to leave the palace years ago to serve her for life. Such loyalty had endeared her to the Gui Fei, deepening her trust. If what her granddaughter said were true, then only Maid Shui could be the culprit. Maid Shui was responsible for her daily needs, providing ample opportunity to poison her without detection. The Gui Fei felt icy dread, her ears buzzing. No, she could not die so early. She had yet to witness her grandchildren grow and establish families. She must live well. The Gui Fei's resolve solidified. Meanwhile, Prince Kong, having heard his daughter's thoughts, regarded Maid Shui with increasing suspicion. It seemed he must find a way to ensure his mother purged the palace of any untrustworthy servants. The full-month celebration for Song Jiujiu was set for the evening, and at lunchtime, Prince Kang's family remained with the Gui Fei for their meal. Upon hearing this, the old emperor also came to the beautiful palace to dine with them. The sight of his father, mother, and wife and children gathered around the table filled Prince Kong with warmth. However, the echoes of his daughter's earlier thoughts lingered in his mind, making him wary of the old emperor's intentions, including the present moment. The heartfelt whispers of the daughter have never ceased, as if perpetually reminding him not to succumb to this illusory warmth. It smells so good. I want to eat chicken legs. Mother, please give me some meat. I crave meat. Why does my father gaze at the old emperor with such admiration? Father, you are being foolish. You regard the old emperor as a father, but the old emperor may not see you as a son. Please, father, wake up. Wang Kong replied, I am awake, I am awake. He vaguely discerned from his daughter's inner thoughts a sense of frustration at his ignorance. Throughout the meal, the old emperor displayed a considerate demeanor towards the favored consort. Song Jiujiu could hardly bear to witness it. The old emperor is truly repulsive. At his advanced age, Why does he emulate the youth? And he is so enamored of my grandmother. Surely, my grandmother is not in love. The old emperor is certainly not a good man. What kind of good man has 3 wives and 4 concubines, with 3,000 beauties in his harem? What kind of good man speaks ill of his beloved after she succumbs to poison? Upon hearing her words, the favored consort's well-maintained visage lost some of its luster. The granddaughter spoke the truth. The old emperor was indeed not a good man. While many believed that her favor with the emperor was a great honor, in reality, this honor, though seemingly resplendent, was also a death warrant. The other consorts in the palace would gladly see her perish. She had not anticipated that even Mei Chui, who would serve her for decades, had been bribed to poison her. Your Majesty, I have eaten my fill and do not wish for more. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. Please attend to them. With only 2 or 3 hours remaining until her granddaughter's full moon celebration, she urged them to stay and keep her company. The favored consort's smile did not reach her eyes as she encouraged the old emperor to depart. The old emperor felt that today, as favored consort, was somewhat peculiar. Clearly, she had been overjoyed to see him yesterday, wanting him to remain by her side. Why was she now so eager for him to leave? His suspicious nature could not help but wonder if someone had whispered something to her. Nevertheless, seeing her smiling and playing with Song Jiujiu, he speculated that perhaps she merely wished to spend more time with her granddaughter. After the old emperor took his leave, the favored consort's smile blossomed even brighter. The old emperor has finally departed. I feel so incensed upon seeing him. Grandmother, you smell delightful. Embrace me. Grandmother, hold on for a few more months. Once I grow a bit more and learn to speak, I will help you identify the villains. Song Jiujiu babbled, stretching her tiny hands toward her grandmother for a hug. Touched, the favored consort held her soft granddaughter close, reluctant to let go. Wang Kang's family remained in the Marin Hall until just before the full moon celebration commenced. During this time, several consorts from the harem sought an audience. But the favored consort denied them all. Those women, fully aware that her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren were present, had no good intentions in coming to ruin her moment. The full moon celebration for Song Jiujiu was held in the Yuming Hall. Quite spacious, the Yuming Hall had traditionally been utilized for grand palace banquets. Now, hosting Song Jiujiu's celebration, it showcased the old emperor's esteem for his little granddaughter. Before the ceremony commenced, Song Luan took a glance outside the hall, noticing a throng of attendees. The large Yuming Hall was nearly overflowing. Mother, there are so many people outside. When you carry my sister out, please be cautious, and do not easily hand her over to strangers. Song Luan earnestly cautioned her mother. Yi Peizhu gently patted Song Luan's head. I understand, now hurry along. My 5th brother is quite concerned about me, and I worry about him too. I wonder how he is faring with Dongjua. Why doesn't he ever mention it? I'm quite curious about what happens next, Song Jiujiu murmured as she stretched her little hand to grasp her 5th brother's clothing. Song Luan pinched his sister's chubby little hand before heading outside with his 4th brother to await the incense offering ceremony. Once the full moon celebration commenced, the lively outer hall gradually quieted down. Chapter 26. The full moon celebration. After the ceremonial proclamation was read, Wang Kong, accompanied by his 2 sons, proceeded to offer incense and pay respects to their ancestors. After completing these rituals, Yi Peizhu emerged from the inner hall, cradling the little Song Jiujiu, adorned in a small red jacket and a delicate cap. With her fair complexion accentuated by the red, she appeared even more exquisite. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like those of a doll from a traditional painting, endearing her to all. So many people. Song Jiujiu gasped in awe, her small mouth agape at the unfamiliar sight. Wang Kong gazed at his beloved wife as she approached with their precious daughter, his eyes filled with tenderness and joy. He placed the jade pendant he had prepared onto his daughter. Taking her from his wife's arms, he began the customary introductions. Among the 3,000 beauties in the old emperor's harem, the highest-ranking consorts were present, along with Wang Kang's 3 brothers who remained in the capital, accompanied by their families. Initially, Song Jiujiu was filled with excitement, but soon her little body began to tire. She was preoccupied with the thought of having yet to urinate on the old emperor, wishing to embarrass him. Fearing she might fall asleep soon, she did not want to prolong the introductions. It would be best to expedite the process. She turned her head towards the old emperor and stretched her little arms towards him. I want the old emperor to hold me. Father, please do not make me continue the introductions. I want the old emperor to hold me now. Hurry, hurry. If it takes any longer, I will fall asleep. We can do the introductions later. I cannot remember all these people. Song Jiujiu urged internally, her little arms reaching out, grunting softly to signal her father. Does Jiujiu wish for the emperor to hold her? Wang Kong recalled his daughter's thoughts in the Marin Hall, realizing her desire to urinate again on the old emperor. While he found the act impolite, he understood that a mere month-old infant could not grasp the concept of etiquette. Since his child wished to do so, how could, as her father, refuse? Father, Jiujiu wishes for you to hold her. She adores you, Wang Kong approached, smiling as he handed Song Jiujiu to the old emperor. Song Jiujiu eagerly opened her tiny arms, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. However, upon seeing her, the old emperor felt an unpleasant sensation reminiscent of warm urine, even detecting a nauseating odor stirring his stomach. He truly did not wish to hold this smelly child. Remaining silent, the old emperor's inaction puzzled those present. Wang Kong directly inquired, Father, do you not wish to hold Jiujiu? Do you not like her? The old emperor is afraid I will urinate on him again. Haha, how amusing. I intend to do it. Song Jiujiu felt a sense of pride, but pouted her little mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, particularly as her tiny arms continued to reach toward the old emperor. Her pitiful appearance stirred the compassion of the women present. Although the empress harbored disdain for the favored consort's son, she could not help but feel sympathy for the little girl with her reddened eyes and nose, appearing so aggrieved. Unable to restrain herself, the empress spoke, Your Majesty, please hold this little one. Look at how distressed she appears. Can you truly bear to deny her? Indeed, was it not out of affection for this granddaughter that the emperor permitted the celebration to be held in the palace? How could he resist holding such a cute and pitiable child? If your majesty does not wish to hold her, may I do so? She is utterly charming and so soft. How dare you speak so boldly? Do you not value your life? Hush, lower your voices. The surrounding individuals whispered among themselves. Yet their murmurs still reached the ears of the old emperor. A flicker of dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and a smile crept onto his aged face. Why are you all in such a hurry? I merely lost my train of thought for a moment, reminiscing about something else. How could I resist embracing my adorable little granddaughter? Come, let grandfather hold you. The old emperor rose and approached Wang Kong, cradling Song Jiujiu in his arms. Huh. The old emperor certainly knows how to concoct excuses. Not a soul would believe your words. Oh dear, has the old emperor's hand begun to shed skin? How many times has he washed them to be so disdainful of this little one's innocent nature? Song Jiujiu pouted, her heart filled with disdain for the old emperor's apparent distaste. Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu caught wind of their daughter's sentiments, their gazes unconsciously drifting towards the emperor's hands. Indeed, the skin on the old emperor's left hand had begun to peel, clearly a result of excessive washing, leaving it dry and cracked. Was the old emperor truly so dismissive of their daughter? Both Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu felt a twinge of discomfort. At the same time, they perceived the emperor's duplicity. So that was it. It was clear the emperor favored the beloved consort and, by extension, his granddaughter even more. The affection between grandparent and grandchild was truly touching. Look how fondly the little one clung to the emperor's dragon robe, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Indeed, moments ago, the little one had cried when she could not reach the emperor, and now, held in his embrace, her mouth was stretched into a beaming smile, utterly delightful. A mere falsehood from the old emperor instantly turned those present into mere reeds swaying in the wind. Song Jiujiu also caught wind of their discussions, her heart brimming with contempt. Those who sway with the wind are not to be trusted. I refuse to believe you truly buy into the old emperor's nonsense. It is merely because he holds the throne. Even if you do not believe, you must feign belief. Power is truly a wondrous thing. It can compel so many to utter falsehoods with their eyes wide open, blurring the lines between right and wrong. That's enough. I can relieve myself now. Song Jiujiu gazed at the old emperor with her bright, shiny eyes, beaming with innocence. Suddenly, she noticed the smile on the old emperor's face stiffen once more. Her joy only grew. The warm sensation in her hand sent a chill down the old emperor's spine, an involuntary shiver threatening to send the precious Song Jiujiu tumbling from his grasp. Heavens! Jiuer has wet herself on the emperor again. Your Majesty, forgive her. She did not do it on purpose. Daughter-in-law will take Jiuer to change. Yi Peizhu exclaimed, swiftly lifting Song Jiujiu from the old emperor's embrace. A conspicuous damp stain marked the old emperor's bright yellow dragon robe, droplets of an unidentified liquid trickling from his hand. The old emperor's expression management faltered, his countenance darkening instantly, an aura of displeasure and oppression radiating from him. Chapter 27. Assassination failed. This caused a collective gasp among those present. Surely, the emperor would not erupt in anger? After all, a child barely a month old could hardly be blamed for such an act. Could the emperor truly be angry over this? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, silence enveloping the room. Could it be? Is the old emperor truly angry? He wouldn't scold me, would he? I might just cry. Song Jiujiu wailed, tears streaming down her face, her lamentations pitifully heart-wrenching. Your Majesty, forgive me. I shall change the child's garments. Perhaps she is uncomfortable in her damp clothes, which is why she cried. I take my leave. Jiujiu boldly stated before hastily departing. Her actions only served to heighten the tension in the room. No one dared to breathe. Had she left without the emperor's permission? What if it only further enraged him? Father, I beg your forgiveness. I shall accept the punishment on Jiujiu's behalf. Hua Tong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. His declaration underscored the emperor's seeming pettiness in being perturbed by an infant barely a month old. The old emperor suppressed his distaste, forcing a smile that was somewhat strained, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. What punishment? At my age, to hold a grudge against my month-old granddaughter would be laughable. Do not be so anxious. I adore my little granddaughter far too much to ever reprimand her. I shall change my attire and return shortly. With a smile, the old emperor concluded, and eunuch Fuqian stepped forward to assist him in leaving. The moment the old emperor departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Before long, Jiujiu returned, holding the now clean Song Jiujiu clad in a fresh red jacket. Song Jiujiu, who had previously felt drowsy, now appeared lively and cheerful. She grinned widely, her toothless smile illuminating her entire face. Sister, you're quite bold. Do not let it happen again that you wet grandfather. Song Luan approached, playfully pinching her sister's chubby hand, a hint of helplessness in her tone. I will. As long as the old emperor dares to hold me, I will dare to wed him. The old emperor has yet to return. Could it be he is too afraid to come back? Afraid I might wed him again? Ha ha ha. Song Jiujiu giggled, blowing a bubble. Jiuer, do you remember grandmother? Come, let grandmother hold you. Yi Fengshi approached, extending her hands as if to embrace her. Of course I remember. Grandmother, hold me. Song Jiujiu extended her little hands, leaping into her grandmother's embrace. Why did grandmother bring that bad person, Yi Shushuan, along? Well, grandmother does not yet know that Yi Shushuan is not her biological son. No worries. Grandmother must wait a few months. Once this baby can speak, I will reveal the truth. Provided, of course, that grandmother believes what I, this little one, have to say and investigates. Yi Fengshi, hearing the thoughts of her little granddaughter, let her eyes flicker momentarily. As soon as the old emperor re-entered, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, the lightness dissipating. The previously animated conversations faded into hushed tones, silence enveloping the room. In this tense atmosphere, Yi Fengshi found it inappropriate to speak further and returned Song Jiujiu to Jiujiu. Seated high upon his throne, the old emperor surveyed the room with murky eyes, awaiting the presence of someone he wished to see. The sky outside darkened gradually, and palace attendants entered to light the candles within the hall. Just then, a commotion arose from outside. The old emperor's eyes sparkled with delight as his fingers involuntarily tapped against the dragon throne. Hua Tong was also alert to the situation outside. His concealed guards, disguised as servants, were already within the palace. If the assassins mentioned by his daughter were indeed present, his guards would surely apprehend them. The noise outside soon subsided, and a servant entered with their head bowed, whispering something in Hua Tong's ear. Hua Tong's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to the old emperor. Father, I have urgent news to report. The old emperor narrowed his eyes. What is it? There are assassins attempting to take your life, captured by my servant. The assassins are waiting outside. Hua Tong's revelation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Assassins. There were indeed assassins. Thankfully, Hua Tong's men had apprehended them. Had they entered, everyone would have been in grave danger. The old emperor clenched his jaw, feigning astonishment. What? Assassins? Bring them in. I wish to see who is behind this. Hua Tong nodded, instructing the servant to bring in the captured assassins. The assassins, clad in dark garb and masked, were brought in, bound tightly. Bold assassins, who sent you to invade the palace and attempt to assassinate me? The old emperor questioned sharply. Your Majesty, I'm not here to assassinate you. The assassin's words, however, made everyone believe he was merely attempting to justify himself. If he was not here to slay the emperor, could it be that his intention was to harm the host of today's full moon celebration, a mere infant barely a month old? How absurd! I am here to assassinate the daughter of Hua Tong. The assassin defiantly declared his true objective. The gathered crowd was taken aback. What? You intend to harm my daughter? Who instigated you? Speak. Hua Tong, consumed by fury, could not restrain himself and delivered a forceful kick that sent the assassin sprawling to the ground. The assassin fell silent, even contemplating self-destruction by biting his tongue. Fortunately, Hua Tong, quick of hand and eye, swiftly grasped the assassin's chin to prevent him from carrying out such an act. Hua Tong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Should the assassin escape, it would pose a danger to my granddaughter. I shall retain the assassin for thorough interrogation, and once the truth is revealed, I will inform you. Guards, take the assassin away. The old emperor commanded, not waiting for Hua Tong to respond. As he raised his voice to instruct the attendants, the assassin was soon escorted away, leaving Hua Tong without the opportunity to protest. Hua Tong gritted his teeth, swallowing his indignation. In the embrace of her mother, Jiujiu was bewildered. The assassin had been captured? This diverged from the events of my previous life. In my past existence, the assassin had targeted Xiao, but my mother had protected her, sustaining injuries instead. Chapter 28, Poison Emergence. I never anticipated that this lifetime would unfold so differently, veering away from the past. It seems that since my birth, without any substitution, every event has taken an unexpected turn, progressing towards a favorable outcome. Heaven has not been unkind to me. Ha ha ha. Jiujiu mused, attributing the changes to divine intervention, never considering the possibility that her family could hear her innermost thoughts. With the assassin apprehended, Hua Tong and Jiujiu both sighed in relief. The assassination threat had been alleviated, and safety seemed restored. Hua Tong felt grateful that his wife and daughter were unharmed. Jiujiu was relieved as well, thankful that she remained unscathed and could continue to witness her daughter's growth. However, their relief was somewhat premature. The banquet resumed, and moments later, Jiujiu, cradled in the arms of the imperial concubine, suddenly sneezed twice. The imperial concubine, alarmed, hastily commanded the servants to summon the royal physician. Mother, it is quite normal for a child to sneeze. There is no need to summon the physician. Hua Tong recalled that his daughter had sneezed at home without it being a cause for concern. Who said that? I'm not concerned about others. But I cannot afford to be careless with my granddaughter. Summon the physician to examine her. The imperial concubine held Jiujiu tightly, pressing her delicate, plump face close. Grandmother is so kind, but truly, I am fine. It is merely the scent from your sachet that tickles my nose. It is strange, just moments ago, I found a fragrance quite pleasant, but now, having inhaled it too much, it has become overwhelming. Jiujiu pondered, unable to resist sneezing again. Oh dear, this sneezing is making my head spin. The imperial concubine glanced down at the sachet hanging from her waist, frowning slightly, as if casually remarking, could it be that my sachet has troubled Jiujiu? Mei Chui, come here and take the sachet away. We must not let it trouble my precious granddaughter any longer. Mei Chui bowed in acknowledgement and approached to untie the sachet. However, upon her proximity, an entirely different scent assailed Jiujiu's senses, intensifying her dizziness, to the point where her vision began to darken. Jiujiu, quickly summon the physician. Where's the physician? Baby, do not be afraid. Sister, why do my parents and brother appear so frantic? I am fine. Wait, perhaps I'm not fine. What treachery has befallen me? As darkness enveloped her, Jiujiu lost consciousness. Hua Tong watched helplessly as his daughter fainted, even bleeding from her nose, and his fury ignited, veins throbbing upon his forehead. Physician, hurry, summon the physician. Jiujiu took the unconscious child from the imperial concubine, tears flowing freely like a torrent. Jiujiu, the protagonist of the full moon celebration, suddenly fainting and bleeding bewildered all present. Hadn't the assassin already been captured? Could it be that the assassin had a backup plan? Soon the physician arrived, and Jiujiu, cradling her daughter, hurried to the inner chamber with the physician in tow. Hua Tong and his sons, along with the imperial concubine and Yi Fengshi, rushed after them. In their haste, they forgot that the old emperor remained present, leaving him and his concubines momentarily neglected. Inside the chamber, the physician examined Jiujiu's pulse, frowning at times and wearing a serious expression, causing the hearts of Wang Kang's family to race with concern. The physician remained silent, instead retrieving silver needles from his medical box to commence acupuncture on Song Jiujiu. "Physician, what is wrong with my daughter?" Wang Kang could no longer endure the weighty atmosphere and urgently inquired. "My lord, may I ask if your daughter consumed anything or inhaled any particular scent today?" Upon hearing this, the imperial concubine immediately recalled her sachet. Her granddaughter had mentioned that someone had poisoned her, and earlier she had noted that the sachet's fragrance had induced sneezing and dizziness. It must be the sachet. Jiujiu inhaled the scent of the sachet. The imperial concubine exclaimed, grasping Mei Chui, snatching the sachet from her hands to present it to the physician. The physician took it, inhaling deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. Besides this, has she encountered any other scents? There is also the scent from Mei Chui. Grandmother's sachet was merely a little overwhelming, but combined with Mei Chui's scent, it has made me dizzy and caused my vision to darken. Apart from the physician and other palace attendants, Wang Kang's family heard Song Jiujiu's innocent thoughts ringing in their ears. Having undergone acupuncture, Song Jiujiu regained consciousness just in time to hear the physician's inquiry. The imperial concubine's pupils constricted, her usually gentle voice sharpening. "Mei Chui, produce the sachet you carry. I recall that the sachet you used is not composed of the same ingredients as the one you prepared for me." You drew near to Jiujiu, and she fainted. Mei Chui's eyes flickered. "Your Highness, I have not used that sachet in a long time." "Nonsense." The imperial concubine seized Mei Chui's hand, intent on searching her. But Mei Chui evaded, clearly guilty. Observing this, Yi Fengshi stepped forward to restrain Mei Chui. "Your Highness, you should search her." The two worked in concert, and indeed, the imperial concubine soon retrieved a sachet from Mei Chui's possession. She promptly handed it to the physician. The physician carefully examined both sachets, finally relaxing his brow, confirming the truth. Just as the physician was about to explain, the old emperor waddled into the room. The sachet used by the imperial concubine contained a substance known as Jinwugua, which possesses chronic toxicity. Merely inhaling its aroma may cause vivid dreams in a short span. Over time, it can lead to disturbances in sleep, affecting health. In conjunction with Usurp from Mei Chui's sachet, a poisonous reaction develops, slowly eroding one's health, ultimately resulting in death. However, given the young age of the lady, the reactions to these two scents would be swift and pronounced. I have already administered acupuncture. She is now out of danger. Upon hearing the physician's final words, Wang Kang's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. The imperial concubine collapsed in exhaustion, never having imagined her actions would lead to Jiujiu's poisoning. Yet she also altered the course of her granddaughter's fate, preventing the tragedy of the past. Chapter 29. The Power to Change Destiny. Mei Chui. I have treated you with kindness. Yet why do you betray me in such a manner? The beloved concubine questioned Mei Chui, her heart shattered with despair. Mei Chui dared not meet the concubine's gaze, bowing her head and kneeling in silence. "Do not be distressed, my beloved. I shall ensure she is thoroughly interrogated. Once we uncover the true culprit, you may deal with her as you see fit." The elderly emperor spoke as he helped the concubine rise, guiding her to a nearby soft couch. "Physician, come forth and take the concubine's pulse. I recall that she has worn this sachet for quite some time. I wonder if she too has been poisoned." The emperor's brow furrowed, revealing his concern for the concubine's health. "I shall prepare a prescription. If the lady takes it for a few days and avoids these two types of incense, she will be well." The palace where the lady resides must also be thoroughly cleaned to prevent any lingering scent of the spices. Fu Quan, immediately arrange for a thorough cleaning of the Mei Ren Dian. Furthermore, take Mei Chui away for a meticulous interrogation. The emperor issued his commands one by one. The physician removed the silver needle from Song Jiujiu and offered a few words of advice to Wang Kang and Yi Peizhu before departing. Yi Peizhu observed her once vibrant daughter now appearing somewhat listless, her heart aching with tears. "Is our darling in discomfort?" "Mother, I feel fine now. Please do not cry. In fact, this may be a blessing in disguise. On this very day in my past life, such a calamity did not occur, and no one knew that grandmother had been poisoned, leading to her tragic demise, further tainted by the emperor's accusations. However, this time, we are aware that grandmother's sachet is problematic and that Mei Chui is also implicated. Thus, we have successfully averted grandmother's fate of poisoning in this life. I still cannot comprehend why the emperor unjustly accused grandmother in my past life. Could it be that the one behind the poisoning, the instigator of Mei Shui, was someone the emperor sought to protect? Alas, it remains unclear, even though my spirit lingered in the mortal realm for some time after my death. Witnessing the events of the past, I hope to have prophetic dreams again. After all, I am determined to alter the fate of our family. Song Jiujiu clenched her small fist, filled with ambition. Yet, her fervor soon waned. No, I am sleepy now and shall rest. I hope that when I awaken, I will be home. Let those who wish to linger in this wretched palace do so. Song Jiujiu murmured to herself as she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Yi Peizhu, too, wished to leave the palace, as the joyous celebration of the full moon had been marred by the assassin and the sachet incident. She had always known the emperor harbored ill intentions, just as he had expressed to her daughter. Gently cradling the slumbering child, she exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Tong. After many years of marriage, a single glance sufficed to convey their thoughts. Hua Tong, understanding, turned his gaze to the elderly emperor, still comforting the concubine. Regarding the interrogation of the assassin and Mei Shui, should any conclusions arise, please inform your son. The emperor glanced at the now sleeping Song Jiujiu in Yi Peizhu's arms. Initially, he anticipated the emperor would refuse, but Hua Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Hua Tong briefly addressed those in the outer hall before departing with his wife and child. Yi Fengshi followed suit, exiting the palace with Yi Shusun. Although the full moon celebration did not conclude perfectly, it had ended without further peril. Yi Peizhu, recalling the events, hastily urged her two sons. Song Zixian excelled in his studies, consistently ranking at the top of his class. However, Song Luan struggled, genuinely feeling a headache at the thought of studying. Song Luan scratched his head. Mother, I want to check on my sister. I fear she may have nightmares tonight. Hua Tong, exasperated, ruffled his fifth son's hair. Therefore, dear parents, let the child stay a while longer. Song Zixian, fiddling with his prayer beads, wore a smile that complimented his youthful handsomeness. Song Luan exclaimed, "Fourth brother, you have gone too far." Gritting his teeth, he spoke in hushed tones, mindful of his sister's slumber. Song Zixian cast a playful glance at his foolish younger brother, precisely hitting the mark. After all, your grades do not compare to mine. Those who excel in their studies often enjoy certain privileges. Watching his foolish brother storm away, Song Zixian finally allowed his smile to fade, turning instead to gaze tenderly at his peacefully sleeping sister. Unlike his younger brother, his sister required delicate care. Outside, snowflakes began to fall, and Song Zixian decided it was time to take his leave. Shortly thereafter, his shadow guard approached with news. The midwives and servants who assisted in the general's wife's childbirth have all perished, leaving the trail cold. Hua Tong, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of suspicion. How could it be that all those present during the childbirth have died? It has only been 15 years. Those midwives and servants, even if elderly, would not have surpassed 50. I recall that my father-in-law had a concubine, and that concubine's son was born just days apart from my mother-in-law's son. Have you investigated the midwives who assisted the concubine? My lord, I have looked into that as well. Some midwives and servants who assisted the concubine have passed away, while a few remain alive. I questioned the surviving ones, and they confirmed they were indeed present for the birth, which resulted in a son without any incident. It can be established that the concubine's son is not the legitimate child of the general's wife. Chapter 30. The illegitimate child? The shadow guard recounted the details of his investigation. Hua Tong listened, finding no apparent issues, yet it felt too coincidental. How could all those who assisted with the childbirth over the past 15 years have died? Where there is an anomaly, there lies a mystery. He could not doubt the truth of his daughter's heart. It must mean someone has deliberately silenced these witnesses to conceal the identity of the young uncle. There is definitely something amiss. Investigate further. Even the most cautious of individuals will leave behind an undeniable truth. Hua Tong commanded in a low voice. Yes. As Hua Tong absorbed the report from his shadow guard, Yi Peizhu's own shadow guard appeared before her. The findings and statements from the shadow guard mirrored those of Hua Tong's, yielding no significant discoveries. Yi Peizhu shared Hua Tong's sentiments. Her daughter's intuition could not be wrong, suggesting that the truth was intentionally obscured by someone behind the scenes. She instructed her shadow guard to continue the investigation. Any trace, however small, would surely lead to the truth. In the general's residence, Yi Fengshi listened to the report from her shadow guard, her expression somewhat dazed. "Madam, forgive me. I found nothing in my investigation." The events surrounding your childbirth were quite public, and the infant remained under the watchful eyes of the servants. No one could have had the means to switch the babies. However, you see, Yishu Sun's blood cannot possibly be reconciled with mine. He is not my biological son. He hesitated before tentatively proposing a theory. Madam, what if the young master's blood can merge with the Lord's blood? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng sure froze, a chill creeping up from her core. If the young master is indeed the Lord's child, not yours, then if the infant switch was orchestrated by the Lord, it would explain why I could not uncover the truth. For the Lord would have concealed all traces. He quickly added, Madam, this is merely my speculation. The truth may not be as such. Please do not take my words to heart. Yi Feng shook her head, acknowledging the reminder that there was only one concubine in the household. When this concubine entered the family, I was indeed furious with the Lord. To appease me, he promised never to take in another concubine, and I acquiesced. However, what if the master has kept a concubine outside, fearing to allow her into the house? He maintains her outside and even fathered child, possibly of similar age to my own. In a bid to ensure a better life for the concubine, the master might have swapped my child with hers. Yi Fengshi increasingly felt that this was perhaps the closest conjecture to the truth. Yi fell silent for a moment, regretting having voiced his thoughts. He had forgotten that his wife was prone to overthinking. But, my dear, the master has been stationed at the border for years. How could a woman willingly wait alone in the capital with a child for his return? What if this concubine is also with the master at the border? Upon uttering this, Yi Fengshi slammed her hand on the table and rose to her feet. The more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. Yi replied. But, my lady, both the eldest and second young masters are with the general at the border. If the general were to act suspiciously, the young masters would surely be aware. And yet, over these years, neither of them has mentioned anything to you, which indicates that the general has not committed any wrongdoing against you. However, Yi Fengshi's thoughts had already spiraled far beyond reason. What if the master instructed them to keep it a secret? Menger and Yi are both married and would understand a man's desire for multiple wives. They would certainly assist the master in keeping it confidential. Yi conceded, very well, then let us wait a little longer. Though Yi Fengshi spoke such words, in her heart, she was determined to seek an opportunity to visit the Wangfu of Wangkong, desiring to see if her little granddaughter might reveal more about her son's lineage. As the night wore on, the wind and snow intensified, howling like a banshee, causing those within to sleep uneasily. Song Jiujiu dreamt once more. In her dream, she appeared as a 14-year-old, observing the unfolding scenes as an outsider. The snow swirled around her, and the accumulation on the ground reached nearly to her knees. A snow disaster had struck the capital, claiming the lives of beggars and stray animals alike. Initially, people thought it was merely heavy snowfall, believing that clearing the roads would suffice until the storm passed. However, as the snow continued to fall and the cold deepened, even the rivers outside the capital froze over. The roads leading out of the city became impassable, trapping the inhabitants within. As the chill grew more severe, reports of citizens perishing in their homes became commonplace, with some families succumbing to hunger and cold. Even within the royal palace, lives were lost to the frost. At this juncture, a rumor began to circulate in the capital. The snow disaster was due to the arrival of a calamity star. Upon hearing this, the first thought that crossed people's minds was of the legitimate daughter of Wang Kong, who had recently celebrated her full moon. What a coincidence that shortly after her celebration, a snow disaster befell the capital. The populace, driven by rage from personal loss and suffering, stormed the Wangfu, demanding that Wang Kong deliver the calamity star to them. It was believed that only by burning the calamity star could the wrath of the heavens be appeased and the snow disaster cease. The angry citizens, emboldened by their desperation, ransacked the Wangfu, destroying and looting without restraint, while clamoring to burn the calamity star, the legitimate daughter of Wang Kong. Song Jiujiu witnessed her father struck in the head by the enraged crowd, bleeding profusely, and saw her mother, who had shielded her, also sustaining injuries. Filled with sorrow and indignation, Song Jiujiu cried out, "This is wrong. Such a thing never occurred in my past life. This cannot happen. It is a fabrication." With a sudden shift, the dream vanished, and Song Jiujiu awoke with a start, meeting her mother's worried gaze. Pouting her little lips, she burst into tears. Oh, how tragic! How painful! How sorrowful! What kind of dream was that? Yi Peizhu, feeling heartbroken, lifted her daughter from her small bed, soothing her. "My dear, did you have another nightmare?" Dreams are not real. Do not be afraid, my sweet. Stop crying. The dream was real. It must be a prophetic dream. Just like the time I foresaw what would happen to my fifth brother the next day. It was a premonition. Chapter 31. She will become a calamity. Stars, it's snowing outside? Mother, I want to see if it is snowing. Song Jiujiu cried, reaching out towards the window. Jiujiu wrapped her daughter in a small quilt and placed a little hat on her head before allowing Qiuyun to open the window, just a crack for Song Jiujiu to peek outside. As the window opened slightly, the cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, rushed in. Qiuyun quickly shut the window. Your Highness, Miss, the wind and snow outside are fierce. Be careful not to catch a chill. The brief gust sent Song Jiujiu shivering, prompting Jiujiu to wrap her more snugly. Jiujiu, do you see? It is snowing heavily outside, and the wind is strong. Even with the window just cracked open, it is so cold. We cannot go out. Jiujiu comforted Song Jiujiu, wiping the tears from her little face. Song Jiujiu sniffled, her cheeks flushed from crying. Indeed, it is snowing heavily outside. It seems my dream was true. But why did such a thing not happen in my past life? Why is it happening now? The scenes in the dream were so vivid, like a prophetic vision. If I do not intervene, when the snow disaster truly arrives, will I be labeled as the calamity star? Will my father and mother suffer harm from the enraged citizens while trying to protect me? But how can I stop it? What can I do to prevent the snow disaster? I am powerless. All I can do is cry. Song Jiujiu's heart cried out, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet, as a mere infant just over a month old, she could not speak. No matter how hard she tried, her face turned red, and she began to cough violently. The sight of her sobbing and coughing was pitiful. Jiujiu, attuned to her daughter's silent anguish, felt tears welling in her eyes as she comforted her. My dear, do not hold your breath. Be a good baby. Tomorrow, when the snow stops, I will take you out to sea, all right? Do not cry. If your eyes swell from weeping, it will not look nice. I will find a way for you. Jiujiu silently promised her daughter. Oh, mother, I have been reborn. Must I face death once more? I do not want this. Song Jiujiu cried until she began to hiccup, eventually succumbing to sleep. The little bundle did not find peace in her dreams, often furrowing her brow and whimpering softly. Jiujiu, with red-rimmed eyes, wiped her daughter's tears, gently patting her small body to lull her to sleep. Standing nearby, Qiuyun felt tears brimming in her eyes, inexplicably moved by the sorrowful cries of the young miss. Madam, what is the matter? Jiujiu gestured for silence toward Hua Tong and quietly explained, Jiujiu was just trying to go outside and was very upset, coughing from her tears. She has only just fallen asleep. Upon hearing this, Hua Tong sensed something amiss. If his daughter had not truly been reborn, and if he could not hear her thoughts, he might have dismissed her cries as mere infantile fussiness. However, his daughter was no ordinary child. Her weeping was undoubtedly for a reason. Regrettably, he had not been present earlier. Otherwise, he would know the cause of her distress. Hua Tong lamented that he alone could hear his daughter's heart. It was then clear that outside, the snow had begun to fall heavily, and in no time, the ground would be blanketed. He could only wonder how deep the snow would become by morning. The snow is so heavy. Could a snow disaster arise? The thought had not crossed Hua Tong's mind until now. Surely, it wouldn't happen, right? Last month, there was a similarly heavy snowfall, but it ceased within 2 days. One can only hope that by morning, the snowfall will have come to an end. After washing up, Jiujiu and Hua Tong retired to rest. However, scarcely had they closed their eyes when they were roused by the sound of Song Jiujiu's crying. Having raised 5 sons, Jiujiu was experienced in childcare. Upon hearing her daughter's cries, she sensed something was amiss and quickly got out of bed, calling for Qiuyun to come in and light the candle. Approaching the small bed, she merely touched her daughter and exclaimed, so hot. Jiujiu has a fever. Qiuyun, quickly fetch the physician. Qiuyun hurried out, promptly instructing the other maidservants in Jiujiu courtyard to boil water to deliver inside. Upon learning of his daughter's fever, Hua Tong awoke from his drowsiness, quickly donning his clothes to stay by her side. As the maidservants brought in hot water, Jiujiu hastened to wipe her daughter down to reduce her temperature. It's all my fault. Jiujiu wanted to see the snow outside, and I truly had Qiuyun crack the window open for her. As a result, the cold wind blew in, and Jiujiu shivered. That must have been when she caught a chill. Jiujiu felt immense self-reproach recalling this incident. My lady, it's not your fault. Jiujiu is still young. If her wishes are not fulfilled, she would surely cry even louder. She will be fine. Do not blame yourself. Hua Tong reassured his wife, though his tone was somewhat dry. Outside, the wind and snow howled violently, sending chills down one's spine. After a while, the physician finally arrived. Braving the storm, after examining Song Jiujiu, he confirmed it was merely a chill and that she would recover after taking the medicine, which allowed Hua Tong and his wife to breathe a sigh of relief. The physician wrote a prescription, and Jiujiu followed to fetch and brew the medicine. Once prepared, Hua Tong and Jiujiu took turns feeding the medicine to Song Jiujiu, and amidst the commotion, dawn was nearly upon them. Jiujiu checked her daughter's forehead and found it was no longer burning hot, which finally eased her worries. "My lord, you should rest for a while. Soon you will need to attend court, and this is a good opportunity to catch some sleep." Hua Tong, who had stayed up all night, felt fatigued. Yet he remained concerned about his daughter and his wife, who had also endured a sleepless night. "Otherwise, I shall take leave this morning. Jiujiu is still unwell. I cannot feel at ease going to court." Jiujiu rose and gently urged Hua Tong to sit on the edge of the bed. "No, Jiujiu is no longer burning up. Once you have attended court, I shall rest, and Jiujiu will watch over Jiujiu." Hua Tong hesitated, but Jiujiu seized his outer robe and firmly pressed him back onto the bed. "Since you are so hesitant, let us follow my wishes and sleep." With that, she covered him with the bedding and returned to watch over their daughter. After a brief rest, Hua Tong got up to attend court. The wind and snow outside had not significantly changed since last night. It continued to fall heavily. Chapter 32. Her nightmare. The accumulation of snow on the ground had surpassed Hua Tong's ankles. If the snow did not cease, one could only imagine how deep it would become. After Hua Tong departed, Jiujiu remained vigilant until her daughter's fever subsided, allowing Jiujiu to take over so she could catch a bit of sleep. The looming threat of a snow disaster haunted her thoughts. Her daughter could be branded a harbinger of calamity, and the furious populace might bring harm to her. In the midst of the relentless snowfall that lasted throughout the night and into the morning, the snow now reached nearly knee-height for an adult. If the heavy snow continued unabated, a disaster was indeed possible. Yet, as mere mortals, how could they prevent such a calamity? It seemed an impossible task. The only course of action was to mitigate the damage caused by the impending disaster and shield their daughter from being labeled a bringer of misfortune. After changing his clothes, Hua Tong warmed himself by the fire for a while before re-entering the room. "My lady, how is Jiujiu?" he inquired, rushing to the small bed to check on his daughter. Jiujiu had indeed cooled down, but remained in a deep sleep and had yet to awaken. Jiujiu signaled to Jiujiu, who then stepped outside to stand guard. "My lord, I had a nightmare." Jiujiu lowered her head, an aura of unease emanating from her, as if she were still ensnared in the terror of her dream. Hua Tong tucked the blankets around their daughter and sat beside Jiujiu. "What was the nightmare? Speak of it, and the fear shall dissipate." Jiujiu bit her lip, took a deep breath, and recounted, "I dreamt that a snow disaster struck the capital. Some citizens froze to death in the streets, while others starved in their homes. Our daughter was branded a harbinger of calamity by wicked individuals, and the populace believed she brought forth the disaster, wanting to sacrifice her to the heavens to halt the snow. In their rage, they stormed our residence, seeking to take our daughter, and we sustained grave injuries while protecting her." She paused, recalling the vividness of each scene, as if they had truly transpired. "My lord, the snow continues to fall without ceasing, and the accumulation is already significant. It may indeed lead to a disaster. We cannot prevent the snow disaster from occurring, but we can lessen its impact on the citizens if we extend our kindness to the people. Even if there are those who claim Jiujiu is a harbinger of calamity, not all will believe it." Jiujiu, agitated, grasped Hua Tong's arm. "My lord, even if this is merely a nightmare, its content concerns Jiujiu, and I cannot treat it as just a dream. What if it were true? I cannot bear to see Jiujiu branded a harbinger of misfortune." Hua Tong's expression grew serious as he firmly held her shoulders, speaking earnestly. "My lady, please remain calm. I believe you. As you said, the nightmare pertains to Jiujiu, and I cannot disregard it as just a dream. This morning, Father Emperor specifically granted the officials a 2-day leave, which gives us time to consider our course of action." Upon seeing her husband's belief and willingness to act, Jiujiu felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. "You are truly wonderful, my lord." Tears welled in her eyes as she could not suppress her emotions. She had feared what would happen if Hua Tong dismissed her dream and refused to devise a plan to confront the disaster alongside her. Thankfully, everything was unfolding smoothly. The tenderness in Hua Tong's elongated eyes nearly overflowed as he reached out to wipe her tears away. "You are my wife. Of course, I must treat you well." Yi Peizhu smiled through her tears, playfully punching Wang Kang's arm. He grasped her fist, his demeanor serious. My lady, I wish to inform Father Emperor of this matter. Yi Peizhu's expression shifted slightly. Must you tell him? What if the Emperor does not believe it? If we act on our own to address the disaster? What if the Emperor perceives us as defying him? My lady, your concerns are valid, but consider it from another perspective. Wang Kong leaned closer and whispered his thoughts in her ear. Yi Peizhu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, you are wise, my lord. I had not thought of that. If Father Emperor believes us and issues an edict for everyone to prepare for the disaster, it would make our task much easier. They resolved to assess the situation in the afternoon, and if all went well, Wang Kong would visit the palace to report the matter to the Emperor. Very well. Then it shall be settled. A smile finally graced Yi Peizhu's beautiful face. In the following hours, Song Jiujiu stirred awake several times, only to be roused by hunger or discomfort. After drinking her fill, she returned to her deep slumber, leaving Yi Peizhu and Wang Kong unable to hear her thoughts. After the small exam at the Guozijian concluded, the students were granted a 2-day break due to the heavy snowfall. Song Zixian and Song Luan woke up this morning to hear that their younger sister had a fever last night. Initially, they intended to check on her before heading to the minor examination. However, the deep snow along the way delayed them significantly, forcing them to prioritize the examination first. How are father, mother, and sister? Has her fever subsided? Song Lun hurriedly inquired upon entering the house. Jiujiu is fine now. Is the wind and snow outside still fierce? Wang Kong asked. It's somewhat lighter than this morning. Has sister lost weight? She looks less plump than yesterday. Song Luan gently prodded at his sister's round little face. Indeed, she has lost weight. It's quite taxing on an infant's health when they fall ill, Song Zixian remarked, furrowing his brow as he fiddled with his prayer beads. His tone grave. Wang Kong rose and stated, since the Guozi Shui is on break, you two should remain here to keep company with your mother and sister. I must make a trip to the palace. Matters concerning adults should not be questioned by children. He casually ruffled Song Luan's hair. Song Luan ducked away, grumbling, I will be 8 this year. I'm not a child anymore. You haven't celebrated your birthday yet this year, so I still consider you to be only 7. Which makes you very much a child, Wang Kong retorted. All right, you two stay here. I am leaving. As Wang Kong approached the door, he noticed the snowfall had indeed eased a bit, and he silently hoped it would cease soon. Chapter 33. Disbelief. Let us hope that a snow disaster does not truly occur. It took Wang Kong nearly an hour of arduous travel through the snow to reach the palace. Upon seeing Wang Kong arrive, Eunuch Fuqian was quite puzzled as to what could be so important that Wang Kong braved the harsh weather to seek an audience with the emperor. The old emperor was in the study, and upon learning this, Wang Kong proceeded directly there. Your son pays his respects to father, he announced. The old emperor, noticing Wang Kong drenched and with unmelted snowflakes still clinging to his hair, immediately rose. Little third, why have you come so suddenly? You're soaked. Don't catch a chill. Fuqian, take Wang Kong to change his clothes and warm himself. The old emperor called out. Yes, your highness, please follow this old servant. Fuqian responded. Wang Kang's lips moved slightly as he clasped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for your concern, father. I will be there shortly. When Wang Kong said shortly, he meant it. Soon after, he had cleaned himself up and returned. Little third, you braved such severe wind and snow to come to the palace. Is there something important you wish to discuss with me? Or are you here to inquire about the interrogation results? The old emperor inquired, anticipating Wang Kang's words. It has only been a day. Neither the assassin nor Mei Chui has confessed yet, he added before Wang Kong could speak. Wang Kong clasped his hands and declared loudly, Father, I did not come for that matter. I have something else of great importance to discuss. Father, my wife had a dream that a snow disaster would strike the capital. Such a calamity would leave the majority of the populace freezing and starving, and there could even be instances of cannibalism. I beseech you, Father, to issue an edict to prepare the people against this disaster, thereby mitigating its impact on the populace. Wang Kang's voice was loud enough for Fuqian and the guards by the door to hear clearly. Your wife dreamed of a snow disaster? So, you ventured through the storm just to tell me this? The old emperor gazed at Wang Kong with disappointment. Little third, listen to yourself. What you are saying is merely a dream. Is it worth your alarm? Wang Kong suppressed his emotions and replied, Father, however, it is better to believe in its possibility than to dismiss it entirely. What if a snow disaster truly occurs? It will not happen, the old emperor stated firmly. I say it will not happen. and it shall not. The kingdom of Fufeng has not experienced a snow disaster in nearly a century. How could it possibly happen this year? Father, I certainly hope that a snow disaster does not occur. However, the intensity of the wind and snow these past 2 days suggests that if this continues... Enough! The old emperor interrupted Wang Kong sharply. If you continue this line of thought, I will have reason to suspect you are intentionally cursing my kingdom. Wang Kong, taken aback, looked at the old emperor in disbelief. Father, how could I ever curse my own country? I came through the storm specifically to inform you of my concerns. One should fear 1,000 possibilities rather than a single certainty. Father, the old emperor waved dismissively. You may leave. I say it will not happen, and it will not. I am a true dragon son of heaven. My words are infallible. Wang Kong clenched his jaw and replied, Father, I am timid and value my life. I wish to prepare for the potential dangers of a snow disaster. Please grant me permission. Very well. Do as you wish, the old emperor replied nonchalantly. Wang Kong lowered his gaze, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your understanding. I take my leave. As Wang Kong exited the study, Fu Qiuan hesitated, wanting to say something. Is there something you wish to convey, eunuch? Please, feel free to speak, Wang Kong urged quietly. Fu Qiuan leaned closer, lowering his voice. Your Highness, is there any truth to the snow disaster you mentioned? Eunuch, I cannot assert it is certain. I can only advise caution. If possible, I hope the disaster does not occur. Wang Kong sighed and stepped into the heavy snowfall. Fu Qiuan frowned, contemplating whether he should gather more coal and warm clothing. Regardless of whether the snow disaster would materialize, it was prudent to be prepared. The other guards shared similar sentiments. Your Highness, is the Emperor's stance unwavering? Yi Peizhu stepped forward to take Wang Kang's discarded cloak, inquiring softly. Quite resolute. He is entirely dismissive and even suggested that if I continue to mention the snow disaster, it could be construed as a curse upon Fufeng. Wang Kong scoffed, lowering his voice. When I first entered the palace, Father was concerned about my drenched state and promptly sent Fu Qiuan to assist me. I felt a sense of gratitude, believing he still cared for me. But, upon mentioning this matter, his attitude shifted, emphasizing that this was his kingdom and he was the true dragon son of heaven. Thus I should refrain from speaking of curses against Fufeng. Yi Peizhu frowned, finding the emperor's words quite harsh. Isn't the land of Fufeng the Song family's? How has it become solely his? Regardless of the truth of the snow disaster, it is wise to prepare for the worst. Why does the emperor not see it this way? Indeed, I too wonder why Father does not share this perspective. When I informed him, I raised my voice intentionally, ensuring that Fu Qiuan and the guards at the door would hear. Should a snow disaster indeed occur, they will certainly recount today's events. Wang Kong asserted firmly, regardless, I will not allow your nightmare to come to fruition. Father, Mother, is there anything I can assist you with? Song Luan's voice chimed in from the side. The couple turned to see their clear-eyed fifth son and calm fourth son gazing at them. Did you overhear our conversation? Wang Kong recalled, not noticing the two boys when he entered. No, we only saw you two whispering together, Song Luan responded, realization dawning on him. Chapter 34. Accumulating blessings for our daughter when I grow up, I will definitely be taller than Father. Song Luan muttered in discontent as he walked away. After sending off their two sons, Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu began to discuss how to address the impending snow disaster. After deliberation, they resolved to allocate 1,000 taels of silver for charitable efforts, as a means of accumulating blessings for their daughter. The layout of the capital is divided into the Eastern Royal District, the Western affluent inner city, and the impoverished outer city in both the southern and northern areas. The palace and the wealthy households undoubtedly have provisions for winter, including food, clothing, and coal. However, the residents of the outer city may not be so fortunate. Wang Kong and his wife plan to assist the common people in weathering this impending snow disaster. To endure the calamity of snow, provisions, clothing, charcoal, and sufficiently sturdy homes are indispensable. Wang Kong initially instructed the servants within the estate to clear the accumulated snow. Simultaneously, he dispatched individuals to the shops in the capital to procure a substantial amount of surplus inferior cloth. Although flawed, these materials could provide some warmth. In addition to clothing, Wang Kong also ordered the purchase of charcoal and firewood. Regarding food, he sought out a grain shop to acquire aged rice, planning to send someone to the villages outside the capital for potatoes and other sustenance once the snowfall lessened. Originally, Wang Kong presumed that the entire capital and its surroundings within 100 miles were engulfed in snow. However, Once the guards departed the city, they discovered that the heavy snowfall, with deep accumulations, was confined solely to the capital. Although it was snowing 20 kilometers outside the city, the snowfall was not significant. Upon hearing this, Hua Tong promptly sought to procure necessary supplies from the outskirts of the capital before the roads became completely blocked by snow. The vehicles made several trips through the city gates, and naturally, the old emperor became aware of Hua Tong's procurement of supplies from outside the city. He dismissed it, casually mentioning it to several ministers, openly suggesting that Hua Tong was merely squandering his surplus wealth. Some ministers, acutely aware of potential crises, began discreetly stockpiling provisions for warmth upon hearing this news. Once all supplies were gathered, Hua Tong did not simply distribute them to the citizens of the outer city. He understood the consequences of unearned generosity. One day, as the wind and snow subsided somewhat, Hua Tong, accompanied by a portion of the supplies and two of his sons, rode a cart to the outer city. The snow was deep there, making travel arduous, and the streets were nearly devoid of people, as everyone remained sheltered indoors, unwilling to clear the snow from their doorsteps. The thick layer of snow on the rooftops appeared perilous, threatening to collapse the fragile homes. Yet no one made an effort to remove it. Observing this scene, Hua Tong began to comprehend why so many citizens perished in his wife's nightmares. Should a snow disaster truly occur, the accumulating snow on the ground would grow deeper, and the weight of the snow on the rooftops would increase. The citizens within their homes would either be crushed by collapsing roofs or buried under the snow, resulting in inevitable death. With no one in sight, Hua Tong instructed his guards to knock on doors house by house. The inhabitants gradually opened their doors, seeing a fair number of people emerge. Hua Tong ordered the guards to reveal the supplies on the cart, and then called out loudly, "Esteemed citizens, these are provisions I purchased with my own silver, including clothing, food, and charcoal to keep warm. I am willing to share these supplies, but on the condition that you offer your labor in return. For instance, by helping to clear the streets of snow or reinforcing your homes. If anyone is willing, please step forward." His words elicited a mixture of astonishment, joy, and trepidation among the citizens. "My lord, no one's wealth comes from thin air. Why would you help us without reason?" They questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, while you propose that we earn these provisions through labor for our benefit, what do you stand to gain?" The citizens were genuinely puzzled and voiced their curiosity. "The reason I do this is to bestow blessings upon my daughter, who has recently celebrated her first month. The severity of the recent snowstorms has caused me great concern for a potential disaster. Thus I wish to assist you all, performing good deeds without seeking anything in return, only to accumulate blessings and virtue," Hua Tong explained succinctly. The citizens found it strange that this nobleman sought blessings for his daughter rather than for his son, as it is often said that affluent families favor sons more. Yet, they merely pondered this notion silently and did not voice it, recognizing the benefits laid before them. None were foolish enough to refuse. "Thank you, my lord." The citizens expressed their gratitude, rushing toward the guards in eager competition to secure the first opportunity for work, thereby gaining access to the supplies. Some attempted to take advantage of the chaos to steal provisions, but the guards swiftly apprehended the culprit. Simultaneously, the guards brandished their swords in unison, silencing the previously clamorous citizens. With hands clasped behind his back, Hua Tong smiled, though the warmth of his smile did not reach his eyes, and an air of authority emanated from him. "Now is not the time for contention, my friends. The avenues through which I can bestow blessings upon my daughter extend beyond merely providing you with supplies. We could easily seek assistance elsewhere. After all, the populace of the outer city comprises more than just you." Song Luan chimed in, echoing his sentiments. The citizens grew anxious, realizing they could not afford to relinquish the hard-won provisions so easily. "My lord, forgive us. We will ensure these individuals do not compete for the supplies," they fervently assured, and the crowd finally exhibited some semblance of order. Song Zixian and Song Luan stood by, vigilant over the citizens to prevent any deceitful actions. Though young, their noble lineage and upbringing commanded respect, and the citizens dared not underestimate them due to their age. Once the citizens received the supplies, they promptly set to work. Hua Tong left several guards to supervise them, and continued on with his sons to the next gathering of citizens. Over the course of 3 days, Hua Tong distributed all the supplies to those willing to work. The outer city, once blanketed in snow, had transformed entirely. During this time, He also rescued dozens of citizens who had been trapped beneath collapsed roofs due to the weight of the snow. The citizens of the outer city expressed profound gratitude to Hua Tong, fortuitously learning that this benevolent figure was indeed Hua Tong. Moreover, Hua Tong's daughter, for whom he sought blessings, was that little infant who had recently celebrated a lavish first-month birthday in the palace. In no time, the citizens were collectively expressing their thanks to the Wang family. The assistance Hua Tong rendered to the citizens was neither overly discreet nor ostentatious. However, once the news spread among the populace, the once subdued affair became widely recognized. Even the court officials became aware of the situation. Should anyone inquire why Hua Tong acted thus, questioning whether it was true, as the emperor claimed, that he had too much silver on his hands, he refrained from mentioning the snow disaster or the nightmares any further. Meanwhile, the gradually diminishing snowfall began to intensify once more, exhibiting a trend of increasing severity. Within the Wang residence, Hua Tong and his wife, along with Song Zixian and Song Luan, encircled the small bed, watching over the feverish, flushed face of Song Jiujiu, who was intermittently murmuring and crying in her dreams. The little sister had been afflicted with fever for several days. When would it finally subside? Song Luan tenderly held his sister's small hand, feeling as though it had grown significantly thinner. Hua Tong too was troubled. Although he publicly claimed his charitable actions were to bless his daughter, it had become a mere pretext. The news of his daughter's recurring fever and illness had spread, and everyone understood his true motivations for performing good deeds. Given that his daughter was so unwell, accumulating blessings was indeed necessary. Jiujiu gazed at her daughter with concern, knowing that only she could hear her daughter's innermost thoughts. She understood that her daughter's recurrent illnesses stemmed not merely from physical weakness, but from an excess of worries and anxieties weighing heavily on her small frame. Her daughter was deeply troubled by the fears that the events of her dreams might manifest into reality. "Your Highness, Your Grace, the general's wife has arrived," Qiuyun announced as she entered. "My mother is here. Please let her in," Jiujiu instructed hurriedly. Yi Fengshi entered energetically after dispersing the cold air outside. "Your Highness, Zhu'er, Zixian, Luan, I have heard that Jiu Bao has been suffering from a recurring fever these past few days. Is that true?" Yi Fengshi spoke while noticing the small infant lying in the cot. Her little face flushed, clearly uncomfortable. "Mother, this is my fault. If I had not carelessly allowed Jiu'er to be exposed to the cold wind, she would not be suffering from such recurrent fevers." Jiujiu's eyes dimmed at the mention of this. Although Jiu'er was indeed affected by excessive worry, it was the cold wind that initially caused her fever. "Madam, you're not to blame for this," Prince Kong reassured Jiujiu. Yi Fengshi let out a quiet sigh. "Your Highness, I have heard from the people outside that you have been assisting the citizens of the outer city in enduring the harsh winter. Some even mentioned that you had foreseen a potential snow disaster. Is that true?" Prince Kong nodded. "Indeed, mother-in-law, you must have sensed it as well. The wind and snow have been intensifying over the past few days, and the moat has already begun to freeze. Soon, it is likely that the entirety of the capital will be trapped due to the snow disaster." "You are correct. This year's snowfall seems notably unusual compared to previous years. If a snow disaster truly occurs, even if we are confined within the capital, as long as we have ample food and coal, we can endure it and survive the calamity. The general's residence currently has a limited number of people, and we have a sufficient stock of provisions that could last us until the new year. I intend to allocate a portion to the citizens of the outer city as a blessing for Jiu'er." Yi Fengshi expressed her intentions. Prince Kong was surprised to learn that his mother-in-law had such plans, but he deemed it beneficial. The general's residence contributing assistance would endear the citizens to both the Kong residence and the general's residence, ultimately benefiting Jiu'er. "Very well. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Jiu'er to you, mother-in-law. No need for thanks. Jiu'er is my only granddaughter. I merely hope that the blessings we accumulate for her will hasten her recovery." Yi Fengshi made this decision without consulting anyone within the general's residence, for she was the matriarch there, with no obligation to seek others' opinions. She ensured there was enough food for everyone in the household to last until the new year and decided to donate the remaining provisions to the citizens of the outer city. Upon learning of Yi Fengshi's plan, the steward and servants all praised her selflessness. "Do not flatter me. I simply wish to accumulate blessings for my poor granddaughter," she retorted. "Mother, you are giving away so much food to the citizens of the outer city?" Yi Shushuan, having overheard the servants, approached with dissatisfaction. "Yes, the food for the outer city citizens is secondary. The main reason is to accumulate blessings for Jiu'er. Yi Fengshi's gaze fell upon Yi Shushuan, her disdain for him growing. Is it truly necessary to donate food to bless my niece? Does it even work? It would be better to keep the provisions for ourselves and visit the temple to pray for Jiu'er's swift recovery. Yi Shushuan scoffed dismissively. Brother, Mother-S donation of food to the citizens is an act of charity and a means of accumulating blessings. If this food saves their lives and prevents starvation, the blessings we receive will be even greater. We can always visit the temple to pray, but the opportunity to help the citizens endure the winter through food donation is not always available. Hearing this, Yi Shuli, who had come to see what was happening, could not help but interject. Once he finished speaking, he noticed Yi Shushuan glaring at him, while their mother regarded him with a complex expression. Yi Shuli felt a flutter of anxiety, his lips trembling. Mother, did I say something wrong? No, you're not wrong. Your words echo my own thoughts. Yi Fengshi, as the matriarch of the general's residence, knew she could not treat the child of a concubine as her own. She feared that seeing Yi Shuli, the son of her husband's betrayal, would stir resentment within her, so she had avoided the custom of acknowledging the illegitimate son in her presence. Thus, although they had lived under the same roof for years, they had encountered each other very little. Only on New Year's Eve could they see each other. Observing Yi Shuli's slender frame, particularly in his thin attire that was ill-suited for winter, Yi Fengshi could not help but furrow her brow. Have we deprived you of food and clothing in the general's residence? You're the same age as Sunner. Look at him, robust like a bear, while you appear as frail as a chick. Chapter 36. I am your stepmother. Yi Shuli's eyes widened in shock at her unexpected words. No, it is just that my health is good, so I wear fewer clothes, he stammered awkwardly. Yi Fengshi scrutinized him from head to toe. You call this fragile frame healthy? Someone, summon Lunyang. I wish to inquire how she has allowed the general's son to be raised in such a manner. Yes, you lot do not dawdle. Pack the food quickly and store it away, lest it be dampened by the snow. You, with your shallow understanding, have I not provided enough for you in the general's residence? How can you be so greedy for a mere handful of provisions? What a disgrace. Go. Do not linger here. Yi Fengshi felt irked by Yi Shushuan and scolded him before striding towards the main hall. Yi Shuli, are you dazed? Follow me. Yes. Yi Shuli hurriedly stepped forward to follow Yi Fengshi. Observing Yi Shuli's demeanor, Yi Shushuan sneered. Just a mere illegitimate son, reduced to playing the victim to earn his mother-S affection. Why does he need to be scolded for everything he says or does? Yi Shushuan clicked his tongue. What does it matter? After all, I am my mother-S true son. With that blood bond, she can only be harsh with me while having a soft heart. An illegitimate son cannot steal my mother-S concern. In the main hall, Yi Fengshi took her seat at the head, while Yi Shuli sat timidly on a lower chair. His head bowed. He seemed unable to sit still, positioning himself at the edge of the chair, trembling slightly from the tension. Yi Fengshi observed the scene, her furrowed brow remaining. Does the master know his illegitimate son has been raised in such a manner by concubine? He appears so petty and unrefined. Yi Fengshi contemplated reprimanding Yi Shuli again, but seeing him flinch like a frightened chick, she inhaled deeply, swallowing the words that nearly escaped her lips. Shortly after, the steward arrived with Lunyang. Even after many years, the sight of Lunyang repulsed her. May I ask, madam, why have you summoned me? Lunyang, with her fair complexion and enchanting fox-like eyes, wore a light pink cotton garment adorned with floral embroidery. Even though it was thick, her figure remained alluringly visible, exuding an air of languid seduction. Yi Fengshi's inner thoughts scolded her for being such a seductress. At her age, why dress so flamboyantly for whom? Lunyang, you seem to be dressed warmly. It appears the servants have not withheld your provisions. Yi Fengshi managed to speak through her irritation. Lunyang raised a hand to smooth her hair, her voice sultry. Indeed, the steward has not withheld my provisions. I have received all that is due. You must have summoned me to inquire about this matter? Certainly not. Since the steward has not withheld your provisions, it seems you, as the concubine, have been withholding provisions from child. Yi Fengshi's words left Lu Nyang momentarily stunned. Turning her gaze, she finally noticed Yi Shuli sitting nearby, gasping in surprise. Leah, when did you come to sit here? I did not see you. Yi Shuli pursed his lips and stood, respectfully bowing to Lunyang. Aunt, I have been sitting here for quite a while. Ah, my dear child, why do you remain silent upon seeing your aunt enter? Must she be the one to greet you before you find her voice? Lunyang, with a twist of her waist, strides over, intent on occupying the chair beside Yi Shuli. Lunyang, has this lady granted you permission to sit? Yi Fengshi's voice is cold and sharp, causing Lunyang to pause. Standing upright. I beseech you, my lady, grant me a seat. My legs are weak, and I cannot stand for long. This lady has never heard of your ailments. You wish to sit, do you? Then first, return what you have wrongfully kept from Yi Shuli. Lunyang's face is a mask of confusion. My lady, I do not comprehend your words. What do you mean by claiming I have wrongfully kept what belongs to Lier? The steward has not withheld anything from me or Lier. As his aunt, I could not possibly deprive him of his rightful shares. Does the master know how harshly you treat his illegitimate son? Yi Fengshi's voice cuts through the air. Lunyang lowers her smiling eyes, but when she raises them again, they are filled with grievance and bewilderment. My lady, you wrong me. I have not mistreated Lier. If you do not believe me, ask him. Lier, tell them. Has your aunt mistreated you? It is your own unwillingness to eat properly that has left you so frail. Furthermore, regarding your clothing, your aunt did not refuse to have a seamstress make you warm garments. You insisted you could withstand the cold and refused to wear them. Yi Shuli, with his head bowed, hides his hands within his ample sleeves, tightly clenching his fists. Indeed, what my aunt says is true, mother. She has not mistreated me. It is my own fault for not being strong. Yi Fengshi narrows her eyes, clearly unconvinced by Yi Shuli's words. Lier, now that your father is away, all matters in this household are under my dominion. I am your legitimate mother, and I can speak on your behalf. If your aunt has truly mistreated you, you must speak up, and I will protect you. Yi Fengshi knows she cannot treat an illegitimate son as her own. Yet seeing Yi Shuli's pitiful state tugs at her heartstrings. The adults may be at fault, but the child is innocent. Yi Fengshi's tone remains cold. It softens as she speaks. Listening to her stepmother's words, Yi Shuli, despite being in the dead of winter and feeling cold, is warmed by her kindness. This warmth makes his throat ache, and he feels tears welling in his eyes. He opens his mouth silently, as if to speak, but Lunyang interrupts. My lady, your words seem to be sowing discord between me and Lier. He has said I have not mistreated him. Why do you not believe him and persist in inciting him against me? Lunyang furrows her brows, visibly displeased. Be silent, whether you have mistreated Lier or not. Let him speak for himself. Yi Fengshi's sharp reprimand silences Lunyang. Lier, come forward. As I said, if you have truly been wronged or feel aggrieved, you may speak. I will assist you and take your side. Yi Fengshi gently reiterates to Yi Shuli. He keeps his head bowed, trembling, clearly torn within, as choosing a side is a difficult decision for him. Yi Fengshi understands that if Yi Shuli admits Lunyang has mistreated him, his future days under her roof will be far from pleasant. For Lunyang, it would feel like betrayal from her own son. Yet, she hopes Yi Shuli will side with her, as it would frustrate Lunyang and make her see him in a more favorable light. Lier, I offer you this one opportunity. If you do not speak now, then in the future, no matter how you were mistreated by your aunt, I will not intervene. Yi Fengshi's words are firm. She believes that any rational child would know what to do. Besides, she genuinely does not believe Lunyang has treated Yi Shuli fairly. Yi Shuli need only speak the truth to earn his stepmother's protection. My lady, I cannot bear this any longer. Are you not asking Lier to lie? Lunyang protests. Lier is my own son. How could I bear to mistreat him? You already have 3 sons. Do you wish to take Lier from me as well? Lunyang's voice rises again, making Yi Fengshi feel a sense of disgust. Indeed, I am curious. If he is your own son, how could you bear to mistreat him? In our general's household, even a servant wears thicker clothing than what Lier has. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would be appalled that I, as his legitimate mother, could treat an illegitimate son so harshly. Conversely, you, as his aunt, would evoke sympathy. Lunyang, you truly have a clever scheme. You would rather torment your own flesh and blood than see my reputation tarnished, would you not? Yi Fengshi speaks rapidly, and by the end of her tirade, Lunyang is left reeling. Nay, I had no such intention. My lady, please do not unjustly accuse me. Yi Fengshi smirks, is that so? If you had no such intention, then why mistreat Lier? Because you resent that I am a son. Yet you cannot elevate yourself in this household? Before Lunyang can retort, Yi Shuli's trembling voice breaks the tension. Aunt, you know best whether I speak the truth. I stand before you, mother, and I must admit I have been mistreated. She resents that I cannot elevate her status. Yi Fengshi is taken aback by this revelation, and she cannot help but laugh in disbelief. Lunyang, have you forgotten the life you once led? Do you truly believe you have not enjoyed a life of privilege, because of Lier? Do not forget that it was because you carried his child that the master took you as a concubine. A woman of your background became the concubine of a general entirely because of Lier. For over a decade, I, as the mistress, have never treated you harshly. Have you ever lacked in food, clothing, or shelter? You reside in comfort, yet still feel deprived of status? You are utterly oblivious to the fortune you possess. It appears I should treat you as other mistresses do and torment you daily to satisfy you. Bring forth Lun Yang for her mistreatment of the general's illegitimate son. She must face the family law. Upon her command, servants swiftly seize Lun Yang. In a panic, she cries, "My lady, I did not do it. Lier, plead for your aunt. Lier, I am your own mother. How can you bear to see your own mother punished?" Even now, she attempts to manipulate Yi Shuli, proving her nature as a good aunt. Take her away at once. Yi Fangshi urges, and the servants promptly escort Lun Yang away. The general's household law is simple yet severe. Confinement in the ancestral hall for a day and a night, followed by 10 strokes of the rod. Should there be any resistance, an additional 10 strokes will follow, and so forth. Yi Fangshi intends to teach Lun Yang a lesson. Yi Shuli stands bewildered, perhaps not anticipating the situation to escalate in such a manner. Lier, from now on, no one will mistreat you. You are still growing and must not be cold or hungry. Your shares will be given to you directly by the steward, and I will ensure that what Lun Yang has withheld from you over the years is returned. Furthermore, the courtyard where you reside is in close proximity to Lun Yang's courtyard. If you find it unsuitable to stay there, you may consider relocating to another courtyard. Yi Fangshi diligently advised Yi Shuli, taking his well-being into account as best as she could. Over the years, Yi Shuli had truly lacked presence within the general's household. It seemed that she had never truly observed him before. Today, upon closer inspection, she realized that Yi Shuli was quite handsome, and his features did not resemble those of his father or Lun Yang, making it difficult to ascertain who he resembled. However, this was perhaps for the best. Had Yi Shuli looked more like Lun Yang, not only would she have been disinclined to advocate for him, she would have hardly spared him a glance. And today's events would never have transpired. Yi Shuli felt a warmth in his eyes as he solemnly bowed in gratitude to Yi Fangshi, expressing his heartfelt thanks for her support on his behalf. Remember, you may come to me with any matters in the future. Even if you're a son of a concubine, you're still the son of a general and need not endure such indignities. Yi Fangshi sikhit inyardli. Her expression complex as she gazed at Yi Shuli. He choked back emotion, affirming, "Yes, thank you, mother." He had not anticipated that the warmth and concern he yearned for from his biological mother would be bestowed upon him by his stepmother instead. Lun Yang was confined within the ancestral hall. The hall, perpetually lit by candles, was shrouded in darkness, and upon entering, Lun Yang felt an eerie chill creeping over her. The thought of being imprisoned there for an entire day and night nearly drove her to madness. She pounded on the door, desperate to escape. But the servants had already secured it from the outside. "Let me out. Someone help." Chapter 38. A great snow reveals clear skies, new graves abound. Lun Yang shouted at the top of her lungs for quite some time, but no one responded, and gradually she ceased her cries. After resolving Yi Shuli's matters, Yi Fangshi noticed that the servants had loaded the supplies onto the carriage, and she boarded it to head to the Kong Wang Fu. In recent days, due to the actions taken by Kong Wang in the outer city, the affluent citizens of the inner city, while not providing resources to the common folk, had begun to clear the snow from their own doorsteps. Consequently, the streets were noticeably less snowy, although the speed at which people cleared the snow could not keep pace with the relentless snowfall. In a mere moment, the snow had piled up nearly to their ankles once again. As Yi Fangshi observed the flurrying snow, she could not help but suspect that a snow disaster was indeed imminent. Given the dwindling manpower within the general's household, she entrusted the distribution of grain to her son-in-law, the prince. Thus, in the outer city, the people expressed their gratitude not only to the Kong family, but also to the general's family. Following the completion of his tasks, Kong Wang instructed the servants to transfer the stored grain and coal to the Jiujiu courtyard. He also directed Song Zixian, Song Luan, and the servants to prepare their belongings and settle in the Jiujiu courtyard. Unsure of when the snow disaster might strike, it was prudent to prepare as much as possible beforehand. United warmth was the best means to endure the impending calamity. After the family had their dinner, Yi Peizhu noticed her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. Gazing outside at the night sky, which was brighter than day, her anxiety heightened. "Your Highness, something feels amiss." Is a blizzard approaching? Kong Wang's expression grew grave, as he replied that it was highly likely. The sky indeed seemed unusual, and while conversing with the citizens earlier that day, an elder had warned that a great snow would bring clear skies, resulting in numerous new graves. It appeared that the snow disaster was truly on the horizon. Kong Wang's words sent a chill down Yi Peiju's spine. If there were no matters more important than life itself, do not venture outside without my permission. Kong Wang promptly summoned the steward and issued stern instructions. The steward complied and set off to implement them. Yet, among so many servants within the household, there would always be a few stubborn individuals who disregarded counsel. After all, their lives were their own, and those who chose not to heed advice deserve the consequences. The Kong family remained in the inner chambers, the windows tightly sealed. Yet they felt warm, though the wailing winds outside cast a pall over the atmosphere, creating an air of tension. They were left in uncertainty, awaiting whatever horrors the night might bring. Song Jiujiu had been suffering from a recurring fever for several days, her frail form visibly weakened. She longed to awaken fully, yet the fever clouded her mind, forcing her to relive visions from her prophetic dreams. She wished to break free from the grip of these premonitions, to return to consciousness. But the nightmares held her captive. Yi Peiju observed her daughter's anguished expression, her heart aching with empathy. She began to suspect that perhaps the heavens had allowed Jiujiu to suffer such a fever to prevent her from awakening, as a forewarning of the impending snow disaster. Must it truly take the fulfillment of Jiujiu's prophetic dreams for her to awaken? The mere thought sent shivers down Yi Peiju's spine. "Mother, are you feeling cold?" Song Lin inquired as he hurriedly draped a garment over her shoulders. Clearing his throat, he looked somewhat bashful at his mother's praise, replying that it was only right. Outside, the snowfall intensified. Kong Wang, who had been observing the situation from the window, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Song Zixian and Song Luan moved closer to the window. In such biting cold, any beggars remaining on the streets would surely freeze to death. Fortunately, they had taken the initiative to provide shelter for those beggars in advance. Song Luan felt immense relief, and as he reflected on how their family had saved so many lives in the outer city, he was filled with gratitude. Yet, his thoughts drifted to Dongzhuo, and worry crept in. He had previously visited the Dong residence and had seen the dilapidated state of Dongzhuo's home, which was likely at risk of collapsing under the weight of the snow from days past. It was even more concerning given the current blizzard conditions. How would Dongzhuo endure such bitter cold? Would his mother allow him to take refuge from the frigid weather? The Imperial Academy had been on break since the snowfall began after the minor examination, extending to the present day. The headmaster had not mentioned when classes would resume. Therefore, he had not seen Dongzhuo since that minor examination. During this time, he had been engaged in charitable acts with his father and elder brother, nearly forgetting about Dongzhuo entirely. There was little time to contemplate their relationship or remind Dongzhuo to stockpile provisions for the cold. "Anu? Xiao Wu, what are you daydreaming about?" Kong Wang called out to Song Luan, who did not respond, and playfully tugged at his hair. "You didn't react when I called you several times. Were you thinking about that classmate of yours?" Song Zixian inquired, fiddling with his prayer beads. Song Luan nodded worriedly, affirming, "Yes, I was thinking about Dongzhuo. His house is in such disrepair, with drafts everywhere. I fear he may not survive this harsh winter." Kong Wang was aware of the bond between his fifth son and Dongzhuo. Observing his son's tender-hearted demeanor, he sighed in resignation. I do not know who you take after, being so soft-hearted. Thankfully, Dongzhuo does not genuinely intend to harm you. Otherwise, you might find yourself counting the coins after being sold." Song Zixian chuckled softly. Indeed, little Wu is quite likely to do just that, as he has always believed in repaying kindness with kindness. Song Luan interjected, "No, it is not that I extend such kindness to everyone. Dongzhuo, he means no harm. Mother has said that it is merely possessiveness born from friendship that drives his actions." Chapter 39. If he feels possessive towards me, he certainly will not harm me. I wish to extend him another opportunity for friendship, but with the blizzard approaching, I do not know if I will have the chance once the disaster is past. As Song Luan spoke, his voice dwindled. The thought that Dongzhuo might perish in this snow disaster weighed heavily on his heart. He was not one to repay kindness with kindness for everyone. Dongzhuo was a good person. Moreover, his sister's sentiments had revealed that in a previous life, after he was betrayed and drowned, it was Dongzhuo who avenged him. He could not fathom that such a Dongzhuo could be a villain. If only he had made his decision sooner, He could have warned Dong Zhuo about the impending snow disaster. However, now it is too late. Wang Kong gently ruffled the hair of Song Luan, reassuring him, "Do not cry, my child. I understand you well. I have already instructed the Vice Minister of Rights to treat Dong Zhuo with utmost care, and I have also sent someone to oversee the repairs of his residence, as well as to provide him with clothing, food, and coal. Rest assured, Dong Zhuo will endure this winter. This period will also give you time to contemplate your future relationship with him. Once the snow disaster subsides, you should have a proper discussion with him." Upon hearing this, Song Luan looked up at his father in surprise. "Father, how do you understand me so well? It's as if you know the very thoughts in my mind," he exclaimed, causing Wang Kong to chuckle despite his irritation. "I am your father, not a mind reader. Enough of this. There is no need to cry. A man should not weep." Song Luan stubbornly protested, wiping his face. "I am not crying. I am merely—" He wiped his face again, revealing that it was completely dry, and his irritation grew. "I wasn't crying at all. Father, fourth brother, you are deceiving me." Wang Kong playfully tapped Song Luan's forehead, amused by his antics. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably with this exchange. Through the window, the blizzard outside raged fiercely, the wind howling and causing the windows to rattle intermittently. Those in the court who had heeded Wang Kang's warnings about the snow disaster and prepared in advance were now comfortably sheltered in their warm, sturdy homes. Feeling fortunate for their foresight, the snow disaster had indeed arrived, and their provisions were now a matter of life and death. However, thoughts lingered about those who had mocked Wang Kong alongside the emperor, dismissing his warnings as mere exaggerations, especially the emperor, to whom Wang Kong had directly reported the likelihood of a snow disaster. But the emperor had chosen not to believe him, failing to issue any orders for preventive measures. Now that the disaster had struck, if many commoners were to perish, the emperor would surely face dire consequences. Within the palace, the old emperor sat in his warm study, gazing out at the storm with a countenance as grim as the weather itself. He had never anticipated that a blizzard would truly occur. There had been sunny days recently, and even when it snowed, it had not persisted for days on end. He never imagined the snow disaster would come to pass. Yet the crux of the matter was that Wang Kong had been right. He had come to the palace after a troubling dream his wife had, predicting a snow disaster. Who would not regard such a proclamation as laughable? Yet paradoxically, this jest had materialized into reality, and now he, the emperor, had become the subject of ridicule. The old emperor's palpable fury made the courtier Fuqiuan tremble in fear, worried that he might be the target of the emperor's wrath. Fortunately, he had heeded Wang Kong's advice and discreetly stored some winter supplies, alleviating his fear of succumbing to the snow disaster. Yet now, he feared for his life at the hands of the emperor. Fuqiuan mournfully shed a tear for his plight, striving to diminish his presence. At the general's residence, Yi Fangshi gazed at the storm outside, feeling a sense of relief. Just that morning, she had sent grain to Wang Kong, ensuring it reached the commoners. Now, as the blizzard descended, she felt fortunate. Moreover, the incident involving Yishuli had prompted her to relocate Yishuli to a new courtyard and provide her with warm clothing, ensuring she would not perish in the cold. However, Lunyang remained confined in the ancestral hall. She hoped fervently that Lunyang would not freeze overnight. Despite her dislike for Lunyang, she could never bring herself to let her perish in such a manner. What kind of benevolent matron would I be to allow a concubine to freeze to death? She reflected. Steward, keep an eye on the situation and send someone with warm supplies to Lunyang in the ancestral hall. We must ensure she does not freeze to death. Yi Fangshi ordered promptly. Understood. In her new, warm quarters, Yishuli felt a warmth in her heart that surpassed the comfort of her surroundings. It had been a long time since she had felt such warmth. She could not recall the last time she experienced such solace. She genuinely wished to visit her little niece, but she was uncertain whether her legitimate sister would welcome her, considering her status as a concubine. What right did a concubine have to visit the children of the legitimate wife? These thoughts left Yishuli feeling somewhat despondent, as her once warm heart grew colder. If given the opportunity, she truly wished to see her little niece. The snowstorm continued for a full day and night, finally ceasing on the morning of the third day. Father, it seems quiet outside now. I wonder if the snow has stopped. Should I go check the door? Song Luan pressed his ear against the window and suggested. Wang Kong pursed his lips, donned his cloak, and replied, I will go take a look. You all stay here and wait. Reluctantly, Song Luan continued listening at the window. Inside, Yi Peizhu and her companions felt a sudden chill in the air. Then, Wang Kong returned from outside, his expression grave, hastily closing the door behind him. "Father, what is happening outside?" Song Lun rushed to meet him, while Yi Peizhu looked on with concern. The snow has indeed stopped, and there is even a hint of sunlight breaking through. However, the snow on the ground is quite deep, reaching up to my waist. Wang Kong gestured as he spoke. Song Lun gasped in astonishment, stuttering, "The snow outside is piled up to my waist." Wang Kong glanced at his son, whose height was indeed just at his waist, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Yes, the snow is indeed that high, so you must not go outside." Now that the snow had ceased, who could predict whether it would resume, even if it did not? The sheer volume of snow on the ground raised concerns about when it would melt and whether it would lead to further disasters. It was said that after a snow disaster, avalanches, earthquakes, and plagues could follow. Each of these calamities would weigh heavily on the common folk. Wang Kong sighed, still harboring a flicker of hope for his father. If the emperor were to issue orders, whether to send guards to clear the snow or take other actions, there would still be hope. But if he remained indifferent, one could only imagine what further calamities might befall the capital. "Father, forgive my bluntness, but rather than hoping our grandfather will issue orders, we should take the initiative ourselves. Wasn't that how we provided supplies to the people outside the city? Our grandfather did not believe you, yet he still personally funded supplies for the people. He did nothing at that time when the snow disaster had not yet arrived. Now, if he were to issue orders, it would only serve to embarrass himself. Others may not dare to criticize him, but surely he would resent us from the Wang family." Song Lun articulated with a furrowed brow. Hearing this, Song Zixian lightly tapped his younger brother's forehead. "You are quite bold to speak so freely." Song Lun rubbed his forehead and murmured, "I was merely stating the truth." Wang Kong chuckled ruefully, realizing that his 7 or 8-year-old son had a clearer perspective than he, his father. Indeed, he should not harbor overly high expectations for his father. Song Jiujiu suddenly burst into tears, startling the 3 men standing nearby, who hurriedly approached the small bed. Why did the little sister cry out of the blue? Is she burning with fever again? Song Lu anxiously inquired, quickly reaching out to touch his sister's forehead, which felt normal to him. Yi Peizhu lifted her daughter from the small bed, cradling her gently in her arms, soothing her. "Jiujiu, don't cry. Are you hungry? You don't seem to have fever." The sudden intensity of her crying might indeed be due to hunger. "Hungry? I'm so hungry, Mama." The little voice of Song Jiujiu, tinged with sobs, reached the ears of the Kong Wang family. The sound tugged at their hearts, causing them immense pain. Yi Peizhu's eyelids fluttered. "Jiujiu must be hungry. I should feed her something." Hearing this, the 3 men of the Kong Wang family instinctively opened the screen, respectfully stepping aside. Yi Peizhu lowered her gaze, watching her slender daughter voraciously drink the milk, her heart aching with compassion. "Jiujiu, drink slowly, don't choke." She gently patted Song Jiujiu's back. "I won't choke. I'm so hungry, it feels like I've been starving for 3 days and nights, but at least I'm a bit more alert now. That wretched nightmare has finally faded. But what is happening now? I didn't quite understand what father and my brothers were talking about earlier. Has the snow disaster already begun? How are the common folk faring outside?" It was around that time the rumors of me being a disaster star started circulating in the capital. Then came the second snow disaster, which was even more severe, claiming more lives and stirring public anger. After the second snow disaster paused, the common folk began to brave the deep snow to come to the Kong Wang residence, demanding that my parents hand me over to be burned. The visions in my prophetic dreams weren't very clear. They ended when my parents were injured while trying to protect me. So, is this the first snow disaster or the second? Alas, it's disheartening. I have just been reborn, and now I am to die again? Will I even have a chance to be reborn a second time? I have yet to change the fate of our entire family. As Song Jiujiu pondered these thoughts, she sipped her milk while sighing softly. The Kong Wang family, hearing her innermost thoughts, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Kong Wang had heard Yi Peizhu mention her nightmares before. Now, hearing his daughter's thoughts echoed those of his wife's nightmares, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, the bond between mother and daughter was profound. Why was he not granted dreams that conveyed his daughter's thoughts? He yearned for such a connection. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him. Song Li's gaze turned colder as he absorbed his sister's thoughts. A disaster star? Who had the audacity to spread such rumors about his sister? The snow disaster was a natural calamity. What did it have to do with her? The people in his prophetic dreams deserved their fate. If further rumors of his sister being a disaster star emerged, and those who had benefited from them remained indifferent, he would not let them off lightly. The grains from the Kong Wong residence and the general's residence were not to be taken lightly. Song Zixian twisted his prayer beads slightly faster, pressing his lips together in contemplation. I'm full now, and I feel sleepy. Alas, I truly am a useless person. After burping, Song Joey's eyelids drooped as she succumbed to sleep once more. Yi Peizhu placed her daughter back in the small bed, reflecting on her daughter's recent thoughts. After the first snow disaster paused, rumors of Jiujiu being a disaster star had surfaced in the capital. With the blizzard having ceased this morning, could it be that this was the first snow disaster Jiujiu mentioned? It wouldn't be long before the rumors would spread. Their family had already taken steps to assist the common folk through the snow disaster. Could it be that fate could not be altered? Yi Peizhu tucked her daughter in and rose to push open the screen. Jiujiu had fallen asleep again. Your Highness, the snow outside has stopped. Should we send someone to clear the accumulated snow? It was uncertain if it would snow again, but the piled snow was quite dangerous regardless. What you say is reasonable. Now that the snow has ceased, we should clear it. Kong Wong immediately instructed the steward, who approached with a sorrowful expression. Your Highness, 3 people have died from a cold. They did not heed instructions and did not huddle together with the others for warmth. I just counted, and they were frozen to death. Kong Wong pursed his lips. Although the snow had stopped, it was uncertain if it would resume. First, have their bodies disposed of properly. Then immediately clear the snow from the residence. If time allows, assess the situation outside. Kong Wong issued his orders succinctly, and the steward promptly set to work. The servants were apprehensive that another blizzard might descend that night. Taking advantage of the clear weather, they rushed to clear the snow from the Kong Wong residence. A young servant, having dealt with the snow piled at the entrance, noticed that surrounding residences had servants clearing the snow as well and went out to inquire about the situation. Your Highness, it's bad. The young servant's exclamation made the already alert Kong Wong's heart tremble. What is wrong? Don't be so dramatic. Speak clearly. Kong Wong and his 2 sons approached the outer room, where the young servant hastily reported, Your Highness, my lords, a rumor has spread outside. The word rumor made the brows of the Kong Wong family furrow. The young servant was furious, exclaiming that someone claimed their young lady was the disaster star bringing the snow disaster. The Kong Wong family quietly acknowledged the truth of the matter, aligning with Jiujiu's prophetic dreams. Kong Wong's expression turned serious. Who did you hear this from? Has it spread widely? I heard it from a servant of the Wong residence. He said it had circulated throughout the inner city in just one morning. I don't know who started it. I asked him not to spread this rumor further, but he mentioned that Wong had already cautioned his household about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disclosed this to me. It has spread in the inner city. Song Lu exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. The inner city was vast. How could a rumor spread so rapidly in just one morning? Who could have fabricated such a tale? With the rumor now rampant in the inner city, it was likely that by nightfall, the outer city's common folk would hear of it as well. It remained to be seen whether they would believe it. A sense of helplessness crept into Kong Wong's heart, yet a flicker of hope remained. He had provided supplies for warmth and reinforced the dilapidated homes in the outer city. He had done all he could. If this was not enough to change fate, if the casualties among the common folk were not severe, they should not believe it, having received our kindness. Even if they do believe it, they wouldn't dare act against us, Song Lu speculated. And if there aren't many ingrates among the common folk when the snow disaster ends, the rumor should cease as well, Song Zixian added, methodically twisting his prayer beads. But who could know whether the common folk would believe it? Their musings were merely conjectures. Human nature was the most unpredictable of all. Yi Peizhu, in the inner room watching over Song Jiujiu, could not clearly hear the conversations outside. When Kong Wong and his sons returned, she hurriedly inquired, My lady, the content of your nightmare has aligned once more. Kong Wong relayed the young servant's words to Yi Peizhu. Upon hearing this, she fell into a daze. It aligns again. My lady, do not worry. At least we have taken measures. Nothing from your dream will come to pass. Kong Wong grasped his wife's icy hand tightly, his tone resolute in his attempt to reassure her while also calming himself. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Song Lun, disliking such an ambience, deliberately changed the subject. Father, mother, I believe Uncle Wong seems quite admirable. Just now, a servant mentioned that the staff in Wong Fu said that upon hearing this rumor, Uncle Wong specifically instructed his household not to let it spread. Moreover, he had the servants convey this matter to our own attendants, suggesting that he wished for us to contemplate how to respond in advance. Perhaps, if that is indeed the case, after the snow disaster subsides, we could pay him a visit to express our gratitude. Uncle and Wang did not often socialize with us. Primarily because he is the youngest son of the emperor. At the tender age of 17, he could very well be my son. He might feel that he has little to converse about with me, his third brother. Wang Kong reflected on this youngest sibling of his with a hint of nostalgia. It is not easy to forge closeness with brothers of such disparate ages. Meanwhile, within Wang Fu, Wang was listening to the report from his servant. My lord, the rumor has been communicated to the servants of the Kong Wang Fu. He should be informing Kong Wang of this matter. Nestled in a soft couch with a warming pot, Wang grunted in acknowledgement. Remember my command. Should anyone dare to disseminate this information, execute them without hesitation. His voice, slightly hoarse and nasally, conveyed his discomfort. Yes, my lord. He coughed lightly, feeling a chill, and instinctively tucked himself deeper into the bedding. My lord. Having the servants inform the Kong Wang Fu was intended to prepare them in advance. However, the snow disaster has already occurred, and rumors have proliferated. No matter how one responds, it is likely to harm Kong Wang's family. His trusted guard, Lin, remarked as he adjusted the blankets around Wang. Wang raised his enchanting peach blossom eyes. That may not be the case. My earnest third brother has been aiding the citizens of the outer city in recent days. As long as the casualties from this snow disaster are not severe, even amidst rampant rumors, the common folk will not act against my third brother's family. He mused. I'm merely curious about the origin of these rumors. Wang sniffed, recalling the recent assassination attempt during his niece's full moon celebration. The orchestrator behind both incidents might indeed be the same individual. What could possibly drive someone to target an infant barely a month old? That is the most intriguing point to me. The little niece appeared soft and rosy, dressed in a small red coat reminiscent of the auspicious figures in traditional paintings. Wang had been quite fond of her during the celebration, and had it not been for the disruption caused by the assassin and the concubine's matters, he would have wished to hold her. Before I have the chance to embrace my niece, no one shall harm her. Lin, investigate who is responsible for these rumors, and once identified, eliminate them. Wang sneezed and clutched the warming pot tighter. Understood, my lord. You should take your medicine. I shall have someone prepare it. Lin added, observing Wang's furrowed brow. My lord, good medicine is often bitter. You must drink it to recover. I have some candied fruits. If you find the medicine too bitter, you may consume them afterward. Upon hearing this, Wang's brow unfurled, and a smile graced his eyes. Very well. As night fell, the second round of the blizzard indeed commenced. The howling wind was far louder than the previous night, and even with the doors and windows secured, those sheltered inside could vividly imagine the ferocity of the storm outside. Nevertheless, the provisions within the home provided a sense of security. Regardless of the tempest's fury, their lives were not in peril within these walls. In the outer city, the sheltered citizens were busily discussing the rumors they had heard. How could there be a rumor claiming the Kong Wang's legitimate daughter is a harbinger of disaster? It is utterly nonsensical. Were it not for Kong Wang's generosity in aiding us, our survival would be uncertain. Indeed, the purveyor of such rumors is nothing short of a wolf in sheep's clothing. I also heard that Ma Zi and his group are plotting to go to Kong Wang Fu once the snow disaster ends, demanding more silver. How outrageous! They truly lack conscience. Do they dare to confront him? Once the blizzard ceases, we shall keep watch at their home and see if they have the audacity to approach Kong Wang. Let us also inquire with others. Should anyone else wish to act as a treacherous wolf, we shall unite to deal with them. Such dialogues resonated through several households. The majority expressed gratitude towards Kong Wang's family and dismissed the notion that Song Jiujiu was the source of the snow disaster. However, Kong Wang's family remained oblivious to this sentiment, harboring fears regarding Song Jiujiu's potential wrath. Especially now, as the second blizzard raged on. If the thoughts of Song Jiujiu were to be believed, once the storm subsided, the populace would indeed come rushing to Kong Wang Fu. I am hungry. I must have slept through an eternity. What time is it? Someone inform my father, mother, and brothers. A small voice broke the silence, signaling that Song Jiujiu had awakened. You is awake. She must be hungry. Yi Peiju swiftly picked up Song Jiujiu, nourishing her and wiping her mouth with a cloth. Burp. I am full. The wind is so strong it rattles the windows. I wonder if this is indeed the second round of the blizzard. I feel as if I have slept for days. Song Jiujiu kicked her little feet and stretched her arms and legs. Fortunately, she no longer had a fever. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the physician to come. The snow had begun falling again last night. It was uncertain how many more days it would continue. Kong Wang checked his daughter's forehead and gently pinched her small face. Indeed, Jiujiu has been ill in recent days and has lost some weight. Once the snow disaster concludes, we should procure a female goat for her to drink goat's milk. Jiujiu suggested. Goat's milk is delicious, and so is cow's milk. Song Jiujiu chimed in cheerfully, waving her little hands at the mention of food. Then she paused, her face scrunching up. What am I so happy about? We are in the midst of a snow disaster. Once it ends, I still do not know if the people will come to burn me as foretold in my dreams. Perhaps being happy now is premature. I shall wait until I have survived to celebrate. Once I do, I shall feast on large chicken legs and braised pork. As she mentally listed the dishes, she salivated, completely forgetting that she was still an infant, barely a month old, without any teeth to consume such delicacies. The cheerful chatter of the little voice filled the air, but the Kong family did not find it bothersome. Rather, their hearts ached for Song Jiujiu, pondering the hardships she must have endured in her past life. The second blizzard persisted for 2 days and nights, and by the morning of the third day, the snow finally ceased and the sky cleared. Kong Wang opened the door to find the accumulated snow beginning to melt. They say snow is not cold, but melting snow is. Indeed, it was quite chilly. Kong Wang rubbed his arms and summoned the steward to instruct the servants to clear the snow from the estate. Fortunately, no one had succumbed to the cold in the household during these 2 days. After the first blizzard had struck, 3 disobedient servants had perished, prompting the others to heed instructions and value their lives. Kong Wang contemplated sending the 3 bodies out of the capital for burial, but that would have to wait until tomorrow to assess the situation, provided the citizens did not come seeking trouble today. As the saying goes, what one thinks often manifests. Just as Kong Wang was contemplating this, he faintly heard commotion from outside. His heart quickened, and soon after, the steward rushed in. Your Highness, a multitude of common folk has gathered outside, all expressing a desire to meet you. As Song Zixian and Song Luan emerged from the inner chambers, they immediately heard the steward's words and hastily inquired, how many commoners are there? Is it a large crowd? The steward nodded emphatically, confirming, indeed, there are many. From my estimation, at least 100 or 80 people. Moreover, they appear quite fierce, as though they might be here to cause trouble. Your Highness, should we open the door? If we do, should we prepare some weapons first? Let us refrain from opening the door for now, Father. Perhaps we should hide mother and sister. Song Luan expressed his anxiety. There is no need to hide. The arrival of commoners does not necessarily indicate trouble, replied Song Zixian with a serene demeanor. Hearing this, Wang Kong glanced at his remarkably mature fourth son. Zixian seemed quite confident. With a gentle nod, Song Zixian suggested, if you trust me, Father, let us give it a try. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. Gulme, let us 3 go to the entrance and meet this assembly of common folk. You 2 wait here. I shall inform your mother first. In the inner chambers, Jiujiu and Song Jiujiu waited anxiously. Upon seeing Wang Kong enter, Jiujiu quickly approached him. Your Highness, what is the situation? Have the commoners truly come? Oh dear, have they really arrived, Father? We must hide, or perhaps we should not open the gates. Song Jiujiu exclaimed, her small hands flailing in urgency, her little legs bouncing in agitation. Indeed, the commoners had arrived at the gates, but their intentions were not necessarily malicious. Madam, please stay here at Jiujiu. Along with my 2 sons, shall investigate. If the visitors bear ill intentions, someone will inform you, and then you can hide with Jiujiu. Wang Kong reassured his wife before closing the inner door and departing with his sons. Jiujiu felt a tumult of emotions, wishing to follow. Yet she knew she could not. Instead, she cradled her daughter in her arms, pacing the room in anxious anticipation. Chapter 43. Nightmares Realized? Open the gates. With a commanding voice, Wang Kong ordered, and the servants proceeded to swing open the heavy doors. The sight that greeted him was overwhelming. It was not merely 100 or 80 people gathered, but a sea of faces. I hear you seek me? Wang Kong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The aura of authority surrounding him causing the previously boisterous crowd to fall into a hushed silence. The crowd exchanged glances before collectively kneeling in respect. A middle-aged man at the forefront spoke softly, Your Highness, we have come to express our gratitude. During this recent snow disaster, thanks to the provisions and clothing you provided, our families have survived without succumbing to the cold or hunger. Wang Kong, attempting to maintain a stern demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by the man's words. You are not here to cause trouble? He asked incredulously. Your Highness, we are not here to bring discord. You selflessly aided the citizens of the outer city, and we are not ungrateful. We understand who has helped us and recognize truth from falsehood. We assure you that the rumors regarding your loved ones will not propagate within our city, the man continued. While a few among them might be ungrateful, the others vowed to keep them in check. The crowd echoed their support, affirming indeed, Your Highness, we are grateful for your life-saving deeds. The casualties in our outer city during the snow disaster were remarkably few. The elders confirmed that, without your benevolence, not just the youth, but even children and the elderly would have perished from the cold. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. The chorus of gratitude resonated, shaking the very snow from the branches of nearby trees. Hua Tong stood, momentarily stunned, gazing into the grateful faces before him, feeling a lump form in his throat. He had never anticipated such heartfelt thanks. His initial motivation had solely been to prevent his daughter from being labeled as the harbinger of this disaster. His acts of charity were meant for her sake alone, and he had never expected to receive such gratitude in return. Hua Tong pressed his lips together, regaining composure as he smiled at the crowd. There is no need for thanks. I am simply relieved that you are all well. Although the snow has ceased for the moment, we cannot predict future storms. Please exercise caution both on the roads and at home. Ensure that the snow on the ground and rooftops is cleared promptly. As he spoke, he found himself unable to restrain his concern, offering additional advice. Yet, the crowd listened intently, touched by his words. Not far away, at the Wang residence, the door was opened slightly by the servants, allowing a view towards Wang Kang's abode. And Wang, nestled under a quilt on a soft couch, appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion pale. However, after 2 days of medication, he looked considerably better than before. Your Highness, many commoners have gathered at Wang Kang's gate to express their thanks, a servant reported. Upon hearing this, Wang coughed a few times, realizing that the number of casualties among the outer city folk must have been low during the snow disaster, or they would not be expressing gratitude to their third brother. Father truly owes it to my third brother's efforts. Had he not acted, many lives would have been lost during this calamity. The emperor's position would have been quite precarious. And Wang mused, shaking his head in disbelief at his father's credulity regarding omens and dreams. I can only imagine the look on Father S.'s face when he realizes he was wrong. He chuckled, envisioning the embarrassment that would ensue. Beside him, the guard Alin patted Wang's back in a gesture of sympathy, signaling for water to be brought. Your Highness, you ought to rest your voice. Drink some water, he advised. And Wang took a few sips, feeling somewhat better. Once the snow has entirely melted, I shall visit Hua Tong and see my little niece, he declared. Alin, how is your investigation progressing? Alin sighed. Your Highness, while I am a capable guard, I am still but a person. The storm has raged for 2 days, and I cannot attend to matters outside of serving you. And Wang acknowledged, quite right. Once the snow has cleared, do remember to investigate. Yes, Your Highness, please take your medicine, Alin reminded him. And Wang protested, what? More medicine? I just took some. Your Highness, the last time you took medicine was last night, the servant clarified. At the entrance of Wang Kang's residence, Wang Kang had been speaking for quite some time before realizing he had digressed. Summarizing his remarks, he watched as the crowd began to disperse. Fourth brother is truly remarkable. He was indeed correct. Song Zixian smiled, his lips curling into a grin. Wang Kang, please, patted his fourth son's head, realizing that Zixian's maturity was not a flaw, but rather an asset, for he remained composed where others might falter. Well done, little five. Take care to learn from your older brother. Song Luan nodded repeatedly like a person grinding garlic. Yes, fourth brother, do you still have your Buddhist beads? Why not give me a string? As soon as Jiujiu heard the commotion outside, she hurriedly embraced the equally anxious Song Jiujiu and inquired repeatedly. Madam, please do not worry, we are fine. Do not come out. It is still cold outside. Take care of yourself and your daughter, lest you catch a chill. Prince Kong instructed loudly, and after dissipating the cold air enveloping him, he entered the inner chamber to recount the earlier events. Upon hearing this, both Jiujiu and Song Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the nightmare did not come true. Chapter 44. Envy and Jealousy. Thank goodness. The events from the prophetic dream did not transpire. I almost believed I was doomed, truly at risk of being burned alive. However, it is indeed strange that this incident did not unfold as in my prophetic dream. Although a snow disaster occurred, the subsequent events were different. Could it be that heaven has opened its eyes? No, It seems my mother had a nightmare quite similar to the content of my prophetic dream. My father and brothers went to assist the people through the snow disaster precisely because of my mother's nightmare, which prevented me from being labeled a harbinger of calamity and facing a fiery demise. My mother and I truly share a profound bond, a heart attuned to one another. If not for my mother's nightmare, if not for my father believing in her dream, I might not be alive now. My mother is truly remarkable. Song Jiujiu felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, filled with joy and excitement as she waved her little hands and giggled heartily. The infectious laughter of the little child brought smiles to Jiujiu and Prince Kong, dissipating the heavy atmosphere that had lingered in the inner chamber for several days. News of a portion of the outer city as a populace gathering at Prince Kang's residence to express their gratitude also spread throughout the capital's royal city and inner city. Aside from both Prince Ning and Prince Gong felt a sense of envy and resentment. They were aware that Prince Kang's decision to personally provide supplies to the people stemmed from Princess Kang's nightmare, which foretold a snow disaster in the capital. Prince Kong believed her, even going to the palace to inform the emperor. The emperor, unconvinced, took no action, leading Prince Kong to take matters into his own hands. Unbeknownst to them, Princess Kang's nightmare had indeed been prophetic. A snow disaster truly had befallen the capital. Now, the populace was immensely grateful to Prince Kong for saving their lives. This incident undoubtedly elevated Prince Kang's stature among the people. Although the emperor had yet to designate a crown prince or openly express intentions regarding the next emperor, Prince Kong was the emperor's most beloved son. Considering this matter, once the emperor made a decision, the likelihood of Prince Kong ascending to that position would surely increase. Prince Ning and Prince Gong were furious, shattering several tea sets in their quarters. Why had it not been their wives who dreamed of snow disaster in the capital? Yet, the situation was not as they had imagined. The old emperor, upon learning that the people were expressing their gratitude to Prince Kong, felt an anger that matched theirs. He felt his aged face burn with humiliation, as if Prince Kong had trampled his dignity into the ground. The gratitude of the people should rightfully be directed towards him. Their emperor, Prince Kong, must be quite pleased with himself now, having done a good deed, while he, as the emperor, was likely being ridiculed by others. The old emperor's chest rose and fell violently, breathing heavily, his demeanor reflecting a blend of anger and shame. Eunuch Fuqiuan stood to the side, wishing to speak, but fearful of saying something amiss that might provoke the emperor's wrath. After hesitating for a while, he chose to remain silent. Anyi, the old emperor spoke. Long Wei and Yi silently appeared before the old emperor. Master, what have you discovered regarding the assassin and Mei Chui? How did the interrogation proceed? The old emperor's inquiry sparked a flicker of doubt in Yi's eyes. Surely, the master knew better than anyone who was behind those two. Why would he suddenly ask such a question? However, there must be a reason for the master's inquiry. Master, we have already found some leads. The old emperor nodded. It is unclear why the Minister of Rights would send an assassin to kill my granddaughter. Regrettably, the assassin has already perished, leaving no evidence. Even if I wish to hold the minister accountable, I have no proof. Inform Prince Kong about this matter. Additionally, regarding Mei Chui, tell Prince Kong that it was the Shu Fei who instructed Mei Chui to poison the Gui Fei. As for the Gui Fei, I will handle that myself. Fuqiuan, arrange for someone to tally how many people in the palace perished due to this snow disaster. The old emperor instructed leisurely, while an Yi and Fuqiuan bowed their heads, not daring to take a breath. Yes, I shall obey. Yes, I shall obey, Your Majesty. In the beauty hall, the recent blizzard had little effect on the Gui Fei. She resided in a warm and exquisite confinement, living her days much like before. If one were to note any differences, it would be that she had to remain in the inner hall with tightly shut doors and windows, unable to go outside. Out of boredom, she could only read stories to pass the time. However, when her interest in reading waned, she could not help but recall Mei Chui's betrayal and the heartfelt thoughts she had overheard on the day of her granddaughter's full moon celebration. Your Highness, though it has stopped snowing outside, it is still quite cold. Please take care not to catch a chill. Should I close the windows? The palace made a sign to attend the Gui Fei by the emperor approached, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the Gui Fei refocused her somewhat dazed gaze from the window. No need. I'm not cold. You may leave. Do not enter without my command. The Gui Fei's voice was cold, seemingly laced with a tremor, perhaps from the chill. The maid wished to say more, but the Gui Fei's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, rose slightly. What? You come to serve me, yet do not heed my words." The maid quickly knelt. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. I only meant to care for you. Get out. I do not desire your insincere concern. Who has angered my beloved concubine? Tell me, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf." The old emperor's voice echoed from the doorway. The Guifei's eyes flashed with disdain before she lowered her head and saluted the old emperor. "This servant pays respects to your majesty. What brings you here so suddenly?" The old emperor stepped forward to assist the Guifei to her feet. "Now that the storm has finally ceased, I naturally came to check on you, my beloved concubine. It is quite cold in this hall, and your hands are icy. Why are the windows still open?" The old emperor frowned in displeasure, casting his gaze towards the kneeling maid. "My beloved concubine, did this maid provoke your anger?" "Indeed, she has angered me. I no longer wish for her service." "Very well. If you do not desire her, then let someone take this maid away and execute her." The old emperor's tone was nonchalant, yet his words sealed the maid's fate. The maid looked up in panic. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Highness, please spare me. I only expressed concern for your Highness." Chapter 45. The emperor's favor is poison. As soon as the little eunuchs moved to drag the maid away, the Guifei finally spoke. "Never mind, do not kill her. I shall give you one last chance to serve me well. Should you anger me again, I will not plead for you next time." "Very well. If my beloved concubine says not to kill her, then we shall not. You may leave." The old emperor waved his hand, and the two little eunuchs retreated. The maid, trembling in relief, knelt before the Guifei, thanking her profusely. "Thank you, your Highness. Thank you, your Majesty." After bowing, the maid, drenched in cold sweat, exited. "Your Majesty, what has become of Mei Chui?" the Guifei inquired proactively. The old emperor embraced the Guifei's shoulders, playing with her hands. "I approached with the intention of discussing this matter with my beloved consort. The Dark Guards have concluded their interrogation of Mei Chui. It was revealed that the one who bribed Mei Chui to poison you is Xu Fei. Mei Chui only stated that she was instructed by Xu Fei before she bit her tongue and took her own life. No further information could be extracted. My beloved, have you and Xu Fei had any previous conflicts?" The noble consort was taken aback. Mei Chui took her own life? Indeed, Mei Chui was rather resolute. The Dark Guards employed various forms of torture to extract information from her. It was only after enduring such torment that she divulged Xu Fei's involvement, and upon further questioning, she chose to end her life. "Initially, I intended to keep Mei Chui's body for you to see, considering she had been your maid for decades. But her tortured form was too gruesome, and I feared it would frighten you, so I had them dispose of it. It is unclear what benefits Xu Fei promised Mei Chui that would compel her to take such drastic action rather than speak of Xu Fei's involvement." The old emperor's words made the noble consort's throat feel tight, filled with the pain of betrayal and sorrow. She had been pondering why Mei Chui would betray her, yet she could not comprehend it. The noble consort took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, do you have any plans regarding Xu Fei, or do you wish for me to endure this in silence?" The noble consort, weary of beating around the bush, asked directly. The old emperor narrowed his eyes. "How could I ask my beloved to endure? I will command an inquiry into Xu Fei. If she confesses, she shall be punished. But what if she denies it? What if she destroys all evidence that could prove her instigation of Mei Chui to poison you? Does that mean you will not punish her? Or shall I be expected to act as if this incident never occurred? After all, Xu Fei is a cousin of the Empress." The noble consort, shedding her usual docility, retorted sharply. The old emperor furrowed his brow. "My beloved, what troubles you today? Why have you become so unreasonable? Do you not trust me, or do you doubt my allegiance to you?" The noble consort closed her eyes, tears spilling down her cheeks, landing on the old emperor's hand. The warmth of her tears caused him to tremble. "Your Majesty, because of Xu Fei, my granddaughter nearly encountered a grave incident. I may endure my own suffering, but my granddaughter is but a month old. It is because Xu Fei sought to undermine me that Jiujiu was implicated. Your Majesty, even if you do not consider my plea, please, for the sake of my granddaughter, punish Xu Fei. I kneel before you." As she spoke, the noble consort attempted to kneel to the old emperor. He swiftly grasped her, preventing her from doing so. "My beloved, you wound my heart. Jiujiu is also my granddaughter. I promise you, regardless of whether Xu Fei confesses or if evidence can be found, I will punish her and teach her a lesson." Hearing what she longed to hear, the noble consort stood and bowed to the old emperor. "I thank you, your Majesty, for advocating for me and Jiujiu. If the Wang family learns of this, they will surely be grateful to you." The old emperor sighed. You, indeed, take advantage of my affection. Were anyone else, they would have been dragged out for such impertinence. I am indeed proud of my favor, for it is your indulgence that has allowed me such boldness." The old emperor lingered for a while before taking his leave. Once he departed, the smile on the noble consort's face vanished. Xu Fei instigated Mei Chui to poison her? She cannot believe it. Even if it were true, the old emperor must have been aware or even complicit. Otherwise, Jiujiu would not have spoken of her past life, where she clearly perished from poison. Yet the old emperor did not investigate the cause of death and instead tarnished her name. Was this not a means to shield her poisoner? How blind she had been in her past life to think herself the favored consort of the old emperor. The emperor's affection was like arsenic, a mere shield. The noble consort closed her eyes, regaining her composure, and summoned the palace maid who had just entered. The maid, having barely escaped a brush with death, now appeared much more submissive. "What is your command, my lady? I do not care who your master is. I save you just now, granting you a second chance at life. From this moment forth, your only master shall be me. Should I discover your loyalties lie elsewhere, I could have the emperor execute you once, and I could arrange for a second execution." The noble consort's voice was cold and authoritative. The maid knelt before her, lowering her gaze, and responded, "Yes, my only master is you, my lady." The sincerity of her words was known only to herself. Meanwhile, an Yi arrived at the Wang residence. The Wang had previously met an Yi whenever the old emperor had tasks for him. It was either through the messenger Fu Quan or in Yi's discreet visit. Seeing in Yi's sudden appearance caused a jolt of anxiety within the Wang. The calamity of snow had yet to pass, and now the emperor had sent an Yi with an urgent message. "An Yi, what command does the emperor have for me?" The Wang inquired first. "An Yi nodded. Your Highness, the assassin who appeared at your daughter's full moon celebration has been apprehended. He was instructed by the Minister of Rights, but he too has taken his own life. Furthermore, regarding the poisoning of the noble consort, which implicated your daughter's maid Mei Chui, she too claimed Xu Fei was behind it before choosing to end her life. The emperor stated that due to the assassin's suicide, there is no evidence beyond his testimony proving that the Minister of Rights sent the assassin to attack your daughter at the celebration. Thus, the emperor cannot order the arrest of the minister. You must find a way to gather evidence. If it exists, the emperor will take action. As for Xu Fei, the emperor will inform the noble consort, allowing her to decide how to proceed. You need not concern yourself with that, your highness." Chapter 46. Cast into the Cold Palace. After delivering his message, an Yi took his leave. Once an Yi departed, Yi Peizhu emerged from within. She approached the pensive Wang. "Your highness, I heard an Yi's words. Do you believe them to be true or false?" "My lady, I have not considered the validity of an Yi's words at all. An Yi is merely conveying the emperor's message. The outcome of the interrogation must have been as stated. Is there any possibility of deceit?" Yi Peizhu's expression was complex. "It is no wonder our daughter calls you a foolish father. Sometimes you truly are rather naive. What if the emperor is lying?" "My lord, to be honest, I'm hesitant to trust what others say outside. The assassin sought to kill Jiujiu, and Mei Chui was manipulated into poisoning the noble consort, implicating Jiujiu. Unless we obtain results from our own interrogation, I find it difficult to believe the claims made by others. Given the recent snow disaster, it is likely that the emperor acted out of anger and may have said things that are not entirely true. If he claims the assassin was sent by the Minister of Rights, what is your relationship with him, your highness?" The Wang furrowed his brow. "We are merely acquaintances. I cannot fathom any reason for the minister to send an assassin to harm our daughter. We must investigate further. If the emperor is truthful, there will surely be some evidence. However, if he is deceiving us, we cannot afford to make an enemy of the minister. One more foe means one less friend. Remember to be cautious during the investigation, lest our actions be discovered." Ye Peizhu advisit carefully. The Wang nodded. "Rest assured, my lady." The old emperor absently toyed with the ring on his thumb, a smile playing on his lips as he pondered what the young concubine might do next. "You should occasionally keep in touch with the spies in the Kong Wang Fu. Do not overlook any happenings there." "Yes, your subordinate will obey." "Very well, you may withdraw. Fu Qiuan, convey my decree. Xu Fei has bribed the palace maid to poison the Gui Fei, and she has also implicated my granddaughter. I'm quite enraged. Before the Gui Fei calms down, cast Xu Fei into the cold palace, and only upon the Gui Fei's appeasement shall Xu Fei be allowed to return." The old emperor lazily commanded. Fu Qiuan complied and departed with a young eunuch to Xu Fei's palace. As the cousin of the empress, Xu Fei's only rival in the harem was the favored Gui Fei. Upon hearing that the maid who had served her for many years had poisoned the Gui Fei, she felt a sense of schadenfreude. She even mused on how the poison could have been more deeply concealed. If the Gui Fei were to succumb to the poison, it would be nothing short of a blessing. For several days, Xu Fei had been confined to her inner chambers due to the snowstorm, and now, upon hearing that Fu Qiuan had arrived, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she swiftly rose and sauntered to the outer room. Peering behind Fu Qiuan, she noticed the absence of the emperor, and her expression betrayed her disappointment. Xu Fei Nyang, I come bearing the emperor's decree. At this, Xu Fei adjusted her hair, responding, Please speak. Fu Qiuan relayed the emperor's words. Xu Fei's expression shifted from delight to bewilderment. What? I ordered Mei Chui to poison the Gui Fei. How could I possibly do such a thing? Xu Fei incredulously questioned Fu Qiuan. Fu Qiuan, with a respectful smile, replied, Nyang, it was Mei Chui who spoke of you as the mastermind behind this act. Her testimony is the evidence. The emperor's decree has been issued. Please prepare to go to the Cold Palace. He added, the duration of your stay there depends on when the Gui Fei no longer bears anger towards you. Once she calms, you may be released. Your cousin is the empress. You might seek her assistance to intercede with the Gui Fei. Should you agree, I will inform the empress of this matter. I did not commit this act. Why should I apologize? Where's Mei Chui? Bring her forth, so I may confront her. I shall see when I ever instructed her to poison the Gui Fei. I will never admit to something I did not do, Xu Fei declared, her voice resolute. Fu Qiuan maintained his smile. Nyang, after naming you as the instigator, Mei Chui took her own life. Her body likely lies in a mass grave now. It may not be possible for you to confront her. Xu Fei scoffed. So this is a case of no witnesses? How can Mei Chui's unfounded claims serve as evidence for my punishment? I refuse to accept this. I demand to see the emperor. With that, Xu Fei stormed toward the exit. Fu Qiuan interjected, Stop her. Immediately, two young eunuchs appeared to block Xu Fei's path. Clear the way, she demanded. Please do not make it difficult for the servants. The emperor's decree must be obeyed. If you do not cooperate, we shall be in a predicament, Fu Qiuan stated, signaling the eunuchs. They promptly struck Xu Fei, rendering her unconscious, and carried her away. Fu Qiuan cast a glance at the maids still lingering nearby. What are you waiting for? Go prepare Nyang's belongings. The maid hurriedly complied. Watching the eunuchs escort Xu Fei to the Cold Palace, Fu Qiuan then made his way to Kunning Palace. He was a diligent eunuch, and he would certainly relay the necessary information to the empress. The empress had also been sequestered in her inner chambers, and the quietness of Kunning Palace had become rather dull for her. Occasionally, she reflected on the lovely infant she had seen at the full-month celebration. The little daughter of the Kong Wang family was truly enchanting, her fair complexion accentuated by a bright red outfit and cap, reminiscent of a doll from a New Year's painting. It was a pity she had not been able to hold the baby that day. The Gui Fei was indeed fortunate to have such a delightful granddaughter. Though she too had a granddaughter, the child was a headstrong little tyrant at just 3 years old, making it difficult for her to feel any fondness as a grandmother. It seemed that one's granddaughters were always better when they belonged to others. As the empress contemplated these matters, she sighed. Just then, a maid announced Fu Qiuan's arrival. The eunuch is here. Does the emperor have any decree? The empress, seated gracefully on her soft couch, inquired with an air of indifference, her mere presence commanding respect from Fu Qiuan. Upon hearing the news, her brows furrowed, and her well-maintained visage displayed signs of impatience. Xu Fei has been sent to the Cold Palace? Why? Xu Fei Nyang instructed the maid, Mei Chui, to poison the Gui Fei. After being interrogated, Mei Chui revealed that it was Xu Fei who had orchestrated the act. Fu Qiuan explained, briefly summarizing the emperor's decree. I promised Xu Fei that I would inform you, Nyang. Please consider interceding with the Gui Fei. If she could be appeased sooner, Xu Fei might be released from the Cold Palace. After bowing, Fu Qiuan retreated without waiting for the empress to respond. As the sounds of footsteps faded, the empress leaned back in her seat, exhaling a breath of frustration. Xu Fei had bribed the Gui Fei's maid to poison her. Thus, the poisoning incident at the full-month celebration that had implicated the Kong Wang family's little girl led back to Xu Fei. While everyone in the palace knew that Xu Fei was her cousin, they were unaware of the empress's long-standing disdain for this cousin, who had always exploited her position to act arrogantly within the palace. Over the years, every time Xu Fei had caused a scandal, it was the empress who had to clean up the mess. This had occurred not just once or twice, but countless times. To think that even in her old age, she still had to bail out Xu Fei. Why could the emperor not simply have decreed Xu Fei's death? The empress's chest rose and fell with anger, and the attending maid, Bai Lan, hurried to bring her a cup of warm tea. Do not be upset, Nyang Yang. You must take care of yourself. The Gui Fei is not unreasonable. Perhaps if we approach her with sincerity, perhaps she might relent and persuade the emperor to release Xu Fei. Bai Lan suggested. The empress, with a bitter smile, replied, as the sovereign of the palace, I should not have to humble myself before the Gui Fei. It is absurd. What if we ask Prince Ning or Prince Kong to intervene? The Gui Fei is the mother of Prince Kong. If he were to plead, surely she would listen. Bilan Vopo. The empress furrowed her brow with concern, but Xian Er's relationship with Prince Kong is not so strong, and given the severity of the snowstorm, I am uncertain about the situation at Xian Er's residence. She may not be able to enter the palace anytime soon. You could write a letter. I can deliver it to Prince Ning. Despite the storm, he likely has ample provisions, and he may not have suffered any losses. You are Prince Ning's mother. Upon reading your letter, he will surely speak to Prince Kong on this matter. Bai Lan's reasoning resonated with the empress, who found some merit in the suggestion. In truth, she did not wish to involve herself in Xu Fei's affairs any longer. However, if this matter were to reach her mother's ears, recalling those troublesome issues, the empress could not help but sigh once more. Very well, let it be so. Bai Lan, assist me in writing a letter. In the Wang residence, Alin reported to Wang all the matters that needed investigation and those he had learned incidentally. Clad in a crimson brocade robe, Wang leaned against the head of the bed, his long fingers still holding a teacup, sipping ginger tea while listening to Alin's report. The Minister of Rights and the Xu Fei? The orchestrators behind these two incidents are not the same person? Wang exclaimed in surprise. I actually guessed wrong. The actions of Father Emperor are quite swift. He has already sent the Xu Fei to the Cold Palace. Surely, the Empress will seek the Gui Fei's intercession. He pondered whether his third brother was aware of this matter. Perhaps he could use this as an excuse to visit the Kong Wang residence. Wang handed the teacup to Alin and made a move to lift the quilt and rise from the bed. Yet Alin stretched out his long arm, pressing down on Wang's shoulder. Your Highness, Kong Wang must already know about this matter. On the day of the full moon celebration, did not the Emperor state that if there was a result from the inquiry, he would send someone to inform Kong Wang? Since the Emperor has already dealt with the Xu Fei, he would surely have sent someone to inform Kong Wang as well. If you go now to tell him, it will merely be an afterthought. Alin articulated the phrase afterthought with distinct clarity. What afterthought? Wang retorted, somewhat indignant. If I were to inform my third brother of this matter, would it not demonstrate my concern for my little niece? If I did not care for her, why would I have instructed you to investigate the orchestrators? Wang crossed his arms, a hint of irritation on his face. Your Highness is correct. Perhaps I have overthought it. I worry that Kong Wang might suspect you of ulterior motives. Wang took a sip of ginger tea, grimacing at its spiciness. You are certainly overthinking it. My third brother is quite naive. He would not suspect such things. Very well. I shall visit Kong Wang's residence now. Prepare for me. Alin sighed as you wish. 15 minutes later, draped in a striking red cloak, Wang stood at the entrance of Kong Wang's residence. Although the snow on the ground had been mostly cleared, it still lingered on the trees, walls, and rooftops. The world was shrouded in white, making Wang's red cloak particularly conspicuous. The steward of Kong Wang's residence was startled to see Wang and quickly bowed in greeting. Please, no need for formalities. I have matters to discuss with my third brother, Wang said, his voice slightly hoarse. The steward hastily led Wang to the main room of Jiujiu courtyard. The room was warm with a charcoal fire, and upon entering, Wang removed his cloak, revealing his crimson brocade robe beneath. What brings your Highness here? Kong Wang inquired, taking a seat across from Wang. Third brother, why do you speak to me so distantly? When I was young, you used to play with me. Wang sniffled, his tone soft and tinged with youthful grievance. Kong Wang gazed at his younger brother, who was only a few years younger than his eldest son, with a complex expression. Xiaoqi, have you caught a chill? Your voice sounds rather hoarse. Upon Kong Wang's concern, Wang's look of grievance faded, and his eyes sparkled with joy. I have come today to share something important with you, third brother. Also, Wang rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat shy despite his handsome appearance. Could I perhaps see my little niece? At the full moon celebration, I only had a distant glance at her, and have yet to hold her. Kong Wang straightened up, pride swelling in him as he spoke of his daughter. Who does not declare how adorable my daughter is? She is the most charming in the world. Of course. But you must wait a moment. When I left the room, Jiujiu had already fallen asleep. She should awaken shortly. And Wang's eyes crinkled with delight. Very well, very well. What was the important matter you mentioned earlier? Kong Wang, regaining his composure, inquired about the issue. And Wang's expression became serious. Third brother. I witnessed the assassin and Mei Chui harming my niece during the full moon celebration, and I have been quite troubled. Although Father Emperor has dispatched someone to investigate, I felt anxious and instructed the guards to look into it as well. The results revealed that the assassin was sent by the Minister of Rights, while Mei Chui was instigated by the Shu Fei. Upon learning this, I rushed here to inform you, for knowing the identity of the enemy might ensure my niece's safety. And Wang's revelations alleviated some of Kong Wang's doubts about the old emperor. The inquiry's findings aligned with what Xiao Qi had discovered, confirming that the emperor had not misled him. Fortunately, it seems that my wife was merely overthinking it. After all, Father Emperor is a sovereign. How could he allow his emotions over the snow disaster to cloud his judgment and create enemies for no reason? Xiao Qi, thank you for your concern for Jiujiu and for conducting the investigation. To be honest, Father Emperor has already sent someone to inform me, and the results of his inquiry align with yours. It is indeed the Minister of Rights and the Shu Fei. Upon hearing this, and Wang scratched his head, realizing Alin's concerns had merit. Would his third brother think him an afterthought or harbor ulterior motives? After all, the once naive third brother might not be so innocent now. I see. Does my third brother know about Father Emperor's punishment of a Shu Fei? Kong Wang shook his head. Responding honestly, I do not know. The person sent by Father Emperor informed me of the investigation's results, stating that there was no evidence against the Minister of Rights regarding the assassin's instructions, and that the matter concerning the Shu Fei would be left to Mother Empress to decide. And Wang scoffed. Father Emperor certainly knows how to speak. The assassin has already confessed to being instructed by the Minister of Rights. Could that not be considered evidence? As for the Shu Fei, it was clearly Father Emperor who decreed her confinement to the cold palace. When did it become the Gui Fei's decision? Kong Wang, the Shu Fei has been confined to the cold palace by Father Emperor? Is that the extent of the punishment? Yes. I heard it said that the duration of her confinement would depend on when the Gui Fei's anger subsided. If the Gui Fei calms down, the Shu Fei will be released. This punishment is utterly ineffective. The Shu Fei has a notoriously bad temper. Once she emerges from the cold palace, who knows what she might do to the Gui Fei? And Wang's handsome face contorted in anger. Kong Wang's expression also soured. If he remembered correctly, the Shu Fei was a cousin of the Empress. You are not mistaken, third brother. The Shu Fei is indeed a cousin of the Empress. I fear she will plead with the Gui Fei to release the Shu Fei from the cold palace swiftly. The Gui Fei has always been gentle and kind. She may not withstand the Empress's persistent pleas and will likely relent. Thus, the Shu Fei may not remain in the cold palace for long. This is why I said that Father Emperor's punishment of the Shu Fei is merely a fade. It truly lacks any substantial impact. Isn't the Gui Fei said to be Father Emperor's favored consort? How would he treat her like this? One might mistakenly believe the Shu Fei was the favored one. And Wang could not help but voice his thoughts. The speaker had no intention. Yet the listener took it to heart. Kong Wang felt somewhat uncomfortable, but did not show it. Father Emperor's actions may have reasons of his own. Prince uncurled his lips, intending to speak, yet after a moment's reflection, he swallowed the words that lingered on his tongue. Elder brother, regarding the matter of the assassin dispatched by the Minister of Rights to harm my niece, do you require my assistance in the investigation? I too could dispatch individuals to look into it. Perhaps there may be unexpected discoveries. Although Princeton phrased it as a question, he had already resolved in his heart to assist in the inquiry. Today, he had boldly visited the residence of Prince Kong, and it was likely that those outside had already associated him with his elder brother. Thus, the fates of the Yin and Kong households were intertwined. Their fortunes were shared, and their misfortunes as well. Assisting his elder brother was, in essence, aiding himself. Prince Kong initially wished to decline, not wanting to burden others. However, upon encountering the eager gaze of Princeton, filled with anticipation, he ultimately acquiesced. Once the brothers discussed the pressing matters at hand, they reminisced about the past before proceeding to the guest room. Princeton was eager to meet his niece. Prince Kong urged Princeton to warm himself by the fire outside, while he ventured into the inner chambers to check on his daughter. Your Highness, is Princeton here? In the nursery, Yi Peizhu, seated beside the small bed, casually perused a book while watching her daughter, was startled by Prince Kang's entrance. Princeton is outside. He wishes to see Jiujiu. I will check if she is awake. Is she still asleep? Prince Kong whispered as he approached the small bed. The room was warm, and the little bundle of joy had her tiny hands placed beside her head, her rosy face aglow as she sprawled adorably in slumber. Osa Yuya Avakans. It will not be too late to bring him in, Prince Kong whispered to Yi Peiju, intending to inform Princeton of this. However, before he could turn, he was greeted by his daughter's plaintive voice. Ooh, I wet the bed again. My bottom feels warm. Although this is not the first time, it is still so embarrassing. Chapter 49. The Prince and of the Previous Life. What did father just say? I didn't hear clearly. Someone, come quickly and change my diaper. Song Jiujiu waved her little hands, calling out. The baby is awake. Oh no, I need to change. Mother will change your diaper. And soon you will meet your uncle in. Yi Peiju gently pinched Song Jiujiu's soft little face and spoke to her softly. Uncle in? Oh, he is the youngest son of the late emperor, isn't he? He seems to be about the same age as my elder brother. He must be the late emperor's late-in-life child. Typically, such children are the most cherished, but the late emperor was different. He treated this late child rather indifferently. Song Jiujiu mused inwardly, her bright eyes watching as her mother changed her diaper. However, when she noticed her feet being lifted, she shyly closed her eyes, her little hands covering her face. Having had my diaper changed so many times, I still feel a bit embarrassed. Mother has seen me fully exposed. Yi Peiju was amused by her daughter's adorable demeanor. The baby is shy and knows to cover her face. How charming. Meanwhile, outside, Princeton remained on high alert, as if facing a formidable foe. Since earlier, he had faintly heard a soft, childish voice mumbling nearby, but he could not discern the words clearly. Am I hearing ghosts? He strained to listen to the small voice, but it vanished. How peculiar. Could it truly be a ghost? Despite standing by the hearth, he shivered. Prince Kong awaited his wife to finish changing their daughter's diaper before calling Princeton inside. Shao Qi, did you not wish to see Jiujiu? Guomin. She has awakened. Caught in his thoughts, Princeton was startled by Prince Kang's sudden voice. Shao Qi, I apologize if I frightened you. No, elder brother. You need not apologize. It was not you who startled me, but rather a child's ghost, Princeton silently added in his mind, deciding it best not to share his strange experience with Prince Kong, lest he alarm both him and his wife. Upon entering the room, Prince An's attention was immediately captured by the baby cradled in Yi Peiju's arms. His eyes sparkled with delight. How to describe it? His little niece resembled a soft, sweet confection. Just look at that rosy little face. He was tempted to take a bite. Her long, curled eyelashes resembled tiny fans. Once she grew up, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. His sister-in-law was already quite beautiful. Their daughter would surely be no less charming. As Princeton gazed at Song Jiujiu, she too was observing him. The little one, barely a month old, had yet to fully develop her eyesight. She could see nearby figures, but everything beyond was somewhat blurred. Is this my uncle in? Come a little closer. I cannot see clearly. He looks quite handsome from this angle. I wonder if he has contracted any ailments since then. Surely not. Song Jiujiu's words left both Yi Peiju and Prince Kong momentarily dumbfounded, a flash of disbelief crossing their eyes. The Princeton of the previous life had contracted an ailment? They could not fathom such an occurrence for the once innocent and well-mannered youth. Prince Kong was bewildered, as was Princeton. The child's voice was incredibly clear, and he distinctly heard her words. In my previous life, I contracted an ailment? How can that be? I am a man of virtue. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was, how could his barely 1-month-old niece articulate words? No, he had been observing her intently, and her little mouth had not moved. Thus, the voice he heard was the innermost thoughts of his niece. He could actually hear her thoughts. Relief washed over Princeton. Thank heavens he was not encountering a ghost after all. He had always harbored a fear of spirits. But now that he knew he was not haunted, his fears dissipated. Although it was peculiar to hear his niece's thoughts, the world was full of wonders. It was astounding that his little niece could recall the events of a past life. How impressive. However, the notion that he had contracted an ailment in his previous life, he would not believe it. Even if it were true, that was a matter of the past. In this life, he would never succumb to such afflictions. He had no interest in women. The expressions of Prince Kong and Yi Peiju remained unchanged, indicating that only he could hear his niece's thoughts. With pride swelling in his chest, Princeton straightened his posture, stepping closer to Song Jiujiu, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face. Little Jiuer, I am your uncle and your father's younger brother. You are so adorable. May I hold you? Unconsciously lowering his tone, his naturally husky voice sounded peculiar as he spoke deliberately. Of course you may hold me. But Uncle Lin, could you refrain from speaking in that manner? It sounds rather strange, and your smile resembles that of a beggar. Those unfamiliar with our relationship might think you are one. Song Jiujiu could not help but internally critique him before extending her tiny arms towards Princeton. The soft, delicate voice that echoed in his ear caused a smile on Wang Jun's face to momentarily freeze, but in the next instant, as he beheld the small arms reaching out to him from the adorable little bundle, his handsome visage brightened with an even more radiant smile. San Huang saw, "May I hold Xiao Jiuo? How does one hold a child? I have never done so before." And Wang inquired of Yipei, his arms outstretched in a somewhat clumsy manner. "Of course, Jiuer is eager for Uncle and hold her," Yipei replied, gently placing Song Jiuer's tiny form into Wang's embrace. Finally, cradling the soft, pastry-like infant, and Wang felt a surge of nervousness, his arms instinctively tightening around the baby as he dared not move. "How incredibly soft! Are all infants this soft? How marvelous!" he exclaimed with the awe of someone unaccustomed to such experiences. In Chapter 50, a thought crossed his mind. Has the Meng Pasuk been diluted? Could it be that a child who remembers their past life has been reincarnated? Song Yu Ezite softly. Even so, Uncle Lin will understand if he holds more little ones. Up close, Uncle Lin is indeed quite handsome. It is a pity that in his past life, he succumbed to the afflictions of the flower and willow world at such a young age. Even when he met a woman he adored, he refrained from marrying her, fearing he would bring her misfortune. Uncle Lin, please take heed this time. Do not visit the brothels. In your past life, you were ensnared by deceit. If you avoid such places, perhaps you can evade calamity this time around. I wish for you to live happily with the woman you love in this life. Unlike the last, where the consequences of your past led you to a tragic existence. And Wang, with a furrowed brow, pondered this. What was that last part? He pressed, turning to his little niece. You must be clear. If you don't explain, I want to be able to sleep tonight. His curiosity was palpable, shared by Yipei and Kong Wang, who were equally intrigued by Song Jiuer's unfinished thought. Unfortunately, the little one, oblivious to the tension, yawned and nestled against Wang's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. The three adults remained curious, but Wang found it difficult to focus, his thoughts consumed by the implications of what his niece may have sensed. Even meals lost their flavor as he returned home, still deep in contemplation. Noticing his furrowed brow, his attentive guard, Lin, inquired, "Your Highness, you have worn a troubled expression since leaving Kong Wang's residence. Did he utter something unpleasant? Or was there a matter troubling you?" With a sigh, Wang replied, "No, my third royal brother is quite well, and so is San Huang Saw. Lin, tell me, is it possible that the Meng Pasuk has been tampered with? Could there be a child reincarnated who remembers their past life?" Lin responded, "Your Highness, I cannot say. But do you believe it is normal to hear someone's innermost thoughts? Surely such a phenomenon is implausible." And Wang conceded, rubbing his nose. "Perhaps I am overthinking this. I shall keep the matter of hearing my niece's thoughts a secret. It seems no one would believe me if I shared. Lin, investigate the evidence of the Minister of Rights orchestrating an assassination attempt on my niece, but do so discreetly." As the snow disaster in the capital came to an end, the skies cleared, bringing several days of pleasant weather, much to the relief of the citizens. The accumulation of snow had been so severe that the old emperor had ordered its removal from the city. Outside the capital, conditions were far better, with no severe storms. The rumor that Song Jiuer was the cause of the snow disaster had dissipated entirely, and things seemed to be improving. In the Ning Wang residence, Ning Wang regarded a letter from the empress mother with a tight-lipped frown. "What does the letter say?" he inquired. His wife, Lin Jingru, who had approached him with a teapot, remarked, "I heard that the Shu Fei has been cast into the cold palace after attempting to poison the Gui Fei with the help of a maid. The Empress Mother has always aided her in times of trouble. Perhaps she seeks to do the same this time." Ning Wang nodded, his brow furrowed with clouds of concern. Indeed, the Shu Fei has been confined, with the Emperor stating she must appease the Gui Fei before she is released. The Empress Mother wishes for us to intercede with Kong Wang, as the Gui Fei is his mother. If he agrees, she may not hold a grudge. After a brief explanation, Ning Wang turned to his wife. "If I recall correctly, you were quite close to Kong Wang Fei before your marriage." "Yes, but that was over a decade ago. As you know, I have dedicated myself to family life and have had no contact with her since," Lin Jingru replied, sipping her tea, masking her emotions. "Now seems the appropriate time to rekindle that connection. Please visit Kong Wang Fei and discuss the matter of the Shu Fei. Ning Wang instructed, his tone commanding. Lin Jingru furrowed her brow but soon relaxed. Very well, but I cannot guarantee Kong Wang Fei will be willing to persuade him. If not, you may need to step in. Given your past friendship, I believe she will be open to it. Please give it a try, he affirmed. As Lin Jingru prepared to leave for Kong Wang's residence, her lips curled into a sardonic smile. Yu Feng, find out which concubine the Wang Yi is visiting. She ordered her maid. After dispatching a letter to Kong Wang's residence, Lin Jingru finally boarded her carriage. Although both the Ning Wang and Kong Wang residences were within the inner city, there was still a distance between them. This was her first visit to Kong Wang's residence in many years. Upon learning of Lin Jingru's impending visit, Yi Peizhu felt a flicker of surprise. Although they had been close friends before, their paths had diverged due to past events and their husbands' positions, leaving them nearly estranged. Now that Lin Jingru was coming, it raised her curiosity. Unbeknownst to Yi Peizhu, Kong Wang had intended to inform her of the Shufei's downfall, but had forgotten amidst the busyness that followed the end of the snow disaster. Leaving Song Jiu'er in the care of Qiu Yun, Yi Peizhu made her way to the main hall to greet Lin Jingru. Traditionally, during the New Year celebrations, the princes would bring their families into the palace, ensuring that Yi Peizhu and Lin Jingru would see one another annually. However, though they met, their interactions were always surrounded by others, and they had not shared a private conversation in over a decade. As Yi Peizhu observed the signs of aging in her former friend, she could not help but reflect on the passage of time. She wondered what had prompted Lin Jingru's sudden visit, suspecting it was not merely a social call. YP having given birth just over a month ago, bore no trace of fatigue upon her visage, nor did she appear aged, and her figure remained impeccably intact. This indeed attests to the fact that YP has navigated her confinement period quite splendidly. Notably, within the KW's residence, there exists no concubine. Only YP is as the sole mistress. During her confinement, she need not worry about her husband seeking solace in another's chamber. Had it been her, LNJNGR clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, casting her gaze downward in an effort to suppress her emotions. We were once friends. Is it not normal for me to visit you to reminisce? She inquired. Or perhaps you still recall past grievances and are unwilling to forgive me. YP merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, replying, WNGFI, whether or not I choose to forgive you is my own affair. I find no necessity to disclose my feelings on matter. As for your desire to reminisce, I do not believe there exists any relationship beyond that of sisters-in-law for us to reminisce about. It would be more prudent for WNGFI to articulate her purpose directly, or is it that you wish to see my husband? Unfortunately, the WNE has entered the palace. YP has felt that she had afforded LNJNGR sufficient courtesy with her words. If LNJNGR sought to press her advantage, she would not extend further civility. Recognizing her emotional appeal was futile, LNJNGR reigned in her expressions. WNGFI, I have indeed come with a request. You must be aware that SHFI's maternal aunt is the Empress's cousin. The Empress has asked for our assistance in persuading you and KWing to advocate on behalf of SHFI, so she might leave the cold palace sooner. In this harsh winter, with the potential for snow disasters looming, prolonged confinement could truly be fatal. LNJNGR bluntly stated her intentions. YP was unaware of SHFI's banishment to the cold palace, nor did she know if her release was contingent upon the Empress's mood. Initially taken aback by LNJNGR's words, she soon grasped the implications. Thus, the Emperor's punishment of SHFI was merely relegation to the cold palace? Was that all? Had it not been for her daughter Jar inadvertently discovering the issue with the Empress's sachet, the matter might have remained concealed until it was too late, leaving the Empress oblivious to the true nature of her loyal maid, MICU. The idea that the Empress would so easily grant forgiveness to SHFI, the architect of her woes, and even enlist WNGFI as an intermediary, was laughable. If she were to capitulate so readily, it would be a disservice to the dearly departed Empress. WNGFI, you were present at my daughter's full moon celebration, were you not? LNJNGR, taken aback by the sudden mention of the celebration, nodded. Yes, I was there. Then you must have witnessed the chaos that ensued when SHFI's machinations led to my infant daughter suffering a nosebleed and fainting. Had the physician not arrived promptly, and had the poison not been in minuscule amounts, Can you fathom the consequences for a mere month-old infant? Setting aside whether the Empress would forgive SHFI, my daughter was harmed due to SHFI's actions, and I shall never extend forgiveness to her. In WNGFI, you have misidentified the individual to approach. If you wish for the Empress to pardon SHFI, you ought to directly seek her out rather than coming to me. Likewise, do not involve the WNE. His sentiments align with mine. YP is articulated her thoughts with icy clarity, her gaze fixed upon LNJNGR. Realizing her oversight, LNJNGR recalled the incident. It was understandable for YP is to react with such fervor. Had her own daughter been endangered, she too would harbor no forgiveness for the instigator. Nevertheless, her purpose today was to persuade YP is. Should she fail in this endeavor, LNJNGR considered her options. I comprehend your sentiments. However, this matter pertains to the Empress. You must understand, SHFI is her cousin. If you are willing to relent and persuade the Empress to forgive SHFI, the Empress may reciprocate by granting a favor to K in WNGF. What do you say? YP is raised an eyebrow. And in WNGFI, does NW know of your proposition? Or does the Empress? Is the Empress aware of your promise to K in WNGF? LNJNGR's expression faltered. I suspected as much. Over the years, your ability to fabricate tales has only sharpened. YP is scoffed, her knowing gaze causing LNJNGR's eyes to flicker. P is, you misunderstand me. It is not as you think. Misunderstand? Can you guarantee it? Will you stand in for the Empress? If you cannot, then do not feign bravado. Guards, show our guest out. YP is rose, calling for attendance. LNJNGR stood, grasping YP is his arm. P is, please reconsider. I will approach the Empress regarding this matter. If you agree, I shall persuade her to fulfill a request from K in WNGF. LNJNGR's tone conveyed desperation and humility. Do you truly believe the Empress will acquiesce? The Empress's capabilities are limited, yet she wields considerable influence. If the Empress were to grant us a favor, do you think NW would be amenable? After all the effort you expended to marry him and become his consort, do you not fear his reproach? YP is regarded LNJNGR as one would a fool. LNJNGR bit her lip. May I offer you one condition in return? You? YP is laughed, as if hearing an absurd jest. Do you believe you could betray NW for my sake? Chapter 52. A daughter is a comforting little cotton-padded jacket. YP is maintained a serene expression, her gaze steady as she spoke. As the eldest legitimate son, NW was the most likely candidate for the next emperor. LNJNGR had clearly favored K W yet chose to marry NW, becoming his consort. Had she not harbored ambitions of becoming empress, she would not have accepted her current position. Unlike LNJNGR, YP is desired solely to be K WNGFI. As K W showed no interest in the throne, the aspirations of W and K W were divergent, as were those of YP is and LNJNGR. LNJNGR opened her mouth to betray W for YP is. Indeed, she could not. YP is was truly her former confidant, possessing an acute understanding of her. A set de proqueting smiled grist LNJNGR's lips. P is, you truly know me well. I shall take my leave for today. I will personally discuss this matter with the Empress. If she wishes to rescue her cousin, she must be prepared to pay a price. With that, LNJNGR released her grasp on YP is and departed. YP is watched LNJNGR, whose figure, though clad warmly, still appeared frail, and she sighed silently. It seemed that the position of WNGF was not as enviable as it seemed. She had heard that WN's courtyard was filled with numerous concubines. WNGFI, the young miss has awakened and seems to be hungry. She is here wailing. Yin announced with a smile upon YP is his return. Hearing her daughter's innocent cries, YP has felt the clouds of discontent brought by LNJNGR dissipate considerably. My darling is hungry. Come, let mother feed you. In a few days, when your father brings home the ewes, you shall enjoy goat's milk. YP is cooed to her daughter. But I want cow's milk. Cow's milk is delightful. Though I cannot consume it all, mother can share some with my brothers. Moreover, cow's milk can be used for making pastries, so it has many uses. Quietly pondered to herself, holding her food while drinking with gusto. Yi Peiju raised an eyebrow, wondering if those mischievous boys would accept milk. After a while of drinking, Song Jiushi let out a satisfied burp. Mother, I'm full. Was someone looking for you earlier? I'm quite curious. I'm so bored. Mother, could you chat with me? Oh, I forgot I still can't talk. You have no idea what I'm thinking. When will I be able to speak? Song Jiushi puffed up her cheeks, her large eyes wide with expression. Yi Peiju couldn't help but smile, gently poking her chubby cheeks. Song Jiushi made a popping sound as she blew a bubble, amusing herself and giggling. Yi Peiju covered her mouth in laughter, finding her baby adorable. She still wondered who her mother had met. The heartfelt musings of her daughter brought warmth to Yi Peiju's heart. Indeed, her daughter was a thoughtful little darling, perceptive enough to notice her mother's mood. Yi Peiju held the soft little bundle close, pressing her cheek against her daughter's tender face. My lady, I have heard that the Princess of Ning has arrived, came a curious voice of Hua Tong from outside. Having warmed himself by the fire, he entered the room. Yes, the Princess of Ning is here. My lord, are you aware of how His Majesty punished Xu Fei? Yi Peiju began to recount the matter. Hua Tong was momentarily taken aback, then clapped his hands together in frustration. My lady, I apologize, I forgot to inform you. I've been so busy these past few days that it slipped my mind. Father Emperor has confined Xu Fei to the Cold Palace. When I visited Mother today, she mentioned that the duration of Xu Fei's stay there depends on her behavior. Mother also said that the Empress had approached her to intercede on Xu Fei's behalf, but she declined. It's possible that the Empress will send the Princess of Ning to plead for us. Then it seems the Princess of Ning has come to plead for her. Yi Peiju nodded. I have refused. Regardless of whether Mother can forgive Xu Fei, I cannot. That incident caused our Jiujiu to fall ill for several days. Allowing Xu Fei to suffer in the Cold Palace is the only way to ease my resentment. Hua Tong agreed, indeed. My lady, your refusal is wise. Mother has given us the liberty to reject her requests. He walked over to take his fragrant, soft daughter from Yi Peiju's embrace. Does our little one miss her father today? He asked, grinning as he pressed his cheek against hers. Father, don't press your face against mine. Your beard prickles. Song Jiushi thought, pushing her small hands against her father's face. Yi Peiju laughed, gently pushing Wang Kang's face back. My lord, your stubble has grown out. Look, Jiujiu is pushing you away, her little face all puffed up in annoyance. Wang Kang, slightly embarrassed, gazed at his daughter's puffy cheeks, feeling an urge to poke her again. Don't be upset, little one. Once I shave, I will cuddle you again. Father knows you want me close. Song Jiushi pouted, not that much. It's just okay. Although the little one thought this way, her hands were honestly clinging to her father's shoulders. This contradictory demeanor only endeared her further to him. By the way, my lord, while I have rejected the Princess of Ning's plea for Xu Fei, she will not give up. She mentioned that she would speak to the Empress about this matter, seeking a condition that would be agreeable to our Wang family. Yi Peiju recalled and brought it up again. Upon hearing this, Wang Kang raised an eyebrow. Is she trying to exchange a condition for mother-s leniency? Yes. Everyone knows how much the Empress dotes on her cousin, Xu Fei. Over the years, she has cleaned up many of Xu Fei's messes. I believe the Empress will agree to this exchange. It will be worth it for us. What do you think, my lord? You know me well, my lady. I agree. It is indeed worthwhile. After all, it is less about the Empress's promise and more about the Ning Prince's assurance. As the elder brother, he has looked down upon us for quite some time. For years, I have made it clear that I am not interested in the throne and power. Yet in the eyes of the elder brother, this is not at all apparent. Wang Kang sighed in resignation. Must I explicitly state my disinterest in the throne for him to believe it? No, my lord. Even if you did, the Ning Prince would still not believe you. He might even think you're saying it to lower his guard. We need not prove ourselves. If the Ning Prince insists on believing we are vying for the throne, let him think so. Ye Peizu advisit. The couple exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Father, what if the Ning Prince believes you're trying to seize the throne and plots against you? We cannot allow that. The grievances that befell our Wang family last time were orchestrated by the Ning Prince. When I grow older, I will surely seek vengeance. If you continue to be so soft-hearted, I will take matters into my own hands and not involve you. I am truly exasperated with you, father. You appear strong, yet your nature is so naive and soft. Thankfully, my mother can stand firm. In this life, with me around, I will instill some ideas in her, and our Wang family will not suffer the same fate as last time. Besides, the Ning Prince last time didn't end well either. He thought being the legitimate son guaranteed him the throne. Such beautiful dreams. But dreams and delusions are different. Oh, the Ning Prince from last time. Song Jiushi chuckled coldly to herself, Yawning, I'm tired. It turns out thinking takes so much energy. I'm going to sleep. Father, remember to shave, if you don't. I want tea cuddle with you. Drifting off to sleep, she murmured to herself. Yi Peizhu and Wang Kong, who were engrossed in their daughter's thoughts and eager to discover what happened to the Ning prince last time. Why does our baby only share half of her thoughts? She certainly knows how to keep us intrigued. My lord, it seems Jiujiu has fallen asleep again. Let us place her in the crib, Yi Peizhu whispered. The little one loved to stretch her tiny hands beside her head while murmuring indistinctly. Kicking her feet and tossing her blanket aside, Yi Peizhu and Wang Kong stood by the crib, doting on their daughter, ensuring her blanket was snug around her belly to keep her warm. Father and mother, came a loud and excited voice from the doorway, the voice of Song Luan. Yi Peizhu and Wang Kong exchanged glances, quickly checking on their daughter, fearing the noise might wake her. Seeing that she merely frowned in her sleep without waking, they both sighed in relief. They then exchanged glances and walked towards the door. Upon seeing his parents, Song Luan, grinning widely, was about to speak when his father gave him a light tap on the head. Keep it down. Your sister just fell asleep. Don't wake her. Song Luan blinked, quickly covering his mouth and lowering his voice. All right, father and mother, shall we talk in the next room? In the neighboring room, Wang Kong crossed his arms and asked, what has got you so excited just now? Song Luan pulled out a letter from his pocket. Father, mother, I received a letter from my second and third brothers. Yi Peizhu was the first to react, reaching out to take the letter. Let me see. However, the distressing news was that Urge and Sage had visited numerous so-called divine doctors along their journey, yet none were able to cure Urge's ailment. As this matter surfaced, the excitement on Song Luan's face gradually faded. After reading the letter, Yi Peizhu bit her lip, her expression turning somber. Yuer's frail health might indeed stem from an inherent weakness, possibly from the womb, relying solely on nourishment from the outside world. Wang Yikong concurred, affirming that whatever his wife said was always correct. Song Luan could not help but mutter a few words about his elder brother. Wang Yikong playfully smacked Song Luan on the head. Have you forgotten that your elder brother was completely unaware of your mother's pregnancy? He only realized it days after leaving. The first to call out for the brother must certainly be me. As for who your sister will call first, that is uncertain. It depends on which of you brothers is often around her. She would undoubtedly call Siga first. Out of nowhere, Song Shin's voice echoed before he appeared. Entering the room. What did you stand there? Don't scare us. Song Luan patted his chest. Father, mother, look here. Yi Peizhu handed the letter to Song Zixin. After reading it, his expression remained unchanged. If divine doctors are powerless, perhaps we could consider a different approach. Oh, what kind? Wang Yikong was eager to hear his precocious fourth son's opinion. Summoning the soul, Song Zixin confidently uttered those two words. Wang Yikong and Yi Peizhu exchanged glances, weighing their words carefully. Zixin, I have heard of this method, but is it not intended for those who have lost their souls and become foolish? Your second brother is merely born weak. Surely his spirit has not departed? Wang Yikong was somewhat skeptical of such matters. Yet after the birth of his daughter, he began to hear her inner thoughts and learned that she carried memories from a past life, leading him to hold a certain belief in the supernatural. It was better to believe in such things than to dismiss them entirely, maintaining a sense of reverence. However, could one summon a soul for someone born weak? Father, summoning the soul is not exclusively for the foolish. Someone born weak like Urge might have lost a soul or spirit in the womb. Various scenarios are possible, and since divine doctors have failed to heal Urge, trying this method might be worthwhile. Who knows? It could truly cure him. Song Zixin proposed. Indeed, father, mother, I believe Sigu is right. We should give it a try. It costs us nothing to attempt. Song Luan echoed. Wang Yikong and Yi Peizhu exchanged another glance, momentarily settling the matter. Before entering the room, a servant informed her that Wang Yi was waiting inside. The Ning Wangfei felt a surge of annoyance, but composed herself before entering. Ning Wang directly inquired about pressing matters without exchanging pleasantries regarding Lin Jingru. Lin Jingru sat docilely beside Ning Wang. Your Highness, Wang Fei Kong still harbors resentment towards me for the events of years past. When I spoke of the matter, she outright refused. Hearing this, Ning Wang furrowed his brow in displeasure. So many years have passed, and Wang Fei Kong still holds a grudge against you? It's understandable. After all, your actions back then nearly tore apart a loving couple. Who could forget such a thing? Lin Jingru bit her lip, nearly grinding her teeth. What should we do now? Wang Fei Kong is unyielding. I wonder if mother could personally plead with the Gui Fei. Even if she did, Gui Fei's stance remained steadfast, without a hint of concession. If it were not for your past friendship with Wang Fei Kong, your intervention might have softened her stance. But it seems you are of no use. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Ning Wang's temper flared as he slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacup to rattle and crash to the ground with a sharp shatter. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Lin Jingru clenched her hands hidden in her sleeves, striving to suppress her emotions. Bad father. A child's innocent voice shattered the tension. Little miss, don't go out. Yu Fong called anxiously, but upon seeing the little girl ignore her and dash into the outer room, she followed suit. Wanner, why did you run out? Lin Jingru looked at her 3-year-old daughter, whose hair was in disarray, pouting with indignation as she glared at Ning Wang and quickly scooped her into her arms. Mother, Wanner woke up. Bad father bullied mother. Song Wanner shook her tiny fists, glaring at her father as if he were her enemy. Ning Wang's brows knitted together, displeased as he regarded his daughter. He held little affection for this daughter, finding her spoiled and willful at such a tender age, lacking the obedience and understanding of his favorite child, who was also merely 3 years old. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively all those years ago, exchanging his favored daughter with Song Wanner. Otherwise, she too might have been raised to possess such traits by Lin. Ning Wang's disdain for Song Wanner was unmistakable, prompting Lin Jingru to hastily pat her daughter. Nuanya, father did not bully mother, quickly apologized to him. You cannot speak ill of your father. Song Wanner pouted defiantly, turning her face away. Wanner will not. He is a bad father. Song Nuanya. Lin Jingru sternly called her daughter by full name. Immediately, Song Wanner shrank her neck, reluctantly apologizing to her father. Father, I'm sorry. This time, Ning Wang emitted a cold snort. Lin, is this the daughter you raised? Your Highness, Wanner is still young. Please do not hold it against her. Your Highness, I wish to enter the palace to discuss matters with mother and see if there are other ways to persuade the Gui Fei or Wang Fei Kong. Lin Jingru deftly shifted the topic. Wanner wants to go too. Wanner wants to go. The sharpness in her voice finally tested Ning Wang's patience. Do as you wish. Ning Wang stood abruptly, casting down those 3 words before striding away. Seeing that she had driven her bad father away, Song Wanner felt quite pleased, making faces at his departing figure with her tiny hands. Lin Jingru, with a stern expression, set Song Wanner down from her embrace. Noticing her mother's frosty demeanor, Song Wanner pouted and edged closer to Yu Fong, hiding behind her. Mother, please don't be like this. Wanner is scared. The hint of fear in her small voice prompted Lin Jingru to sigh. Wanner, that is your father. Every time you drive him away, it hurts mother. Do you understand? With so many concubines in the household, each vying to replace her as the mistress of the Ning Wangfu, Wanner's behavior only aided these concubines in pushing Ning Wang towards them. Song Wanner tilted her head, her innocent face reflecting confusion, clearly not comprehending her mother's words. Lin Jingru closed her eyes briefly. Yu Fong, take Wanner inside. I need to rest. Yu Fong cast a worried glance at her before complying. Mother, Wanner also wants to see the Empress Dowager. Don't forget about Wanner. As they departed, Song Wanner's small voice lingered. Lin Jingru supported her forehead with one hand, feeling a throbbing headache. Only she knew what kind of life she had endured over the years. Had her choices truly been mistaken? The following day, Lin Jingru brought Song Wanner into the palace. Initially, she had no intention of taking her daughter along, waiting until Wanner was sound asleep before planning to leave. But who could have anticipated that this clever girl was merely pretending to be asleep? Upon realizing that she intended to leave, she swiftly emerged from beneath the covers and clung to her leg, refusing to let her depart, insisting that if she must go, she should take her along. Reluctantly, Lin Jingru had no choice but to bring Song Wanner into the palace. Along the way, Lin Jingru repeatedly admonished Song Wanner to be polite, to stay close to her, and not to wander off carelessly. Song Wanner responded with enthusiastic agreement, yet whether she could truly adhere to these instructions was a matter only she knew. Upon their arrival at Kuining Palace, they respectfully greeted the Empress. The Empress, noticing the wide-eyed Song Wanner, frowned, her eyelids twitching ominously. Why has Lin brought her child to seek an audience with me? Did you receive the message I sent to the Ning Wangfu? The Empress inquired directly, foregoing the customary offer of seating for Lin Jingru and her daughter. Lin Jingru bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. Standing beside her mother, Song Wanner, with her innocent face raised, looked at her royal grandmother and the surrounding soft couches and chairs, calling out in her high-pitched voice, "Grandmother, Nwaner and Mama want to sit. Grandmother should grant us a seat." Her sharp tone and lack of decorum displeased the Empress, causing her to furrow her brow. "Lin, you assured me last time that you would raise Song Nwaner properly. How long has it been? She's still so spoiled and disrespectful. If she were not the legitimate daughter of the Ning Wang, my granddaughter, with such a temperament, she would have faced dire consequences in the palace." Lin Jingru hastily pulled Song Nwaner to kneel, imploring, "Mother, please do not be angry. Nwaner is still very young and may not remember things well." "I will, enough. She is already 3 years old. At this age, a child should be able to remember. If you, as her rightful mother, do not educate her properly, how could she possibly behave in such a manner? If you do not wish to raise her well, say so now. There are many women who wish to become the Ning Wang Fei." The Empress's words bore a veiled warning that sent a chill down Lin Jingru's spine. "Mother, please calm your anger. Grant me another opportunity. I will certainly discipline Nwaner properly," Lin Jingru urged. "Nwaner, quickly apologize to your grandmother." She gently nudged. Song Nwaner, clearly reluctant, offered a half-hearted apology. The Empress grew increasingly displeased with her granddaughter and couldn't help but recall the legitimate daughter of the Kongwang. Although that infant had only recently been born, her demeanor was quite endearing. Even if she had soiled herself in the presence of the emperor, it was a common occurrence. As the child grew, she would surely be well-mannered. In contrast, this Song Nwaner, at merely 3 years of age, was already insufferable. 3 years of age and such a nuisance. One can only predict she will not be a source of comfort in the future. The Empress was filled with frustration, instructing Bailan to escort Song Nwaner away. Should the child remain any longer, she feared she would lose her patience with the Ning Wang Fei. Bailan obliged, moving to take Song Nwaner, but the child immediately protested loudly. No, Nwaner does not want to go out. Mama, save Nwaner." Though Lin Jingru's heart ached, she understood the necessity of not incurring the Empress's displeasure. Hearing her mother's words, Song Nwaner sniffled and finally quieted down, allowing Bailan to lead her out. Once the inner chamber fell silent, the Empress breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing her throbbing temples. She resumed the conversation, but what did the Kongwang Fei say? "Regardless of whether the Guai Fei can forgive the Shu Fei, I shall not forgive her." The mention of the Kongwang's legitimate daughter reminded her that the infant had indeed been embroiled in the matter during the full-month celebration. It was no wonder the Kongwang Fei had been so adamant in her refusal. What else did she say? "Perhaps a condition from your majesty?" Lin Jingru ventured cautiously. "A condition for me?" The Empress was momentarily taken aback. "If your majesty agrees to a condition for the Kongwang Fu, perhaps the Guai Fei would be more amenable." Lin Jingru elucidated. "In exchange for your majesty's condition, it may secure an opportunity for the Shu Fei to leave the cold palace." The Empress frowned in contemplation, while Lin Jingru bit her lip, uncertain of whether the Empress would acquiesce. Regardless of the outcome, she realized the subsequent events would no longer concern her. Present this to the Kongwang, urging them to relay it to the Guai Fei quickly, so she may soften her stance. "However, I have my conditions as well. While I agree to promise a request to the Kongwang Fu, I shall not entertain just any request. Matters concerning the Ning Wang and any acts of violence will be categorically refused. You must communicate this clearly to the Kongwang." "Yes, I will clarify that," Lin Jingru replied, carefully accepting the blank parchment resembling an imperial edict, tucking it away. "That will be all. I am weary now. Take the child and leave. Remember what I said earlier, and do not bring her with you next time you enter the palace. I am too old to endure the noise of children." The Empress squinted, massaging her forehead. Lin Jingru's gaze turned icy as she bowed. "Yes, this daughter-in-law takes her leave." Bilang, hesitant to escort Song Nwaner away from Kuan-Ning Palace, feared that this disobedient little master might cause further trouble. Therefore, she opted to have Song Nwaner wait outside the hall. Finally, emerging, Lin Jingru exhaled in relief. "Mama." Song Nwaner rushed to embrace her mother's leg. "Bilang." "Thank you for your trouble," Lin Jingru smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "No need for such formality, Wang Fei. It is my duty," Bailan replied. At that moment, Kongwang happened to be at home. Upon hearing from the steward that the Ning Wang Fei requested an audience, he immediately directed his wife to attend, remaining in the room to play with their daughter. He had not anticipated that the Ning Wang Fei would act so efficiently. Just yesterday they had spoken, and today she was already here. "If the Empress agrees, my lord, can we relent?" Yi Peizhu had consulted Kongwang before leaving. To relent would be worthwhile if we secure the Empress's approval. Besides, the concession comes from us, and whether Mother agrees is uncertain. Kong Wang displayed an unexpected shrewdness. Yi Peizhu cast her husband an appreciative glance. You are correct, my lord. Let us proceed as you suggest. Meanwhile, their daughter, Song Jiushi, playing nearby, giggled at her parents' conversation, thinking to herself, how remarkable it is that my father can be so clever. He is finally showing some wisdom. This innocent remark, filled with sentiment, made Kong Wang reflect, wondering if he might have been a bit foolish. He mused that surely he was clever enough. Scratching his head, he leaned closer to his daughter, gently poking her chubby cheek. Darling, your father's quite clever, right? You must be clever like your father. Song Jiushi thought, does my father have a misconception about himself? I am indeed clever, inheriting that trait from my mother, but father, perhaps you are not as wise as you think. If you were truly clever, you wouldn't speak such things to a mere infant. As she silently critiqued her father, her large eyes darted sideways, the expression unmistakably conveying her bewilderment. Kong Wang, blissfully unaware that his daughter could hear her thoughts, pretended not to notice her internal monologue. You think your father is clever, don't you? Truly, you are my little darling. He carefully cradled Song Jiushi in his arms, rubbing his stubbly face against her soft cheeks. Father, please wake up. You are only deceiving yourself. As tiny hands attempted to push her father's large face, but her efforts proved futile, leading her to abandon the endeavor. A look of desolation crossed her delicate features, which were quite expressive. When YP Izich entered the room, she immediately noticed her daughter's miniature expression. What is wrong, my dear? Did your father bully you? Come, tell your mother, and I shall scold him for you. YP Izich casually handed her belongings to K.W. and took the little one into her arms, with her small hands wrapped around her mother's neck. Nestle close. Mother is fragrant and soft, while father is rigid and prickly with his beard. This baby prefers to cuddle with mother. She grinned widely, revealing her toothless smile as she snuggled closer to YP Izich. K.W. felt a twinge of jealousy. He wished he could ignore his daughter's innermost thoughts, allowing himself to indulge in self-deception. Raising an eyebrow, he realized the Empress had indeed acquiesced. However, the Princess of Ningwu stated that although the Empress granted us one request, it should neither pertain to Ningwu nor involve anything violent. I agreed to inform the Empress about this matter, deliberately leaving my response vague, as it appeared the Princess still sought clarification. Yet, her daughter's incessant chatter caused the Princess to abandon her inquiry, hastily departing with the child. YPIZH found herself at a loss for words. That child, now about 3 years old, was the legitimate daughter of Ningwu, yet was raised by the princess without any semblance of manners, rendering her quite unlikable. Having spent only a brief moment there, YPIZH found the child's noise almost unbearable. She then affectionately kissed her precious daughter's chubby face. Our Jier is the best. Giggled, I am the most well-behaved. As for the daughter of Ningwu, I recall that in my past life, she caused her mother much distress, nearly jeopardizing her position as princess. However, this is largely the princess's fault for indulging her only daughter excessively. She always referred to her as little daughter, unable to discipline her. Ningwu himself does not favor this daughter, especially in contrast to another. Yet, these matters hold no bearing on us. Although Ningwu continually regarded my father as a rival for the throne, he likely never acted unjustly against him. Or did he? I am uncertain. Ningwu and YP Izich exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing their daughter's musings. If their memories serve them correctly, Ningwu had only one daughter, Song Nu Inner. So how could Jier claim there was another? Could it be a child born of concubine? Yet, they had heard nothing to that effect. Ningwu's concubines, numbering at least 20, had failed to bear children for over a decade. Under the watchful eye of the princess, it was unlikely that any other woman would give birth to Ningwu's offspring. Who then? Was the other daughter Jier spoke of? After pondering for a while without resolution, they decided such matters were irrelevant. As far as YPIZH was concerned, had past events not transpired, she might have gently reminded the princess, considering their prior friendship. However, those past grievances severed their bond, so she dismissed the thought, fearing it might provoke annoyance. Wang Yi, perhaps it would be best to discuss this with Mother Empress during your next visit to the palace? YPIZH suggested. Very well. I shall visit the palace tomorrow and also pay my respects to Mother Empress. Ing replied. Madam, you should keep this. It may prove useful in the future, he said, handing her a piece of white paper. Agreed. In the imperial study of the palace, NY reported the recent events concerning the Empress and the households of Ning and King to the old emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor chuckled coldly, realizing that the Empress was still unable to let go of her cousin, the noble concubine. How naive of her to grant King a condition, he mused, curious to see what request King would ultimately present to the Empress. By the way, is there still chatter regarding that rumor from the snow disaster? The old emperor recalled, growing increasingly irate. Had King not provided relief supplies to the citizens under the guise of benefiting his daughter before the snow disaster, their hearts would not have turned towards King's household. Such a rumor would have undoubtedly spread throughout the capital. However, the citizens who had received King's kindness remained united, suppressing the dissenting voices, which caused the rumor to dissipate. NY's words prompted the emperor to grind his teeth in frustration. Those troublesome commoners. As NY continued his report, the emperor narrowed his murky eyes. You shall make the necessary arrangements, he commanded. NY lowered his gaze, resembling an emotionless automaton. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Before you depart, a word of caution. The old emperor called out. Leave behind some clues. Though King and Ing are on friendly terms, he may still act treacherously. Understood. Meanwhile, in a small and situated 1,000 miles from the capital, Synch had just awakened from a brief respite. Without freshening up, he approached the door of the adjoining room, tousled hair atop his head. Ergo, are you awake? Yes, came a frail, youthful voice from within. Synch opened the door, smiling at his twin brother. Chr, did you come right over after waking? I appreciate your concern, but you must take care of yourself as well. Synch entered the room, closing the door behind him, and settled beside Synch on the bed. I'm not worried about you. I just wanted to see if you were awake. With crossed arms and a raised chin, he feigned indifference, which only deepened the amusement in Synch's eyes. Rising, he playfully tousled his brother's hair. If you weren't worried, why come over with that messy hair? Chr, is it really so hard to admit you care for your brother? Caught in the act, Synch turned away, his cheeks flushed. Don't say such nonsense. I don't care. All right, it was a jest. Synch replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, further irritating Synch. We depart tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight. If you are frightened, I can keep you company. With a smile that mirrored their mother Synch's eyes sparkled. I'm not afraid, but if you are, I would mind accompanying you. Synch exclaimed in exasperation. Fine. I know you are scared. I will come to keep you company tonight. He adamantly refused to admit he cared for his elder brother. Syngy chuckled. And once Synch departed, he stifled his laughter, retrieving a pristine handkerchief from his pocket. He coughed quietly, attempting to conceal the sound from his twin. After a moment, the coughing subsided, but he felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, and the once white handkerchief was now stained with blood. The vivid red stood in stark contrast to the fabric. Gasping for breath, he waited for the darkness to fade before rising to sit at the table and incinerating the bloodied handkerchief. His third brother's visit to seek a doctor had already consumed much time, yet every physician he consulted returned with a grave expression, declaring they could not cure his ailment. He had survived to the age of 12 solely due to his parents' nurturing with precious herbs. If his health continues to deteriorate, he will become a burden to the Kuangwangfu. Song Wenyu turned his gaze towards the snowflakes cascading outside the window, his heart filled with melancholy, and he could not help but question whether he would survive through this winter. As night deepened, Yi Peizhu had fed the little one, allowing Xiaoyun to change her diaper once more before coaxing her to sleep. Jiujiu, dear, it is time for bed. Yi Peizhu observed her daughter, whose large, watery eyes remained wide open, brimming with vitality. With a sigh, she gently poked the little cherub's chubby cheek. Song Jiujiu began to whimper and gnaw on her tiny hand. Chiyun, nearby, stifled a laugh at her mistress's earnest conversation with the little miss, knowing full well that at such a tender age, the child could not possibly comprehend her words. Perhaps my father resides in the palace, mused the little one. Ah, then I shall not wait for my father any longer. I will just prepare myself for slumber. Good night, dear mother. Song Jiujiu murmured to herself, obediently closing her eyes. Her small hand still clung to her mother's finger. Although she claimed to be preparing for sleep, it was not long before she drifted off, peacefully blowing bubbles in her dreams. In the middle of the night, Yi Peizhu, in a half-dream state, was startled awake by the sound of her daughter's plaintive cries. "Whoa, second brother. Third brother. No, the fire is so fierce. Hurry, escape. Second brother. Third brother, run. Jump out the window. Where are your guards? What are they doing? Why are they not here? Woo brothers. Save my brothers." The desperate cries, filled with despair, jolted Yi Peizhu awake. She abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, hearing her daughter's soft sobs resonating through the room. The little one's cries, tinged with a hint of hopelessness, were particularly piercing in the stillness of the night. Qian, keeping watch outside, was also roused, her heart sinking as she hurriedly entered with a candle in hand. "Little miss, Qian, light all the candles." Yi Peizhu commanded, her urgency prompting her to forego her outer garments as she quickly gathered her sobbing daughter into her arms. "Baby, wake up. Did you have a nightmare? Open your eyes. Mother is here. Look at mother, my dear." Song Jiujiu opened her tear-filled eyes, seeing her mother's worried face, and her tiny hand clutched at her mother's garment. Crying even harder. "Whoa, mother, the inn where second brother and third brother are staying is on fire. They are surrounded by flames. They cannot escape. Their guards have vanished. No one is coming to save them. What shall we do, mother? Whoa, will second brother and third brother perish in the fire? I do not want this. No." Song Jiujiu's small hand gripped her mother's clothing tightly as she voiced her fears, her cries becoming increasingly hoarse. Suddenly, her sobs ceased, and her small hand loosened its grip, falling limply. Yi Peizhu's heart tightened, and she quickly looked down at her daughter. The sight made her heart race with panic. "Yue, Qian, quickly summon the physician." Chapter 58. Beware of seizures. Song Jiujiu lay motionless, shocking both Yi Peizhu and Qian. Qian hurried to fetch the physician. "Jiuer has a fever again." Yi Peizhu fretted over her daughter, as well as her second and third sons. The reason her daughter spoke those ominous words must be due to a precognitive dream. In her daughter's vision, Yuer and Chaer were caught in a fire, struggling to escape. Yi Peizhu's back broke into a cold sweat, her limbs turned icy, and she felt as if she were plummeting into an ice cavern. Her face became pale, causing Qian, who entered with the physician, to grow even more concerned. "Your Highness, what is wrong? You look so pale." "I'm fine, just quickly check on Jiuer. She has a fever again." The physician, who had attended to Song Jiujiu during her previous fever, examined her pulse and swiftly prescribed medicine, instructing Qian to prepare the concoction. "Your Highness, the fever does not seem to be due to a cold. It appears to be induced by fear. Has the little miss been frightened?" Yi Peizhu bit her lip. "Jiuer must have had a nightmare." "I see. Your Highness, do not worry. The little miss will be fine after taking the medicine. However, it may be like last time, with recurring fevers. As long as she does not have a seizure due to the fever, that is what matters." The physician carefully advised. Yi Peizhu took note of everything, though her expression remained vacant and her complexion pale. The physician could not help but speak up. "Your Highness, your complexion is concerning. Would you like me to check your pulse?" "No, I'm fine. I'm just too worried about Jiuer." Yi Peizhu declined, and the physician left. Yi Peizhu instructed the other maidservants to bring a basin of warm water, personally wiping her daughter's body. Song Jiujiu was burning with fever, still mumbling in her sleep, her mind wandering with incoherent words. Yi Peizhu wished it were her suffering from the fever instead. Before Qian could prepare the medicine, Song Zixian and Song Luan rushed in. "Mother, has something happened to my sister? I heard commotion and thought the physician had been summoned." Song Luan burst into the room. Song Zixian, not awakened by the noise, felt a sense of unease as he followed his younger brother upon hearing his commotion. Seeing her two sons, Yi Peizhu's eyes brimmed with tears. She could not bear to wait any longer. She longed to see her two sons, who were still unaccounted for. Yet her daughter was feverish, and her husband, the family's pillar, remained in the palace. "All right, my sons will handle this. Little Five, stay here and accompany your mother." Song Zixian agreed, giving instructions. However, just as he was about to leave, the emperor arrived at the Marin Hall, insisting that they had not dined together as a family for some time, and urging Quang Wang to stay for a meal before departing. The noble consort missed her son, and with the emperor's invitation, she looked at her son with eager eyes. Quang Wang could not refuse and had no choice but to stay. Consequently, dinner stretched into nearly an hour, with the emperor insisting on sharing drinks with Quang Wang. Quang Wang, not possessing a strong tolerance for alcohol, soon became tipsy. The noble consort suggested he rest in the Marin Hall to sober up. Upon awakening from his stupor, Quang Wang was startled awake in the middle of the night. Just as he gathered himself, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find his anxious mother. "Mother, is something wrong? Zixian is waiting for you at the palace gate. I have arranged for someone to escort you. You need not speak with your father's people. Just leave." The noble consort quickly instructed Quang Wang. Upon hearing that his precious daughter had a fever, Quang Wang was filled with anxiety. "Mother, I shall leave now. Hurry. Regardless of Jiuer's condition tomorrow, have someone inform me." The noble consort reminded Quang Wang. Watching her son depart in haste, she was uncertain whether he had truly heard her. If he had not, she would send someone to inquire at Quang Wang Fu tomorrow. She hoped her little granddaughter would be safe. How could it be that not long after, she was afflicted with another fever? Could it be that Jiuer's health was still affected by the poison inflicted by Xu Fei? The thought of this possibility filled the noble consort with a seething hatred for Xu Fei. The commotion in the Mei Run Dian has certainly not escaped the ears of the old emperor. Though advanced in years, the emperor struggles with sleep at night, plagued by insomnia and shallow slumber, making it difficult for him to return to rest once disturbed. After hearing the report from Gonggong Fuchuan, he squinted his bloodshot and murky eyes, a consequence of sleeplessness. His little granddaughter has fallen ill again? How peculiar! It seems she suffers from frequent fevers, indicating a fragile constitution and unfortunate fate. Gonggong Fuchuan dared not respond, but instead spoke of his speculations. He wondered if the young lady's health issues were related to the poisoning incident during the full moon celebration, as infants are known to possess delicate constitutions. The old emperor nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat pleased. Indeed, there could be a connection, which would explain why Wang Feikong has not forgiven Xu Fei. It now rests upon the Gui Fei to decide whether to extend forgiveness to Xu Fei. Fuchuan, extinguish the candle. I shall rest a while longer. Yes, replied Gonggong Fuchuan, extinguishing the flame and quietly departing the inner chamber to resume his vigil at the door. Chapter 59. The Return of Nightmares upon entering the outer chamber. The anguished cries of his daughter reached the ears of Wang Kong, who felt a pang of distress and hurried inside. He swiftly inquired after his wife and approached the small bed to comfort his daughter. As he reached out to lift her, he was met with her feverish heat. Upon contact, she instinctively leaned into him as if he were a source of life-giving water in a parched desert. Without the coolness she craved, Song Jiujiu's cries intensified. "Wah, it's so hot. I need something cool. Say my brothers." The words "save my brothers" echoed in the hearts of Wang Kong and his sons, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, causing their brows to furrow in concern. "My lord, before Jiujiu fell ill, I had a dreadful nightmare." Yi Peizhu gestured for Qiuyan to step outside and shared her tale with her family. Upon hearing the term nightmare, Wang Kang's heart raced with alarm. Another nightmare? What transpired therein? Yi Peizhu beckoned her sons closer, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered, "In my dream, the inn where Yuder and Chair were staying caught fire. Their guards were nowhere to be found, and they were trapped inside, unable to escape. The fire was no accident. It was deliberately set. Their guards did not vanish without reason. It was a calculated ploy. My lord, this nightmare bears a striking resemblance to the one preceding the snow disaster. It feels all too real. You must send someone to rescue Yuer and Chair. The fire has yet to occur, but it could happen at any moment. We must get them out of that and before it's too late." Yi Peizhu clutched Wang Kang's sleeve tightly, imploring him fervently. Wang Kang's brow twitched with anxiety. He had not anticipated such overwhelming events to unfold in a single night. He would not question the veracity of his wife's nightmare, for the previous one had already confirmed the truth of its contents. Additionally, he had just heard his daughter's heart cry for her brothers. It seemed that once again his wife and daughter shared a profound connection, foreseeing calamities yet to unfold. "Fear not, my lady. I shall dispatch men at once to find Xiao Air and Xiao San and ensure their safety. Dawn is approaching, and the city gates will soon open, providing the perfect opportunity to send someone forth." Wang Kong reassured her, holding her hand gently. Yi Peizhu articulated her suspicions, which was why she had been so cautious in discussing the matter. "Haven T, we only recently changed our household staff. How could there already be spies among us? How infuriating. These spies truly seem to infiltrate every corner." Song Luan seethed quietly. "That is to be expected. With new personnel, some may already be compromised. If others are intent on placing spies within our household, no matter how many times we change our staff, The spies will persist, Song Zixian remarked nonchalantly. Father, mother, now is not the time to hunt for spies. As the city gates open, let us first arrange for our people to disguise themselves as citizens leaving the city. Once we confirm that our men have rescued the second and third brothers, we can then set a trap to reveal the spy. Wang Kong patted Xiao Xi's shoulder. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will attend to it now. You two remain with your mother and sister. As dawn broke, the city gates swung open, and several commoners with burdens departed the capital. Song Jiujiu, having burned with fever and cried throughout the night, finally saw her fever subside with the arrival of morning. The family, having kept vigil through the night, breathed a tentative sigh of relief. Due to the previous incident of Song Jiujiu's recurrent fevers, they were hesitant to relax completely, fearing that she might fall ill again at any moment. After a brief slumber, Song Jiujiu awoke, hunger pangs stirring her from her rest. Upon waking, she began to cry, recalling the events from her foretelling dream. Wah, I'm so hungry and so sad. Why can't I speak yet? How can I save my brothers? Heaven truly torments me. You granted me rebirth for vengeance. Yet why not allow me to be reborn when I can speak? Now, I cannot even control my bodily functions. How can I talk of revenge or saving my family? Song Jiujiu lamented internally, cursing the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the sky, startling her and causing her round eyes to widen in shock. Is it thundering because I cursed the heavens? No, that can't be. I only cursed in my heart and did not voice it. Can the heavens truly know? Song Jiujiu exclaimed in disbelief. Nearby, Yi Peizhu found her daughter's astonishment amusing. Seeing her daughter's astonished expression, she reached out to touch her forehead. Did the thunder frighten you, Jiujiu? Fear not. Mother is here. Your little tummy is empty. Let us have some milk first. Yi Peizhu cradled her daughter lovingly. In a daze, Song Jiujiu mechanically suckled from a breast. It's thundering, and I dare not curse the heavens anymore. But what are my second and third brothers? Just thinking about them makes me anxious. Oh, heaven, if you could ensure the safety of my brothers during this calamity, I promise not to curse you anymore. Once I can speak, I will no longer curse you. Song Jiujiu muttered to herself, while Yi Peizhu's gaze softened as she listened to her daughter's thoughts. Wang Kong entered at that moment, noticing his daughter awake, and took a seat at the table. My lady, the guards have successfully departed. They are riding swiftly and should locate Xiao Air and Xiao San before dawn tomorrow. Fortunately, the letter from Xiao Air and Xiao San mentioned their route. Otherwise, we would have encountered significant difficulties. The guard will surely find them along the way. Song Jiujiu perked up her little ears. What is my father saying? Is he sending someone to find my second and third brothers? Could it be that I share a connection with father? Chapter 60. She must be blind to think the emperor is perfect listening to his daughter's heart. Wang Kong could not help but smile bitterly. Regrettably, this time, the connection with his daughter was not his own. He wished he could dream of the contents of his daughter as hard as his wife did, but he had never experienced such dreams. May we find them soon. I only dreamt of the fire, with no indication of the timing. I do not know what methods the villains employed to set the inn ablaze. Nor do I understand why Usurp and Chayer's guards failed to intervene. If our people can locate Usurp and Chayer sooner, we may avert this disaster. As Yi Peizhu spoke, she dabbed her daughter's mouth with a handkerchief, wiping away the milk residue while her daughter listened attentively. Did I dream of a fire involving my second and third brothers? My mother and I truly share an unspoken bond. It is splendid. I was just pondering how to rescue my brothers. Fortunately, my mother dreamt of something similar to my own prophetic visions, and, thankfully, my father believed her dream, sending someone to protect my brothers. My parents are truly wonderful. If only my mother could have prophetic dreams as well, then our family's calamities could be entirely averted. I am at a loss for words. Even if I could foretell the future, it would be in vain, sigh. I feel like such a little waste. Song Jiujiu sighed inwardly, her small lips also letting out a soft sigh. Yi Peizhu adjusted her hold on her daughter, poking her little face. Why are you sighing again, my dear? Are you worried about your second and third brothers? Do not fret. Your father has already sent someone to protect them. You shall surely see your brothers before the new year. Indeed, my dear little one cannot sigh. It might scare away good fortune. Come, let your father hold you. I have shaved my beard, so it will not prick you. King Kong rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat lecherous. Song Jiujiu pouted, but still extended her little arms affectionately towards her father. Woola woola. Then this baby shall embrace father. Haha, my precious daughter. He let out a sigh of relief, momentarily forgetting the instructions from his mother. The noble consort had been unable to sleep since King Kong left the palace. Sitting by the window and waiting half the night and all morning, anticipating news regarding her little granddaughter's condition. However, she received no word. The noble consort was filled with anxiety, even contemplating whether her granddaughter's illness was too severe, causing King Kong to forget to send someone to inform her. After a while of anxious waiting, she decided to send someone to King Kang's residence for inquiries. Just as she was formulating this plan, the old emperor arrived. The noble consort found the old emperor increasingly bothersome. Before hearing her granddaughter's thoughts, she believed the old emperor was quite agreeable. But after hearing her granddaughter's sentiments and witnessing the old emperor casually casting aside the issue of the poisoned shoe consort, which had implicated her little granddaughter, she felt as if she had been blind to ever think highly of him. The old emperor's face was lined with wrinkles, his breath foul, and he reeked of age. Moreover, she realized that the old emperor was rather despicable when she had been obedient to him, although he seemingly favored her. Most of his attention was directed towards other consorts in the palace, now that she had grown somewhat cold towards him. The old emperor began to reminisce about her past affections, frequently visiting her palace. It was truly exasperating. The noble consort internally vented her frustrations, took a deep breath to conceal her disdain, and rose to welcome the old emperor. "Your Majesty, greetings. Your arrival is timely. I was just about to seek your counsel on a matter." The noble consort performed her curtsy, smoothly transitioning into the topic. "It seems that your heart and mine are in sync. What is it that you wish to discuss?" The old emperor approached the noble consort and took her hand. "I specifically instructed Sanur before he left to send someone to inform me about Jiujiu's situation. Yet, as noon approaches, I have yet to receive any news. I am quite concerned and wish to inquire if you know how Jiujiu is faring." The noble consort briefly outlined the situation. She knew the old emperor was certainly aware of the circumstances at King Kang's residence, as his spies were spread throughout the capital, including within King Kang's household. "Coincidentally, I also came to discuss matters regarding my granddaughter. I sent someone to inquire at King Kang's residence, and Jiujiu has already broken her fever. She is well." The noble consort finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That is splendid news. Poor Jiujiu, afflicted at the full moon ceremony, was poisoned just after her birth. I suspect her recurrent fevers these past few days were due to those toxins affecting her delicate body. Each time I think of this, my heart aches. I would rather have been the one poisoned and unconscious that day." As she spoke, the noble consort began to weep. The old emperor frowned and sat beside her. "My dear consort, did the physician not say that the toxins within your granddaughter have dissipated? The reason for her fever is likely the cold weather. Do not overthink it. She shall be fine." "Ah, your Majesty, my heart aches. You do not know. The empress came to see me, pleading on behalf of the Shu consort, requesting that I release her from the cold palace. Seeing the empress in such a humble state made me want to relent. But upon thinking of my poor granddaughter, I could hardly bear to spare the Shu consort. Your Majesty, I do not wish for the Shu consort to leave the cold palace." The noble consort cried out, collapsing into the old emperor's embrace. The scent of medicine intensified, causing the noble consort's brows to furrow even more, though no one was there to witness it. "I too feel for you, my dear consort. If you do not wish for the Shu consort to be released, then let it be so. Should the empress come to you again, let her approach me." The warmth of her presence momentarily distracted the old emperor, leading him to utter these words without thought. The noble consort rejoiced, immediately agreeing, "Your Majesty truly cherishes me. With your words, I need not feel guilty toward the empress any longer." The old emperor merely grunted, beginning to regret his spontaneous declaration. After leaving the beauty hall, the old emperor summoned Dani. Chapter 61. Already consumed by flames. What is the current state of King Kang's residence? Is that little infant still feverish? Ani's words drew a look of disappointment on the old emperor's face. Has she recovered so quickly? Wasn't it mentioned that she had a recurring fever? How did she only have one fever this time and then recover? How disappointing. I did not expect my casual words to the noble consort to hold any truth. And he lowered his head and remained silent. By the time King Kong remembered to send someone to inform the noble consort of Jiujiu's condition, it was already afternoon. He hurriedly dispatched someone to the palace. Upon receiving the news, the noble consort immediately discerned the old emperor's deception. The old emperor had the audacity to lie that he had already sent someone to inquire about Sanur and Jiujiu's condition. How many of the old emperor's lies had she believed in the past? In a small inn, 1,000 miles away from the capital, Song Wenyu and Song Yanche accompanied by their guards, departed early in the morning to continue their journey towards the capital. Considering Song Wenyu's health, they traveled in a horse-drawn carriage, maintaining a leisurely pace throughout the day. As night fell, they arrived at Qinshui town. The town was bustling, with more than half a month until the new year. It was already adorned with festive decorations, and the streets were filled with lively crowds. There are so many people. I wonder if the inns are full, Song Yinshe mumbled, dispatching a guard to inquire at a nearby inn. They were fortunate. There were still 2 rooms available, one for the Song brothers and another for their guards. Song Yinshe intended to assist his twin brother upstairs to rest, but Song Wenyu, drawn by the lively street, expressed a desire to explore. He turned to his twin brother. "Chair, would you mind if I took a stroll?" Song Yinshe pouted. "If you wish to wander, then do so. Why ask me? Come, I shall reluctantly accompany you." With a smile, Song Wenyu's enchanting eyes shimmered in the moonlight. The brothers strolled through the market. Initially reluctant, Song Yinshe gradually grew interested, purchasing small toys like clappers for children, unable to resist. "Is this for our little sister? We have been away from home for over half a year. Mother must have given birth by now. I wonder if she resembles our father or mother more," Song Wenyu murmured softly, his eyes dimming at the thought of his own health. He finally has a younger sister. Yet one cannot help but wonder if his frail body can endure long enough to witness her growth. Song Yinshe and Song Wenyu, being twin brothers, often sense each other's emotions. Song Yinshe felt the sudden wave of disappointment emanating from his brother, which left him feeling somewhat glum. Whether the new arrival is a sister or a brother remains uncertain. What if it turns out to be a troublesome younger brother? My toys are certainly not meant for an insufferable younger sibling. After stating this, he met the gaze of his twin brother, whose eyes sparkled with a knowing smile. He quickly averted his gaze and added, somewhat insincerely, "If you're not tired, feel free to continue exploring." The street outside remained lively, and amidst the commotion, the unexpected sound and knock on the door did not seem particularly alarming. Without much thought, Song Yinshe rose to open the door, only to be greeted by 4 or 5 figures clad in black. The night had enveloped Qianshuizhan. In the inn's backyard, several figures in black swiftly ascended the stairs, familiar with the surroundings as they approached 2 room doors, inserting bamboo tubes into the paper windows to blow in a cloud of sleeping gas. Meanwhile, 2 other black-clad figures stealthily entered the kitchen, retrieving some wine and oil, which they then scattered around the entire inn. Preparations complete, the black-clad individuals descended to gather together and tossed a lit candle into the kitchen. In an instant, flames erupted. Satisfied with the blaze, the black figures departed. However, unbeknownst to them, 5 more figures in black appeared shortly after, extinguishing the flames with remarkable speed. The departing figures were oblivious to the fact that someone had already switched the wine and oil in the kitchen, even though they saw the fire blaze forth. Extinguishing it was a simple task. Song Wenyu and Song Yinshe emerged from the shadows, their expressions a mix of complexity and lingering fear. "There is something here." With keen eyes, Song Yinshe spotted an object in the corner at the kitchen door. One of the black-clad figures approached to retrieve it, discovering it to be a small token. By the light of the moon, Song Wenyu and Song Yinshe discerned the inscription on the token, their pupils constricting in shock. Song Wenyu reached for the small token and tucked it into his robe, speaking quietly, "We must prepare in advance." "Second young master. Third young master, do not worry. We are already prepared. Those black-clad figures will believe that you have perished in the flames. Please leave at once. We will handle the aftermath here." One of the black-clad guards spoke in a hushed tone. "All right, brother, then let us proceed." Without hesitation, Song Wenyu assisted his brother in departing, climbing into the carriage that had arrived. Their belongings had already been placed inside in anticipation of this moment. Well prepared, even before the black figures unleashed the sleeping gas and set the fire, the departing black figures remained unaware that their mission had already failed. At this moment, the old emperor had awakened and risen. An informant appeared before him. "Your Majesty, there is news." The old emperor lazily stretched his arms, signaling for Gong Gong Fu Quan to assist him in changing clothes. Is it good news?" The informant's words caused the attendant to widen his eyes in astonishment, his hands trembling slightly. Thankfully, his tremors were not pronounced enough to draw the old emperor's attention. "Are you certain? Did the personnel witness it with their own eyes?" The informant replied, "Yes, several subordinates reported that before the fire was set, they had already incapacitated the 2 young masters and their guards, leaving only after witnessing the flames ignite." "Good, This shall serve as a splendid New Year surprise for Wang Kong. When the time is right, inform the spies within Wang Kang's residence so they may relay this to him. It will be a grand surprise, and I can hardly wait to observe Wang Kang's astonished expression. The old emperor chuckled with a sinister glee. Under the influence of this news, the old emperor's mood was quite buoyant during morning court, prompting much speculation among the ministers about the source of his good fortune. In Wang Kang's residence, Song Jiujiu had not suffered any recurring fever since her last bout, largely due to the knowledge that her father had dispatched individuals to rescue her brothers. With her concerns being addressed, her heart felt lighter, and her health improved. At this moment, Song Jiujiu had awakened from her slumber, her big eyes staring blankly. The child is awake. Are you feeling hungry? Yi Peizhu observed her daughter's round, glistening eyes and approached to gently poke her cheek. Mother, I'm not hungry yet. I am pondering whether the people father sent have found second brother and third brother. I wonder which villain intended to set my brothers ablaze. I feel as though I have been reborn into solitude. This incident certainly did not occur in my previous life. Or perhaps it is precisely because I have been reborn that these events, which never transpired before, are now unfolding. If that is the case, what was the purpose of my rebirth? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a hint of melancholy crept in. Moreover, I am powerless to act. Last time it was the snow disaster, and now it is the situation with second brother and third brother. If not for Mother's dream and Father's belief in it, resolving these two matters would have been impossible with just a helpless infant like me. Song Jiujiu sighed involuntarily. No, I must not sigh. Father said that sighing will drive away good fortune. She puffed her cheeks, determined not to sigh again. Yi Peizhu listened to her daughter's heartfelt musings, feeling both pained and sorrowful. Her little girl, so young, burdened with such worries. She longed to tell her daughter that she could hear her thoughts and that all her worries could be resolved by her mother. Yet, she dared not voice such extraordinary truths. The child would grow up slowly, and her father, mother, and brothers would protect her. Yi Peizhu gently grasped her daughter's chubby hand, soothingly reassuring her. Why is mother suddenly saying such things? I do not wish to grow up slowly. I want to grow up quickly. Then I can protect father, mother, and my brothers. Just as the mother and daughter shared this tender moment, Qiu Yun rushed in, her face pale. Wang Fei. Upon seeing Qiu Yun's expression, Yi Peizhu's heart sank. What has happened? Wang Fei. I overheard some servants in the residence discussing a matter. Qiu Yun, her complexion ashen, spoke in a dazed tone. They said that a fire broke out in Qianshui Zhen last night, and everyone in the inn perished in the flames. Second young master and third young master were among them. They were debating whether to inform the Wang Yi and Wang Fei about this. I happened to overhear and hurried over. Wang Fei, this matter's truth remains uncertain. Even knowing that Wang Kong had already sent people to search for his two sons, and that they were surely alive. Yi Peizhu could not help but feel her heart race at the news. Qiu Yun, do you remember who spoke of this? Qiu Yun nodded, her voice trembling. I recall. That is good. For now, do not speak of this to anyone or appear overly frightened. You Air and Che Air will be fine. Keep an eye on those individuals and see if they have mentioned this matter to anyone else in the residence. Yi Peizhu calmly instructed Qiu Yun. Having been by Yi Peizhu's side for many years, Qiu Yun was not a foolish person. Wang Fei. Could it be that those discussing the misfortune befalling the two young masters are spies planted in the residence? Qiu Yun inquired softly. Yi Peizhu cast a look of approval at Qiu Yun. Precisely. Since you have deduced this, you will be more vigilant. In any case, until Wang Yi takes action, you are responsible for keeping a close watch on those spies. Understood. I shall obey. Song Jiujiu listened to the conversation between her mother and Qiu Yun, and she understood the situation. She wondered if her elder brothers had successfully evaded this calamity. Yi Peizhu also wished to know how her two sons were faring. After entering the room and spending some time with his wife and daughter, a servant arrived with news. The King Kong exchanged glances with Yi Peizhu, both harboring suspicions. He instructed Qiu Yun to draw the screen to shield his wife and daughter before allowing the servant to enter. The servant was a middle-aged man who appeared honest and simple-minded. Your Highness, he began, I have heard something concerning the second and third young masters. After hesitating, he decided to report to the king. Oh, concerning my two sons? Where did you hear this? King Kong asked, lifting his teacup to take a sip. It is said that a tavern in Qianshui town caught fire, and everyone inside perished, including the second and third young masters. A relative of mine, knowing I work in your Highness's residence, specifically came to inform me. The servant's voice trembled as he recounted the tale, describing the young master's appearances and clothing in vivid detail. King Kang's forehead throbbed with rage. Had he not heard his daughter's heartfelt thoughts and believed his wife's nightmare, he might have been swayed by this man's words alone. The audacity of this individual to fabricate such a tale was infuriating. You claim your relative came to inform you of my son's misfortune? Why would they care so much? The authorities have yet to confirm this. How can you be so certain? King Kang's expression darkened as he pointed out the inconsistencies in the man's story, causing the middle-aged man to bow his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Oh, is your intention to convey this news to me out of goodwill? Should I be thanking you for this? King Kong sneered, his aura instilling fear in the man. Song Jiujiu speculated that perhaps a villain had instructed the informant to relay the news to their parents, merely to witness their sorrow. Some evildoers indeed derived amusement from such wickedness. Your Highness, please forgive me. That was not my intention, the man exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. You know your true intentions. Your master sent you to deliver this news in hopes of witnessing my grief. Dream on. Guards, take him away for a thorough interrogation. King Kong commanded, his voice cold and resolute. Immediately, 2 guards rushed in and restrained the middle-aged man, while others apprehended his accomplices lurking within the residence. King Kong personally interrogated the informants. But no matter the methods of coercion employed, they remained tight-lipped about their instigator. In a fit of fury, King Kong ordered the guards to dislocate their jaws and let them go hungry for 3 days. As night fell, King Kong paced anxiously within the confines of the room. Where are they? Your Highness, please sit down. Watching you pace back and forth makes me dizzy, Jiujiu urged, rubbing her forehead. Father, I know you're worried, but please do not panic. Second brother and third brother are certainly safe. After all, I am a reborn individual. Besides my past memories and this life's prophetic dreams, my intuition is quite reliable. I believe my brothers are well and in no danger, Song Jiujiu declared, waving her small hands to capture her parents' attention. Upon hearing their daughter's thoughts, King Kong and Jiujiu found their anxious hearts calmed. They placed their trust in her words. King Kong approached and lifted his daughter, playfully teasing her. Does my little one miss her brothers? You have yet to meet them. Just as he spoke, a youthful voice filled with laughter resonated from the doorway. King Kong and Jiujiu turned in disbelief to see Song Wenyu and Song Yinshe smiling at them from the entrance. You where? Cheer, Jiujiu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her 2 sons. Song Yinshe instinctively attempted to evade his mother's embrace, but was swiftly caught by his twin brother's grasp. Jiujiu, with tears brimming in her eyes, examined her second and third sons, noting their significant weight loss. Song Yinshe's eyes glistened with moisture as he blinked, glancing at the adorable chubby infant cradled in their father's arms. Father, mother, is that our little sister? Song Jiujiu, indignant, retorted, what do you mean, little brother? Third brother, what are you seeing? I am undoubtedly a little sister. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance as she glared at her third brother. The sweet, childish voice that echoed simultaneously momentarily stunned Song Wenyu and Song Yinshe, though they quickly masked their surprise. The 2 brothers had endured much during their time apart. Despite their youth, their expressions had matured, especially Song Yinshe. What do you mean, brother? This is our sister. Jiuer is too adorable to be anything but a sister. King Kong, overhearing his daughter's indignant outburst, quickly clarified, she is indeed our sister. Song Yinshe approached, inspecting his new sister closely. She is quite cute and plump, with chubby little hands. He reached out to grasp her small, adorable hand, but grasped nothing but air. Why not just say that I am cute? Why mention my being plump? How rude. Even if I'm still a baby, I cannot tolerate being called fat. Third brother, you fool. Your haughty demeanor is the reason our future sister-in-law left you. No wonder you have no wife. But, on a brighter note, our future sister-in-law escaped with her life and was spared from being executed alongside the King Kang's household. I suppose you have been pitiful enough, losing your beloved and enduring a beating for your sharp tongue before your execution. I shall not hold it against you this lifetime. What does that smell? Third brother, you smell a bit foul. I prefer to be held by father. Song Jiujiu mused to herself, wrinkling her nose, and without hesitation, buried her little face in her father's embrace. Song Yinshe, the past life, future sister-in-law, the King Kang's household was executed. The fact that he could hear his sister's thoughts was already absurd, but now she claimed to know about their past life. What had their household done to deserve such a fate? The revelations in his sister's mind overwhelmed him. However, to King Kong and Yi Peizhu. The bewilderment etched on Song Yinche's face merely conveyed that he had attempted to hold his sister's hand, only for her to withdraw. They understood the reason behind her actions. Much to their amusement, the King of Kong coughed lightly and rubbed his nose. Xiao San'er, perhaps you should wash up before you cuddle your little sister. She is clean and adorable, and might think you smell unpleasant, which is why she is reluctant to hold your hand. He added, not that I care to hold her hand. Who would want to? Song Yinche spoke insincerely, and while Song Jiujiu was distracted, he reached out to touzle her little head. Song Jiujiu gasped, stinky third brother. You think it's fine to bully me because I can't speak or walk, don't you? Just wait. When I grow up, I will give you a good beating. Song Jiujiu huffed, puffing her cheeks and glaring at her brother, appearing quite indignant. Oh, it's quite peculiar that such a tiny person can get angry. Song Yinche mused, his suspicions growing that his sister might have been reborn, retaining memories from her past life. Inotizing, Chia, you even bought many toys in Qianshui town to give to your sister. Why are you not mentioning the toys now and instead provoking her? Song Wenyu approached, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Upon hearing his twin brother's words, Song Yinche immediately felt embarrassed and irritated. Who bought toys? I bought them for myself, not for that little chubby doll. Enough with the little master talk. King Kong interjected with a sharp tap on Song Yinche's head. Song Yinche pouted, covering his forehead. Father, after more than half a year apart, why does your hitting hurt even more? Song Wenyu's throat grew increasingly itchy, and he could not help but cover his mouth and cough. Immediately, the king and queen, along with Song Yinche, looked at him with concern. Sit down and refrain from speaking for now. Chun, quickly fetch a cup of hot water, Yi Peizhu urged, helping Song Wenyu to sit. Feeling the dampness in his palms, he discreetly clenched his fists and smiled up at his parents. Father, mother, do not worry about me. It's just an old ailment. It's nothing serious. Yi Peizhu's eyes turned red with worry. Since seeking a divine physician has proven futile, perhaps we should try another method. Your fourth brother suggested using a soul summoning technique. Regardless of its efficacy, what do you think? Soul summoning? Song Wenyu's eyes reflected confusion. Though he understood the implications, he knew that only the truly foolish or those in deep slumber could lose a part of their soul. This method seemed unlikely to help him. Yi Paizu Zait, Yue. Regardless of its potential effectiveness, it won't hurt to try. What if it truly works? Little error. Let us go ahead with it, then King Kong declared, keen to hear his daughter's thoughts on the matter. He had never heard her mention anything about her second brother's past life. All right, let's give it a try. Song Wenyu agreed, albeit without much hope. Given his condition, he believed that no matter how many attempts were made, the outcome would be the same. King Kong, in alignment with Yi Peizhu, wished to hear their daughter's thoughts about her second brother. However, when Yi Peizhu looked at her daughter, she realized that at some point, the little bundle had fallen asleep on her father's shoulder. Jiujiu is asleep, Your Highness. Please lay her down in her crib. The king noticed, and indeed, found his daughter fast asleep. Let us wait until tomorrow to see if she can share anything about her second brother's past life. King Kong, now quite adept at handling and placing children, gently laid the little bundle in her crib and tucked her in. Song Wenyu, holding a teacup, stood by the crib, admiring his sleeping sister, growing fonder with each glance. She's my youngest sister. If only my body could hold out long enough to see her grow up. King Kong instructed Qian to watch over their daughter while he, along with his wife and two sons, moved to the outer chamber. Little San'er, please share the situation. Has the guard I sent found you? Upon mentioning this, the smiles faded from Song Wenyu and Song Yinche's faces. Father, the guard arrived before us, and we followed their lead. Song Yinche began, recounting the events that had transpired in Qianshui town. Upon hearing this, King Kong and Yi Peizhu both breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the guard arrived in time. Yi Peizhu placed a hand over her heart, still somewhat shaken. Father, mother, how did you know someone would set fire to the inn where we were staying, and that the guards would find us beforehand? It's almost as if you could foresee it, Song Wenyu questioned, curious if his parents could also hear his sister's thoughts, predicting events based on what she knew from her past life. Yet he hesitated to voice this concern, fearing the implications it might have on his sister. This matter, it was thanks to your mother. She had a nightmare about you being set on fire by bad people, and the inn flooding. After she shared her nightmare with me, I immediately sent guards to find you. Fortunately, they left in time. King Kong spoke with pride and satisfaction, admiring his wife and daughter for their intuition. Yi Peizhu blushed slightly, nudging King Kong. Your Highness, temper your expression. It was not solely my doing. Do not be modest, dear. If not for your nightmare, we would not have avoided the last snow disaster, King Kong stated. The snow disaster? Has there been a snow disaster in the capital? When did this happen? Song Yinshe asked, puzzled. King Kong then recounted the details of the snow disaster, expressing his relief that they had managed to escape danger once again. After hearing their father's account, both brothers felt a surge of anger. How dare anyone spread rumors that our little sister is a harbinger of disaster? Father, after all this time, have you uncovered who was behind these malicious rumors? Song Yinshe was furious, his eyes blazing with indignation. King Kong shook his head. No, there are no leads. The rumor appeared and vanished abruptly, leaving no trace to investigate. Song Yinshe's anger flared even more. If I find out who spread the rumors, I will make them pay dearly. Calm down, cheer. Father, after the black-clad men left that night, we discovered a token they dropped. The owner of the token might be the one who intended to set the fire and kill us, Song Wenyu explained, though he remained uncertain. Father, please remain calm, Song Wenyu added, his lips pressed together. King Kong inhaled deeply, stating, I am calm. Regardless of who the mastermind is, they are our enemies. He urged, speak up. Who is it? Song Wenyu produced the token, the character Gong standing out prominently in the candlelight. King Kang's pupils dilated in disbelief, his voice trembling. Is it the Gong Wang? How could that be possible? Yes, father, I agree it seems impossible. After all, the Gong Wang has been in close contact with our Kong Wang Fu. To outsiders, it appears that you have the best relationship with him among all the princes. I cannot believe you would be the one to incite the black-clad men to burn us, Song Wenyu concluded, though he understood the necessity of being cautious. He coughed into his handkerchief a few times. Now regarding this matter, the mastermind behind it must either be Duke Gong, or he has deliberately left his token for us to discover, aiming to incite discord between us and Duke Gong. Song Yinshe articulated his speculation. Indeed, only these two possibilities remain. Father will have someone investigate this further, Wang Kong inquired. No worries, there is no need to conceal anything. Today, there were spies in the estate who reported to Father about your death by fire in Qianshui Town. Those spies have already been detained, and Father will interrogate them again to see if any leads can be uncovered. Wang Kong pinched his brow, appearing quite despondent. Song Wenyu stood up voluntarily. Very well. Rest well tonight. Yi Peizhu instructed her two sons before allowing them to leave. Unlike several other siblings, Song Wenyu and Song Yinshe resided in adjacent rooms within the same courtyard. This arrangement was requested by Song Yinshe, as it would facilitate his care for his twin brother. Song Wenyu did not wish to become a burden to his younger brother, yet Song Yinshe willingly took on the responsibility of supporting his elder sibling. Only their former servant remained. Bai Zhao, has the household staff been replaced? Bai Zhao, 2 years younger than Song Wenyu, served tea to the two young masters and briefly mentioned the recent changes in the staff at Duke Kang's residence. The servants serving the prince and princess, including himself and Bai He, as well as the other 3 young masters' personal attendants, were not replaced. Only the outer courtyard servants were changed. Considering the presence of spies, Song Wenyu understood. He had not anticipated that the entire household staff would be replaced and spies would be embedded. After inquiring about recent occurrences in the residence, the two brothers dismissed the 2 young servants. They exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. Second brother, Cheer. Song Yinshe scratched his head, clearing his throat with a hint of pride. As we are twins, I'm already aware of what you wish to say. Then allow me to speak first. Song Wenyu's brows arched, a glimmer of light illuminating his beautiful eyes. Speak. Song Yinshe subdued his expression, gazing earnestly at his twin brother, deliberately lowering his voice. Second brother, I can hear our sister's thoughts. Song Wenyu's eyes flickered. I can too. Song Yinshe clicked his tongue. Then it seems only the 2 of us are special. I initially thought I was the only one who could hear her. But upon reflection, since I can hear it, you certainly can as well. Who would have thought it to be true? Cheer, this matter must remain between us, known only to us and heaven and earth. It must not be disclosed to a third party. This evening I observed our parents. They should remain oblivious. Our sister's abilities are too extraordinary to be widely known. Song Wenyu cautioned his twin brother softly. He was somewhat concerned that his brother might inadvertently reveal too much. I understand the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. Reflecting on it now, our sister is indeed remarkable. Second brother, tomorrow we shall visit her and discuss your matters. Let us see if she will mention what became of your body in the last life. Song Yinshe proposed with bright eyes. Song Wenyu chuckled. Should our sister discover your little thoughts, be wary of her growing up and giving you a beating. Song Yinshe pouted. Then while our sister is still small, I must pinch her chubby cheeks more often. By the way, she called me smelly. Do I really smell? Remembering this, Song Yinshe wrinkled his face seriously and sniffed his clothes again. Song, when you coughed a couple of times, let Bai prepare some hot water for you to wash up. Song Yinshe replied. In Jiujiu courtyard, Duke Kang's mood remained persistently low. He turned the token inscribed with the character gong over and over, letting out a sigh. My lady, this is indeed Duke Gong's token. It is not a forgery, as I have seen his token before. Yi Peizhu sat beside Duke Kong, comforting him. My lord, even though we possess Duke Gong's token, it does not necessarily imply that he orchestrated the fire. As Chair mentioned earlier, the true mastermind may be someone else entirely. Let's not overthink it at this moment. We shall investigate further. However, my lord, although this may hurt your feelings, I feel compelled to speak. Duke Kong looked at his wife, his expression one of helplessness. What is it? My lady, please speak. Duke Kong always greets others with a smile. But who knows if he is a smiling tiger? Compared to the possibility of another mastermind, I suspect Duke Kong is indeed the one behind it. Even if this incident was not orchestrated by Duke Kong, he surely harbors no goodwill towards our Kong residents. My lord, do you believe Duke Kong covets the throne? Duke Kong yearns for the throne, yet he has not displayed this too overtly in my presence. Nevertheless, I have seen the ambition hidden within his eyes. I had observed it before, but chose to overlook it. After all, Duke Kong's mother was a palace maid, and, after giving birth to him, she was killed by the other consorts. He has endured bullying within the palace from a young age and has suffered greatly. How could he not desire power? After all, only with power can he avoid further humiliation. Yet, I remember when I witnessed him being bullied, I stepped in to protect him. During those years before leaving the palace, it was because I shielded him that he did not suffer much bullying. I genuinely regarded him as my younger brother. Why would he treat me this way? My lady, I cannot fathom it. Duke Kang's long fingers caressed the token, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling. Yi Peizhu sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of sympathy for her sometimes foolish husband. My lord, those entrenched in a situation often fail to see clearly while outsiders can discern the truth. You may not understand the reasons, but as an outsider, I perceive that in the eyes of others, you are the favored son of the emperor. Because you are favored, your mother is also favored. Even though the emperor has yet to establish an heir at this age, you are still viewed as the most likely candidate for the next emperor. Duke Gong and Duke Ning both aspire to the throne, and you stand as their rival. Duke Ning's relationship with you has always been lukewarm. You are aware that as the legitimate firstborn, he believes he should be the next emperor, making you his competitor. Thus, he will naturally guard against you and refrain from forming an alliance. However, Duke Gong has been a good brother by your side, even before you were conferred titles. Despite his desire for the throne, he can only maintain a facade of goodwill towards you. But in the shadows, he has many avenues to act. Yi Peizhu spoke these words in a hushed tone, observing her husband's handsome face contorted in distress. She quickly added, Of course, my lord, this is merely my conjecture. I tend to think in negative directions. The reality may not align with my assumptions, but as your wife, I feel it necessary to voice my concerns. We must remain vigilant against others. My lord, do not cry. Jiujiu is still in the room. If she sees her father, a grown man, weeping, she may laugh at you. Yi Peizhu said this last line playfully, bringing a smile to Duke Kang's face as he turned his head and buried his face in his wife's shoulder. Such a scene, a large man shyly leaning on his petite wife, would undoubtedly tarnish Duke Kang's image if witnessed by anyone. My lord, my lady, I saw nothing. The door to the outer chamber was left ajar, and Duke Kang's guard entered to report matters, only to stumble upon this sight, causing him to turn around immediately. Facing away from them, Duke Kong coughed, standing up with a stoic expression, his voice deep and low. What is it? Ye pays vous sitiflet? I laugh, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Duke Kong's waist. The King of Kong slightly revealed his teeth, and before the guards turned around, he resumed his expressionless demeanor. The guard, bowing his head, reported, My lord, we have interrogated those spies. They revealed the mastermind behind the scenes, but after speaking, they immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide. My lord, forgive us, we were unable to stop them in time. The King of Kong felt a twitch in his brow, nervousness creeping in as he struggled to ask, Who is the mastermind? The name Gong Wang pierced through the King of Kang's heart like a sharp blade. He was momentarily stunned. Yi Peizhu had not anticipated that her suspicions were indeed correct. The mastermind behind the fire that had set her two sons ablaze was, in fact, Gong Wang. Noticing the king of Kang's dazed expression, Yi Peizhu pressed further. What else did they say? I remember there were several spies. Could it be that they all chose to end their lives? Yi Peizhu added, understood. Let us bury their remains. Yes. After the guard left, the king of Kong remained in a daze. Yi Peizhu sighed and gently patted his arm. My lord, do not be disheartened. Think of it this way. Now that we know Gong Wang is not a good person, it is indeed beneficial. If he attempts to strike against us in the future, we can be prepared. People are prone to change, especially when conflicts of interest arise, and relationships can crumble under such pressure. Yi Peizhu offered her philosophical insights to comfort the king of Kong. He forced a smile, expressing, Madam, thank you. I am fine, since this is the reality. I must accept it. Yi Peizhu led the king of Kong into the inner chamber. In the imperial study, the atmosphere was heavy, as if a storm were brewing. What did you say? Repeat that. The old emperor, his face grim, questioned an E through gritted teeth. And he knelt on the ground, head bowed, and reiterated what he had just said. The old emperor sneered. You failed the mission? How can you so casually utter those 4 words? Did I not ask you if your men witnessed the fire erupt? Did they not see the 2 from the Kong household engulfed in flames? This only indicates that your men were not present at the inn when the fire was set. You set the blaze without confirming their whereabouts? Who instructed them to act so recklessly? The old emperor's reprimand echoed harshly, while an E remained silent on the ground, appearing unfazed, though a closer inspection would reveal his body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the eunuch Fuqiuan stood by, holding his breath, fearful for his own life, aware of far too many secrets. He had tried to step back, yet the emperor insisted he stay. Chapter 67. It is time to add fertilizer to my imperial garden. The emperor had kept him around solely to convey such news. Grandfather dispatched someone to incinerate his 2 grandsons. Who would believe such a tale? Not to mention that the grandsons targeted by the emperor were the sons of his most favored son. Heaven, he truly wished to remain oblivious to such royal secrets. Fuqiuan was overwhelmed with despair. Your Majesty, please forgive me. And he repeatedly uttered these words, further inciting the old emperor's fury. What a splendid opportunity squandered. The old emperor slammed his palm on the table, causing his hand to ache while the table remained unscathed. Taking a deep breath, he continued, You shall go and accept 100 lashes as punishment. Furthermore, those dark guards you dispatched, dispose of them. They can serve as fertilizer for my imperial garden. And Yi's pupils widened in shock, and he stammered, Your Majesty, can you spare their lives? The old emperor glared at an E. Spare their lives? If you were not the leader of the dark guards, do you think I would grant you mercy? You cannot even secure your own life. Yet you wish to plead for those who have failed their mission? The name an E can easily be bestowed upon another. Withdraw. The faint light in Yi's eyes dimmed as he replied, Yes. The old emperor reclined on the dragon throne, pinching his brow in fatigue, muttering, What a splendid opportunity. What a splendid opportunity. Fuqiuan stood by, uncertain whether to approach the emperor to share in his burdens. Just as he hesitated, a knock resounded at the door. For the first time, Fuqiuan found the sound of knocking to be as melodious as celestial music. He stretched his numb legs and hurried to open the door. Upon returning to the old emperor, he announced, Your Majesty, a letter from General Yi. The old emperor lifted his eyelids to glance at the letter Fuqiuan held. Open it and read it to me. The letter expressed the general's longing for his family, wishing to visit his granddaughter, and requested permission to bring his 2 sons and their families to the capital before the year end. The old emperor narrowed his murky eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. General Yi wishes to enter the capital? It seems the frontier is indeed too stable, prompting such thoughts. Anyi. The hidden figure in E re-emerged, Your Majesty. Yes, I obey. Moreover, the old emperor added meaningfully, Inform those you send out that if they fail their mission again, they should be prepared to serve as fertilizer for my garden. And he stiffened, Yes. Fuqiuan, come and prepare the ink. There is no need to send someone immediately to the frontier. Let a few days pass, for I have permitted him to enter the capital in this letter. The old emperor handed the letter to Fuqiuan. Yes, this old servant shall remember. Meanwhile, far away at the frontier, General Yi Weigua sat outside his tent, sipping warm wine as he gazed at the vast night sky. He estimated that the letter sent to the capital should have reached the emperor by now. His daughter Peizhu had finally given birth to a lovely granddaughter, and he now had a soft, delicate little granddaughter to cherish. He wondered if his wife had visited the king of Kang's residence to see their daughter and granddaughter. The following day, Song Jiujiu awoke early, not due to natural circumstances, but because she had wet the bed, her bottom feeling uncomfortable and damp. Upon waking, she found a room quiet and dimly lit. Her parents still asleep. I can't even recall when I fell asleep last night. It seems my mother fed me in the middle of the night. Truly, my mother is so hard-working, having to rise from her slumber to care for me. I wish to grow up quickly. Oh, it seems I haven't let my second brother hold me yet. It's all that stinky third brother's fault for teasing me. He made me angry for a while and drained my energy. I fell asleep without properly greeting my second brother. I wonder if he will come to see me today. My second brother is so gentle. As Song Jiushi murmured to herself, her thoughts roused Yi Peiju, while the king of Kong remained in deep slumber. Yi Peiju rose and donned a garment before approaching her daughter's crib. The little one smiled brightly, her face gleaming with joy. Hee, mother is awake. Mother, I wet the bed again, so sorry. Please help me change my diaper. Yi Peiju chuckled, her heart melting as she leaned down to snuggle with her daughter. Our Jiushi is truly adorable. Did you wet your bed? Wait for mother to change her diaper. Yi Peiju playfully tapped the tip of her daughter's nose. Mother always says I am adorable. Am I truly that cute? Hee, I'm so happy to be praised by mother so early in the morning. After Yi Peiju changed her daughter's diaper and fed her, the king of Kong finally stirred awake. My lord, it is time to rise and wash up. We must head to the palace soon, Yi Peiju urged. After completing their morning routines, all four sons arrived. Yi Peiju suddenly remembered that today marked the beginning of a holiday for the students of Guozixu. Yuer, Share, Zixianner, you are here. Yuer and Share, did you sleep well last night? Yi Peiju beckoned her sons to sit down, inquiring gently. Song Wenyu replied with a smile. As for the sons, it was tolerable. Song Yinshe, however, remained reluctant to engage in conversation. That's good. Zixian, last night your father and I discussed the soul-retrieving matter you mentioned. We should give it a try. Let us see how you would arrange it. At this moment, Yi Peiju's primary concern was her second son's health. Mother, after you and father agreed upon this matter, I visited Jinshan Temple to consult with the abbot. There, a venerable monk often traveled the world to bless the masses. I managed to secure an opportunity for my brother to meet the monk. We can take him along to see if the monk can discern whether his ailment stems from the loss of his soul. Zixian's words filled Yi Peiju with delight. Excellent. Then we shall all visit Jinshan Temple together and take your sister to pay our respects. Meanwhile, Song Jiujing lay on her small bed, kicking her legs in confusion. Soul retrieving? For my second brother? His soul is intact. There's no need for that. His health issues are unrelated to his soul. I recall that in the past, he suffered because of a curse. I wonder who cast it. Even until our family faced annihilation, we never discovered who was responsible. My brother, being in his 20s, never married due to his health, fearing he would burden another. He had someone he cherished, yet he watched her marry another. My poor second brother, when I grow older, I will investigate who cursed you. In this lifetime, I must ensure you regain your health and find happiness. With her small fist clenched, she was resolute. The heartfelt musings of the daughter left her family momentarily speechless, astonished. They could hardly fathom that the second son's ailment was due to a curse. No wonder all the esteemed physicians had been of no help. They were not sorcerers and could not detect his affliction. Very well, mother. Should we invite father to join us? Zixian inquired further. Upon returning to their quarters, Wenyu and Yinshe exchanged glances, and Yinshe promptly closed the doors and windows. Brother, did you hear what our sister said? She claims you were cursed. Yinshe whispered incredulously, his face reflecting disbelief. The term curse was somewhat foreign to them. However, he recalled that many years ago, the previous emperor had decreed a ban on the practice of curses. Since that prohibition, those who pledged to refrain from such practices could remain in Fufeng, while those who could not were exiled. Over the years, curses had rarely appeared within Fufeng's borders. To their shock, it seemed their second brother had been cursed in silence. Even their sister mentioned that they had never discovered the culprit, even when their family faced ruin. Wait a moment. Our family faced annihilation? Yinshe was utterly bewildered. Brother, did our sister just say that our family was annihilated? I must have misheard. With a sigh, Wenyu confirmed. You heard correctly. She indeed said so. She doesn't know who cursed me. But the crucial question is why our family met such a fate. Compared to our family's tragic end, I feel my curse is inconsequential. Yinshe raked his fingers through his hair, feeling agitated. I truly wish to ask our sister what led to our family's demise. What wrongs did we commit to meet such an end? We cannot inquire, when you promptly cautioned. Share. We agreed not to disclose this matter to anyone, nor should we let our sister know we are privy to her secret. I understand. I will remain silent. Yet, the curiosity gnaws at me. When Yu's tone was resolute. We must protect our sister's secret, and our mother's as well. After all, we have successfully evaded disasters thus far. With calm assurance, he reassured Yin Che, whose agitation gradually subsided. You are right, brother. We can only proceed this way for now. The twin brothers exchanged a knowing glance, falling into contemplative silence. They pondered much, yet found their options limited. Yi Peizhu, upon hearing Qiu Yun's report, felt her brow twitching with concern. Furthermore, the prince's drinking capacity was rather poor. Should he become intoxicated and speak out of turn, it could spell disaster. Hastily, she instructed Qiu Yun to keep an eye on their daughter while she headed to the main hall. In the main hall, Prince Kong and Prince Gong were engaged in lively conversation, appearing to enjoy each other's company, while Princess Gong sat somewhat awkwardly beside them, sipping tea. Your Highness, why did you not inform me of Prince Gong and Princess Gong's arrival? I could have prepared food and drink in advance. Yi Peizhu said with a smile as she entered. Third sister-in-law, it is I who have intruded, Prince Gong replied with a cheerful bow. Seeing Yi Peizhu enter, Princess Gong, Tian Shanyue, flustered, set down her teacup and respectfully performed a proper greeting. There is no need for such formality, Princess Gong. Brother Gong is jesting. Your presence is a delight. Your arrival brings joy to our family. Your Highness, may I request that someone prepare food and drink? Yi Peizhu inquired as she settled beside Prince Gong. He nodded, instructing that dinner would soon be served. Third brother, third sister-in-law, may we see our little niece? Yue has been longing to hold her since her full moon celebration. Suddenly, Prince Gong shifted the topic to Song Jiujiu. Hearing this, Princess Gong smiled shyly, her voice soft. Your Highness, I adore little girls, but unfortunately, I have yet to have a daughter. May I see my niece? If it is inconvenient, it is no trouble. At 25, Princess Gong was 5 years younger than Prince Gong, and after 10 years of marriage, they had only one son. Certainly, that would be delightful. However, when I left the room, Jiujiu was already asleep. After we finish dinner, I will bring her out for you to see. How does that sound? Yi Peizhu smiled. Princess Gong eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to seeing my little niece. Just then, a servant entered to announce that Prince and had arrived. Yi Peizhu was somewhat surprised, but felt relieved. With Prince and present, perhaps he could assist the prince and prevent any bullying from Prince Gong. Tonight is certainly lively. Please invite Princeton in. Soon, Princeton entered, draped in a red cloak. His guard, Alin, helped him remove the cloak, revealing a matching red brocade robe. Third brother, fourth brother, I have come to disturb you. I hope you do not find me bothersome. And Wang clasped his hands and seated himself in an empty spot. Gong Wang chuckled, of course not. And Wang still has such a fondness for red attire, as the surroundings are adorned in crimson. Indeed, my younger brother is always consistent in his tastes. Unlike some individuals who are contradictory, donning garments of various colors inside and out. And Wang replied with a smile, though his words clearly held a deeper significance. Upon hearing this, Gong Wang maintained his jovial expression, though the mirth in his eyes dimmed slightly. Yi Peizhu lifted her teacup for a sip, her smile concealed by the cup. And Wang is indeed intriguing. Whoever has a dark countenance must take it to heart. Those who understood in Wang's words chuckled quietly. Sipping their tea, only the slow-witted Kong Wang, who had not grasped the meaning, grinned broadly and agreed, saying yes, and Wang is right. I too prefer to dress in a single color inside and out. Within Wang's arrival, we three brothers must ensure we do not return home sober tonight. And Wang chimed in, splendid, splendid. After all, mine Wang residence is but a few steps away, so being inebriated is of little consequence. Fourth brother, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Gong Wang smiled cheerfully. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. Song Jiujiu had not yet fallen asleep, restlessly kicking her feet and playing with her hands, feeling quite bored. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, she began to call out in delight. Yi Peizhu approached and gently tapped her daughter's little nose. My little clingy one, are you already missing your mother? Are you hungry? Mother will feed you. I'm hungry. Yi Peizhu fed her daughter while instructing Qiyun. Qiyun, continue to watch over Jiu. Do not let her leave your sight. After we have dinner, the princess consort may come to see Jiu. You must be attentive to her every move and ensure she does not get too close to Jiu. Yes, I will remember. Qiyun's merit lies in her unwavering obedience to Yi Peizhu's instructions. making her an invaluable asset. The princess consort wishes to see me? The princess consort. Let me think. Oh, she is the one who is infatuated with love. I recall, she is the illegitimate daughter of a minister, not favored and of no assistance to Gong Wang. The reason Gong Wang took her as his consort was merely a ruse to deceive the old emperor and other princes, for he holds no interest in the throne or the struggle for power. After all, his consort is just a minor illegitimate daughter, and her father offers no advantage in his quest for power. Gong Wang harbors no feelings for her. His courtyard is filled with concubines. Yet the princess consort is a romantic at heart, believing that Gong Wang, as a prince, bestowing upon her the honor of marriage is a tremendous blessing. Regardless of how many concubines Gong Wang takes, she wholeheartedly supports him, believing everything he does is right. It is unfortunate that her romantic notions bear no fruit. I recall that in my previous life, the princess consort shielded Gong Wang from a sword and perished on the spot. Gong Wang felt no sorrow for her demise, even relieved that she had taken the blow for him, or else it would have been his life lost. After hastily burying the princess consort, merely a few months passed before he elevated one of his concubines to the status of primary consort. As for why such a power-driven man like Gong Wang would promote a concubine to primary consort, it was simply because she could bring him benefits. Having had her fill, Song Jiujiu let out a little burp and nudged her mother, signaling that she was satisfied. Yi Peizhu, attuned to her daughter's needs, masked her thoughts quickly. Jiu is full. Mother will give you a pat on the back. You be good and play with your toys here. Your second and third brothers have brought many toys for you. In the main hall, the meal was already served. The royal family is accustomed to silence during meals. But tonight, with Gong Wang and his companions declaring they would not return sober, exceptions were made. The three brothers conversed and drank while dining, and the atmosphere appeared quite pleasant. The princess consort, reserved in nature, kept her head down as she ate, and Yi Peizhu had no intention of engaging her in conversation, instead focusing on the meal while occasionally listening to the chatter among Gong Wang and the others, keeping an eye on Gong Wang's alcohol consumption to ensure he did not become overly intoxicated. Fortunately, whenever Gong Wang attempted to pour more wine for Gong Wang would step in to shield him from excess. After consuming 2 jars of wine, Gong Wang remained sober. Third sister-in-law, may I go and see my little niece? The princess consort, noticing Yi Peizhu had finished her meal, gathered her courage and inquired with flushed cheeks. Yi Peizhu regarded the bashful princess consort, recalling the sentiments expressed by her daughter, and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. However, she quickly concealed this emotion from the princess consort. Very well. Jiu should be awake by now. Yi Peizhu agreed readily, and before departing with the princess consort, she reminded her 4 sons to keep an eye on their father and 2 royal uncles. Upon returning to Jiujiu courtyard, the princess consort followed Yi Peizhu into the warm room, which was imbued with the fragrance of flowers and milk, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the little infant lying in the crib. Chapter 70. A man as astute as he is cannot be easily entrapped. Song Jiujiu clutched a plush bunny toy with her little hands, her large eyes blinking adorably, her chubby cheeks rosy as she blew bubbles, looking utterly endearing. The princess consort could hardly tear her gaze away after a mere glance. My little niece is so adorable. At the last month celebration, I longed to approach and see her up close. However, I was timid and did not dare. Now I can finally gaze upon my little niece at close range. The previously shy princess consort seemed to have shed her reticence, engaging in lively conversation. Third sister-in-law, may I touch my little niece's hand? The princess consort looked eagerly at Yi Peizhu. That gaze compelled Yi Peizhu to contemplate how to refuse graciously, should she choose to do so. Certainly, but be gentle, otherwise. Jiu may cry. Yes, I will be gentle. The princess consort quickly agreed, carefully extending her hand to grasp Song Jiujiu's chubby little hand. Song Jiujiu's gaze shifted to the princess consort's face. Is this the princess consort? She appears quite youthful. If one did not know better, they might think she was merely in her teens. Such a romantic at heart. What a pity. I hope the princess consort is merely here to see me, with no ulterior motives. Otherwise, this little one may just make a mess. Song Jiujiu mused internally, her small hand clutching a finger of the princess consort. This elicited an immediate surge of excitement from the princess consort, who reacted as if she had never held a child before. Yi Peizhu chuckled and commented, Princess consort, infants are like this. I recall you have a child as well. He should be around 9 years old now, correct? The smile on the princess consort's face faltered momentarily as she nodded. Yes, my child is 9 years old, but after giving birth my health was poor. The prince sent the child to a wet nurse, and it was nearly a year before I saw him. Thus, although I gave birth, I have hardly spent time with infants. I see. If you enjoy children, you could always have another. You are still quite young. Jiujiu noticed the princess consort's discomfort and chose not to pursue the topic further. However, while she refrained from continuing the conversation, Jiujiu began to reflect on the matter. The princess consort's child? Ah yes, she has a son, but he was poorly raised, a source of trouble. In my past life, Gong Wang's son was unruly, with a volatile temperament, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Gong Wang's carefully cultivated reputation was nearly sullied by his son, although Gong Wang's own reputation was not particularly stellar either. As for that son, Jiujiu pondered for a moment, her eyes brimming with tears as she stifled a yawn. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. This little one is ready to drift off again. Her niece's yawning was utterly adorable. Is she yearning for a nap? San Huang saw. May I gently poke my little niece's chubby cheeks? The princess of Gong inquired with sparkling eyes, looking at Jiujiu. Jiujiu chuckled, just a light touch will suffice. The princess of Gong delicately poked the plump cheeks, the soft and smooth texture captivating her heart. Jiujiu gazed at her daughter, who had already fallen asleep while blowing bubbles, feeling a sense of relief. The timing of her daughter's slumber was just right, saving her from having to decline the princess of Gong's request to hold her. Indeed, the princess of Gong longed to embrace her little niece, but alas, the child was already asleep. Perhaps next time, she thought, her eyes dimming slightly, uncertain if there would be another opportunity. San Huang saw, I have brought some small gifts for you and your niece. They may not be worth much, but they are given with my heartfelt intentions. The princess of Gong shyly presented a small square wooden box and a silver bracelet from her sleeve. This is for you. San Huang saw, it is lip balm, and the silver bracelet is for my little niece. They are not of great value, so please do not mind. Jiujiu signaled to Jiujiu to receive the gifts and smiled. What is there to mind? The sentiment is far more precious than anything else. Though you have been married to the Prince of Gong for 10 years, this is your first proper visit here. I do not have a sister, and I find you quite charming. If you do not mind, you are welcome to visit often when you have the time. After all, you adore Jiujiu and can play with her. As she spoke, Jiujiu affectionately held the princess of Gong's hand. The princess's cheeks flushed visibly, and she stammered, Oh really? Is that all right? Of course, but only if your husband, the Prince of Gong, agrees. Otherwise, I fear he might come and say that I, as a sister-in-law, have taken his wife away. Jiujiu's playful words deepened the crimson hue on the princess's face. The women laughed and chatted, while in the main hall, several men continued to drink. Song Wenyu and his 3 brothers sat nearby, seemingly supervising their father and 2 uncles. The Prince of Gong had become flushed from the liquor, showing signs of inebriation as he filled the wine cup before the Prince of Gong, casually resting his hand on Kang's shoulder. San Huang Ge, I heard that the recent snow disaster was predicted by San Huang Saw in a dream. Did you truly believe her and report it to father? Is that true? The Prince of Gong, somewhat dazed from the drink, still retained some rationality. The thought that the Prince of Gong had sent someone to set fire to his 2 sons made him wish to smash a wine jar over Gong's head right then. Yet, reason prevailed, urging him to remain calm. He recognized that Gong was probing him with his question. Ah, such a clever man. How could he be so easily drawn into revealing his thoughts? It was merely a pretext. I secretly tell you, the snow disaster dream of your San Huang Saw was just my excuse. My true intention was to accumulate blessings for my precious daughter. In winter, bestowing warmth to the common folk with supplies is most fitting. However, you must consider, if I, as a prince, were to deliver supplies without reason, how would the commoners perceive father? Thus, I approached him, fearing that merely using the excuse of blessing my daughter would not suffice. I thought to concoct a reason, but unexpectedly, he rejected it. If only your San Huang Saw could truly foresee the future, that would be something. Alas, she does not possess such abilities. The Prince of Kang's face turned rosy as he spoke, his eyes glazed over, resembling someone who had already succumbed to intoxication. Chapter 71. He is a great philanthropist. They say that truth is often revealed under the influence of alcohol, and both the Prince of Un and the Prince of Gong were convinced. However, disappointment flickered in the depths of Gong's downcast eyes. San Huang Ge, you are quite bold to fabricate such a story to deceive father. The Prince of Un, with a hiccup, gave a thumbs up to the Prince of Gong. The Prince of Kong squinted. Brother, this is not deceiving, father. Do not speak foolishly. Fourth brother, let's continue drinking. Tonight, we shall not return until we are drunk. The four brothers of Song Wenyu exchanged glances, relieved. They were aware that their mother's previous nightmare was indeed about the snow disaster, making it seem as though she had foreseen future events. The fact that the Prince of Gong had come to drink with their father was a clear indication of his suspicion regarding their mother's nightmare. Fortunately, their father recognized Gong's true nature and did not divulge their mother's secret. After a while of drinking, the Prince of Gong brought up Hao Kang's use of his wife's nightmare as an excuse to inform their father about the snow disaster was quite clever. However, each time, the Prince of Kong skillfully diverted the conversation, leaving Gong unable to extract any information. With his goal unmet, the Prince of Gong feigned drunkenness. Swaying as he stood and hiccuped, the Prince of Kong rose, shouting for someone to assist him as he helped the Prince of Gong exit. Meanwhile, the steward went to Jiujiu courtyard to summon the Princess of Gong. Watching the couple depart, the dazed expression in the Prince of Kang's eyes vanished instantly. Were it not for his flushed face and the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, one might assume he had not consumed any liquor at all. Turning his head, he encountered the appreciative gaze of the Prince of An. What is that look, seventh brother? The Prince of Kong asked, bewildered. The Prince of An, enthusiastically resting his hand on Kang's shoulder, exclaimed, third brother, I am delighted to see you finally realize that you cannot share everything with the Prince of Gong. Third brother, have you finally come to understand that he is not a good person? The brothers of Song Wenyu yearned to laugh, but suppressed their amusement. Father, uncle, and we shall take our leave for now, Song Wenyu interjected, momentarily interrupting their conversation. Seventh brother, come in and discuss this further. Third brother, do you have something to say to your younger brother? The Prince of An, with a cheerful demeanor, adjusted his robe and seated himself at the table, pouring a cup of warm water and taking a sip. What did you mean by your earlier statements? Why do you claim that the Prince of Gong is not a good person? The Prince of Kong inquired earnestly. In truth, he found the Prince of An, who had always maintained a good relationship with him, but had unexpectedly betrayed him, to be more sincere and trustworthy. Third brother, it is well known that you and the Prince of Gong share a close bond, as he is the brother with whom you have the strongest connection. It is natural for you to feel this way, but I cannot overlook it. The Prince of Gong is not a good person. His ambitions are evident in his eyes. His mother has long since passed, yet your mother, the concubine, is still alive, and you are known as the Emperor's most favored son. The Prince of Gong seeks to use you as a stepping stone. As he spoke, the Prince of An grew agitated, his emotions flaring. The Prince of Kong felt a warmth in his heart, surprised that his younger brother could be so candid with him. I worry that the Prince of Gong may do something to you, which is why I came to check on you. With me by your side, he would not dare to act so boldly against you. The words spoken by Gong Wang earlier were evidently mere formalities. Fortunately, Sange, you did not naively follow his lead and divulge everything in detail. After finishing his words, An Wang took a breath and sipped some water. Kong Wang scratched his head and asked, Lao Chi, if Sange said everything he mentioned was true, would you believe him? An Wang responded with confusion. Huh? Lao Chi was just trying to ask if my knowledge of the impending snow disaster in the capital was due to a dream my wife had. The truth is, it was not. What I said earlier was indeed the truth. This matter has been some time ago, yet I wonder why Lao Chi suddenly brought it up. By the way, Lao Chi, are you aware of the recent circumstances at Gong Wang Fu? Kong Wang shifted the topic. And Wang thought for a moment and shook his head. I do not know. My younger brother has not been paying attention to Gong Wang Fu. However, my visit tonight is not only to guard against Gong Wang plotting against you, Sange, but also to investigate the evidence regarding the assassination attempt on my niece by an assassin sent by the Minister of Rites during the full moon ceremony. As I mentioned last time, Kong Wang's eyes brightened. Right? Have you uncovered anything? And Wang shrugged. No, nothing has been discovered. I even doubt whether the individuals I sent are skilled in investigation. I replaced them, yet still found nothing. Not only did the Minister of Rites not send an assassin against my niece, he has never had any conflict with you. Sange, how could he wish to harm her? I suspect that the assassin might have been a scapegoat, protecting their true mastermind. And Wang's words left Kong Wang deep in thought. If it were not the Minister of Rites, then who could it be? Could it be that the assassin was intentionally framing him? Sange, since nothing has been uncovered, should we just let this matter go? And Wang crossed his arms, annoyed. Father has instructed you to find evidence. How can we simply dismiss it? Can we fabricate evidence? The phrase fabricate evidence made Wang pause, repeating it thoughtfully. Kong Wang's brow furrowed. and he quickly shook his head. No, no. Since you say the Minister of Rights is a virtuous man, how could I engage in such unethical actions? If we cannot find evidence, then let it be. Perhaps father has forgotten about this matter. Sanggu and Wang abruptly stood. How can we let this go? The assassin almost harmed my niece. Now that my niece was not injured, you say it is fine? What if the mastermind repeats their actions and succeeds next time? Will you still say it is fine then? Kong Wang rubbed his face, frowning, but now we have no clues. The assassin is already dead. What can I do? If I hadn't heard my daughter's thoughts and prepared in advance, we might have lost her to that assassin, with no evidence or leads. And the once suspected Minister of Rights revealed to be a good man. He could not target someone virtuous, even for his daughter's sake. This would be an act against moral integrity. Then we left with no choice but to let it go. Kong Wang sighed heavily. His words left and Wang momentarily speechless, extinguishing his fiery anger. He sighed and sat down. You are right, Sanggu. We truly have no means. The assassin is dead, and the leads have vanished. I have been too anxious. Lao Chi, I understand your concern for Jiujiu, but do not worry. Kong Wang patted on Wang's shoulder, and they exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. After sitting in silence for a while, Wang stood to take his leave. Alin, do you think my brother has become wiser? He seems less naive than before. The guard, Alin, replied, Your Highness, I believe that Kong Wang, despite his status, is not someone who could be described as innocent. Wang raised an eyebrow and smiled. True, there are few innocents in the royal family. Otherwise, they would not have survived this long. At this moment, Song Jiujiu had woken from her slumber, playing with the silver bracelet gifted by Gong Wang Fei. This silver bracelet looks nice, but I wonder if it is poisoned. Gong Wang Fei, being a love-struck individual, might harm us for the sake of Gong Wang. I hope my mother is not deceived by Gong Wang Fei's coy innocence. And that box of lip balm she gave my mother must be thrown away immediately. It should never be used. It is always better to be cautious. Song Jiujiu was worried, but unfortunately, there was no way to communicate her concerns. Yi Peizhu chuckled as she listened to her daughter's thoughts. She had already resolved not to accept anything gifted by Gong Wang Fei. After all, Gong Wang had covertly plotted against her two sons, who knew what he might use Gong Wang Fei to do to her and her daughter. Kong Wang entered, carrying a faint scent of wine. Yi Peizhu set down the small wooden box and approached him to remove his cloak. She even leaned in close to smell him, while Kong Wang's eyes sparkled as he awaited praise from his wife. My dear, I have not gotten drunk tonight. Do I smell of alcohol? You must have bathed beforehand and had a hangover remedy, right? Yi Peizhu playfully scolded him. You still smell of wine. Did you keep your mouth shut tonight? Kong Wang leaned closer to his wife. Wouldn't you know if you tried? Yi Peizhu playfully pushed him away. Behave yourself. Jiujiu is still here. Song Jiujiu thought. I'm not here. It's a good thing for my parents to have a good relationship. Pretend I do not exist. Hearing their daughter's thoughts, both Kong Wang and Yi Peizhu blushed. Yi Peizhu cleared her throat and brought out the box of lip balm. Your Highness, look. This box of lip balm and the silver bracelet in Jiujiu's hand are both gifts from Gong Wang Fei. I cannot refuse them, but in the past, we were unaware of Gong Wang's actions. Now, even if I accepted them, I wouldn't dare use them or let our daughter wear them. Should we throw them away or what? Kong Wang glanced at the items. For now, let them be. Keep them in the outer room. They should not be touched. Understood. Yi Peizhu replied, taking the silver bracelet from Song Jiujiu's little hand and sending it to the outer room with Qiu Yun for safekeeping. My precious daughter, come here. I miss you so much. Kong Wang looked at his daughter's soft and adorable appearance, unable to resist the urge to embrace her. His deep voice now tinged with affection. I said I missed you. You don't even know, Sai, what is Gong Wang doing here tonight? Father, why not have a chat with mother? I wish to hear it as well, little Song Jiuji said, pushing her tiny hand against her father's face and babbling in baby talk. Your Highness, have you partaken of the detoxifying soup? Yi Peizhu inquired as she approached. Indeed, my lady, allow me to recount the events of this evening. Lord Gong came to extract information, and Princeton also mentioned matters concerning the Minister of Rights. King Kong elaborated, detailing the night's occurrences. With wide, innocent eyes, Song Jiuji nestled in her father's embrace, attentively listening to his words. Minister of Rights? He is indeed a benevolent man, and Prince Anne's investigation appears sound. Fabricating evidence? That is utterly unacceptable. It would tarnish our virtue. We must engage in righteous deeds. It is not easy for me to be reborn. I must not commit wrongful acts. That scoundrel, Lord Gong, attempting to extract information. Fortunately, my father is not foolish tonight, and has sealed his lips. Chapter 73. Does the prince harbor disdain for me? As she absorbed her parents' conversation, Song Jiujiu internally expressed her opinions, her large, bright eyes wide with understanding. She appeared astute, as if she truly comprehended the adult's discourse. Yi Peizhu, upon hearing this, knitted her brows tightly. Your Highness, did you not also send guards to investigate the Minister of Rights? What have they discovered? When this matter was raised, King Kong scratched his head. The guard have yet to report back. Perhaps my guard's investigative skills pale in comparison to Prince Anne's. If their findings align with Prince Anne's assertions, it would imply that the Minister of Rights is not the one intending harm against our daughter. As for why the assassin claimed the minister was the mastermind, it could be an attempt to shield the true perpetrator. He resolved to let the matter rest for now. If the emperor did not inquire, he would not mention it again. An assassin's fabrication? Yi Peizhu's brow twitched, her lips quivering. She longed to voice her suspicion that perhaps it was the old emperor who was spinning tales. After all, they had no first-hand account of the assassin's words, and they could not be certain of anything he said. Was it not possible that the emperor was merely fabricating? Yet, upon reflection, Yi Peizhu held her tongue. However, Song Jiujiu could not suppress her thoughts. My father is so naive. He believes the assassin's claims are mere fabrications and ignores the possibility that the emperor is deceiving us. After all, you both have not personally interrogated the assassin and are unaware of his words. It is not necessarily true just because the emperor asserts it. I would wager a silver tael that it is indeed the emperor who is lying. Yi Peizhu wished to applaud her daughter, but alas, her husband could not hear her daughter's musings. Her words were in vain. King Kong, having caught wind of his daughter's silent thoughts, momentarily froze. Could it indeed be possible that the emperor was fabricating? Yet, if that were the case, why would the emperor attribute the orchestration to the Minister of Rights? If Prince Anne's guards could uncover the minister's involvement, surely the emperor could as well. The existence of such a benevolent figure as the Minister of Rights was a blessing for the citizens of the outer city. If the emperor truly cared for the people, should he not protect this virtuous man? How could he so recklessly accuse him of orchestrating an assassination against his daughter? If this were true, what could have motivated the emperor's actions? King Kong found himself bewildered, momentarily lost in thought. Your Highness, what troubles you? I have called your name several times. Yi Peizhu urgit. He rubbed his brow, fatigue evident on his flushed face. I am pondering how to navigate this situation. What more can be done? It is impossible to fabricate false evidence. The presence of such a virtuous figure as the Minister of Rights is a rarity. We need not make an enemy of him. If the emperor remains silent, then you should too. Let's endure this setback in silence for now. If the mastermind's previous attempt failed, he may strike again. Should he do so, we shall seize the opportunity to expose him. Yi Peizhu's logic held merit. King Kong nodded repeatedly. Very well, let's proceed thus. Lord Gong observed King Kong, whose face was flushed from drink, yet his eyes betrayed no sign of inebriation. He had come to the king's residence with purpose, having taken measures to ensure he remained sober. Have you delivered the items to Lady Kong? Lord Gong queried darkly. Lady Kong, seated beside him, nodded with some unease. Yes, I have received them. Lady Kong also mentioned that I should visit her when I have the time. Lord Gong acknowledged this with a non-committal sound, his calculating gaze fixed on her. You may go, but remember to inquire about the nightmares Lady Kong had following the snow disaster. Be vigilant for any unusual occurrences within the king's residence. Yes, I shall remember, Lady Kong replied, her lips moving as she hesitated to voice her curiosity. Your Highness, why do you believe Lady Kang's nightmares possess prophetic qualities? It seems rather far-fetched. Could it truly be real? And it was only during the snow disaster. Perhaps it was mere coincidence? Lord Gong smirked, an expression of disdain crossing his features. Foolish. What manner of coincidence could be so precise? It was a snow disaster, not something that could be artificially created, nor would such fortuitous coincidences occur. He abruptly stood and made to leave. Lady Kang's eyes dimmed, but as she saw him departing, she felt a pang of disappointment and hastily rose. Your Highness, tonight. She faltered, her words trailing off as she gazed at him with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. I shall not stay the night. You should rest, he declared. With that, the light in her eyes extinguished completely. Her maid, Lan Zhun, entered and closed the door behind her. Your Highness, the king has departed, heading towards the chamber of the concubine. Should you not prepare for rest? I shall fetch water. Lady Kong shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she sat down, unable to contain her sorrow any longer. Does he despise me for not bearing him children? Or does he find me foolish? Lan Zhen, Lady Kang's companion from her childhood in the Tian household, shared a bond with her that allowed for open discourse. My lady, do not overthink it. The king may simply be in a poor mood tonight. It is not a reflection of disdain towards you. Moreover, regarding the matter of children, you're not to blame. The king has not cast you aside, has he? He even acknowledges the son born to the concubine as yours in public, declaring him your legitimate heir. I believe this alone is sufficient proof that the king does not harbor any disdain towards you. Do not let your spirit suffer. It is detrimental to your health. Lady Kong began to feel somewhat reassured. You are right. If the king truly despised me, he would have long since dismissed me from my position as his consort. I shall not dwell in sorrow. Rather, I feel a twinge of guilt now. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, her expression tinged with remorse. Lan Zhen, aware of the king's expectations of Lady Kong, continued to offer her comfort. Chapter 74. Insults that are not worth repeating. My lady, there is no need for guilt. The king's requests of you are ultimately for the benefit of the estate. If the king achieves his desires, that esteemed position would also belong to you. However, should the king fail and Prince Kong ascend to that rank, the position that rightfully belongs to you could instead be claimed by Lady Kong. Thus, one could argue that Lady Kong is your rival. There is no reason to feel guilt toward a rival, is there? The esteemed Princess Gong, Tian Shanyue, being the illegitimate daughter of the Minister of War, was raised under the strict tutelage of her stepmother, resulting in a timid disposition devoid of personal convictions. Regardless of what Lan Zhen asserted, she found merit in every word spoken by her. As Lan Zhen articulated her thoughts, the guilt Tian Shanyue felt towards the Princess Kong dissipated entirely. You are right, Lan Zhen. I should not be so soft-hearted. As for the fate of Princess Kong and her infant, that is a matter of their own destiny. Go fetch some water. I wish to freshen up. Yes, Lan Zhen replied, departing the room. Princess Gong pondered for a moment, contemplating a visit to the residence of Prince Kong in a few days. If she could glean any information from Princess Kong that the prince desired to know, it would surely endear her further to him. In Kuan-Ning Palace, the empress awaited anxiously, yet the news regarding the favored concubine's release from the cold palace remained elusive. Initially, the empress felt a surge of anger, appalled by Princess Kang's apparent breach of trust. Having secured her promise, Princess Kong failed to advocate for the favored concubine. However, as days passed, the empress began to view the situation with a sense of relief. The favored concubine had previously wielded her connection to the empress with an air of arrogance, committing misdeeds with impunity. The empress had intervened on her behalf numerous times. Furthermore, the favored concubine's incessant chatter had become a source of constant irritation, contributing to the empress's ill health. Now, with the favored concubine relegated to the cold palace, the empress found solace in the absence of turmoil, her health steadily improving. She even secretly wished for the favored concubine to remain there indefinitely. Reflecting on the situation, the empress summoned Bailan. Go to the cold palace and inquire about the favored concubine's recent state. Convey to her the matters I have arranged on her behalf. Bailan complied and made her way to the cold palace, situated in a remote area of the imperial grounds. The dilapidated structure had suffered damage during a recent snow disaster, which resulted in the tragic demise of a concubine and several attendants. Just prior to the favored concubine's banishment, the late emperor had ordered repairs, so she was fortunate to have entered the cold palace after the snow had ceased. Avoiding the bitter cold, days in the cold palace felt interminable for the favored concubine, as she relentlessly cursed the favored concubine, believing that her vitriol might somehow secure her release. As Bailan approached the cold palace, she heard the cacophony of curses emanating from within. Zheng Qiuyan, you vile wretch. I did not poison you. You are truly adept at framing me. You revel in my misfortune, do you not? I curse you to an untimely demise. Your son and grandchildren shall also suffer ill fate. You think your granddaughter is a treasure? She is nothing but a liability. Bailan, her eyelids twitching from the unrelenting vitriol, approached the palace door and addressed the two guards stationed outside. Gentlemen, does the emperor permit the favored concubine to so brazenly disparage the favored concubine and Prince Kong's family? The guards remained silent, merely opening the door to allow her entry. Bailan pressed her lips together, carrying a bamboo basket filled with provisions inside. Upon seeing Bailan, the maidservants hastily opened the door wider. Sister Bailan, the favored concubine curses daily. I worry that the favored concubine may hold a grudge against us. One maid, VCV ans osu, Wietspa tal bilan. Fear not, the favored concubine is unaware. This place is quite distant from the Marin Hall, and I have not observed anyone sent by the favored concubine here. Bailon reassured her. As long as no troublemakers relay messages, the favored concubine will remain oblivious. Lowering her voice, Bailon continued. Does the favored concubine curse the favored concubine and Prince Kong's family daily since her arrival in the Cold Palace? The maid vigorously nodded. Indeed. And how is the favored concubine's life here? Have your rations been reduced? Well, truthfully, I feel her life here is not greatly different from before. The rations have not been diminished. If there is a distinction, it is that the favored concubine can no longer cause trouble. Bailon remarked, it is a rare sight to see a concubine in the Cold Palace living so comfortably. The Empress has been concerned for you and instructed me to bring provisions. Please take these and let me see the favored concubine. Bailon handed the bamboo basket to the maid before proceeding inside. The inner chamber was pleasantly warm, infused with a delicate fragrance. The favored concubine reclined on a soft couch, engrossed in a book, while simultaneously hurling curses at the favored concubine and Prince Kong's family. I pay my respects to the favored concubine, Bailon announced, startling the favored concubine, who nearly dropped her book. Bilan, when did you arrive? You startled me. The favored concubine scolded. Her expression darkened. Your Highness, forgive me. I entered quietly, fearing to disturb you. The Empress sent me with provisions to visit you, which I have given to the maidservants. Bilan et lai. The favored concubine grunted, shifting her position, and with a hint of sarcasm, remarked at last. My cousin the Empress remembers her humble relative. Your Highness, the Empress has undertaken many efforts on your behalf. Bailon briefly recounted the events. The favored concubine's anger diminished slightly as she squinted, realizing, so, it turns out that Zheng Chuyin and Princess Kong are the ones who have deceived my cousin. What of the Emperor? Is he aware of this? Does he truly allow Zheng Chuyin to dictate my fate, waiting for her to relent before I am freed from this place? Bailon nodded, confirming, indeed. The Emperor stated that as long as the favored concubine does not forgive you, you shall remain in the Cold Palace. The favored concubine, in a fit of rage, hurled her book to the ground. The Emperor truly favors that vile Zheng Chuyin. She has orchestrated my downfall. She intentionally had her wet nurse accuse me of poisoning, seeking to have me banished to the Cold Palace. I have never had any prior conflict with Zheng Chuyin. Why must she ensnare me like this? Bailon retrieved the book from the floor and placed it on the table. Your Highness, it may not have been the favored concubine who orchestrated this. After all, those claiming you as the mastermind were the favored concubine as attendants. It is possible that the wet nurse conspired against you. Now that the wet nurse is deceased, there is no evidence to contest your innocence. We can only endure this injustice. The favored concubine knew Bailon spoke the truth, yet her anger and resentment surged within her. It had been some time since the Empress had sent the Princess Ning to intercede on her behalf with Princess Kong. However, Princess Kong had not entered the palace, likely failing to inform the favored concubine of the matter, let alone persuade her to relent. While the favored concubine languished in the Cold Palace, Princess Kong's family was preoccupied with plans to visit Jinshan Temple to pay homage to a revered monk. The thought of this left Bailon feeling sympathetic towards the favored concubine. Bailon lowered her gaze, speaking slowly as if genuinely advocating for the favored concubine. Upon hearing this, the favored concubine's eyes glimmered with calculation. So, Princess Kang's family intends to visit Jinshan Temple? What esteemed monk could warrant such a visit? Do you know when they plan to go? The favored concubine's intent was unmistakable, lacking any pretense. Your Highness, I am unaware of the details. It matters not. If you do not know, then simply tell me what has transpired in the Kong residence recently. Bailon wore a troubled expression and said, Your Highness, please forgive me. I truly do not know. The only reason I am aware that Wang Yi and his family are going to Jinshanxi is merely coincidence. As for what transpires within the Wang residence, I am even less informed. The Shu Fei disdainfully curled her lips and ordered Bailon to withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Fei spoke, Come in. Upon her command, a figure clad in black silently appeared before her. Investigate when the Wang family plans to visit Jinshanxi. Additionally, have someone lay an ambush along the way to eliminate Wang Fei and that infant for me. The words dripped with venomous hatred, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. Understood. The Empress, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Since she is so at ease in the Cold Palace, why does she still wish to emerge? Let be. I would prefer she remain there allowing me a few days of peace. Bailan, unsure of how to respond, merely echoed, "Indeed, Your Highness." At this moment in the imperial study, the old emperor learned from an about the happenings in Kuan-Ning Palace and the Cold Palace. He toyed with the jade ring on his thumb, his murky eyes glimmering with amusement. Xu Fei truly has a knack for stirring trouble. If she desires this, I shall lend her a hand. By the way, are you certain that Wang Yi has received the evidence you left behind? Yes. Wang Yi is aware that Gong Wang intended harm towards his two sons, but he has not yet taken any action. In fact, just recently, Gong Wang visited Wang Yi's residence for a drink together, and he explained. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's mirth faded somewhat. He has taken no action? Could it be that he intends to ignore the matter since his sons remain unharmed? It is indeed characteristic of him. As his father, I must assist him, aid Xu Fei in achieving her goal, and ensure that evidence against Gong Wang remains. The old emperor spoke with profound meaning, his aged face smiling, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Yes. However, the information gathered by the guard was nearly identical to what Wang had reported. Consequently, Wang Yi decisively chose to set this matter aside for the time being, accepting it as a silent loss. Wang Yi, previously you instructed us to investigate the lineage of General Yi and his youngest son. Regrettably, we have uncovered no leads. However, there is a matter I have come to know. The guard's words caused Wang Yi to pause, rubbing his forehead. He was not anxious to learn what the guard had discovered. Instead, he inquired about the matter he had tasked them with investigating. Is there still no progress on my brother-in-law's situation? Yes, the guard replied, guilt etched on his face. Though this occurred 15 years ago and is not too distant, there are no leads remaining. The only information we could gather is that there were no unusual circumstances during the general's wife's childbirth. Wang Yi sighed inwardly, wishing to directly ask his daughter Yishushu and who, if not her mother's biological son, could possibly be her mother's true child. Despite multiple investigations, the identity of his brother-in-law remained elusive. Was it due to his guard's incompetence, or did his brother-in-law's lineage conceal some conspiracy, resulting in the absence of any clues? Wang Yi, I have come to know of another matter, the guard continued. Wang Yi replied with an affirmative hum, finally engaging. What is it? Oh, this is excellent news. Wang Yi stood up, beaming with joy, and asked the guard again, Are you certain? Indeed, it seems promising. Wang Yi stroked his chin, intending to share this news with his wife as a delightful surprise. This year, his wife would finally have the opportunity to reunite with her parents and siblings. As the narrative unfolds, Wang Yi reflects on his past cautiousness, realizing that despite his efforts, he faced ruin. In this life, he would embrace whatever came his way. His wife, being the daughter of the Grand General, would often maintain connections with her family. Whether Ning Wang or Gong Wang suspected him of collaborating with his father-in-law. Let them think what they may. He vowed to protect his wife and children at all costs. When he arrived, all four of his sons were present, and the atmosphere among the mother and children was warm and jovial. However, Wang Yi's remark caused the smiles on their faces to wane. Embarrassed, he scratched his nose and awkwardly shifted the topic. So what brings you four here? Second and third sons, how do you find your studies at the academy? Song Wenyu, with his pale visage, smiled and replied, Father, I've been away from the academy for over half a year, but returning now feels quite good. There are some concepts I still struggle with, but Cheer is very clever and teaches me where I falter. Wang Yi's surprised gaze fell upon his third son. Cheer, have you been secretly studying behind your second brother's back? Song Yinshe responded, Father, you may choose to believe that, rather than think I am simply intelligent. Wang Yi coughed lightly, indeed not. My dear wife, I have heard something I wish to share with you in advance to bring you some happiness. Once again, he awkwardly diverted the topic. Song Yinshe added. Yi Peizhu chuckled, soothing her third son. Cheer, your father knows you are clever. He is merely too shy to praise you. All right. Wang Yi, what is it you wish to say? Wang Yi cleared his throat and sat down, recounting the guard's findings regarding General Yi. If Father Emperor permits my father-in-law to enter the capital this year, perhaps after the new year, our family can visit my father-in-law. Or we can invite him and his family to our residence for a reunion. My dear wife, given the years that have passed, you and your in-laws have seldom gathered. Henceforth, whenever possible, you should meet. Do not concern yourself with me. Wang Yi had expressed similar sentiments shortly after their daughter was born. Coupled with their daughter's revelation that her brother was not her biological brother, but rather someone else, he had not anticipated that the guard would uncover nothing. The recent snow disasters and other matters had further delayed the investigation, dragging it to the present moment. Very well. With your words, I shall no longer have concerns. Yi Peizhu smiled. Perhaps this will not go smoothly, alas. Song Jiushi's unspoken thoughts echoed in the ears of those present, causing a palpable tension. The joy that her mother felt now would likely transform into disappointment later. It would be best not to inform her maternal grandmother, or else she might feel even more disheartened. Speaking of her grandmother, it had been a long time since she had come to visit. The little one missed her grandmother and wondered when her mother would take her to the general's residence to see her. She longed for that visit. She pondered whether the impostor still resided there, and when her grandmother would learn that her son had been swapped. Oh, and the Gongwang residence. I wish to go there too. I wish to see that concubine. It would be wonderful if my father could find a way to win her over. Yet, Wang Yi thought, forget it, rather than relying on my father, I might as well rely on myself. As Song Jiushi babbled, her unspoken thoughts carried substantial weight, especially since the contents were not known to her parents or brothers. The matter of Gong Wang's concubine left Wang Yi bewildered. Had he not heard the term win over? The Song brothers, too, were at a loss, feeling as if they had missed out on many events, rendering them incapable of understanding their sister's thoughts. Yi Peizhu remarked. Wang Yi nodded. Even without hearing his daughter's thoughts, he intended to keep this matter from his mother-in-law for the time being. In 3 days, we shall set off for Jinshanxi early in the morning. How does that sound? In 3 days? That works. Your Highness, 3 days hence, we shall visit Jinshanxi Temple. Will you accompany us? Yi Peizhu asked, suddenly recalling that Zixian had suggested she inquire whether the prince wished to join their pilgrimage. However, that evening, with the arrival of the Duke and Duchess of Gong, she had forgotten to broach the subject. Yet, it is not too late to ask now. Wang Yi pursed his lips, a conflicted expression crossing his face. 3 days hence, it is not yet a holiday. If I were to request leave from father, he would certainly inquire why our entire family is visiting Jinshanxi Temple. I do not wish for him to know. Then need not go, father. Mother and my siblings and I shall go together, Song Yinshe stated decisively. Yes, your highness, we shall proceed as planned, Yi Peizhu thought to herself, aware that the emperor could easily have spies in the Wang residence, making it improbable for him to remain unaware of their intentions. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing this thought. Given the presence of the children, my father is indeed overthinking. How could the old emperor be oblivious to our family's purpose at Jinshanxi Temple? After all, he has placed spies within our household, though I am uncertain if these spies have been completely eliminated. It is far too simple for the emperor to uncover matters he wishes to know. My father is overly cautious. However, it is acceptable if he does not attend. My mother and brothers can go with me. Although it may not benefit my second brother's health, we should pay our respects. Chapter 77, A Nightmare. My second brother has fallen ill due to being cursed, but I cannot disclose this matter to my parents. I cannot ask them to investigate who cast the curse. Alas, there is no point in dwelling on it. The more I think, the sadder I become. Song Jiujiu sighed softly, her eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Wang Yi fell into a deeper silence. She's right. The emperor cannot possibly be ignorant of their family's intentions at Jinshanxi Temple. It seems he has been naive. Very well, then, 3 days hence, you and the children shall proceed to Jinshanxi Temple. I will ensure additional protection for you. After some consideration, Wang Yi decided to follow his daughter's suggestion and not accompany them. That night, Yi Peizhu was preoccupied with thoughts of her second son's curse, tossing and turning until she finally succumbed to sleep. In contrast, Wang Yi fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, only to awaken suddenly after a few hours, feeling dazed. He then heard the voice of his daughter, who should have been asleep. Another assassin. Mother, run. Brothers, flee. An assassin is upon us. It seems they are after mother and me. Brothers, hurry and find help. You are no match for the assassin. Be careful, second brother. Wang Yi's heart raced as he rushed cautiously to his daughter's bedside. She appeared to be trapped in a nightmare, her cherubic face twisted with distress. Her tiny fists clenched. Her thoughts continued, and Wang Yi clenched his teeth, understanding the gravity of the situation. His daughter had experienced a prophetic dream, revealing that they would be ambushed on their journey to Jinshanxi Temple 3 days hence. The assailants aimed for Zhu and his daughter. Who would dare to target such a young child with lethal intent? Wang Yi's eyes reddened as the veins on his forehead throbbed. He tenderly wiped the sweat from his daughter's brow, softly calling her name. Zhu, awaken. It is merely a dream. Father is here. Recalling how his daughter had fallen ill after her previous prophetic dream, Wang Yi desperately wished to rouse her from this nightmare. He contemplated sending a servant to summon the physician. His gentle calls seemed to have an effect, as her innocent voice gradually subsided. The little darling's brows unfurled, and Wang Yi remained vigilantly by her side, occasionally checking her forehead. As dawn broke, he noticed she was still peacefully asleep and, thankfully, not feverish. A sigh of relief escaped him. As he teetered on the brink of slumber, his mind wandered back to the previous instances when his daughter had prophetic dreams, which coincided with Jiujiu experiencing similar nightmares. When Yi Peizhu awoke, Wang Yi had already departed. She rose to find her daughter sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed, oblivious to the events of the previous night. Xiao Yun, however, interjected, "Your Highness, it seems the young miss endured another nightmare last night." The prince kept vigil by her side until dawn before attending court. Yi Peizhu was taken aback. Jiujiu had another nightmare? Previously, each of her nightmares coincided with prophetic dreams. Could it be that she too foresaw something ominous last night? A chill ran through her as she pondered the implications. Yet, she had slept deeply and heard nothing of her daughter's thoughts. How could she ascertain what her daughter had foreseen? How could she assist her in resolving any impending crises? Watching her daughter sleep, so peacefully yet so deeply, she hesitated to wake her. Very well, she would wait until Jiujiu stirred to assess the situation. Once awake, she would hear her daughter's thoughts and discover the content of her prophetic dream. Yi Peizhu noted that her daughter had slept through the morning and, with concern, summoned the physician to assess her condition. Fortunately, the physician assured her that all was well. Yi Peizhu speculated that perhaps her daughter had been exhausted from the emotional toll of the prophetic dream, leading to her deep slumber. "Your Highness, Jiujiu still sleeps," Xiao Yin conveyed to Yi Peizhu. "She likely exhausted herself last night and has yet to awaken." Yi Peizhu lowered her voice to explain. Wang Yi nodded and took a seat, sipping water while awaiting his wife to mention the nightmare. As time passed, he grew perplexed when Yi Peizhu did not bring up the subject of dreams or nightmares. Instead, she appeared solely concerned for their daughter's peaceful slumber, without any additional worries. Wang Yi was puzzled. "In previous instances, when our daughter had prophetic dreams, did you not also experience nightmares?" It was her nightmares that had allowed him to preemptively address threats to their household without revealing his ability to hear their daughter's thoughts. How could it be that this time, she had not experienced a nightmare, given that their daughter's thoughts foretold an imminent assassination that endangered both her and her mother's lives? How could Yi Peizhu remain untroubled? Wang Yi, unable to comprehend this, cautiously inquired, "My dear, did you sleep well last night? Did my rising disturb you?" Yi Peizhu shook her head, moving to sit beside Wang Yi. "You did not disturb me. I slept deeply and was unaware that Jiujiu had a nightmare." Thank goodness you were there. Now convinced that his wife had indeed not experienced a nightmare, Wang Yi seized the opportunity to reveal the content of his daughter as prophetic dream under the pretense of sharing his own nightmare. As thoughts raced through his mind, he momentarily lost track of them. "My dear, I actually had a nightmare last night, and I have pondered over it all morning. I feel compelled to share it." Yi Peizhu, sensing familiarity in his words, inquired with curiosity, "A nightmare? It has been quite some time since you last had one. What did you dream?" Wang Yi, his demeanor serious, replied, "I dreamt that you and our children were ambushed by assassins on the way to Jinchanchi Temple. The assassins targeted you, your daughter, and your sons, leading to a fierce confrontation." Chapter 78. We must alter the fate of our past lives. However, the assassins employed a cunning strategy to divert attention, solely intent on assassinating you and your daughter. Yi Peizhu felt a sudden jolt in her eyelids, her heart racing. What next? In the dream's conclusion, did I and Jiujiu manage to escape? Wang Kong shook his head, replying, "No. Both you and your daughter, along with your sons, sustained grave injuries. Just as the assassin raised his sword to slay you and Jiujiu, I awoke. Upon waking, I wished to share this dream with you, but seeing you still asleep, I had no choice but to attend court. My dear, this is the first time I have experienced such a nightmare. I wonder if it is a manifestation of my daily thoughts. Yet, I choose to believe there is some truth to it." Yi Peizhu felt a chill run down her spine. Last night, Jiujiu had a nightmare, seemingly a premonition, coinciding with Wang Kang's own disturbing dream. She was uncertain whether the contents of Wang Kang's nightmare were aligned with Jiujiu's premonition. Previously, she had claimed to have a nightmare because she could not disclose that she could hear her daughter's thoughts. Little did she know, Wang Kang was truly capable of such a connection. Wait a moment. Yi Peizhu sensed something amiss, contemplating a burgeoning suspicion. Her heart raced. and her gaze intensified as she looked at Hua Tong. She was unsure if her suspicion was correct, but it warranted further exploration. Hua Tong had indeed experienced a nightmare of such nature. He was right. One should believe it to be true rather than dismiss it. We must remain vigilant. There are numerous paths leading up to Jinshan Temple. Does Hua Tong recall which route we took in the dream? Hua Tong furrowed his brow, unable to remember. The path to Jinshan Temple? I recall. Mother, we must absolutely avoid the main road in 2 days. The one frequented by many. We cannot take that route. Is it possible that my father's nightmare is similar to my premonition? I did not hear the entirety of their conversation, only the latter part. Those accursed assassins. Those vile assassins. Father, we must capture them alive this time. We must interrogate them thoroughly. I refuse to believe that the last assassins were sent by the Minister of Rights. However, the mastermind behind this batch of assassins could very well be the same as the previous one. Let's eliminate him. Why do they persist in attempting to kill members of the Wang family? Have we harmed their father or their mother? It infuriates me. Song Yue hesitated internally, her small mouth babbling angrily in baby talk. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Yi Peizhu hurried over. Jiu'er had finally awakened. Song Jiu'er pouted, gazing at her mother with longing. Mother, why did you not have a nightmare this time? Instead, it was father who had one. I thought that between you and me, we shared a deeper connection than with father. I did not expect this time to be with father instead. Could father have another dream? One that reveals the route for my premonition? We cannot take that road. It must be altered. Jiu'er looked aggrieved, and her mother, sensing her discomfort, cradled her in her arms, pondering whether Jiu'er was hungry or needed a change. Shall I feed you, my dear? Can you sleep a little longer? Be good. While Yi Peizhu comforted her daughter, Hua Tong discreetly excused himself to the outer chamber, feeling somewhat awkward about remaining with his wife while she nursed the child. He contemplated Jiu'er's recent thoughts and intended to mention the route they ascended in the dream. Your Highness, you may enter, Yi Peizhu called out, prompting Hua Tong to re-enter the inner chamber as Qiuyun withdrew. Hua Tong approached his daughter's crib, observing her slumbering peacefully like a little piglet. It was indeed the main road that everyone took to Jinshan Temple. In 2 days, they would need to take a different route. Hua Tong pulled his wife close and whispered, I just remembered. Didn't you say you couldn't recall? How did he remember so quickly after such a brief moment? Hua Tong found her remark curious, but dismissed it with a smile, thinking it was simply a matter of reflection. I wonder if the mastermind behind this set of assassins is the same as the last. Ye Peizhu epresit has suspicion, believing that the Wang family had become the target of many. We do not even know if we have harmed their father or mother, yet they persist in targeting us. Hua Tong nodded vigorously, suggesting, it is highly likely that it is the same person. Do you think it be Prince Gong or Prince Ning? Who knows how much these two princes were involved, leading to our family's downfall in the last life. Yi Peizhu sighed, pondering the inexplicable nature of their past demise. Suddenly, Hua Tong halted mid-sentence, realizing something, and his gaze locked onto his wife's knowing smile. My lady, you. Hua Tong felt a tightening in his chest, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Peizhu smiled gently, lowering her voice. Your Highness, like you, I can hear her daughter's thoughts. Hua Tong was both delighted and astonished, grasping his wife's hand as he glanced at their slumbering daughter and then around the room. He leaned closer to his wife, nearly whispering, when did you begin to hear our daughter's thoughts? From the moment she was born, she expressed that Hua Tong was a villain who would switch her with other children. It was because I heard her thoughts that I was granted a chance to alter Jiu'er and our family's fate. In truth, during each calamity, I have been privy to her thoughts, feigning nightmares to articulate the disaster's details. Thankfully, we have successfully evaded the consequences each time. Yi Peizhu reflected on this with great emotion. And you, my lord? Hua Tong chuckled. I too, from the first moment I laid eyes on our daughter, could hear her. How fortunate we are to hear her thoughts. My lady, in this life, we shall undoubtedly alter the fate of our past. Hua Tong's gaze was resolute as he made his vow. Yi Peizhu's eyes mirrored his determination, affirming, indeed, we shall change our destiny. Unbeknownst to the still sleeping Song Jiu'er, her parents had mutually realized their ability to hear her thoughts. Chapter 79. The young girl is truly fortunate. This time, she learned that her father had shared a nightmare similar to her premonition, allowing them to preemptively avoid the assassins on their ascent, bringing her a sense of relief. Consequently, she no longer experienced fever or nightmares, allowing her to sleep soundly. 2 days later, early in the morning, a carriage departed from the Wang residence. Gradually making its way out of the capital with unseen observers following closely behind. Jinshan Temple is situated atop a mountain outside the city, typically attracting few visitors, with most people only going on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Today was neither of those days, resulting in a sparse crowd. The only carriage traveling up the mountain bore the insignia of the Wang family. Upon reaching the halfway point, a group of over a dozen figures clad in black suddenly emerged, surrounding the carriage. The coachman halted the horses and fled. The black-clad figures, taken aback, swiftly boarded the carriage, only to be met with an unknown powder that blinded them upon lifting the curtain. "This is bad. It's a trap. Retreat," one of the ensnared black-clad men shouted. Upon hearing this, the others attempted to flee, but soon the Wang family's guards charged from the periphery, each hurling powder at the black-clad figures. The individuals clad in black were taken aback by the unexpected tactics employed by the guards, most of whom were unprepared and were swiftly captured. Drawing from prior experiences, the guards efficiently dislocated the jaws of the assailants to prevent them from biting their tongues in despair. "Boss, a token has fallen," one of the guards said as he picked up the token from the ground and presented it to the leader. Meanwhile, on another path leading to the temple, an inconspicuous carriage was traversing the mountain. Inside, YP was lost in thought, frequently lifting the curtain to gaze outside, uncertain if the guards had apprehended the assassins. She hoped everything would proceed smoothly. "Mother, are you troubled?" W. New York and his 3 brothers were oblivious to their sister's prophetic dream and had no inkling of the assassination attempt they would soon face. YP has had no intention of revealing this matter to her sons, fearing it would only cause them further distress, so she concocted a diversion. Nestled in her embrace, Ngg, clutching a small white rabbit toy, looked up at her mother with wide, expressive eyes. "Mother must be worried about today's assassination. Do not fret. We have subtly altered our route and set a trap. The assassins must have been captured." Ngg offered her little toy to her mother, prompting a warmer smile from YP. "Are you giving the little rabbit to Mother? How thoughtful of you." The 4 brothers, having sensed their sister's thoughts, quickly understood why their mother had appeared troubled since they boarded the carriage and why they were traveling in this low-profile vehicle, having changed their route. W. New York and YNCH exchanged glances, regretting that they had not been privy to their sister's insights earlier, as they could have been of assistance. The carriage arrived smoothly at the mountainside, where they would continue their ascent on foot, with 4 brothers to carry her. Ngg felt secure despite her second brother's frailty. The remaining 3 could alternate in carrying her up the mountain. The family finally arrived at JNCH&S. The temple's doors were open, and a young monk was sweeping the entrance. Upon seeing them, the young monk approached and said, "Esteemed guests, the master has been expecting you. Please follow me." "Does the young monk know us?" Ngg pondered, wiggling her little fingers. Her eldest brother, Ngz11N, gently pulled her fingers from her mouth. "Sister, you cannot nibble on your fingers. If you do, they will disappear." Ngg was taken aback, almost believing him. Inside JNCH&S, the air was thick with sandalwood incense, inducing a sense of tranquility. The young monk led them to a room from which the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish resonated. "Esteemed guests, the master awaits you inside," he said before knocking on the door and pushing it open. The sound of the wooden fish grew more pronounced as they entered, revealing a venerable monk seated on a mat, striking the wooden fish. Clad in robes, this master was notable for his flowing silver hair, which set him apart from other monks. "Is the master not bald? Should we not greet him? Perhaps he is too focused to notice our arrival." Ngg mused. Observing her mother and brothers in silence, she decided to call out in her small voice. The sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped the room. Ngg blinked, scratching her face. "Have we disturbed the master?" Master GX rose and turned to face them, resuming his seat. When Ngg beheld Master GX's countenance, her dark, round eyes sparkled with admiration. "What a handsome master! I thought you were an elderly man with silver hair, but you are surprisingly youthful. So charming, almost ethereal." Her heartfelt exclamations caused her mother and 4 brothers to feel a tinge of embarrassment in front of the master, simultaneously relieved that he could not hear her thoughts. "Master, we have come to inquire about my elder brother's condition and whether he requires a soul summoning." Ngz11N articulated their purpose. Master GX nodded gently, his piercing gaze landing squarely on W. New York's face. After a moment, his voice clear and melodious as pearls falling on a jade plate, broke the silence. Your brother's soul is intact. There is no need for a summoning. His frail condition stems from another cause. While they had surmised from S.Ing.G.G's thoughts that S.Ing.W. New York's weakness was not due to his soul, but rather a result of being afflicted. Hearing Master G.X's words firsthand brought a wave of disappointment. S.Ing.W. New York remained unperturbed. Thank you, Master. Master G.X's gaze swept over the four brothers before resting on the small, cherubic face of S.Ing.G.G in S.Ing.Z11N's arms. Their eyes met, and S.Ing.G.G felt a sudden jolt, as though all her secrets had been laid bare. The young lady is truly fortunate. She should visit the temple more often to offer incense. Chapter 80. To survive, one must take the initiative. The myriad events of past and present, whether they can be altered, remain predetermined. After uttering this, Master GX signaled that they could depart to offer incense outside. The family exchanged glances, and after lighting their incense, they returned to the carriage. Inside, silence prevailed, save for S.Ing.G.G, who continued to ponder. The master's words were too explicit. The myriad events of past and present, whether they can be altered, remain predetermined. Surely, he spoke to me. The master is indeed wise. He must have discerned my rebirth. But does this imply that despite my efforts to change certain events, success is not guaranteed? I wish to alter the fate of our entire family. Must I resign myself to the inevitability of destiny? S.Ing.G.G's delicate features scrunched in concern. Not only was she affected by Master GX's statement, but her mother and four brothers shared her unease. Especially YP is, who recalled the downfall of the K.N.G.W.F, felt a heavy heart. If fate is indeed predetermined, would their family face the same tragic end as before? No, it cannot be. Reflecting on how her daughter's prophetic dreams had previously steered them away from calamity, YP has regained her confidence and renewed her determination to alter their family's destiny. Jiujiu, do you miss your father? S.Ing.G.G sighed deeply while holding her small rabbit toy. Your Highness? Yp us wondered alud, notisimi sai. Has something occurred? Realizing her husband was rather oblivious, she felt a pang of disappointment. After ensuring her daughter was fed and changed, and gently lulled to sleep, she finally conveyed Master GX's words to K.N.G.W.Ing. Upon hearing them, his expression darkened. It seemed Master GX was aware of Jiujiu's secret, yet his words stirred unease. Indeed, but reflecting on recent events, each time we have avoided disaster thanks to Jiujiu's dreams. I believe we can evade all calamities in this lifetime. With this thought, YP has felt her worries dissipate. You are right, my dear. We shall face whatever comes our way together, and this lifetime will surely be better. K.N.G.W. grasped his wife's delicate hand reassuringly. Your Highness, do you truly believe that simply confronting adversity with might and defending ourselves with earth will suffice? I am unaware of the events that transpired in our past life that led to the annihilation of the entire. However, I understand that if we remain passive and do nothing, the nightmares of our previous existence may once again haunt us. When enemies approach our gates, will we truly have generals to defend us? When floods surge upon us, will we possess ample earth to shield ourselves? The heart of trembled, and his lips quivered. Your Highness, only by having our own generals can we possess the confidence to defend ourselves when the armies draw near. While passivity is not inherently wrong, it renders us vulnerable to those who act with initiative. As your Highness knows well, despite our inaction, they sought to burn our son alive. Our daughter, merely celebrating her full month in the palace, was also targeted by assassins. Even the calamity of the snow disaster was twisted by rumors, branding our daughter as a harbinger of misfortune. Innocent children should not be subjected to such slander. Your Highness, can we truly continue in this passive manner? S. resolute words jolted into awareness. He had always been indifferent to power, harboring little interest in the trappings of authority. His wife, understanding his disposition, had deliberately reduced her ties with her family after their marriage, for her father was a powerful general. She feared that others might suspect he had married her for her father's military influence, doubting his intentions. Yet, despite their efforts, calamity continued to befall them. If he remained deaf to his daughter's heart and continued to live in ignorance, would he and his family not become victims in the power struggles of others? Just as the echoes of their past life suggested, they faced annihilation due to his inaction and failure to protect his family. His complexion turned pale, and he appeared somewhat dazed. Sighed inwardly, realizing her words might have been too blunt. His nature was more suited to a leisurely existence as a carefree prince, yet reality did not permit such leisure. Had he not been the emperor's most favored son, they could have lived discreetly. However, the emperor's favoritism placed them directly in the flames of conflict. All those vying for power would first seek to extinguish their flame. If they wished to survive, they must take the initiative. Observing his expression, decided to refrain from further discourse on the matter. The impact of her words had been sufficient. He required time for reflection. The room fell into silence until a guard entered to deliver a report, strove to compose himself, and allowed the guard to proceed. Upon hearing the mention of a token, his heart sank with suspicion. When the guard produced the familiar token, his heart plummeted further. Did not take the token. Instead, reached out to accept it. The prominently displayed character seemed to mock cowardice, for he had yet to take action against. Close his eyes, questioning whether interrogations had been conducted on the assassins. Chapter 81. Perhaps they mock me as a turtle. There was no need for extensive questioning. The assassins quickly revealed their instructions. Of the 15 assassins, 10 were hired mercenaries who confessed they were commissioned by the leader of the remaining 5, who paid them 500 taels to assassinate the princess and young lady. The 5 remaining assassins, upon interrogation, named the instigator as the. However, the guards discovered a token belonging to among the assassins' belongings. The guards, in their naivety, could not discern whether the true mastermind was or the. The guards' revelation left both and momentarily stunned. They had never encountered such a situation before. Furrowed her brow and inquired whether they had asked the assassins who possessed the token. Indeed, the guard responded, turning to for further instructions. Gestured for them to proceed as had advised. After the guard departed, cast a glance at the wand and raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, what are your thoughts now? Has already made 2 attempts against us. This is merely what we know. Before was born, who can say how many times covertly plotted against us? Your Highness has already been trampled upon by. Do you truly intend to remain passive? Her last remark was intentionally sharp, and indeed, expression darkened. Action, that cannot be schemed against so many times, after 1 or 2 attempts, must already be mocking me as a timid turtle, too afraid to retaliate. Nodded in satisfaction. Your Highness, during the last visit of thee and his wife, I heard some things from his heart. Perhaps we should consider our strategy carefully. She did not wish for the prince to act rashly in anger against or rush to report to the old emperor. Instead, she hoped to leverage his knowledge of the past to deliver a decisive blow to the ensuring that could no longer scheme against them. Did our daughter speak of matters regarding the? Inquired, intrigued. Indeed, married his concubine, merely as a shield. In our past life, she perished while protecting him from a blade. After her demise, elevated one of his concubines to the principal wife, likely aware of her lineage and the benefits it could bring him. As for the specifics of her background and the advantages it conferred, did not divulge those details. However, I suspect it is advantageous to's quest for power. Your Highness, let us investigate thee and her son, as well as the concubines in's rear court, to see if any are orphaned or of humble origins. That night, I noticed that despite having borne children, displayed unusual curiosity towards. Moreover, her demeanor shifted when I mentioned her children. There must be hidden truths within. If we can uncover them, it may work to our advantage. With a spark of excitement, articulated her thoughts clearly, gazed intently at his wife, recognizing her wisdom. Let us act as you suggest. Met's fervent gaze, a blush gracing her well-maintained visage. Your Highness, why do you look at me so? Took her delicate hand, overwhelmed with emotion. I feel unworthy of you. You truly embody the brilliance of General Yi's lineage. Were you a man, you would gallop alongside General Yi across the vast borders, not confined to this estate to support your husband and raise children. I have wronged you. My gentle nature requires you to bear more of the burden. Guilt filled narrow eyes, smiled softly, her beautiful gaze radiating warmth. Your Highness, do not think of it so. Supporting you and raising our children is my choice. As long as you trust me and share your thoughts, that is sufficient. Of course, I would never deceive you. I have committed your words to memory and will instruct others to investigate. Exclaimed, then abruptly recalled matters concerning his mother-in-law, hastily adding, my dear, you must have heard from our daughter regarding the relationship between your mother and younger brother. Nodded. Indeed, Your Highness, I must confess, upon learning of this matter, I had people investigate it. The prince should be aware that my father has assigned several to me. I instructed them to investigate Yi Shushuan's origins. yet they uncovered no clues. Regardless of the inquiries made, it is evident that Jiujiu is indeed the biological child of my mother. However, Jiujiu's sentiments do not align with this conclusion. Indeed, the results of the investigation conducted by my husband mirror this uncertainty. It seems we must seek an opportunity to probe Jiujiu further to see if she can provide any additional insights on the matter. Kan Wang and Yi Peizhu exchange glances, both expressing a sense of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. The couple candidly discussed for a while when their guards returned. Reporting to the prince and princess, we swiftly interrogated the assassins, one of whom claimed to be hired by Xu Fei. He stated that this token fell from him, and his master is Gong Wang. He claimed that Gong Wang's intentions align with those of Xu Fei, both seeking the lives of the princess and the young miss. As for the reason, he confessed ignorance. The guard's words darkened Gong Wang's countenance to the point where one might think it could ooze ink. Bind those assassins under Xu Fei's command and accompany me into the palace shortly. Also, relay a message to the second, third, fourth, and fifth sons to feign illness and disguise any wounds they may have. The prince's orders ignited an adrenaline rush within the guard, who responded loudly, yes. Kan Wang's eyelids twitched silence. Lower your voice. Do not wake my daughter. No sooner had he spoken than a plaintive wail emanated from the inner chamber. Simultaneously, the thoughts of the little one echoed in the ears of Kan Wang and Yi Peizhu. Wow, what a frightful sound. It startled me awake. I was dreaming of gnawing on a chicken leg. Just as I bit into it, the noise scared me. Ah, big chicken leg. How infuriating. Kan Wang and Yi Peizhu nearly burst into laughter. Just how much does their daughter adore gnawing on big chicken legs? Your Highness and Princess, forgive me. I did not intend for this. The guard quivered at the sound of the young Mrs. cries. Who in the household does not know of the prince's affection for her? If she cried due to his fright, would the prince not punish him? I would accept any punishment, but please, Your Highness, be gentle. Chapter 82. Seeking justice from Father Emperor, the guard shouted once more. With a grim expression, Kan Wang kicked the guard. Who is going to punish you? Hurry and attend to your duties. Yes. The guard chuckled nervously and hurried away. Song Jiujiu, having been startled awake, let out a couple of cries, but soon settled back to sleep after smacking her little lips. Her adorable face prompted Yi Peizhu to gently poke her chubby cheeks with her finger. Confirming that her daughter had not awakened, Yi Peizhu returned to the outer chamber. Your Highness, you instructed our 4 sons to pretend to be injured. What is your plan? Though Yi Peizhu had her suspicions, she yearned to hear the prince articulate his strategy. Kan Wang leaned close to his wife and whispered a plan into her ear. Yi Peizhu's face lit up with delight, nodding vigorously. Good, Your Highness, let us proceed as such. Be cautious and act according to the situation. Kan Wang awaited the guard's report to confirm that their 4 sons were fully prepared before promptly departing with the guard and the 5 disheveled assassins who had been subdued. Kan Wang sat in the carriage, with a small trailer attached behind, carrying the bound assassins. Thus, they paraded through the capital towards the palace. This spectacle was indeed rare in the capital, and many curious onlookers followed the carriage to the palace gates. The insignia of Kan Wang's residence was prominently displayed, and the 5 figures in black attire did not appear to be benign, with Kan Wang directly bringing them to the palace. Onlookers speculated whether he intended to confront the emperor about these black-clad assassins. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Kan Wang approached the small trailer and, with arms crossed, bellowed loudly enough for the gathered crowd to hear. Now that we are here, you will disembark and walk inside to meet my father. Do not attempt to flee. Do not presume that your master's presence in the palace grants you the audacity to act with impunity. You have attempted to assassinate my wife and children, causing them harm. Today, I demand justice on their behalf. Kan Wang's words resonated with authority, and the crowd's eyes widened with intrigue. They pondered who within the palace would dare to attempt such an assassination against the prince's family. Moreover, Kan Wang audaciously brought the assassins into the palace to confront the culprits. If only they could also enter the palace to witness the unfolding drama. After Kan Wang's declaration, the 5 assassins indeed climbed down from the trailer, forming a line. The guards compelled them, with their hands bound, into the palace. The gatekeepers, hesitant yet compliant, opened the palace doors for Kan Wang's entry. Meanwhile, some had already reported this situation to the old emperor. Upon hearing the news, the old emperor was skeptical of its authenticity. Such an act did not seem characteristic of Kan Wang. Are you certain that it is Kan Wang who has brought the black-clad assassins into the palace to seek retribution? The guard assured him, I can't confirm. It is indeed Kong Wong. Just as the guard finished speaking, Gong Gong Fuchuan rushed in, head bowed, to report. Your Majesty, Kong Wong requests an audience with you, bringing 5 bound black-clad assassins, seeking your justice. Fuchuan did not dare look up, his eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. Could it be that Kong Wong was provoked due to the injuries sustained by the 4 young masters in his household? The old emperor was taken aback, indeed. Is Kong Wong? Let me see how he intends to seek justice. Surely, and he must have procured evidence implicating Gong Wong as the mastermind behind this incident. Perhaps this opportunity could be used to eliminate Gong Wong once and for all. Allow him entry. Soon, Kong Wong entered the imperial study, maintaining a stern demeanor, accompanied by his guards and the 5 black-clad assassins in tow. I, your son, pay my respects to Father Emperor. I implore you to advocate for me and your 4 grandsons. Kong Wong knelt with a thud, raising his voice. The old emperor found Kong Wong's demeanor novel and intriguing. The guards risked their lives to save us, successfully capturing these 5 assassins. Yet my 4 sons were injured while protecting their mother and sister. I interrogated these 5 assassins, and they confessed that it was Xu Fei who orchestrated the assassination attempt on my wife and children. Previously, Xu Fei bribed a servant close to my mother, poisoning her and endangering our newborn daughter. This time, Xu Fei's murderous intent remains undeterred, as she seeks to harm my family again. I beseech Father Emperor to advocate for your 4 grandsons. Kong Wong, filled with grief and indignation, bowed his back slightly, no longer as upright as before. Fuchuan could not help but gasp. How dare Xu Fei attempt to kill Kong Wong's family? Such audacity! Did she truly believe that, with the Empress as her cousin, she could act with impunity against the princes and grandsons? However, Fuchuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was it truly Xu Fei who orchestrated the assassination? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the old emperor, yet he fought to maintain control, lowering his head and closing his eyes. For the sake of his own life, it was best not to meddle in royal secrets. The old emperor squinted, scrutinizing the sorrowful and indignant Kong Wong. Were there only 5 assassins sent by Xu Fei? Did all 5 confess? Or the assassins sent by an E? He had claimed to have dispatched at least 10 individuals for this task. Moreover, there must be evidence of Gong Wong's culpability at the scene. Why did Kong Wong not mention Gong Wong? Or was he plotting to act against Gong Wong in secrecy? Regrettably, he had hoped to witness a fierce battle between Gong Wong and Kong Wong through this incident. A trace of sorrow flickered in the old emperor's murky eyes. Is it truly the case? Bring forth those 5 assassins, and let them reveal who commissioned their attempt on the lives of my daughter-in-law and grandsons. The old emperor commanded with a face full of anger. The guards entered and lifted the jaws of the 5 assassins. With a crack, they were able to speak normally. You 5, who exactly has instructed you? The old emperor slammed the table, pressing them for answers. Please forgive me, your majesty. It was the Xu Fei. She commanded us to strike when Kong Wong Fei was taking her children up the mountain. Xu Fei insisted we must kill Kong Wong Fei and her daughter. One of the assassins said tearfully, "Oh, what do the other 4 have to say?" The old emperor desired to uncover not only Xu Fei's involvement, but also any connections to Gong Wong. However, this time, the old emperor had clearly underestimated the situation. The 10 operatives sent from the Dark Faction had not coordinated with these 5 assassins beforehand. Each group had its own motives. The other 4 assassins echoed the same claim, pointing fingers at Xu Fei as the mastermind. Kong Wong seized the moment, sorrowfully gazing at the old emperor. Father, the witnesses are present. I beg you to act on behalf of your son and grandson. The old emperor rubbed the jade ring adorning his thumb. Rest assured, my son, I shall give you justice. Bring Xu Fei here. At the old emperor's command, guards rushed to the cold palace. Meanwhile, Xu Fei, comfortably engrossed in her reading, was fantasizing about soon receiving news of Kong Wong Fei and the infant's demise. She did not anticipate that her dispatched assassins would so easily betray her. Upon seeing the guards approaching to escort her to the imperial study, Xu Fei felt a surge of joy. She believed the emperor had finally remembered her, and that he intended to release her from the cold palace. Wait a moment, let me prepare myself. Xu Fei maintained her former demeanor, but before she could summon her maid for assistance, the guard's icy words shattered her fantasies. Xu Fei Nyang Yang, your orchestration of the assassination attempt on Kong Wong's family has been exposed. His Majesty wishes for you to confront the matter directly. As she made her way, Xu Fei felt increasingly anxious, even contemplating sending a maid to alert the Empress for assistance. However, the guards promptly intercepted her maid, forbidding any communication. Upon entering the imperial study and seeing the 5 assassins, Xu Fei's heart sank. Having been arrogant in the harem for years, she now lacked the support of her cousin. The Empress. Panic quickly set in. I pay my respects to your majesty. May I inquire why you have summoned me? Xu Fei feigned ignorance, nervously bowing. Xu Fei, the evidence is clear. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. Did you not send assassins to kill Kong Wang, Fei, and her family? The old emperor questioned calmly, contemplating how to deal with Xu Fei. With Kong Wang seeking his intervention, how should he handle Xu Fei? Should he execute her as fertilizer for the garden, or spare her life? The old emperor pondered the remaining value of Xu Fei. Xu Fei instinctively opened her mouth to deny the accusation, yet the furious glare from Kong Wang beside her was unmistakable, instilling a sense of dread that denial would provoke his wrath. Xu Fei Nyang, I do not understand how my family has offended you to incite such murderous intent. My daughter is but a child. How could you bear to harm her? The force of his words made Xu Fei shiver, yet she quickly composed herself. Her cousin was the revered empress. Her cousin was the prime minister. It was merely an attempted assassination. What could Kong Wang do to her? She believed the emperor would never demand her life for this. Even if Kong Wang was the emperor's favored son, what of it? There are many princes. Losing one is inconsequential. Kong Wang, it seems you have forgotten. Allow me to remind you. Kong Wang Fei has stated she would persuade Gui Fei to grant my release from the Cold Palace. Yet Kong Wang Fei has broken her promise. Since she has betrayed her word, why should I be courteous to her? Xu Fei declared boldly, unabashedly. Kong Wang was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity. Xu Fei Nyang, it appears your ability to distort right and wrong is rather remarkable. It was you who bribed the maidservants around my mother, poisoning her. The poison you deployed nearly harmed my daughter as well. Such malice. And yet father merely relegated you to the Cold Palace out of his kindness. Yet you show no remorse, even harboring envy towards my Wang Fei. If you could orchestrate an assassination attempt on my family, what might you do next? Father, I implore you to deal with Xu Fei. Otherwise, I genuinely fear she may continue to send assassins after my wife and children due to this failed attempt. Kong Wang's words resonated powerfully, causing the previously kneeling Xu Fei to rise abruptly. Kong Wang, what nonsense are you speaking? I have stated countless times that I did not poison Gui Fei. I am indeed envious of Gui Fei's affection for the emperor, but I would never resort to such vile acts. Xu Fei, exhausted from her futile explanations, found no one willing to believe her. The true culprit would never confess to their crimes. Kong Wang vehemently declared this, turning once more to his father. I beseech you, father, to intervene. The old emperor, resting his chin on his hand, observed to see if Kong Wang and Xu Fei would come to blows, yet he knew he must speak. My son, how do you propose we deal with Xu Fei? Kong Wang pressed his lips tightly together, appearing to contemplate a significant decision. In truth, he regretted not discussing how to address Xu Fei with his wife beforehand. After a moment of reflection, Kong Wang bowed. Cleverly, he shifted the responsibility back to the old emperor. Xu Fei's eyelids twitched, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, beginning to plead tearfully to the old emperor. Your Majesty, I have merely made a mistake that any woman might make. I beseech you to forgive me. I understand that taking a life warrants retribution. Yet Kong Wang Fei and her children remain unharmed. I am willing to remain in the Cold Palace as penance. Please grant me this. Kong Wang knelt beside her, knowing how dearly his father loved his sons. Yet now, they were being bullied by a mere concubine. He was certain his father could not tolerate such an affront. I implore you to act on behalf of my family. The old emperor leaned back in the dragon throne, growing increasingly impatient. He had yet to determine how to handle Xu Fei. In chess, one must move piece by piece. Yet today, Kong Wang's actions had overturned his board. He would have to start anew. Guards, take Xu Fei and these 5 assassins to the dungeon, and await my orders for their punishment. With this command, the guards dragged them away. Xu Fei, filled with terror, cried out for mercy from the emperor. Upon hearing his father's order, Kong Wang's heart sank. Based on his father's past actions, it was likely this matter would be treated lightly. My son, rest assured, I shall grant you justice. I am feeling somewhat fatigued, so let us leave Xu Fei in the dungeon for a few days for her to reflect. Once I am rested, I will consider how to deal with her. If that is agreeable, you must understand, Xu Fei is your mother's cousin. Whatever course of action I take with her, I must discuss it with your mother. Otherwise, your mother empress might cause trouble for me. The old emperor casually deflected the inquiry from Hua Tong. Though ostensibly questioning his actions, he had already made up his mind. What could Hua Tong possibly say? He could only acquiesce and then depart from the imperial palace. After watching Hua Tong leave, the emperor's weathered face darkened ominously, and he appeared silently, his usually calm demeanor betraying an undercurrent of tension and urgency today. Your Majesty, regarding this matter, I can't explain. It was because, enough. The old emperor's icy rebuke interrupted Yi's unfinished words. And Yi's heart raced. Yi, I have made myself very clear to you. It seems your subordinates have failed to heed my words. Where are the people you dispatched? Did they truly conspire with the secret guards of Shu Fei to assassinate Wang Kang's consort? The emperor's voice dripped with frost, the pressure of his authority causing cold sweat to bead on Yi's back. Oh, then why did Hua Tong only bring those 5 secret guards? What the other 10? Did you leave behind a token of Gong Wang for Hua Tong to acquire? The rapid-fire questions left Yi sweating profusely. I am quite certain the token of Gong Wang is in Wang Kang's possession. As for why he only brought the 5 secret guards of Shu Fei into the palace to seek your explanation, I am too dull-witted to fathom Wang Kang's intentions. The emperor rubbed the jade ring on his thumb and snorted coldly. Dare to speculate? Is there not an informant within Wang Kang's residence? Did they fail to relay any messages to you? Or has Hua Tong somehow managed to eliminate the informants within his estate? And he fell silent for a moment. The emperor furrowed his brow, staring incredulously at Yi. Could it be that Hua Tong had truly purged the informants from his residence? Yes. I attempted to contact the informants in Wang Kang's household, but I was unable to reach them. The emperor was genuinely shocked. In his mind, Hua Tong was a timid son, disinterested in power. However, his other sons harbored ambitions regarding his position. To restrain these ambitious offspring, he had deliberately fostered the illusion that Hua Tong was his favored son. If any of the other sons, such as Gong Wang or Ning Wang, were to confront or even harm Hua Tong, he could use the pretext of his favored son being bullied to weaken their influence. For instance, he had considered that if Hua Tong could stand up to Gong Wang, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet, unexpectedly, Hua Tong had not dealt with the troublesome Gong Wang, but instead had brought Shu Fei's secret guards into the palace to have him handle the matter, to take charge. Could it be that Hua Tong was now coveting his throne? The thought sent a surge of murderous intent through the old emperor's eyes. He resolved to find another opportunity to infiltrate Wang Kang's residence with spies. Furthermore, he would arrange for someone to assassinate Gong Wang, leaving evidence implicating Hua Tong. He would not allow others to scheme against him, nor would he permit anyone to covet his throne. Meanwhile, upon leaving the imperial palace and preparing to board his carriage, Hua Tong noticed the onlookers who pretended not to gawk at him. Their curiosity about who in the palace dared to assassinate someone from Wang Kang's residence was palpable. Contemplating his father's actions, Hua Tong formed a notion. In Jiujiu courtyard, Song Jiujiu had finished a hearty meal and was playing with her toys on the small bed. She was oblivious to the specifics of the palace affairs involving power struggles and schemes. What lingered most clearly in her mind was the dream of a chicken leg that had seemingly flown away. Sighing, she lamented the loss when she heard familiar footsteps approaching. As Hua Tong entered, he first inquired after his daughter. Peiju rose to look at the small bed and saw that Jiujiu was asleep. My lord, how did it go? What did the emperor say? Upon hearing her father's voice, Song Jiujiu instinctively closed her eyes. She did not know why she pretended to sleep. It was merely an involuntary action. Hua Tong recounted the events from the palace in detail. It seems to me that my father will likely handle this matter lightly and will not punish Shu Fei. My lord, I have an idea, though I am unsure if it is feasible. Hua Tong lowered his voice to whisper in his wife's ear. Song Jiujiu perked up her ears, eager to listen, but could comprehend nothing. What was father saying? Speak up. Are you afraid I will hear? The sudden exclamation startled both Hua Tong and Peiju. The couple exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. This clever little girl, pretending to sleep to eavesdrop on their conversation. Clearly, they would have to be more discreet in the future when discussing matters they did not want her to overhear. Why are you two silent? Have you finished talking? But my father actually had the audacity to confront the emperor for justice. How remarkable. I am so pleased to see my father finally standing tall. However, I suspect that my father's actions today will surely make the emperor wary and suspicious. After all, my father has always been foolish and naive. Today he is so bold. The emperor, being inherently suspicious, will certainly overthink this. Song Jiujiu's inner thoughts served as a reminder to Wang Kong and Yi Peizhu. The couple exchanged another glance, understanding each other's sentiments. Wang Kong stood first. "My lady, I shall step out for a moment." "All right." Yi Peizhu followed suit, stepping out to call for Qiu Yun to look after Song Jiujiu before leaving. Song Jiujiu puffed out her cheeks and kicked her short legs. Wang Kong and his wife entered the adjacent room, closed the doors and windows, and then began to speak. "My lord, I believe what Jiujiu said holds considerable truth. Your actions today may have already aroused the emperor's suspicions. I fear he may turn against you. My lady, what I did today was the duty of a father. When one's own child has been harmed by an assassin, even the most cowardly individual will exhibit courage. Today is my day of valor. As long as the emperor does not become blinded by age, he should understand. Even if, as Jiujiu suggested, the emperor grows wary of me due to my actions today, let him be wary." Wang Kong grasped Yi Peizhu's shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "My lady, I have vowed to protect our family for all my days. No matter who dares to harm you, I will protect you with my life." Yi Peizhu's heart fluttered, and she placed her delicate hand over Wang Kang's lips. "My lord, please do not say such things. My children and I do not wish for you to risk your life. As long as we are together, that is enough." Wang Kong nodded solemnly, embracing his wife tenderly. After a moment of warmth between them, Wang Kong summoned someone to give a series of instructions. Soon, news began to circulate throughout the capital. The sight of Wang Kong entering the palace with 5 dark-clad individuals was witnessed by many. Curiosity about who in the palace would dare to act against Wang Kang's family was rampant. The suspense soon revealed its answer, causing an uproar. It was none other than the emperor's consort, Xu Fei. As a consort in the imperial harem, Xu Fei had the audacity to lay hands on the emperor's offspring. Who had granted her such boldness? Through the explanations of well-meaning individuals, tales of Xu Fei's past misdeeds spread throughout the capital. For instance, Xu Fei was a cousin of the empress and had leveraged the empress's influence to bully many other consorts in the harem, even causing the demise of several. Those who had suffered at her hands, due to their modest backgrounds, had been unable to confront her and ultimately swallowed their grievances in silence. For instance, Xu Fei once bribed a maidservant close to the Gui Fei to poison her, which inadvertently also affected the newborn daughter of Wang Kong. Each of Xu Fei's actions, if brought to light, could warrant severe punishment. Yet, she has only been relegated to the cold palace once. Even now, she remains confined, with no decree from the emperor for her punishment. The uproar surrounding Xu Fei has stirred the capital, and the news inevitably reached the palace. Upon hearing of these events, the empress found herself engulfed in tumultuous emotions. Over the years, Xu Fei had wielded her influence in the harem, and it was always the empress who intervened on her behalf. She was truly weary, were it not for her occasional good deeds while handling Xu Fei's affairs. She might not have retained her position as empress. Xu Fei's audacity to attempt the assassination of Wang Kang's family was astounding. Did she not realize that Wang Kong was the emperor's most cherished son? Now, it remained to be seen how the emperor would deal with Xu Fei. If he were to execute her decisively, it would indeed resolve a significant nuisance for her. The empress's eyes brightened momentarily, a hint of mirth flickering within them. However, upon contemplating the situation at the prime minister's residence, that glimmer of joy vanished almost instantly. Bailan, who was massaging the empress's legs, seemed to sense her displeasure and inquired, "Is your majesty worried about the prime minister's residence?" The empress, taken aback, replied, "Bailan, you truly understand me. I am indeed concerned about this matter. Although Xu Fei is my cousin, my mother dotes on her dearly. With the commotion surrounding her in the capital, the prime minister's residence must have heard of it. I fear my mother may come to the palace, insisting that I must save Xu Fei and prevent her from facing the emperor's decree." The empress closed her eyes, wearily massaging her temples. It was highly likely that this would occur. Her mother would not only come to discuss it with her, but would also send her brother to persuade her. She might even have him approach the emperor as the prime minister to plead for Xu Fei. For the sake of her niece, her mother was capable of much more. Otherwise, the empress would not have spent years cleaning up after Xu Fei. She was truly exhausted. Bailan, having cleansed her hands, moved behind the empress to massage her head. "Your Majesty, what if you refuse? Could it be that your previous acquiescence has led your mother to put you in such a difficult position?" The empress smiled wryly. "Bailan, you have not served me for long, and do not know that I have indeed refused my mother's requests in the past. However, that time, My mother nearly jeopardized both my position as empress and my brother's as prime minister, while she craves wealth and prestige. She is acutely aware of the significance of these positions to both me and my brother. She warned that if we were to refuse her in the future, she would continue to create turmoil. Bailan, do you think I dare refuse now? Otherwise, all these years, I would not have been so compliant with Xu Fei. Bailan bit her lip, realizing the burden the empress had carried over the years. It seems this time, the old matriarch may resort to the same tactics. The empress sighed deeply, her heart laden with weariness. As she had anticipated, the prime minister's residence was indeed abuzz with news of Xu Fei's predicament. The empress and the prime minister's mother, Jiang Fenghui, were embroiled in a heated argument, causing chaos throughout the residence. Ning, you're the prime minister. You are a figure second only to the emperor. If you cannot save your cousin, who else can? And do not say your sister can help. I will go to the palace to speak with her. But you must also plead for your cousin before the emperor, with both of you advocating for her. Perhaps the emperor will spare Lu Heir's life. Jiang Fenghui exclaimed, her face etched with frustration and calculation. In the hall, apart from her, were the Prime Minister Lung Juning and his wife, Lu Jianan, along with Jiang Daong and his wife. Jiang Daong, after hearing his sister's outburst, chimed in, appealing to familial affection. Nephew, I have only Lu Heir as my daughter. If you do not help your cousin, what am I to do? Am I to bury my gray hair with a black-haired child? Your mother is right. You are the prime minister. Your sister is the empress, the sovereign of the harem. With both of you pleading for your cousin, the emperor will surely grant her mercy. Nephew, help your uncle. I will kneel before you. Jiang Daong, in a display of emotion, pretended to kneel before Lung Juning. Chapter 86. Making room for women who can bear children. Jiang Fenghui rushed over, quickly supporting Jiang Daong while casting a fierce glare at Lung Juning. You heartless wretch, do you truly wish for your uncle to kneel before you feel satisfied? If it weren't for your cousin, do you think you and your sister would have each attained the positions of prime minister and empress? Now is your time to repay that debt. Grandnephew, save your cousin. Jiang Daong's wife, Jiang Lin, echoed her husband's pleas. The hall was filled with their combined voices. A cacophony of Jiang Fenghui's accusations and the emotional appeals of Jiang Daong and his wife. Lung Juning, with a handsome visage, remained expressionless, closing his eyes as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Ning, your mother recalls that your wife was once a close friend of Wang Kongfei. Perhaps she should speak to Wang Kongfei on your behalf. Jiang Fenghui's tirade continued until she noticed her son ignoring her, her gaze shifting to her daughter-in-law. Her words caused Lu Jianan to stiffen. Mother, you have mentioned that Jianan was once a close friend of Wang Kongfei, but that was in the past. How could Wang Kongfei possibly wish to involve herself with Jianan now? Moreover, this time, it was my cousin who sent someone to assassinate Wang Kongfei and her children. Even Wang Kongfei's 4 sons were harmed. Even if my cousin were to plead in person, Wang Kongfei might not agree to spare her, let alone allow Jianan to approach her. Mother, are you not putting Jianan in a difficult position? After remaining silent while his mother berated his wife, Lung Juning finally spoke up. Jiang Fenghui glared at Lu Jianan. You treacherous little wretch. No wonder you cannot bear children. You must have whispered sweet nothings to Ning, leading him to disregard his cousin. I have spoken at length, and your uncle has pleaded for so long, yet Ning remains silent. Now when it comes to you, this little hussy, he suddenly finds his voice. I do not care what your current relationship with Wang Kongfei is. You must go to her and plead for your cousin. Otherwise, I will ensure that Ning divorces you. Jiang Fenghui's words cut deeply, and Lu Jianan lowered her head, her complexion pale, her frail form trembling slightly. Mother, enough. Lung Juning grasped his wife's cold hand tightly, interrupting his mother's relentless tirade. Jiang Fenghui's face reflected disbelief. Ning, you would raise your voice against your mother for this little hussy? Mother, Jianan is my wife. If I, as a man, cannot even protect my own wife, what kind of man am I? I have said it before. Regardless of whether Jianan can bear children, I will never divorce her. Lung Juning spoke sternly, taking a deep breath. His complex gaze swept over Jiang Fenghui and Jiang Daong, the couple. Mother, uncle, and aunt, I will petition the emperor tomorrow morning, but I lack the authority and courage to influence his thoughts. Regardless of how the emperor ultimately decides to handle my cousin, is beyond my control. I only hope that once the emperor has made his decision, you will cease this commotion. The more you stir, the more the emperor and the Kong Wangfu will despise my cousin. Jiang Fenghui's eyes gleamed with delight, and she nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "All right, as long as you plead with the emperor, that's all that matters. And your wife, mother still insists, let her also plead with the Kong Wang Fei. If she agrees, perhaps the Kong Wang will speak to the emperor, and he might show leniency towards your cousin." Jiang Fenghui remained adamant about sending Lu Jianan to seek the Kong Wang Fei's intercession. Lung Juning frowned. "Mother," before he could continue, his wife tugged at his sleeve. Lu Jianan kept her head lowered, her voice barely audible. "Husband, it's fine. I will try to speak with the Kong Wang Fei." Jiang Fenghui lifted her chin with a sense of triumph, resembling a victorious hen. "Very well, then you shall go tomorrow." The chaos of the Prime Minister's residence finally subsided, courtesy of Lung Juning and his wife. Upon returning to their quarters, Lu Jianan wearily sank onto the soft couch. Lung Juning, feeling a pang of sympathy, sat beside her. "My dear, I have wronged you. Husband, I understand your difficulties. If only I could bear a child, our home would not be fraught with such discord." Lu Jianan bit her lip, her pallid face revealing her sorrow. "Husband, perhaps we should part ways. I have been married to you for over 10 years. Yet I have not given you a child. Absolutely not. I cannot agree." Lung Juning gritted his teeth, his long arms extending to tightly embrace his wife. His grip so fierce it seemed he wished to meld her into his very being. "Jianan, I will not allow you to speak such words. I have said before, whether we have children or not is of no consequence to me. What matters is you, not a child. Do not take my mother's words to heart. You know that in her eyes, my sister and I hold less importance than your uncle's family. I will find a way to have your uncle's family live elsewhere, and we shall live our lives well." As he comforted his aggrieved wife, a feeling of helplessness surged within him. Despite being the Prime Minister, a position of great authority, he still found himself unable to resolve familial conflicts, causing his wife to suffer. How long would such a life continue? In the capital, rumors regarding Xu Fei intensified, with individuals who had previously been wronged by her, but silenced by the Empress or the Prime Minister, emerging in numbers. These victims united and, before dawn the next day, stormed the palace gates, clamoring for justice from the Emperor. It was said that they were all individuals who had suffered at the hands of Xu Fei, and now news of her assassination attempt on the Kong Wang's family had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. These people were likely seizing the opportunity to seek retribution for themselves. Chapter 87. Does Kong Wang truly possess such wit? Eunuch Fuchuan explained to the old emperor while assisting him with his attire. The old emperor furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing the complexity of the situation with Xu Fei. If the matter concerning Xu Fei had not reached the capital, then how he dealt with her would have been solely his affair, even if Kong Wang were displeased. However, once too many people became involved, his decisions regarding Xu Fei would be constrained. He had to ensure that many were satisfied with his course of action. It was perplexing how the news of Xu Fei's assassination attempt on the Kong Wang family had leaked to the capital. The old emperor pondered, summoning an Yi to inquire. An Yi, head bowed, recounted how, the previous day, Kong Wang had entered the palace with 5 men in black, drawing considerable attention. Following this, palace affairs were likely leaked, and by last night, the uproar regarding Xu Fei had erupted throughout the capital. The Prime Minister's residence was also thrown into disarray, and this morning, the Prime Minister might well seek to plead for Xu Fei on her behalf. The old emperor's expression darkened. "Who leaked this information?" "Your Majesty, I have yet to ascertain that," an Yi replied. The old emperor waved his hand, instructing an Yi to withdraw. Whoever benefited from the leak was likely the source of it. Yet, did Kong Wang truly possess such intellect? After court, Prime Minister Lung Juning indeed approached the old emperor. The old emperor anticipated his intentions and preemptively refused. "My dear minister, I am aware of what you wish to convey. But Xu Fei's transgressions extend beyond merely attempting to assassinate Kong Wang's family. You must have seen this morning that many await my decree regarding Xu Fei. This time, I cannot overlook her actions merely for your sake." "Yes, I understand." Lung Juning sighed with relief, knowing he could report back to his mother and uncle. Should they be dissatisfied, they could approach the emperor themselves. He was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, in Kuan-Ning Palace, Jiang Fenghui had entered the palace early to seek the empress. Having kept her intentions secret from Lung Juning the previous night, she seized the opportunity when he left for court. After scolding Lu Jianan for a while, urging her to seek the Kong Wang Fei, she quietly slipped into the palace. As the empress's mother, her access to the palace was relatively easy. She merely had to identify herself to the guards. Upon awakening, the Empress felt a sense of foreboding, as though something unpleasant was about to transpire. When informed by Bailan of her mother's arrival, she immediately understood the source of her unease. The Empress regarded her mother with a neutral expression as she entered, surveying the surroundings before plopping down at the table. Pour me some water. Jiang Fenghui beckoned to Bailan, who served her a pot of floral tea. Jiang Fenghui glanced at it, exclaiming, "Oh, floral tea. It seems the Empress is living quite well." Her sarcastic tone made the Empress feel as though she had a thorn lodged in her throat, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves as she pressed her lips together. As Jiang Fenghui prepared to discuss Xu Fei's situation, the Empress preempted her. "Mother, I know you have come to speak on behalf of Xu Fei. I have already pleaded with the Emperor for her. However, this time, Xu Fei is at fault, and she has been caught red-handed by Kong Wang. Moreover, this incident adds old grievances to new animosities, making reconciliation difficult. You know that Kong Wang is the Emperor's most favored son, and the very people Xu Fei attempted to assassinate were Kong Wang Fei and her 4 sons, who were even injured. Do not think that my pleas, or even those of Ninger and myself, would bear any fruit." As the Empress spoke, she observed her mother's displeased expression, which continued to deepen. "Mother, do not entertain thoughts of causing a scene. If you anger the Emperor, not only will Ninger and I lose our positions, but it may also cost Xu Fei her life." Indeed, upon mentioning Xu Fei, Jiang Fenghui's displeasure waned, replaced by concern. The Empress felt a wave of self-deprecation wash over her. This was her own mother, who favored her niece more than her own children. If one were unaware, they might think Xu Fei was her biological daughter. "You err. Even if you say so, we must still make an attempt. Your mother has already sent your brother to plead with the Emperor, and that little vixen Lu Jianan, who was once a close confidant of the late Prince Kang's consort, has also been dispatched to seek the same favor from her. We are making efforts from various angles. Perhaps this time we can indeed save your cousin." Jiang Fenghui spoke with unwavering conviction, as though everything would unfold according to her wishes. The Empress chose not to shatter her delusions. And now the Emperor is soon to leave court. "Mother, you should depart for now." The Empress did not wish for her mother to encounter the Emperor. Although she was uncertain whether the Emperor would visit her afterward, traditionally, he would head to the Marin Hall to see the beloved consort. Jiang Fenghui's murky eyes darted around, revealing her dubious intentions. The Empress felt a flicker of apprehension and called out, "Bailan, please escort the old lady out." Bailan complied and moved to assist Jiang Fenghui, but she evaded her grasp. "You err. Are you sending your mother away?" Jiang Fenghui glared with discontent in her bloodshot eyes. The Empress maintained her composure. "Mother, if you wish to meet the Emperor, then remain. Since you believe that neither I nor my brother care for you or your beloved niece, then seek the Emperor's favor yourself. Let us see if he will grant your request." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fenghui's mind stirred. She did indeed entertain this notion. Perhaps the Emperor might, for the sake of his beloved daughter and the Chancellor's son, acquiesce to her plea. The Empress discerned her mother's thoughts and smirked silently. "Of course. Mother, do not presume that the Emperor will grant you anything on account of me or my brother. The Emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. I am but a minor figure. Countless capable ministers serve in the court. The absence of my brother would not be missed. However, should you provoke the Emperor's ire, no one will be able to save you. Perhaps our entire family might find ourselves companions on the road to the underworld." The Empress's words caused Jiang Fenghui to hesitate. Just as she did, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out from the entrance. "The Emperor has arrived." The Empress's brow twitched, cursing inwardly. Today truly seemed to bring forth what she least expected. Normally, the Emperor did not come to her palace after court. What could possibly be the reason today? Chapter 88. All are pitiable souls upon entering. The old Emperor encountered the Empress and his nominal mother-in-law, Jiang Fenghui. "I pay my respects to the Emperor." Has the Emperor concluded court? "What brings you suddenly to my humble abode?" The Empress greeted him first and directly inquired about his visit. Jiang Fenghui, with a shameless demeanor, also offered her respects. "I pay my respects to the Emperor." No need for formalities. The old Emperor waved his hand and approached the Empress, affectionately wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "What is this, my beloved? Am I not allowed to visit you if I have no particular matter at hand? Could it not be that I simply miss you?" The Emperor's words startled the Empress, sending goosebumps across her arm and making her feel somewhat nauseous. She subtly furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. "How rare it is for the Emperor to miss me. I thought the emperor's heart belonged solely to the beloved consort. The old emperor chuckled heartily. How could my beloved think such a thing? Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghui, feeling invisible, observed the exchange between her daughter and the emperor with trepidation. She feared that the emperor might take offense at her daughter's words and direct his displeasure toward her and her niece. Yet, from her perspective, the emperor seemed not just unperturbed but rather pleased. It appeared the emperor indeed held some affection for Uer. Uer was certainly deceiving her mother with her sweet words. Seizing the opportunity, while the emperor was in good spirits, she decided to advocate for her niece. Perhaps the emperor would acquiesce in his mirth. With her murky eyes darting, Jiang Fenghui resolved to interrupt the emperor's flirtation with the empress. Long live the emperor! I have something to discuss with you. The empress distinctly sensed a chill emanating from the emperor following her mother's declaration. The emperor was displeased. She no longer wished to concern herself with the matter. Whatever her mother intended to say was of no consequence. If they were to face doom, so be it. She was truly exhausted and weary of cleaning up the mess left by her mother and the beloved consort. Noticing the emperor's attention had shifted to her mother, the empress settled onto the soft couch, lifting her teacup to sip. Your Majesty, I wish to plead on behalf of the beloved consort. Jiang Fenghui initiated, beginning her emotional appeal. The old emperor's equally murky but bottomless eyes revealed a hint of impatience. He was aware that the empress's mother had come to Kuan-Ning Palace, which was why he had deliberately paid a visit. However, he had other intentions for coming here, not to listen to her tedious prattle. Old lady, the old emperor interrupted Jiang Fenghui's rambling. Taken aback, she stared blankly at the old emperor. I understand your intentions. I will speak plainly. The situation regarding the beloved consort affects my son and grandson. I cannot bear to see the Kong family wronged. If I were to grant mercy to the beloved consort due to your plea, how will my son and grandsons perceive me? I shall not issue an order regarding the beloved consort for the time being. Everything will depend on the wishes of the Kong family. The old emperor's words were quite clear, directly shifting the responsibility to the Kong family. Jiang Fenghui, upon hearing the old emperor's sentiment, realized this meant she must seek the Kong family's favor. If they were willing to forgive her niece, then the emperor would not take action against her. At this moment, Lu Jianan should have already arrived at the Kong residence. It remained to be seen whether she could persuade the consort. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old emperor acknowledged her with a grunt and seated himself beside the empress. My beloved, do you wish to say something to your mother? Jiang Fenghui sighed and quickly bowed respectfully before withdrawing. At the Kong residence, in Jiujiu courtyard, the chancellor's wife wishes to see me? Yi Peizhu, upon hearing Qiu Yun's report, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall who the chancellor's wife was. Yes, she has come alone and has presented her visiting card. She is currently waiting outside the gate. Does the princess wish to see her? Qiu Yun inquired. Yi Peizhu's expression turned complex. Let her come in directly. Qiu Yun complied and departed. The chancellor's wife, Lu Jianan, had once been her close confidant. After both had married, they had maintained some correspondence. However, for reasons unknown, Lu Jianan had ceased to reach out. Yi Peizhu had previously visited the chancellor's residence in hopes of seeing her, but the household informed her that Lu Jianan was not receiving guests at the moment, and thus she had to leave. Since then, many years had passed without a meeting. Now Lu Jianan suddenly sought her out. Yi Peizhu furrowed her brow. If she recalled correctly, the empress's brother was the chancellor, and the beloved consort was the empress's cousin. Therefore, Lu Jianan, the chancellor's wife, must have come as an emissary on behalf of the beloved consort. Realizing this possibility, Yi Peizhu's initial excitement at the prospect of reuniting with a former confidant was doused with a bucket of cold water. It appeared that their past affections had been tainted by the various ties of interest after they each married. Lying on the small bed, Song Jiujiu observed her mother's changing expressions with wide, bright eyes, piecing things together. Is mother unhappy? I recall that the chancellor's wife was once a close friend of yours before your marriage. Yet today, her visit surely isn't just for nostalgia. She must be here to plead for the beloved consort. It's rather amusing how small the circle in the capital is. It seems everyone is connected. The empress's daughter-in-law is a former close friend of mother, and the sister-in-law is also a former close friend. What an interesting web of relationships. However, in her previous life, the fate of the prime minister's wife was hardly more fortunate, as she too was a pitiful soul. Song Jiujiu was lost in contemplation when Lu Jianan, the prime minister's wife, entered, guided by the autumn ambience. Lu Jianan had already removed her cloak while outside, and upon entering, Yi Peizhu almost failed to recognize her. Once a plump young lady, Lu Jianan had a round face and rosy cheeks, resembling a delightful little apple. Yet now, as a married woman, she appeared frail, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Her eyes, once radiant, now reflected the dimness of a flickering flame, reminiscent of an elderly person nearing the end of their days. Jianan? Yi Peizhu inquired hesitantly. Lu Jianan managed a bitter smile and nodded. Is I, Peizhu? You hardly recognize me, do you? Yi Peizhu's expression was complex. Indeed, she had not recognized her. It has been over a decade since we last met. I had imagined what you might look like now, but I never expected you to become so frail. Is it possible that the Prime Minister does not provide you with enough to eat? Her last remark, intended as a jest, eased the awkwardness of their long separation. Lu Jianan, with a bitter smile, sat beside Yi Peizhu. My husband does provide for me, and he wishes to see me healthier. However, his mother disapproves of me and constantly subjects me to various trials, including forcing me to drink unpalatable medicines. I used to have a hearty appetite, but his mother has worn me down to the point that I no longer wish to eat. It was as if Lu Jianan took this opportunity to pour out her sorrows. Yi Peizhu caught the scent of medicine emanating from Lu Jianan, and she pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled that Lu Jianan had been married for over a decade without having children. In other households, this would likely have led to the taking of concubines or a divorce. Yet, within the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Jianan remained the sole mistress, and the Prime Minister, a young and capable man, had not taken a concubine, indicating that he treated Lu Jianan with considerable respect. As for Lu Jianan's mother-in-law, Yi Peizhu had never met her, but she had heard enough to know that she was a demanding woman, a source of endless trouble. No wonder Lu Jianan had been reduced to such a state. Jianan, have you come to plead on behalf of Xu Fei? Yi Peizhu did not wish to bring up the matter of Lu Jianan's childlessness, especially since she herself had 5 sons and a daughter, a complete family. She feared that mentioning it would only cause Lu Jianan further distress. Instead, she opted to change the subject directly. Lu Jianan's slightly yellowed face bore a bitter smile as she lowered her gaze, concealing her shame and discomfort. I apologize, Peizhu. I did indeed come to act as a mediator. My mother-in-law compelled me to do so. Do not worry. I will not press you for forgiveness of Xu Fei. In truth, I rather hope that Xu Fei meets her demise at the hands of the emperor. Only then might our household find peace. Lu Jianan's words left Yi Peizhu momentarily speechless, and silence enveloped the room. Yi Peizhu could hear her daughter's sweet voice in her ears. The Prime Minister and his wife are quite foolishly filial, especially the Prime Minister, who is well aware that his mother is a burden, that she disapproves of his wife. He knows that his uncle's family should not be residing in his home, yet he allows them to stay, even though he does support his wife. The majority of the past decade he has spent away from home, oblivious to how his mother has tormented her in his absence. I recall that in my last life, the Prime Minister's wife was worn down by her mother-in-law until she fell gravely ill and soon passed away. Although she lost her status as Prime Minister's wife, the wealth accumulated by her husband allowed the family to live comfortably. The ones who rejoiced the most were the Prime Minister's mother and his uncle's family. Moreover, upon learning that his wife had been harmed by his mother, the Prime Minister died of anger. The Empress treated her younger brother well, and upon discovering the cause of his death, she resolutely severed ties with her mother and vowed to disregard Xu Fei's fate. With the Empress gone, Xu Fei did not last long before she met her end, which was truly a cause for celebration. After all, in my previous life, Xu Fei was also an enemy of our Kong Wangfu. Song Jiujiu pondered these thoughts, her large eyes gazing at Lu Jianan, whose complexion appeared increasingly abnormal, eliciting a sense of compassion within her. It seems the Prime Minister's wife is already showing signs of serious illness, and it is likely that it will not be long before she is bedridden. She believes her inability to conceive is due to her own health, but neither she nor the Prime Minister may realize that she had once been pregnant. However, before she could even discover this, her mother-in-law had forced her to drink a potion that caused her to miscarry. The medicines her mother-in-law provided over the years were not to nourish her body or enhance fertility, but rather contraceptives. After years of taking such potions, how could the Prime Minister's wife ever hope to conceive? In my last life, the Prime Minister died upon discovering this tragic truth. How pitiful! Yi Peizhu listened intently to her daughter's heartfelt reflections, her heart stirred by the revelations regarding Lu Jianan. Peizhu, Lu Jianan called out to Yi Peizhu, noticing the peculiar gaze directed at her. Unable to resist, she touched her own face. Peizhu, is there something on my face? Yi Peizhu shook her head, her eyes filled with compassion. No, Jianan. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, I shall be forthright as well. I have no intention of forgiving Xu Fei. She has already harmed my children twice. We will not forgive her. Lu Jianan nodded. Very well, I understand. However, Peizhu, if you do not relent, my mother-in-law may well seek the Empress's intervention to pressure you. Worry etched across Lu Jianan's pale, thin face. It matters not. Let her apply pressure if she wishes. Yi Peizhu replied with a smile, taking hold of Lu Jianan's cold, frail hand, akin to a bird's claw. With a complex expression, she asked Jianan, have you consulted a doctor? You appear unwell. Lu Jianan touched her face, acknowledging, I too see that my complexion is poor, but my mother-in-law has brought a physician to examine me. The doctor claimed there is no significant issue, merely that I am weak and suffer from excessive cold, which complicates conception. Lu Jianan spoke with remarkable candor. Yi Peizhu pressed her lips together, her gaze toward Lu Jianan deepening with meaning. Jianan, what I mean is, have you sought an external physician? Lu Jianan shook her head, no. Then perhaps you should consider it. Would you like me to summon the court physician for you? Lu Jianan smiled and declined. There is no need to trouble yourself. Very well, Jianan. In the future, when time allows, please bring the Prime Minister along, and we shall reminisce together. Regarding Xu Fei's matters, I believe we have much to discuss. Yi Peizhu's tone was laden with implications, observing whether Lu Jianan would grasp the meaning. The two women refrained from discussing Xu Fei further and shifted their conversation to Song Jiujiu. Lu Jianan even took Song Jiujiu's small hand, her eyes brimming with envy and tenderness. In Chapter 90, without a mother, lack of upbringing is understandable. Lu Jianan suddenly recalled Yi Peizhu's words about seeking an external physician. The coachman did not pry further and drove the carriage away. Lu Jianan made her way directly to a medical clinic near the Kong Wangfu. After a brief interval, Lu Jianan emerged from the clinic, her face veiled, obscuring her expression. However, her weary eyes were reddened, reflecting a suppressed anger and sorrow. Upon seeing Lu Jianan, Jiang Fenghui's face fell, revealing her discontent. Lu Jianan suppressed her emotions and cast a glance at Jiang Fenghui, a look that sent a shiver down Jiang Fenghui's spine. How dare this little wretch look at her with such disdain? When Jiang Fenghui looked back, she found Lu Jianan's gaze to be as it had always been, and dismissed the unsettling feeling, attributing it to her own momentary confusion. Mother, please go inside and speak. Surely you do not wish for our words to spread? Lu Jianan said this with her eyes cast down, before entering the residence directly. Jiang Fenghui glanced at the passers-by, and had no choice but to follow her inside. Tell me, what did the princess of the Kong family say? Jiang Fenghui plopped down onto the main seat in the hall, casting a condescending glance at Lu Jianan. The princess of the Kong family said that the Xu Fei harmed her child twice, and she will not forgive her. Lu Jianan lowered her eyelids to mask the fury in her eyes, her hands clenched tightly within the voluminous sleeves, her fingertips digging into her palms, drawing blood. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the physical pain, for the anguish in her heart far outweighed it. Jiang Fenghui was not surprised by the princess's words. However, she could not abide Lu Jianan and sought to provoke her. Did you truly plead for your cousin? Do not present one facade in front of me and another behind my back. Deceit bears no children. Jiang Fenghui knew precisely what troubled Lu Jianan, and each word pierced her heart like a dagger. Lu Jianan gritted her teeth, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. If you do not believe me, you may personally go to the Kong prince and princess to plead on her behalf. You are bold enough to approach the emperor, so I assume you can do the same with the Kong prince. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fenghui delivered a resounding slap that sent the frail Lu Jianan crashing to the ground. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Is this how your father and mother raised you? Oh, how could I forget? You, a concubine-born daughter, have no mother to guide you. But you have been married into our Lung family for over a decade. Who are you trying to impress with that attitude? If you do not wish to continue living with Ninger, then leave. Do not occupy the position of the Prime Minister's wife while being incapable of bearing a child. Get out. Jiang Fenghui hurled her insults, her tirade no different from any other day. Cursing Lu Jianan had become an everyday ritual for her. In the past, Lu Jianan would listen to such vitriol with a heart that felt heavy. The grievances buried deep within her erupted. She suddenly raised her head, glaring fiercely at Jiang Fenghui. ready to retort, when she heard familiar footsteps from outside. Instantly, Lu Jianan lowered her gaze, covering her face as she began to weep. Lung Juning, upon hearing his wife's cries, rushed in, only to find her sprawled on the ground with an obvious handprint on her face, one cheek swollen from the blow. His mother stood nearby, basking in her triumph. "Mother, how long do you intend to bully Jinan? She's my wife. Did you ever consider my feelings while tormenting her?" Lung Juning gazed at his mother with anguish, his voice rising in anger. Jiang Fenghui seemed momentarily dazed, recalling how Lu Jianan had glared at her with such ferocity. "Ninger, I am your mother. Why are you shouting for this wretched girl? She looked at me with eyes that could eat a person." Jiang Fenghui began to complain, regardless of the truth of her perception. However, Lung Juning no longer believed her. "Enough. Mother, not a single word you utter can I trust. If you continue to mistreat Jianan, you and your precious younger brother's wife shall leave my prime minister's residence." Lung Juning's expression hardened, his tone resolute as he spoke. He then scooped up his wife and strode out. Jiang Fenghui let out a shriek, collapsing onto the ground as she began to wail. "What a misfortune! I raised a son who chooses his wife over his mother." Her loud cries echoed, a cacophony that had become all too familiar to those passing by the prime minister's residence. The commotion stirred a sense of normalcy among the onlookers. He brought a warm egg to gently roll across Lu Jianan's face to ease the swelling. Lung Juning's tenderness and thoughtfulness rendered Lu Jianan silent. She couldn't help but wonder, if her husband were to learn the truth, would he choose to believe her or side with his mother? She was uncertain, her heart in turmoil. "Jianan, I'm sorry for making you suffer again," Lung Juning said, taking her hand in apology, feeling the dampness of her skin. Upon glancing down, he noticed her palms marked by her own nails, blood seeping from the wounds. His heart lurched, and he hurried to fetch medicine to tend to her injuries. "Jianan, you." Lung Juning's voice faltered, overwhelmed with emotion. His wife had always endured for him. Once, she had been a plump and adorable young girl. Yet, over the years, she had transformed into a mere shadow of her former self. All of this was due to him. Lu Jianan gazed at her hands in realization, noting the blood now visible from her self-inflicted wounds. She felt nothing. Yet, her husband seemed on the verge of tears. Still, her heart had grown numb. Even witnessing his distress could not stir the empathy she once felt for him. "Husband, this morning I visited the Kong Prince's residence. The princess mentioned that we could visit together to reminisce about old times. Would you like to join me?" Lu Jianan's voice was soft and ethereal. Lung Juning, his eyes red and nodded. "If you wish to go, then I shall accompany you." "Very well, husband. I heard from the princess that their physician possesses remarkable skills. When we visit, may we ask him to examine me?" Lu Jianan continued to inquire. "Yes, certainly. Then, let us plan to visit the Kong Prince's residence tomorrow. Would you arrange for an invitation to be sent?" "Of course." After Lu Jianan departed, memories of more than a decade ago began to surface in her mind, recalling the time spent with Lu Jianan as close friends. The echoes of her daughter's heartfelt confessions lingered in her ears. She glanced at her daughter, peacefully asleep. "My lady?" Yi Peizhu forced a smile toward the Kong Prince. The Kong Prince noticed something was amiss with Yi Peizhu and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her. "My lady, what has transpired today? You appear troubled. Would you share your concerns with me?" Though the Kong Prince was often careless, he was attentive to Yi Peizhu. She nodded, glancing at her sleeping daughter, wary that this clever little one might eavesdrop on their conversation as she had done before. She cast a knowing look at the Kong Prince and led him to the adjacent room. "My lord, this morning the Prime Minister's wife came to see me." Yi Peizhu succinctly recounted the events of the morning, including the revelations she had heard from her daughter. The Kong Prince, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in astonishment. The Prime Minister's previous life ended in such a manner. How lamentable. I have dealt with the Prime Minister before. He is quite capable and possesses a gentle demeanor. Although some in the court gossip that he owes his position to his sister becoming empress, I believe it is not solely due to that. Even if that were true, it is his ability that secured him the role of Prime Minister. If in this life he were to meet a similar fate as in his past, it would indeed be a pity. Yi Peizhu nodded, her eyes flickering with insight. "Your Highness, although the current conflict is between Xu Fei and us, it has inevitably transformed into a discord between our Kong Wang Fu and the Prime Minister's residence due to the presence of the Prime Minister's mother. I wish to assist Lu Jian. If the Prime Minister is sincere towards Lu Jian, he may even surpass the influence of his mother and cousin. My intention is to have the Prime Minister and his wife align themselves with our interests. The Khan Wang was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of his wife's statement. To support them means what, exactly? He did not dwell on it further. Since his wife desired this course of action, he would aid her. A united couple can overcome any obstacle. Very well, whatever you wish to do, I shall support you, my dear. His words brought comfort to Yi Peizhu. After more than a decade of marriage, the one thing she never regretted was marrying the Khan Wang. As they conversed, a knock at the door interrupted them. It was Jiujiu delivering an invitation. Upon seeing it was from the Prime Minister and his wife, Yi Peizhu felt more at ease. Jiujiu, please inform the physician to refrain from visiting elsewhere tomorrow night, she instructed methodically. After finishing her instructions, she turned to the Khan Wang and asked, "My lord, did the emperor mention anything about Xu Fei today?" The Khan Wang shook his head, stating that after the morning court session, his father left without meeting him privately, let alone discussing matters with him. Observing his father's demeanor, it seemed as though he was avoiding him, perhaps fearful of inquiries regarding Xu Fei's fate. The Khan Wang expressed his helplessness. If this situation mirrored the previous one, the emperor might again refrain from taking any substantial action regarding Xu Fei. Given Xu Fei's vengeful nature, it was likely she would retaliate against them. Indeed, I wonder what the emperor truly intends. He clearly dotes on you, yet his actions betray no hint of affection, Yi Peizhu remarked, studying her husband's expression. However, the Khan Wang merely sighed, seemingly unaffected by her words. Yi Peizhu, feeling a sense of helplessness, rubbed her temples. Very well, we shall take our time. The following evening, shortly after, the Prime Minister and his wife arrived. The Khan Wang welcomed them in the main hall. Yi Peizhu dressed Song Jiujiu in a red jacket and matching hat, carrying her into the hall. The child was intrigued to finally be outside, even though she could not yet walk. Merely observing the scenery was delightful. As they entered the hall, Lu Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing the exquisite Song Jiujiu. Yi Peizhu noticed that Lu Jian appeared even more unwell than the previous day, suppressing her concern and greeting the guests with a smile. "Jian, would you like to hold Jiujiu? She seems quite fond of you, always gazing at you with her wide eyes." Hearing her mother, Song Jiujiu responded with a toothless grin, looking at Lu Jian. Observing Lu Jian's deteriorating condition, Yi Peizhu thought to herself that it was likely she had been forced to consume the contraceptive potion again. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she succumbed to illness. "John, look, Jiujiu wants you to hold her," Yi Peizhu said with a smile, moving closer with the child. Lu Jian appeared somewhat flustered. "Peizhu, how should I hold the child?" "Like this, with both hands. Don't worry, Jiujiu is not so fragile. Just hold her and adjust your grip as needed," Yi Peizhu gently instructed. As Lu Jian cradled the soft, fragrant baby, tears welled in her eyes. If her own child had not been harmed by Jiang Fenghui, she could have held her baby in the same manner. Unable to contain herself, tears streamed down her face, and she managed to smile. "I'm sorry, I'm just so happy." She held Song Jiujiu tightly, not daring to wipe her tears. Yi Peizhu offered her a handkerchief to dry her eyes. "It's all right. No need to apologize. Jiujiu likes you very much," she reassured, guiding Lu Jian to sit down before turning her attention to the Prime Minister. His eyes were similarly reddened, and upon meeting Yi Peizhu's gaze, he spoke in a gentle manner. Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all. It was I who suggested that Jian join us for a visit. Dinner will be ready soon. Let us dine first and then discuss matters," Yi Peizhu proposed, to which the Prime Minister and his wife agreed. As Song Jiujiu, a nursing infant, had already been fed prior to entering the hall, she could only be held by Jiujiu, drooling as she caught the enticing aroma of the food wafting through the air. "Oh, how delicious! I want to gnaw on a big chicken leg. I crave braised pork. I long for sweet and sour ribs," Song Jiujiu thought incessantly, eliciting both compassion and amusement from Yi Peizhu and the Khan Wang. It was still too early for their daughter to indulge in such dishes. In the future, they should ensure she wasn't present to avoid awakening her cravings. The table was occupied solely by the Prime Minister and his wife, along with the Khan Wang and his wife, as the four sons of Song Wenyu were unable to join due to their injuries. Perhaps it was the absence of the troublesome old crone from the Prime Minister's residence that allowed Lu Jian to appear in better spirits tonight. As she partook in the meal with a hearty appetite, the Prime Minister, Lung Juning, observed his wife's cheerful demeanor. Unable to recall the last time he had seen her so happy, a bittersweet emotion washed over him. After dinner, conversation flowed easily. Song Jiujiu was still cradled in Lu Jian's arms, who, eager to amuse her, giggled joyfully. The cherubic child, resembling an exquisite figure from a painted scroll, had a smile so infectious that Lu Jian found herself laughing along. Yet, as she smiled, her nose tingled and her throat tightened. The urge to cry surged within her, but she fought to suppress it. She could not show her sorrow, lest it dampen the mood. However, certain matters needed to be addressed. Lu Jian carefully adjusted her hold on Song Jiujiu and looked towards Jiujiu. Despite their years of estrangement, the bond they once shared as close friends lingered. Remarkably, Jiujiu seemed to grasp Lu Jian's unspoken intent, recognizing the determination reflected in her eyes. Jiujiu understood. Perhaps Lu Jian had taken to heart her words from the previous morning and sought the expertise of an outside physician, thereby uncovering the truth of her infertility. Peiju, I have heard that the physician in your residence possesses exceptional skills. Would you be so kind as to allow him to examine me? Lu Jian inquired with a light laugh. Of course, I noticed your pallor yesterday and thought you might need a consultation. However, you insisted that your mother-in-law had already engaged a doctor. I spoke candidly, considering our relationship. It is essential not to rely solely on one physician for diagnoses. Jiuyun, please summon the physician, Jiujiu instructed playfully. Indeed, you are correct, Peiju. I have long suspected that the doctor my mother-in-law employed lacks competence. Each time he examines me, he claims I have no major issues, yet I can feel my health declining. I fear that one day I might simply fall asleep and never awaken. Although Lu Jian spoke with a smile, Lung Juning felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if this reality had already transpired. What have you been doing all these years? Why has my wife endured such suffering? No, John, do not overthink it. When the physician arrives, he will examine you, and you must take care to nurture your health. Jiujiu reassured Lu Jian, yet her heart felt heavy with sorrow. Soon the physician arrived, and Jiuyun took Song Jiujiu from Lu Jian's arms while the physician proceeded with his examination. Observing Lu Jian's pallor, the physician's brows furrowed deeply. Throughout the pulse-taking, the physician's demeanor was far from optimistic. Lung Juning, anxious, dare not breathe a word. In contrast, Lu Jian maintained a tranquil expression, her heart as still as water. After a moment, the physician spoke, his expression laden with complexity. Madam, why have you been consuming abortifacient concoctions for several years? The physician's words struck Lung Juning like a thunderbolt. If I am not mistaken, you must have been pregnant over a decade ago. But due to the use of medicinal herbs, you experienced a miscarriage that led to significant hemorrhaging. Had you taken adequate care of your health afterward, you might have conceived again, as your body could have recuperated. However, after years of consuming abortifacients, coupled with the possibility of frequent fright, physical depletion, and insufficient nourishment, not only has conception become exceedingly difficult, but your body has also sustained severe damage. If you do not take proper care of yourself soon, you may find yourself gravely ill before long. At that point, it will be too late to consider recovery. The physician's words rendered the room silent. Lu Jian, numbly recalling the physician's words echoed those of another doctor she had consulted the day prior, retrieved a folded handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to the physician. Doctor, this contains remnants of the medicine and decoction. Could you kindly identify it? The physician took it, examined it closely, and confirmed with certainty this is indeed an abortifacient, and its potency is alarmingly strong. The intention appears to be to ensure you remain childless. At this juncture, the physician realized something. Madam, did you willingly consume this concoction? At that time, I was quite young and unaware of my pregnancy. My mother-in-law had brought a physician who did not mention anything about a miscarriage, only that I had suffered a chill resulting in excessive menstrual bleeding, and I believed it. From then on, my mother-in-law insisted on giving me a bowl of the decoction daily, claiming it would enhance my chances of conception. Yet, after more than 10 years of such treatment, not only have I failed to conceive, but my health has deteriorated. I experience weakness, breathlessness, insomnia, poor appetite, and I have gradually grown thinner. Hearing Lu Jian's words ignited a surge of anger within Jiujiu. Jian, your mother-in-law clearly intends to harm you. She does not wish for you to bear children. How could a mother-in-law not want her daughter-in-law to give birth to grandchildren? You were once such a plump and lovely girl. Just look at what you have become after more than a decade of torment. I hardly recognized you when I saw you yesterday. Jiujiu could no longer contain herself and spoke fervently. Before her marriage, she had a fiery temperament, but after becoming a wife and mother, she had tempered her demeanor. Yet, in the face of injustice, her passion could still ignite. King Kong felt equally pained, but was uncertain of the Prime Minister and his wife's current sentiments. He worried that his wife's outburst might incite resentment from the Prime Minister and his spouse, especially since she had spoken to the Prime Minister's mother. He quickly reached out to tug at his wife's sleeve. "My dear, please remain calm." Chapter 93. Let us part ways. Jiujiu took a deep breath. "Yan, this matter is yours to decide. Take your time to consider what you wish to do. Regardless of your choice, I will support you." After speaking, Jiujiu glanced at the pale-faced and shocked Prime Minister, Lung Juning. "Your Excellency, I understand I have no right to interfere in your family affairs. But as a friend of Jian, I hope you can navigate this situation with care. Should you require assistance from the Kong residents, do not hesitate to ask." Lu Jian looked at Jiujiu with tear-filled eyes. "Peiju, I cannot comprehend why my mother-in-law treats me this way. Does she truly not wish for the descendants of the Lung family to be born of me?" Jiujiu moved closer, sitting beside Lu Jian and gently wiping her tears. "Jian, those embroiled in the matter often cannot discern the thoughts of others. It is only natural that we, as bystanders, see things more clearly. Since the Prime Minister is present, may I dare to share my thoughts? Your Excellency?" Lung Juning nodded, his eyes reddened. "It is widely known that your mother dotes on her niece, Xu Fei. When you had no children of your own, your mother encouraged you to care for your cousin. However, once you had your own children, your focus shifted primarily to your wife and offspring. If something were to happen to your cousin during this time, your first concern would naturally be your immediate family, not your cousin. This is understandable. Everyone would act this way. However, for your mother, this is a significant matter. She desires her children to prioritize the care of her niece over their own families." Jiujiu ceased speaking, aware that both the Prime Minister and Lu Jian understood her implication. Nestled in Shuyun's embrace, Song Jiujiu listened intently to her mother's words, quietly giving her a thumbs up. "Mother is correct. This is indeed the case. The Prime Minister's mother is overly indulgent towards her brother and exceptionally devoted to her niece. It raises suspicions about whether Xu Fei is truly her own daughter. Now that the truth behind the Prime Minister's wife's inability to bear children has been unveiled, it seems she shall not meet the same fate as in her past life. Wait, but how is it that the fate of the Prime Minister's wife has changed in this life? What has transpired?" Song Jiujiu pondered deeply. "After I died in my past life and drifted through the mortal realm, I witnessed various events. If my memory serves correctly, the Prime Minister's wife was not compelled by her mother-in-law to seek my mother for help regarding Xu Fei. It seems that my mother first noted the Prime Minister's wife's poor complexion, which prompted her to request a consultation with a physician. In my past life, the Prime Minister's wife never had the chance to meet my mother before her death, so it is no wonder no one reminded her to consult an external physician. Therefore, perhaps my rebirth has caused certain events in this life to differ from the last. Additionally, my ability to have prophetic dreams has undeniably altered some outcomes. We shall see how the Prime Minister's family navigates this life." Song Jiujiu gazed wide-eyed at the silently weeping Prime Minister's wife, calling out softly. Jiujiu, attuned to her daughter's thoughts, rose to take Song Jiujiu from Shuyun's arms. Song Jiujiu extended her chubby little hand to comfort Lu Jian, babbling sweetly. Lu Jian, gazing at Song Jiujiu's adorable visage, wept even more profusely. Song Jiujiu appeared bewildered. "Do not cry. Why do I seem to make you cry even harder?" Jiujiu chuckled softly. "Jian, let your tears flow. Release the grievances within your heart, and then we will think about what to do next." Lu Jian nodded, embracing Jiujiu and the little bundle in her arms, and began to sob uncontrollably, as if striving to shed all the injustices she had endured over the years. He questioned, isn't his mother the killer? And isn't he, in fact, an accomplice? He was aware that his mother had been administering herbal remedies to Jianan for years, even though Jianan had once expressed a reluctance to continue. Yet, what had he said in response? He had remarked that bitter medicine is beneficial, assuring her that his mother meant no harm and that the concoctions were good for her health. His wife had always refrained from contradicting him, and thus she complied with his wishes. Little did he realize that his mother was a butcher, having taken the lives of their child and inflicted such suffering upon Jianan. Now, as an accomplice, what face did he have to seek her forgiveness? Had Jianan not married him years ago, he would not have endured such torment. Lu Jianan wept continuously, her tears nearly spent, until she finally ceased. She gazed at the little bundle in her arms, whose small mouth was slightly agape and whose large, expressive eyes reflected a hint of concern, melting her heart. Gently, she held the child's tiny hand and, her voice thick with nasality and hoarseness, spoke, "Jiuer, I apologize if I frightened you. Song Jiujiu shook her head, whimpering, then yawned and nestled her face against her mother. Lu Jianan's eyes brightened. Peizhu, can Jiu understand my words? To her surprise, Peizhu shook her head. Peizhu glanced down at her daughter, who had already fallen asleep. After Qiu Yun took Song Jiujiu away, Lu Jianan awkwardly wiped her tears. Peizhu, I apologize for causing you to witness this. It is of no consequence. It is better to cry than to harbor sorrow within, which is detrimental to one's health. Peizhu reassured her. Lu Jianan nodded, took a deep breath, and finally turned to face Lung Juning. Lung Juning's lips trembled, his eyes filled with profound sadness and concern. Jianan, you heard the doctor's words. I have been coerced by your mother into consuming contraceptive potions for years, and I fear I may never bear children of my own again. I can no longer bear to see your mother. I have truly had enough. For over a decade, I have been subjected to her curses daily. My nightmares are always about her, and even the sight of her makes my body tremble uncontrollably. I am exhausted and have reached my limit. My dear, I present you with two choices. Either we part ways, each going our own direction, or you compel your mother and uncle's family to leave the Prime Minister's residence and cease meddling in our lives, and you must also stop concerning yourself with Xu Fei. Peizhu is my savior. Had she not prompted me to seek another physician, I would have been ground down by your mother long ago. As for Xu Fei's actions against Peizhu's family, your mother has always insisted on their forgiveness. Regardless of how the emperor handles Xu Fei, your mother will blame all the transgressions on Peizhu's family, seeing them as enemies. Peizhu is my benefactor and confidant. I cannot betray her by siding with your mother. Therefore, my dear, should you choose the second option, you must align with Peizhu's family and support the Kong Wang Fu. The choice is yours to make, and I will accept whatever decision you come to. Lu Jianan spoke these words in a calm tone. Though it was more a numbness of the heart than true tranquility, she had lost all expectation. With no expectations, there could be no disappointment. She understood that her second option would be challenging for Lung Juning. He, as the Prime Minister, was acutely aware of the implications of her words. Without hesitation, he rose and knelt before Lu Jianan in front of the Kong Wang couple. Both Kong Wang and Yi Peizhu were taken aback. Lu Jianan was equally surprised, yet her demeanor remained composed. What are you doing, my husband? Lung Juning grasped Lu Jianan's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with regret and urgency. Jianan, I choose the second option. I cannot bear to part from you. I have told you before that I do not care whether we have children. If you desire a child, we can adopt. My mother has taken our child's life and left you in this state. I know she will never acknowledge her wrongdoing or express remorse, so I will bear her sins on her behalf. I will do as you say. We will live our lives well together, and I will no longer concern myself with Xu Fei. My dear, if your intention to stay with me is merely to atone for your mother, then there is no need. Your mother will face retribution for her actions. You need not sacrifice your own happiness to remain with me, nor do I require your absolution for her sins. Lu Jianan's tone was indifferent, her once fervent affection for Lung Juning having been gradually eroded over the past decade. Now, regardless of what Lung Juning said or chose, she felt a serene detachment. That is not the case. Jianan, I chose to remain with you because I genuinely care for you. Please believe in my feelings. I understand that I have wronged you in the past, but I will treat you well from now on and seek atonement. Lung Juning implored earnestly. Lu Jianan bit her lip. And what is your plan regarding your mother? His gaze firmed. I will confront my mother and lay everything bare. This time, I will ensure she and her family are expelled from the Prime Minister's residence. Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu immediately interjected, Jianan, you should stay in our residence for as long as you wish. Prime Minister, I reiterate my earlier statement. If you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will help as best as we can. Lung Juning nodded, rising to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Prince Kong and Princess Kong. Lu Jianan felt somewhat embarrassed about living off the generosity of the Kong Wang Fu. She would have preferred to stay at an inn. Sensing her hesitation, Yi Peizhu interrupted, Jianan, do not overthink it. Just stay. Jiu'er quite likes you, and here you can see her every day, using the child as bait. Lu Jianan found a resolve. All right, Your Highness, Peizhu, I appreciate your hospitality. When Lung Juning and Lu Jianan arrived at the Kong Wang Fu, they left with only Lung Juning. How blind and oblivious he must have been over the past decade to watch his mother torment his wife. Their child had been taken from them before even being acknowledged by his parents, slain by his grandmother's own hands. Jiang Fenghui's voice rang out at the entrance. her inquiries concerning Xu Fei. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Lung Juaning shut his eyes momentarily before reopening them, a fierce determination blazing within. Jiang Fenghui rushed into the room. Observing Lung Juaning seated by the bed, she furrowed her brow, eager to ask, "Ning, what did Prince Kong say? Has he agreed to forgive your cousin? If they can relent, the emperor will surely show leniency toward her. Mother went to the palace to find your sister, but since the emperor was there as well, she boldly pleaded for your cousin's case before him. The emperor stated that it primarily depends on how the Kong Wang family feels. If they are willing to forgive your cousin, the emperor will be able to deal with her lightly." Jiang Fenghui's excitement was palpable as she spoke of her niece. Did the emperor truly say that? A surge of anger welled within Lung Juaning, though he still retained a sliver of rationality. He felt a sense of unease upon hearing those words. Jiang Fenghui was taken aback. Although the emperor did not speak so directly, the implication of his words was unmistakable. Lung Juaning had begun to doubt her mother's assertions. Rather than believing the emperor's words carried such meaning, it seemed more plausible that her mother was deliberately distorting his intent. The emperor's most favored son was none other than Wang Yikong. How could he possibly utter such sentiments? If harm were to befall his cherished son's family, regardless of the culprit's identity, the emperor would never let the perpetrator escape unscathed. Her mother, in her desperation to save her niece, had grown audacious enough to misrepresent the emperor's words. If this continued, it might one day lead to her and Jianan's lives being sacrificed for her niece. Taking a deep breath, Lung Juaning longed to confront her mother immediately, yet she knew it was not the right time. Once she had meticulously prepared everything, she would proceed smoothly. "Mother, I need a rest now. Please leave." Jiang Fenghui, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean? What did Wang Yi and Wang Fei say? Are they willing to forgive your cousin? Someone, escort the old lady out." Chapter 95. Utilizing public opinion as a servant entered the residence, he assisted Jiang Fenghui in exiting. "Lung Juaning, what do you mean by this? Have you grown wings? Or has that wretched Lu Jianan whispered sweet nothings into your ear, daring to speak to me in such a manner? You unfilial child! Your cousin has treated you so well, yet you refuse to lift a finger to save her." Jiang Fenghui's scolding echoed relentlessly, causing Lung Juaning immense frustration. Was it true that Jianan had to endure her mother's tirades daily? It was his fault. He had wronged Jianan. The secrets of years past were once sweet and tender, but now that innocence was ripening, teetering on the brink of falling. "Peizhu, if I were to divorce Lung Juaning, would you support me?" Lu Jianan gazed out at the luminous moon, her eyes heavy with despair. "Of course, if your happiness is to be found in such a choice, I would support you without hesitation," Yi Peizhu replied resolutely. Lu Jianan offered a weary smile, one that was tinged with exhaustion. "It matters little to discuss this now. Let us see what Lung Juaning decides. The most important thing is to take care of ourselves first, as we are first individuals, then wives and mothers." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan felt a tremor in her heart, whispering, "We are individuals first, then wives and mothers." "Peizhu, this is the first time I've heard such wisdom. It makes so much sense." Yi Peizhu smiled, taken aback by her daughter's newfound insight. From birth, they were someone's daughters, later becoming someone's wives, and, eventually, someone's mothers. But who truly remember their own names? I find it equally profound. So, Jianan, let us seek our own happiness first before extending love to others," Yi Peizhu said earnestly, grasping Lu Jianan's hand. The moonlight shone brightly outside, and within the room, Lu Jianan experienced a newfound clarity from Yi Peizhu's words. She suddenly felt she could glimpse her future. The following day, the entire capital buzzed with a particular story. "Have you heard? It is said that the Prime Minister's wife has been unable to conceive for over a decade due to her mother-in-law's machinations." "Indeed. I heard that the Prime Minister's wife was once pregnant but was unaware, only to be fed an abortion remedy by the Prime Minister's mother, resulting in a loss. Word has it that for the past 10 years, the Prime Minister's mother has forced her to drink a concoction to prevent conception. Goodness, after 10 years of such treatment, this is more than just an inability to conceive. Her health must be utterly ruined. I once saw the Prime Minister's wife. She was as thin as a bamboo stick, easily blown over by the wind, and her complexion was dreadful. But why would the Prime Minister's mother act so cruelly? Is it possible she does not consider the Prime Minister her own son? Why would she not wish for her daughter-in-law to bear grandchildren? This matter is rather simple to deduce. You must have heard of the Xu Fei in the palace. She is the cousin of the empress, and the Shu Fei is the prime minister's mother's niece. For her niece's sake, the prime minister's mother has committed numerous acts that harm her own children. If the prime minister remains childless, he would undoubtedly heed his mother's wishes to care for his cousin. My heavens, is this the reason? If I were the prime minister and discovered such a truth, I would prefer to be scorned by the world than maintain a relationship with such a mother. Anyone with such a mother is truly cursed. These whispers reached the Wang Yi Kang's residence, and upon hearing the news from Wang Yi, Yi Peizhu cast a worried glance at Lu Jianan. It could be said that the grievances Lu Jianan had endured over the years were now common knowledge. Yet, with this notoriety came the certainty of scandal. Sensing her friend's concern, Lu Jianan cradled Song Jiujiu and smiled at Yi Peizhu. Peizhu, do not worry about me. I feel invincible now. It is better that my grievances are known than to be accused of living in comfort while unable to bear children. I suspect these rumors were spread by Lung Juning. Wang Yi nodded, affirming that it was indeed the prime minister who had orchestrated this, and he had since dispatched individuals to ensure his mother and her family were forcibly removed. The revelation that the mother had forced her daughter-in-law to drink a concoction for over a decade shocked the capital and evoked sympathy for the prime minister and Lu Jianan. Seizing the opportunity, the prime minister announced his intention to sever ties with his mother and publicly disclose her attempts to persuade him to seek the emperor's mercy for Shu Fei. Even the heinous acts committed by Shu Fei were laid bare. Just days prior, a group of individuals wronged by Shu Fei had sought an audience with the emperor, but he had evaded them. Today's events provided them with a valuable piece of evidence. Even if the Wang Yi Kang's residents chose not to intervene regarding Shu Fei's fate, if the emperor were to treat her leniently, it would surely incite public outrage. It appeared that fate had intervened. If the emperor valued public sentiment, he might genuinely consider addressing Shu Fei's misdeeds. Remarkably, the prime minister resolved the matter within a day, truly demonstrating the acumen befitting one in his position. Yi Peizhu expressed her admiration, having anticipated that the prime minister's family matters would drag on until the new year, yet they had been resolved in a single day. Wang Yi concurred, acknowledging the prime minister's cleverness in utilizing public opinion. Indeed, Jianan, though you often refer to me as your savior, if the prime minister's actions lead to Shu Fei facing justice, we will lose a formidable enemy who would otherwise strike at us. You and the prime minister are equally saviors to our family. Yi Peizhu reflected with emotion. Lu Jianan smiled faintly, now awaiting the emperor's decision regarding Shu Fei. Hoping for a favorable outcome, Shu Fei was not only an adversary to the Wang Yi Kang's residence, but also to Lu Jianan herself. She wished for Shu Fei's demise to be absolute. Chapter 96. Urgent Plans for Assassination in the Palace's Imperial Study. The old emperor learned from an Yi about the happenings in the capital and the prime minister's household, who had leaked the prime minister's family matters. After leaving the Wang Yi Kang's residence, he had begun plotting this. And now public opinion in the capital had entirely shifted in favor of the prime minister and his family. The populace overwhelmingly supported the severing of the mother-son relationship between the prime minister and his mother. The old emperor inhaled deeply, feeling a slight pain in his chest. He fumbled in his robe and retrieved a small porcelain vial, for which he poured a black pill and swallowed it. What is the current situation at Wang Kang's residence? He inquired. I recall that I instructed you to find an opportunity to place spies within. Your Majesty, I beg for your pardon. I have been unable to find a suitable moment to insert spies into Wang Kang's residence. Currently, it resembles an iron cage, devoid of any opportunities. And Yi's words cast a shadow over the old emperor's countenance. You mentioned that the prime minister's wife visited Wang Kang's residence twice, and the prime minister once. After their departure, he began to manufacture public sentiment, driving his mother out of the prime minister's residence. Indeed, the old emperor let out a cold chuckle. It was evident that Wang Kang had conspired with the prime minister and his wife. For what other reason would the prime minister act so irrationally? Very well. Continue seeking opportunities to infiltrate Wang Kang's residence, and also dispatch someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the prime minister's mother and uncle's family. Understood. An Yi sighed in relief and prepared to take his leave when the old emperor called him back. An Yi, has the plan regarding Gong Wang proceeded as intended? The old emperor's displeasure was palpable, his aged visage darkening. Incompetence. You still require a fitting opportunity for such a trivial matter. Dispatch someone to assassinate directly at Gong Wang's residence within these few days. Remember to leave evidence. Yes. And Yi acquiesced and departed. The old emperor closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, calling out, Fu Quan, standing nearby and attempting to diminish his presence. The eunuch Fu Quan almost shuddered. Yes, your servant is here. What commands do you have, your majesty? Summon the prime minister to see me today. At once, your servant shall go. After delivering his message, Fu Quan hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. The old emperor shot him a glance. Do you have something to say? Fu Quan forced a smile. Your majesty has keen insight. Nothing escapes your notice. Your majesty, there are only a few days left until the new year. Traditionally, you would have already issued the imperial decree by this time. This year, however, it seems you have completely forgotten about it. With Fu Quan's words, the old emperor finally remembered. A succession of events beyond his control had caused him to overlook this matter. After the new year, I shall seek a chance to summon them to the capital. The old emperor offered a vague excuse. Yes, your servant shall take my leave. After Fu Quan exited, it was not long before the prime minister, Lung Zhuning, arrived. I pay my respects to your majesty. Rise. No need for excessive formalities. Minister, it seems your family affairs have stirred quite a commotion in the capital these past few days, and I have heard some rumors. The old emperor addressed the matter directly. Your majesty, I beg your pardon. I am left with no choice. Had I not acted thus, my wife would have suffered greatly at the hands of her mother. To ensure her well-being, I had no alternative. The old emperor toyed with the jade ring on his thumb. So, the rumors circulating in the capital are indeed true? Unexpectedly, Wang Kong has done a commendable deed, which brings me great joy. Lung Zhuning did not ponder how the emperor came to know of this. Yes, I am profoundly grateful to Wang Kong and his wife. If not for them, my wife and I would likely still be in the dark, perhaps forever separated. Lung Zhuning's gratitude towards Wang Kang's family was evident. The old emperor found it irksome. He squinted and changed the subject. What is your opinion on Xu Fei? Mention of Xu Fei instantly extinguished Lung Zhuning's earlier enthusiasm. I have indeed interceded on her behalf to your majesty. However, upon discovering that my mother's harsh treatment of my wife stemmed from my cousin, I no longer consider her my cousin. It is a fact that Xu Fei dispatched assassins to target Wang Kang's wife and several young lords. Recently, some citizens who have suffered at her hands have gathered to petition your majesty for justice against Xu Fei. Your majesty, I believe that to stabilize public sentiment and provide justice to the people and Wang Kang's family, Xu Fei should be dealt with. The old emperor gazed meaningfully at the bowed head of Lung Zhuning. In your view, how should I handle Xu Fei to calm public unrest and grant justice to the people and Wang Kang's family? Lung Zhuning spoke. It was as if he had said nothing at all. The old emperor had never noticed before, but now he clearly discerned Lung Zhuning's cunning nature. The old emperor said little more, merely stating that he would consider the matter and dismissed Lung Zhuning. On that day, the old emperor issued an edict, sentencing Xu Fei to 20 lashes and demoting her to Zhao Yi, exiling her to Jinshan Temple for penance, where she would spend her days in prayer and never return to the palace. Upon the issuance of this decree, the once exalted Xu Fei, now Zhao Yi, was enraged. She clamored in her cell to see the emperor, the empress, and the prime minister, but no one paid her any heed. After receiving her punishment, the pampered Zhao Yi was left with nothing but a breath of life. The palace attendants hastily applied medicine to her wounds and sent her off to Jinshan Temple. The empress, upon hearing the news, exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling as though a burden that had weighed upon her for decades had finally been lifted. She would no longer have to clean up the mess left by her cousin, Jiang Yilu. The content of the decree spread throughout the capital. Few rejoiced, as most had hoped the emperor would have ordered Xu Fei's execution rather than allowing her to live. Lu Jianan, still residing at Wang Kang's residence, felt a sense of regret upon hearing the news. Chapter 97. A flood. It seemed the emperor still harbored some affection for Xu Fei. No, Jiang Zhao Yi now, given that he had treated her with such leniency, seemingly indifferent to the sentiments of the populace. I had assumed the emperor would have executed her without hesitation. Yi Peizhu chuckled at this. The emperor's feelings for Jiang Zhao Yi, rather, is that she still possesses some value to him. Otherwise, he would not have spared her life. However, there is no need to share this sentiment with Jianan. It was perhaps better for her to retain a measure of innocence. Whether the emperor's actions would satisfy the people remained uncertain. If they were dissatisfied, further disturbances could arise. However, such matters would soon cease to concern us, so let us refrain from discussing them further. Jianan, in a few days, I wish to visit Wang Kang's residence. Will you accompany me? Let's consider it a brief respite. Yi Peizhu shifted the conversation. Investigations into Wang Kang's residence had yielded no leads for several days, and she wished to explore further before the new year. Perhaps she could uncover some secrets from Jiujiu's heart. Yi Peizhu's abrupt change of topic caught Lu Jianan off guard. Peizhu, I have hardly met Wang Kang's wife, and we are not familiar with one another. Would it be inappropriate for me to accompany you? Not at all. What is inappropriate about it? You are my dear friend, and Wang Kang's wife is my sister-in-law. It is perfectly normal for us to meet together. Moreover, you will soon be managing the vast Prime Minister's residence, and it is essential to cultivate various relationships. Yi Peizhu's words struck a chord with Lu Jianan, and feeling somewhat bashful, she agreed. Meanwhile, Song Jiujiu, sitting on her small bed and toying with her bunny ears, chimed in. Are we going to Wang Kang's residence? Mother, will you take me along? I want to see the excitement too. Please take me. Song Jiujiu's babyish voice called out, eager to ensure her presence was not forgotten. Lu Jianan smiled and caressed Song Jiujiu's delicate face. Peizhu, shall we bring Jiu'er along then? Yi Peizhu nodded with a smile. Of course. Wang Kang's wife is quite fond of Jiu'er. Bringing her along would surely delight her. Yay, I get to go too. Beamed with delight. Her toothless smile radiating innocence as she danced joyously. Her charming demeanor captivated Lu Jianan, who could not help but wish for the opportunity to bear a child as clever and adorable as Jiu'er in the future. Yet, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. For deep down, she was uncertain if fate would grant her such a blessing. Both the physicians of the local clinic and those within the Kongwang Fu had pronounced her condition dire, attributing the damage to her body from years of consuming a potent contraceptive tonic. The prospect of motherhood seemed bleak, and though she harbored desires, she was acutely aware that such aspirations were often mere fantasies, elusive and difficult to realize. Yi Peizhu gently patted Lu Jianan, offering reassurance. You will surely have your chance. Do not rush. Focus on restoring your health first. Jiu'er blinked her large eyes and chimed in. If the Prime Minister's wife could find that renowned miracle doctor from her past, who could revive the dead, surely she could have a baby. Yi Peizhu's eyelids fluttered at the mention of such a miraculous healer. Years of companionship had accustomed him to the presence of his wife, and in these lonely nights, he felt the profound significance of her existence. Only with her by his side did he feel truly alive. However, Lu Jianan regarded Lung Zhuning with a gaze as distant as that of a stranger. Lung Zhuning's handsome face turned pale. Jianan, have you not yet forgiven me? Forgiveness is irrelevant. I simply wish for solitude, she replied with a sardonic smile. Prime Minister, you claim to have resolved matters within the estate. Lung Zhuning swallowed hard, acknowledging the truth that his mother was indeed capable of such actions, especially now that the emperor had dealt with Jiang Yiliu, although they were dissatisfied with the emperor's method. It was a monumental event for his mother. Perhaps she would direct her resentment towards Jianan, for she had always held a deep affection for her niece, potentially leading her to visit Jinshan Temple to care for her. Rest assured, Jianan, I will prevent such occurrences, he vowed, inclining his head respectfully towards the Kongwang couple. It is fine. Prime Minister, you may proceed with your affairs. Jianan shall remain to recuperate, Yi Peizhu said, showing no objection to Lu Jianan's stay. After a brief while, Lung Zhuning departed from the Kongwang Fu. It was still before curfew, and a few pedestrians wandered the streets. In a modest dwelling on the outskirts, over 30 citizens had gathered, individuals who had suffered under Jiang Zhaoyi or were related to those she had wronged. The emperor has gone too far. How could he so lightly deal with Jiang Zhaoyi? One lamented. I thought, after she harmed the son of the Kongwang, and with the prime minister severing ties with his mother, that the emperor would take stern action against her. But this is the outcome. They say the Kongwang is the emperor's favorite prince, yet this is all he receives? We must devise a plan. Even if Jiang Zhaoyi is sent to Jinshan Temple, she will still live comfortably. But what about our deceased daughters? The discussion grew fervent, oblivious to the encircling flames that had been set around their abode. With a gust of winter wind, the fire blazed fiercely. Soon, cries filled the streets. Water! Quickly extinguish the flames. The citizens hurriedly brought buckets, spending an eternity to quell the inferno. Fortunately, the fire did not spread to nearby homes, yet their dwelling was reduced to ashes, and those inside met their grim fate. None survived. Authorities were notified, and upon arrival, they indeed discovered remains within the charred ruins. Chapter 98. Is the Kongwang Fu truly so impoverished? The remains were numerous, estimated to be over 10 victims. The onlookers speculated, I saw so many enter. At least 20 or 30 people. What could they have been gathering for? Could their deaths have been intentional? I recall that this family's daughter had once been mistreated by a certain lady in the palace, and she later passed away. Just days ago, had not a group gathered at the palace to seek justice from the emperor? They must have been the ones in that house. My heavens! Could their deaths truly be no accident, but rather premeditated? There's evidence of oil. This was indeed intentional. Someone doused the perimeter in oil and ignited it. Such flames could not have erupted otherwise. A keen observer pointed out the signs of foul play. The officials exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed the crowd. Yet, even as they left, whispers of suspicion lingered. Could this fire have been orchestrated by the Prime Minister's mother? After all, it is well known that she would go to such extremes for her niece, even administering contraceptive potions to her daughter-in-law for over a decade. Once the authorities had managed the scene, they departed. Meanwhile, within the Kong Wong Fu, the Kong Wong gazed upon the 30-odd individuals who had narrowly escaped. Feeling a throbbing headache, after dinner, he and his wife had learned that their daughter had experienced another prophetic dream, expressing her distress over a great fire. In her half-awake state, she recounted the location of the blaze and the identities of those ensnared within it, describing their tragic ends, yet offered no further details. Given that this disaster posed no immediate threat to their family, she soon fell back into slumber. He had presumed the matter concluded, but his wife suddenly insisted on rescuing those 30 individuals from the fire scene. Moreover, she demanded that the operation be conducted discreetly, ensuring that none would learn of their rescue. He understood her intent, to have these individuals feign death. But why? The rationale eluded him, yet his body instinctively obeyed her directives, instructing the guards accordingly. However, a dilemma arose. How would they accommodate such a multitude? He knew there were many eyes and ears within the estate. The sudden presence of over 30 individuals could not be concealed. Those with keen intellect could surely connect the deceased with the newly arrived. With a heavy sigh, the Kong Wong lamented. This secret chamber of the Kong Wong Fu had only recently been prepared, and he had not anticipated its swift necessity. Upon seeing his wife approach, he felt as though he had found a savior, and, feeling quite pitiful, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, What shall we do? Jiujiu stifled a chuckle. Do not fret, my lord. Solutions will present themselves. She patted his hand gently, then turned her attention to the bewildered citizens. What are your desires for the future? Though they were filled with anger, they were still unaware of the true identity of their adversary. My lord and lady, you have saved us. You are our benefactors. We are already dead in this world. Our lives now belong to you. Whatever you require of us, we shall obey. A gaunt man with prominent brows stepped forward, his voice firm. He appeared to be the leader, and upon his declaration, the others echoed their agreement. Jiujiu nodded. Since you have spoken so, let's be frank. The rescue was unintentional. However, since we have saved your lives, we must take responsibility for your futures. At present, we remain oblivious to the identity of those who seek your demise. Should you rashly reveal yourselves, it is likely that you will not escape the clutches of death. The prince intends to escort you out of the capital to Jiangnan, where he possesses his estate. You may reside there, seeking employment or engaging in commerce as you see fit, striving to earn a livelihood. The earnings you accrue shall be shared equally with the prince. How does that sound? Of course, those who are unwilling may step forward, and the prince will likewise arrange your departure from the capital. However, what transpires thereafter will be beyond our concern. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Wang Yikong, was somewhat perplexed. Has the Wang family fallen into such destitution that they require assistance in earning money? The 30-odd commoners shared this sentiment as well. Your Highness and your esteemed consort need not share the earnings. All that I earn can be given entirely to you. I am but a solitary individual. One person fed means the family is not hungry. My survival now depends entirely on you two. A place to stay and food to eat is all I require. A middle-aged man exclaimed. Jiujiu smiled gently. The division of earnings cannot be less than 4 to 6. Once you have made your decision, we shall draft a contract. She assured them that they would not be compelled to sign a contract of servitude, thus allowing them to decide freely about going to Jiangnan. Jiujiu granted them time to contemplate, and had Xiao Yun bring ink and paper to draft the contract herself. Ultimately, all 36 individuals signed the agreement. Jiujiu instructed them to rest temporarily in a concealed chamber while she and Wang Yi departed. Upon returning to Qingzhou courtyard, Wang Yikong voiced his concerns. Madam, Are we truly in such financial straits? He was not privy to the household finances, which were managed by his wife. Yi Peizhu chuckled lightly, observing her husband's earnest expression. She decided against revealing the reasons behind her actions, fearing it might alarm him. The time for such revelations had not yet arrived. However, there were matters she could prepare in advance. Your Highness, no one would ever begrudge having more silver. Our household's income consists solely of your salary. And with the children growing, the eldest soon to marry, the need for funds is ever present. Although we are not destitute, it would be beneficial to increase our income. Retaining those 36 individuals in the capital poses a danger to both them and us. Would it not be wiser to send them to Jiangnan? What are your thoughts, dear husband? Or do you believe I have overstepped my bounds? Chapter 99. The failed brainwashing. As Yi Peizhu spoke, she lowered her gaze, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. No, my dear, I do not think that at all. Vunk Yikang, distressed by his wife's sorrowful demeanor, hastily clarified, your actions are entirely justified. You have not acted without my consent. Let us proceed as you suggest, sending them to Jiangnan to assist us in earning money. However, dear wife, relying on them for our income may yield little. He proposed they brainstorm ways to enhance their revenue. Yi Peizhu raised her gaze to meet her husband's. Your Highness, but the emperor has explicitly stated that royal offspring are forbidden from earning money independently. What if the emperor discovers our actions? No matter, he replied. We shall proceed with caution. This matter requires careful deliberation. There is no rush. For now, we must focus on how to facilitate the departure of these 36 individuals from the capital. Wang Yikong and his wife conferred for a time and decided to transport the 36 individuals in several groups. That very evening, they sent off 10 of them. The following day, news of the fire that had occurred in the outskirts of the city spread throughout the capital. Had it merely been commoners who perished, the public might not have shown such concern. However, the victims were those who had previously suffered at the hands of Jiujiu, as well as those who had recently petitioned the emperor at the palace gates. Furthermore, traces of oil discovered around the vicinity confirmed that the fire was indeed an act of arson rather than an accident. The identity of the perpetrator became a matter of great intrigue. Some speculated it was the emperor, while others suggested it was the work of Jiang Zhaoyi's family. Those who suspected the old emperor were cautious and spoke only in whispers. Yet the matter did not linger long. On the same day, it was reported that prior to the fire, Jiang Fenghui, the prime minister's mother, had been seen near the site. The informant was promptly protected by government officials, who swiftly apprehended Jiang Fenghui. Do you know who my son is? How dare you arrest me? I demand to see my son. Have him come to rescue me. Jiang Fenghui shouted, insisting upon her innocence, but no one believed her. Evidence had surfaced, and her motive for arson was deemed credible. However, given her status as the prime minister's mother, the officials informed him of the situation. It was only during the morning court session that Leng Zhuaning learned of the discussions among his colleagues. Yet, he did not dwell on it, never suspecting any connection between the fire and his mother. Upon hearing the news, he was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, instructing the officials to handle the matter as they saw fit. He then addressed the populace, stating, as you all know, I have severed ties with my mother. Her actions are entirely her own and do not involve me. Rest assured, if she is indeed responsible for the fire, I will not shield her. Leng Zhuning's words, though seemingly callous, effectively distanced himself and his wife from the incident. After all, there were whispers in the capital suggesting that the arsonist was the prime minister's mother, while the instigator was, in fact, the prime minister himself. As this rumor circulated, curiosity arose. Why would the prime minister, who was already at odds with Jiang Zhao, wish to incinerate individuals who bore a grudge against her? It seemed illogical. Indeed, it made little sense. If this was truly the initiative of the prime minister's mother, or perhaps his uncle's doing, the motives would be clearer. You may not be aware, but the prime minister has recently grown quite close to Wang Yikong. A man in black attire interjected mysteriously. Onlookers drew nearer, intrigued. I am aware. I once saw the prime minister leaving Wang Yikang's residence. But what are you implying? Are you suggesting that Wang Yikong instigated the prime minister to commit arson, and the prime minister, in turn, directed his mother to do so? That seems far-fetched. The man in black shook his head. Surely you have not forgotten that Wang Yikang's family is at odds with Jiang Zhaoyi. Indeed, those commoners also bear a grudge against her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, Wang Yikong would have no reason to kill them. Exactly. The crowd echoed in agreement. The man in black clicked his tongue. You fail to grasp the nuances. Jiang Zhao, he has been dispatched to Jinshan Temple, making her return to the palace exceedingly unlikely. Her former allies, the Prime Minister and the Empress, are now distant, with the Prime Minister severing ties with his mother and no longer concerning himself with Jiang Zhao. It is his mother who remains sympathetic towards Jiang Zhao and willing to act on her behalf. Consider this. Even if the Prime Minister claims to have cut ties with his mother, should she later beseech him, threatening to take her own life unless he assists his cousin, would he truly stand by and let her perish? If his mother were to be executed due to the fire, then Jiang Zhao would indeed lose her last ally. So, who stands to gain from this situation? The words of the man in black resonated with the crowd, guiding their thoughts to the inevitable conclusion. The true beneficiary of these events was Wang Yikong. Precisely. He snapped his fingers. Thus, the ultimate victor in this affair is none other than Wang Yikong. As long as the mother of the chancellor is dealt with, Jiang Zhao will have no further means to confront the Wang Fu of Kong. The onlookers, engrossed in the unfolding drama, sensed something amiss, yet found the reasoning somewhat plausible. However, Kong Wang had been quite benevolent. He assisted many during the recent snow disaster, leading some to argue that he could not possibly harbor ulterior motives. Yet, should Kong Wang indeed possess such cunning, it would not be entirely out of the ordinary. Conversely, Jiang Zhao had audaciously dispatched assassins to target the sons of Kong Wang, resulting in injuries to several young gentlemen. Even if the fire incident were truly orchestrated by Kong Wang, it would be understandable. Who could stand idly by while their offspring were wronged, with the father remaining passive? Indeed, if the mastermind behind this incident were truly Kong Wang, then I would commend his actions. Kong Wang is a man of fortitude. Absolutely. Hush, everyone. Keep your voices down. What if this is not the doing of Kong Wang? If our words were to reach the wrong ears, we could be endangering him. Let us speak softly, dear friends. Our discussions today must remain confidential. Understood. Meanwhile, a man in black pondered. What has he been saying in vain? When did Kong Wang's stature rise so high in the eyes of the populace? The common folk were actually defending him. Departing the tea house, the man in black melded into the crowd. Yet, his earlier statements did not redirect the public discourse towards Kong Wang. Instead, they inadvertently enhanced his reputation, painting him as both benevolent and astute in the eyes of the people. In the imperial palace, the leader reported, "Old master." The situation unfolds thus. The commoners seem almost brainwashed by Kong Wang. No matter how I argue, they perceive no fault in him. If this continues, it will be impossible to attribute the fire incident to Kong Wang. Might the emperor hold me accountable? The man in black lamented. And pursing his lips, countered, the commoners are not brainwashed. They have benefited from Kong Wang and view him as a good man. And Wu, prepare for potential repercussions from the emperor. I shall intercede on your behalf to preserve your life. And Wu slumped his shoulders, questioning, if Kong Wang is indeed a virtuous man, why would the emperor target him? Do not discuss matters of the royal family, and Wu, depart now. I must report to the emperor, and he interjected with a placid tone. Understood. After Wu left, and he gazed out at the darkening sky before taking his leave. In the imperial study, the emperor's voice was laced with frost as he heard, Your Majesty. The mission has failed. My subordinates mingled with the populace, attempting to shift blame for the fire onto Kong Wang, but the people do not believe it. They do not consider the fire to be connected to the chancellor, leaning instead toward the notion that it was instigated by the chancellor's mother. And he knelt, reporting softly. The old emperor's face darkened, and he remarked coldly, I truly did not expect Kong Wang's status among the people to be so elevated. Thus, no matter how my subordinates frame the narrative, the populace refuses to believe Kong Wang is capable of such deeds. And Yi's explanation incited a derisive laugh from the emperor. So if a single incident can engender such gratitude from the people, Kong Wang is indeed remarkable. Are you certain that all the commoners targeted in the arson have perished? Since the last failed attempt to burn Kong Wang's sons, the emperor demanded clarity for each mission. Yes, I assure you. Very well, you may leave. Since this endeavor has failed, let the chancellor's mother bear the brunt of it. Furthermore, I shall refrain from punishing the agent for this failure. Instead, let him attempt to assassinate Kong Wang tonight to redeem himself. The old emperor nonchalantly rubbed his jade ring, as if commenting on the beauty of the moonlight. And he acquiesced, but hesitated to inquire, Your Majesty, should the assassination of Kong Wang succeed or fail? Despite the emperor having mentioned this several times, he had never clarified whether the intent was merely to injure Kong Wang or to kill him? The emperor, taken aback by the question, erupted into coarse laughter. "Ani, after all this time at my side, you still do not grasp my intentions? Are you planning to pass your name to another?" The emperor chuckled, yet his tone sent shivers down in Yi's spine. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I merely dared not presume to interpret your thoughts. That will suffice. Just ensure Gong Wang does not perish. You may leave." The emperor's tone shifted abruptly. Ani departed swiftly, relieved to escape, his back dampened with cold sweat. The emperor's temper was increasingly inscrutable. The following day, news of the assassination attempt on Gong Wang spread throughout the court. Gong Wang learned of the incident during morning court. Initially surprised, he had not anticipated an assassination attempt on Gong Wang, who, among the princes, was quite low profile, lacking both a powerful backing and the emperor's favor. As long as Gong Wang did not provoke anyone, he should not have been targeted. This suggested that Gong Wang had indeed been up to something clandestine. Gong Wang mused, intrigued as to who had orchestrated the attack on Gong Wang. That individual had indirectly aided him, for Gong Wang was also his adversary. Gong Wang was attacked? Jiujiu raised an eyebrow, equally taken aback. "Yes, it occurred last night. Gong Wang sustained injuries and was unable to attend court this morning. The assailant has done us a favor." Gong Wang cheerfully lifted his daughter from her small bed. "Did you miss your father, my dear?" Song Jiujiu pushed against her father's face, protesting, "No cuddling. Father, your beard prickles. Of course, you missed your father." Gong Wang answered himself, quite pleased. "Your Highness, with Gong Wang injured, should we not pay him a visit? Just the other day, I was discussing with Jinan about taking Jiujiu to visit Gong Wang Fei," Jiujiu suggested, seamlessly introducing her intentions. This reminded Gong Wang of their previous discussions regarding investigating Gong Wang Fei and Gong Wang's concubines. It had been several days without any news. Taking advantage of Gong Wang's recent misfortune could serve as an opportunity for inquiry. "Agreed. We shall visit together. I will see Gong Wang while you and the Chancellor's wife take Jiujiu to see Gong Wang Fei." The couple exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their understanding. Song Jiujiu, with her big round eyes, watched her parents communicate in riddles before puffing out her cheeks in indignation. "What riddle are you two playing at? If you have something to say, just say it. Is there something I cannot hear? I suspect you are merely going to observe the commotion at Wangfu. It is not a genuine visit to Gong Wang. When will we go to see the spectacle? I want to go too. It is quite amusing to think of that cunning Gong Wang being attacked. It feels like poetic justice. I have not seen my grandmother in ages. Why doesn't she come to see me? Mother does not even take me to visit the general's residence. Ah, how boring." Song Jiujiu muttered to herself, expressing her thoughts as her head rested on her father's reassuring chest, letting out a sigh of ennui. In Chapter 101, Gong Wang demonstrated unexpected capabilities. He exchanged knowing glances with Jiujiu, formulating a plan. Naturally, they were determined to fulfill their daughter's wishes. 2 days later, on Gong Wang's day of rest, he intended to take his wife, daughter, and the Chancellor's wife to visit Gong Wangfu. Coincidentally, the Prime Minister also arrived, and he followed them to the Gong Wang mansion. The Gong Wang, still recovering from his injuries, lay in bed as the Gong Wang and the Prime Minister went to visit him. Upon entering the room, Gong Wang was greeted by a strong aroma of medicine, and there lay the pale-faced Gong Wang on the bed. Gong Wang's expression was complex. Indeed, the Gong Wang had once been his cherished brother, but after the Gong Wang had sent people to burn his 2 sons and attempted to assassinate his wife and children, he was no longer his brother in spirit. However, it was not yet the time to sever their facade of familial ties. Even though he felt an urge to smile, he had to suppress it. "Fourth brother, how is your health? Were you injured? Were you able to capture the assassin?" Gong Wang inquired anxiously, holding the Gong Wang's hand as he sat beside the bed. The Gong Wang opened his eyes slightly to glance at Gong Wang and then at the Prime Minister, forcing a weak smile onto his pale face. As for the assassin, when he mentioned the word assassin, the Gong Wang looked at Gong Wang with an inscrutable expression. The assassin had escaped and left no trace behind. Gong Wang seemed to perceive hostility in the Gong Wang's gaze. Hostility? What did the Gong Wang's assassination have to do with him? It was not he who had sent someone to carry it out, was it? What a pity, fourth brother. Have you reported this matter to Father Emperor? Perhaps he could assist in uncovering the mastermind behind it. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the Gong Wang's gaze, Gong Wang spoke directly. The Gong Wang turned his head away, a faint smile on his lips as he replied. "There is no need for me to report this to Father Emperor. He must already be aware of my assassination attempt. But what of it? I am not favored by Father Emperor, and he would not aid me. Even if he truly sent someone to investigate, the identity of the murderer would likely put him in a difficult position. The Gong Wang's insinuation left both Kong Wang and the Prime Minister feeling uneasy. The Prime Minister, Ling Zhuning, sensed a shift in the atmosphere as he glanced between the two and sought to change the subject. Your Highness, you appear quite pale. Kong Wang, shall we take our leave and allow the Gong Wang to rest? Kong Wang was also eager to depart. The Gong Wang's gaze made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Very well, fourth brother, take good care of yourself. I will leave with the Prime Minister for now and visit you again when the opportunity arises. Both Kong Wang and the Gong Wang maintained a facade of cordiality, while inwardly they wished for each other's demise. After leaving the Gong Wang's quarters, Kong Wang and the Prime Minister went to the main hall to await their wives. Once they departed, the Gong Wang's expression darkened, filled with hatred that, if materialized, could pierce through countless doors and strike at Kong Wang's heart. But have you inquired about the spies placed in Kong Wang Mansion? What has transpired there recently? The Gong Wang asked in a low voice to the hidden guard within the room. A voice responded from the shadows. Your Highness, forgive me, but the spies have been purged by Kong Wang. I am currently seeking an opportunity to re-establish our presence in Kong Wang Mansion. All I know is that the matter concerning the Prime Minister's wife was exposed by Kong Wang and his wife, who were close friends with the Prime Minister's wife before their marriages. Thus, the relationship between Kong Wang Mansion and the Prime Minister's residence has grown quite close. The Gong Wang clenched his teeth, a glimmer of hatred in his eyes. The spies have been eliminated by Kong Wang. What a formidable Kong Wang. He now had the capability to even sway the Prime Minister to his side. Yet, Kong Wang continued to claim he was indifferent to power, wishing only for a simple life? Kong Wang was the one who wore a mask of sincerity while harboring deceit, adept at concealing his true intentions. Now he could even secretly dispatch assassins to attack him while feigning innocence. If that were the case, he need not be courteous to Kong Wang any longer. Meanwhile, the Gong Wang Fei was entertaining Kong Wang Fei and her daughter, along with the Prime Minister's wife, Lu Jianan, in her quarters. The Gong Wang Fei was rather fond of the soft, fragrant infant, unwilling to let go. Gong Wang Fei, I did not realize you had such an affinity for babies. You could have more children with the Gong Wang. You have only one son, and with so many concubines of the Gong Wang, it would be wise to have more children while you are still young to secure your position. After Yi Peizhu made this remark, she noticed the smile on the Gong Wang Fei's face momentarily freeze, followed by a gasp of apology. I am sorry, Gong Wang Fei, did I speak too directly? I simply noted how much you adore children and thought to voice it. The Gong Wang Fei forced a smile, saying, there is no need for you to apologize. Third sister-in-law, your words hold truth. It is not that I fear your judgment, but because the Gong Wang has too many concubines. He rarely stays in my quarters, let alone grant me the chance to conceive. On the night the Gong Wang was attacked, I was by his side with Aunt Jiang. But it was Aunt Jiang who first reacted and shielded him from an arrow. By the time I realized what was happening, the Gong Wang had already been struck. Because of this incident, the Gong Wang has favored Aunt Jiang even more and grown increasingly distant from me. I even offered to care for him, but he coldly rejected my proposal. As the Gong Wang Fei recounted her tale, tears began to flow. Yi Peizhu and Lu Jianan exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Yi Peizhu moved to sit beside the Gong Wang Fei, gently dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Do not cry. Blocking an arrow does not prove one's sincerity. You must have been terrified at that moment, which is why you could not react, correct? The Gong Wang Fei nodded vigorously through her tears, her voice hoarse. Yes, I was truly afraid. But now the Gong Wang's heart belongs solely to Aunt Jiang. Was Aunt Jiang favored by the Gong Wang before? Lu Jianan queried. Afterward, the Gong Wang took several more concubines and gradually grew cold towards Aunt Jiang. This time, since Aunt Jiang shielded him from the arrow, the Gong Wang has treated her even better. The Gong Wang Fei's sorrow deepened as she pondered. The infant in her arms, Song Jiujiu, blinked her large eyes in confusion. Aunt Jiang? Aunt Jiang blocked an arrow for the Gong Wang? This event never occurred in my past life. In my past life, the Gong Wang was only attacked a few times, and in the end, it was the Gong Wang Fei who shielded him, resulting in her own death. Subsequently, the Gong Wang elevated a concubine to the status of wife. What was her name again? Jiang Yingying? She also shares the surname Jiang. Could it be that the Aunt Jiang the Gong Wang Fei mentioned is indeed Jiang Yingying? Chapter 102. The legitimate son is not born of her. Is it because in this life the Gong Wang's assassination occurred earlier that the person blocking the arrow has changed? If Jiang Yingying shields the Gong Wang from an arrow and gains his favor, then when the Gong Wang discovers her true heritage, he is likely to elevate her to the status of his legitimate wife. However, since the original Gong Wang, Fei did not die while blocking the arrow as she did in my past life, leaving room for Jiang Yingying to take the position of wife, how will events unfold in this life? Song Jiujing's curiosity led her to gaze intently at the tearful Gong Wang Fei. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Yi Peiju's eyelids twitched, as a faint conjecture began to form in her mind. However, she was uncertain whether this hypothesis would prove true and resolved to investigate further. Fourth sister-in-law, did you not also mention that the Gong Wang's affection for Aunt Jiang was not everlasting? This time, it was merely a coincidence that Aunt Jiang shielded the Gong Wang from an arrow, allowing her to regain his favor. But whether such affection will endure remains uncertain. So you need not worry. By the way, have the assassins who attempted to kill the Gong Wang been captured? Do we know who sent them? Yi Peizhu skillfully redirected the conversation. The Gong Wang Fei shook her head. No, they escaped. However, it seems that the assassin left something behind when fleeing. When the Gong Wang saw it, his expression turned dark, suggesting he must know who the mastermind is. Did the Gong Wang reveal the identity of the mastermind to you? Lu Jianan could not help but inquire. The Gong Wang Fei continued to shake her head. No, the Gong Wang does not even wish to see me, let alone share such matters. Yi Peizhu gently patted the arm of the princess consort of Gong Wang, suggesting that perhaps Gong Wang did not wish to cause her concern. Now that he was aware of the true instigator behind the scenes, if he were to inform the emperor, there was a chance the emperor could assist in apprehending the mastermind, alleviating their fears of potential assassins lurking in the shadows. The princess consort of Gong Wang softly lowered her head and remarked that the prince had declared he would not disclose the identity of the assassin to the emperor. Yi Peizhu's eyes flickered with curiosity. Had Gong Wang confided in her? If he chose not to inform the emperor, was he planning to seek retribution on his own? However, was he not injured? To speak bluntly, what if, before Gong Wang's wound healed, the instigator sent another assassin to eliminate him? The princess consort revealed that she had overheard the prince conversing with his bodyguard, wherein the prince asserted that even if he divulged the identity of the culprit to the emperor would not intervene in the matter. It would be better for him to find a solution independently. After speaking, the princess consort bit her lip, casting a glance of unease at Yi Peizhu and Lu Jianan. San Jiao saw, Madam Prime Minister, can you keep what I just said confidential? After all, I overheard it and do not wish for the prince to discover that I was eavesdropping. Otherwise, he will surely distance himself from me even more. Of course, we shall keep it a secret. Rest assured, Yi Peizhu and Lu Jianan assured her before shifting the conversation to other matters. After a while, Yi Peizhu, holding her daughter, intended to take her leave with Lu Jianan. Princess consort, you're always welcome to visit and play with Jiujiu when you have some leisure time. Yi Peizhu extended her invitation, to which the princess consort, reluctantly holding onto the tiny hand of her little darling, nodded eagerly. Certainly, I shall make sure to come. The hour was still not too late, as Wang Kong had gone to study while Lu Jianan remained in the inner chamber, accompanying Yi Peizhu and the little darling. Lu Jianan emerged from the Gong Wang residence with an expression that clearly suggested she had something on her mind. After soothing her daughter to sleep, Yi Peizhu could not resist inquiring, Jianan, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to share? Lu Jianan pressed her lips together, her gaunt face revealing a hint of hesitation. Peizhu, I have heard something regarding the Gong Wang residence, but I'm uncertain whether I should share it with you. Moreover, I am not entirely convinced of the veracity of what I heard. It is fine. Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for us to hold back with each other. Yi Peizhu encouraged, prompting Lu Jianan to nod and continue. I have heard that the child of the princess consort is not actually hers, but rather the son of one of Gong Wang's concubines. Due to the princess consort's inability to bear children, Gong Wang had his concubine become pregnant, thus elevating the illegitimate son to the status of a legitimate heir. During the time when the princess consort was pregnant, no one saw her, and afterwards, Gong Wang publicly announced that she had given birth to a legitimate son. Upon hearing this, Yi Peizhu was momentarily taken aback. Coupled with the princess consort's earlier demeanor in front of Jiujiu and her peculiar expressions when mentioning Gong Wang's legitimate son, it seemed Jianan's rumors might indeed hold truth. But why is the princess consort unable to bear children? Do you know the reason? Lu Jianan nodded, admitting she had heard about it. I have been curious about this matter since I have not conceived myself. I felt a sense of sympathy towards her plight, so I inquired further. I heard that during the year the princess consort married Gong Wang, they went horseback riding, and there was an incident where the horse was startled, causing the princess consort to be thrown off. Her abdomen struck the ground forcefully, and later, the doctor discovered that she was congenitally unable to bear children. Yi Peizhu furrowed her brow slightly, realizing it was not merely the injury that rendered the princess consort infertile. Rather, it was a congenital condition. Indeed, it can be said that it was precisely due to that injury that her congenital insufficiency was diagnosed. Yi Peizhu felt a sense of unease. How could such a coincidental occurrence transpire? Lu Jianan observed her friend's serious demeanor, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Peizhu, perhaps these tales are mere fabrications from the mouths of others. Do not take them to heart. Consider them just stories. I truly did not perceive these matters as mere fables. My intuition suggests they may indeed be true. Jianan, where did you hear these things? Have you shared them with anyone else? Rest assured, Peizhu, I have not spoken of this to anyone else, not even to the Prime Minister. I have only confided in you. Years ago, I was approached by a beggar at the street corner in the capital. He claimed to be starving and asked for food, promising to divulge a secret in exchange. Assuming I would not learn anything significant from a beggar, I bought him 2 buns out of kindness. And he shared this information with me. After hearing it, I remarked on his audacity to concoct such tales about a prince. He claimed to have served in the Gong Wang residence and insisted that what he spoke was true, but then he quickly retracted it, saying he was merely joking. Later, I never encountered that beggar again at that street corner, and I had not given his words much thought until tonight when I met the princess consort, which suddenly reminded me of the stories I had once heard. Lu Jianan's words prompted Yi Peizhu to recall something, her expression growing increasingly complex. So, if he had indeed served in the Gong Wang residence, how could he have fallen to the level of a beggar? Perhaps he fabricated this tale to secure a meal. Lu Jianan also began to feel fatigued and exchanged a few words with Yi Peizhu before departing from Qingzhou courtyard. Madam? Madam? Yi Peizhu placed her hand over her heart. Wang Kong sat beside her, looking dejected, with a somewhat jealous tone. My lady, what are you pondering so deeply? Yi Peizhu's expression was conflicted as she replied, My lord. Do you recall a certain day, several years ago, when Gong Wang was supposed to dine at our residence, but did not arrive? Later, I asked you why he failed to come, and you mentioned that he was preoccupied with dealing with a servant in his household. Do you still remember this incident? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kong confirmed, indeed, there was such an occurrence. It was because that servant had stolen something of great importance to Gong Wang. After recovering the item, Gong Wang had the servant beaten, resulting in his death on the spot, after which he was discarded from the Gong Wang residence. My lady, what is it? Why do you bring up this matter now? My lord, I have just heard something from Jianan that you ought to consider. Yi Peizhu proceeded to recount all that Lu Jianan had shared regarding the Gong Wang residence. Do you believe that the beggar Jianan spoke of could be the same servant who was beaten to death and then discarded by Gong Wang? Though he was said to have been killed on the spot, it is possible he was merely pretending. Should we not send someone to search for him? He may possess knowledge of the Gong Wang residence's secrets, and it is possible he was not executed for theft, but rather for knowing too much. If we can locate him, we might uncover further insights into the matters of the Gong Wang residence. If Gong Wang dares to assassinate our child, possessing leverage over his secrets could serve 2 purposes. 1, we could use it to coerce him, and 2, we could strike a decisive blow against him. My lord, I understand your reluctance, but Gong Wang has become our adversary. It is either his demise or ours. Yi Peizhu paused, rising quietly to approach the small bed and glance at her slumbering daughter before softly sharing her daughter's sentiments from within the Gong Wang residence with Wang Kong. My lord, this time, every circumstance is advantageous for us. We cannot afford to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The weight of Yi Peizhu's words left Wang Kong momentarily bewildered as he took time to process the implications, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness and resolve. Very well, since the heavens have presented this opportunity before us, if I do not seize it, it is likely that Gong Wang will be the first to strike. This evening at the Gong Wang Fu, the hostility in Gong Wang's eyes towards his husband was glaringly apparent. That gaze resembled an accusation, as if his husband had sent someone to assassinate him. Before their relationship completely deteriorated, it was imperative for us to act preemptively. The words of Wang Kong sparked a moment of inspiration in Yi Peizhu's mind, yet that spark vanished almost immediately, leaving her momentarily bewildered. As the couple deliberated, a guard approached with a report. Coincidentally, the news pertained to the affairs of Gong Wang Fu. Your Highness and Madam, Our investigation has revealed that the relationship between Gong Wang's legitimate son and Gong Wang Fei is rather strained. Conversely, he shares a commendable rapport with one of Gong Wang's concubines. Among Gong Wang's concubines, the only one who is a solitary maiden is Jiang Yinging, whom Gong Wang brought from a remote area to the capital. Furthermore, during the assassination attempt on Gong Wang, Jiang Yinging shielded him from an arrow. Exchanging glances with Wang Kong, Yi Peizhu spoke, "Let us further investigate Jiang Yingying's origins and determine which concubine has the closest relationship with Gong Wang's legitimate son. Additionally, we must ascertain the fate of the servant who was beaten to death and discarded from the estate years ago for stealing from Gong Wang." Indeed, Wang Kong added, "We must find a way to implant spies within Gong Wang Fu." The guard acknowledged the orders and departed. Wang Kong turned, colliding with the appreciative gaze of his wife, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he coughed softly into his hand. "Why do you gaze at me so, my dear?" he inquired. "I am merely gratified, sensing that my husband is indeed growing." Wang Kong understood his wife's sentiment. He grasped her delicate hand and sighed, "My dear, I shall continue to grow. I have vowed to protect our family in this lifetime. Indeed, I believe in you." The arson incident that transpired outside the capital has reached a conclusion. Jiang Fenghui's motives for the arson were substantiated. She sought vengeance for her niece, leading her to harbor murderous intentions against several innocent townsfolk. On the night when the houses were engulfed in flames, she was spotted in the alleys of the outer city by witnesses. Moreover, an excessive amount of oil, far beyond the consumable limit, was discovered at her temporary residence. The evidence unequivocally pointed to Jiang Fenghui as the arsonist. As justice demands, Jiang Fenghui was sentenced to execution. She steadfastly denied her culpability, incessantly clamoring to see her son, pleading for his intervention. However, Prime Minister Leng Juning publicly declared that he would not intervene in Jiang Fenghui's case. Consequently, she was unable to meet him again until the eve of her execution. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, an Yi was confirming matters with the old emperor. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to execute the Prime Minister's mother?" The old emperor cast a sidelong glance at the bowed knee. "What? Do you think my words are mere jest?" "Forgive me, Your Majesty. It was audacious of me to speculate on your thoughts. Please pardon my boldness." And he immediately knelt. The old emperor let out a cold snort. "This time, you dare to presume my thoughts. If the Prime Minister's mother dies, so be it. Even if she were to remain alive, she would be of no use as a pawn. I am quite surprised by the Prime Minister's resoluteness. I expected him to plead with me for mercy. How dull. Your Majesty, forgive me. How fares Gong Wang? He must be quite astonished by the surprise I have prepared for him." He believed himself to be close with Wang Kong. Yet that very brother has plunged a dagger into his back. How amusing. I can hardly wait to see which of them will ultimately become my next piece on the chessboard. Chapter 104. The failure of slander. The old emperor's laughter was coarse and jarring, and his words sent shivers down the spine. Eunuch Fuqian endeavored to diminish his presence. If the emperor could turn against his own son, what would happen if he were to fall out of favor with the old eunuch? Truly, serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. Had he known this, he would not have striven so diligently to rise from a mere eunuch to the position of chief eunuch. Tears streamed down Fuqian's heart, his countenance betraying trepidation. And he knelt before the old emperor, awaiting the cessation of his laughter to speak. The old emperor scoffed, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his robes, as per his usual routine, and consumed a small black pill. With the old emperor's approval, Jiang Fenghui was executed a few days later. Concurrently, Jiang Daong, her brother, arrived at Wang Kong Fu with a group of followers. "Come, everyone. The Wang family abuses their royal status to incite discord between my sister and her son. My sister has also fallen victim to Wang Kong's schemes. He aims to bring ruin upon our entire family." Jiang Daong, having lost his sister as a shield, thrust his wife forward, urging her to vocally denounce the situation. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this couple was the maternal uncle and aunt of the Prime Minister. As they listened to Jiang Daong's wife's outcry, the onlookers found the situation rather intriguing. Could it be that the Wang family would resort to such treachery? The crowd soon encircled the entrance of Wang Kong Fu, awaiting an explanation from the couple. The commotion outside naturally reached Wang Kong Fu. However, Wang Kong was absent, leaving Yi Peizhu to address the matter. Lu Jinan, having heard of the unfolding events, felt remorseful. "Peizhu, I apologize. I thought that once Jiang Fenghui was gone, no further issues would arise. I did not foresee Jiang Daong arriving here and dragging you into this. I shall confront him and clarify the situation." Do not worry. I will ensure that Jiang Dayong's slander does not tarnish the reputation of Wang Kongfu. With that, Lu Jianan rushed to exit, but Yi Peizhu swiftly grasped her arm. Jianan, please wait. Do not rush. I've already sent someone to the palace to inform His Highness and the Prime Minister. Since the individuals outside are the Prime Minister's relatives, it is best for him to intervene. Let us monitor the situation for now. Lu Jianan bit her lip and nodded. The noise outside continued, as Jiang Daong and his wife made unfounded accusations against Wang Kong. As they spoke, the crowd began to perceive a sense of familiarity in their words. Indeed, this sounds oddly familiar. Are you not the maternal uncle and aunt of the Prime Minister? Are you aware that slandering members of the royal family can lead to severe consequences? The remarks from the surrounding crowd sent a chill down Jiang Daong and his wife's spines. Nonetheless, buoyed by the individuals who had incited them to come here, they straightened their backs, emboldened. We are merely stating the truth. The fact that Wang Kong has not shown himself speaks volumes about his guilt. Who said that I am guilty? Wang Kang's voice suddenly rang out, laced with an air of authority, compelling the gathered crowd to kneel in respect as he descended from his carriage, clad in official robes. The Prime Minister followed suit, and the two approached Jiang Daong and his wife with an imposing demeanor. Is it you two who are spreading rumors that I have driven the Prime Minister's family to ruin? Jiang Daong, emboldened in his own territory, quivered under Wang Kang's icy gaze, stammering incoherently. Your Highness, it is indeed them. The common folk can attest to this. Indeed, Your Highness and Prime Minister, these two claimed. Enthusiastic bystanders echoed the slanderous statements made by Jiang Daong and his wife. The arrogance Jiang Daong had displayed moments ago had now transformed into abject cowardice. Uncle, I respect you as my uncle, yet you have never regarded me as your nephew. You incited my mother to harm my wife, wishing to extinguish the lineage of the Lung family. Moreover, for the sake of your own daughter, you urge my mother to set fire to the innocent townsfolk. Do you think your actions are concealed from prying eyes? Heaven is watching. Sooner or later, you will face retribution. Prime Minister Lung Zhuaning's admonishment rang clear, his voice echoing for all to hear. The crowd erupted in murmurs, recalling the previous rumors surrounding the Prime Minister's household. Jiang Daong, flustered, stammered, I did not. You are lying. Those deeds were committed by your mother. They have nothing to do with me. Did not respond to him, but instead clasped his hands toward Wang Yi, inquiring if he might borrow his guards for a moment. Of course, come forth, commanded Wang Yi, and the gates of the swung open, revealing a dozen guards. I must trouble you all to escort these two to the magistrate. I suspect they may be connected to the previous arson case. Upon uttering these words, signaled the guards, who promptly shackled and his wife, escorting them away. I am innocent. I have done nothing, protested, but soon the guards silenced him with a cloth stuffed into his mouth. Turned to the gathered crowd, bowing slightly. Esteemed citizens, I take this opportunity to clarify that every word uttered by just now is a falsehood. Wang Yi and Wang Fei are benefactors to both myself and my wife. I kindly request that if you hear any rumors regarding this matter in the future, you might defend our honor. The courteous demeanor of the Prime Minister endeared him to most of the onlookers. Rest assured, we believe you and Wang Yi are good people. A citizen shouted. Indeed, Wang Yi is a good man. We shall not believe such slander. After observing the crowd depart, Wang Yi exchanged a glance with the Prime Minister as they made their way back into the... Do you realize the implications of the words you spoke in public just now? Wang Yi inquired quietly, glancing at his wife and the Prime Minister's wife as they approached. Smiled knowingly. Naturally, from now on, I shall be a person of your court, my lord. Are you both unharmed? Asked, and as they hurried over. My lady, I am well, replied Wang Yi. I too am unharmed. Bit her lip and bowed to Wang Yi. My lord, I apologize for the trouble caused. There is no need for apologies. It is unjust for the innocent to bear the burdens of the wicked, Wang Yi replied with a smile, turning his gaze to. I wonder how you plan to deal with that couple. The arson case is now concluded, and it is unlikely any connection can be established. They could very well be released tonight. Nodded. I shall send someone to ensure they are taken far away. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Prime Minister. As evening fell, as Wang Yi had predicted, and his wife were released by the authorities, emissaries swiftly led the couple out of the capital, ensuring they would never set foot in the city again. Meanwhile, within the frustration boiled over. Incompetent fools. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. Bellowed, shattering a teacup against the floor. His chest heaved in anger. It seemed the Prime Minister had truly allied with Wang Yi. His shadowy subordinate remained silent until had vented his ire. "My lord, the Prime Minister has already sent and his wife away from the capital. We must devise another plan. Of course, I am aware we need a new strategy, but I require a scheme that will firmly place Wang Yi beneath my heel, one from which he can never rise to oppose me. Not this ineffectual method that poses no threat to him." Gritted his teeth, his fury rendering him momentarily dizzy. The subordinate bowed his head. "Forgive me, my lord, I am but a simple servant." After a moment's respite, recalled a pertinent detail. "I remember that the illegitimate son of the Minister of Rights is a close friend of Wang Yi's fifth son?" "Yes, they are inseparable and share a strong bond." The subordinate confirmed, narrowed his eyes. "Inform the Minister of Rights to seek an opportunity to meet with me tomorrow evening." Understood. The following night, the Minister of Rights entered discreetly through the back door. Familiar with the layout, he arrived at S chamber and gently knocked. "My lord, I have arrived." Come. Upon entering and closing the door, the minister bowed to the reclining and took a seat at the table. "I have heard that your son is friends with Wang Yi's fifth son?" Inquired cryptically, propping himself up on the bed. "Yes. My son shares a close friendship with the fifth young master of the. If I were to ask him to undertake actions detrimental to the, he would likely refuse." The minister's response hinted at his growing suspicions. "If you wish, I could ask my legitimate son to carry out such tasks. Unlike my illegitimate son, does not hold any fondness for the fifth young master." Raised an eyebrow. "Then this task shall fall to your legitimate son. Ensure he takes this item and buries it within the confines of the." As he spoke, produced a small locked black wooden box from beside his pillow. The minister approached, accepting the box with both hands. "Rest assured, I shall ensure my son accomplishes this task." "What is the purpose of summoning your son?" Who was 2 years older than, bore a closer resemblance to his father than his younger brother. This was one of the reasons the minister favored his legitimate son. "How has your relationship with fared lately?" The minister lightly tapped the lid of the box with his finger, his voice measured. At the mere mention of, a flicker of annoyance crossed S features. "Father, I am making efforts to mend our relationship. However, seems to harbor significant hostility towards me, deliberately distancing himself both at home and at the academy." "I see. I shall not hide this from you. Our family needs to strengthen our ties with the. Although your brother has a good rapport with the fifth young master, he bears grievances due to past mistreatment. We must utilize the fifth young master to bridge the gap. Thus, I hope you can find a way to foster a good relationship with and the fifth young master. If you could accompany to visit the fifth young master at the, that would be ideal." After concluding his remarks, the minister tapped the black wooden box's lid once more. "At that time, take this box and bury it in the courtyard without being discovered." A slight frown creased S' brow as his gaze fell upon the ominous-looking box. "Father, you wish to improve relations with the. You ask me to bury this within their premises? What if it is discovered by someone from the." Though still young, was cautious, unwilling to act unless he was assured of a safe retreat. The minister regarded his legitimate son with admiration. "You truly are my son. Fear not. I would not endanger you. Simply ensure you bury this black wooden box without arousing suspicion. The rest shall be my concern. Even if they do discover it later, it will no longer be our family's affair." The minister's words bore a weighty significance that partially grasped. Yet he understood that this task was solely his to undertake. It was a task that could not fulfill. After failing to engage for the third time, fell into deep contemplation. He and did not share the same class, as making communication with her quite difficult. Moreover, due to S' influence, mostly ignored him. To successfully visit the alongside or to go together with, and was no simple feat. What was to be done then? 2 hours later, S. drenched and shivering, sneezed twice in quick succession. Stood before him, holding a nearly empty wooden bucket. A look of remorse etched across his face. "Young Master Essing, I apologize. It was not my intention. I merely sought to water the garden, unaware that you would arrive just at that moment, resulting in the entire bucket being splashed upon you." Despite his words of unintentionality, a glimmer of delight flickered in D.'s eyes as he observed S.'s incessant sneezing. Chapter 106. At least it proves he did not choose the wrong side. Jiujiu stood beside S.', his youthful visage clouded with anger. "Are you blind?" The words emerged from Jiujiu's clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled, radiating a fury that suggested he might pounce on D.'n at any moment. D.'n narrowed his eyes in disapproval, addressing Jiujiu. "I am your elder brother. Is this how you speak to me?" I have already apologized to young Master Sing, who bore no grievance. What more do you wish to say? Di Ingzhu, grinding his teeth in frustration, appeared ready to charge at Di Ingln, only to be restrained by Singln. Zhu, calm yourself. I am unhurt, and Di Ingln has already offered his apologies. After soothing Di Ingzhu, Singln nodded to Di Ingln and led Di Ingzhu away. Watching their departing figures, Di Ingln was consumed by jealousy. Singln changed into clean garments in the temporary dormitory for scholars, yet the winter chill, combined with the bucket of cold water he had been doused with, left him quite frozen. He sneezed repeatedly, his nose running from the cold. Upon his emergence in fresh attire, Di Ingzhu promptly presented him with a cup of hot ginger tea. After sipping a few mouthfuls, warmth spread through him. Thank you, Zhu. Di Ingzhu maintained a stern countenance, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated remorse. I am sorry, Al. Di Ingln, and surely acted thus because of me. Singln patted Di Ingzhu's arm, his tone buoyant. Do not dwell on it. Perhaps he truly did not mean any harm. I am fine, and please do not confront Di Ingln on my account. Your standing within the Di Ing family has improved. Do not let our situation complicate matters further. Singln's comforting words only deepened Di Ingzhu's guilt. Al was exceptionally kind, even forgiving his own past transgressions against him. This time, Al similarly pardoned Di Ingln. After catching a chill at the Guzi Su during the day, Singln succumbed to a fever that night and was compelled to take a leave of absence to recuperate at home. Upon hearing of this, Di Ingln brought along the enigmatic black box he had struggled to open, intending to visit Singln at the K and W Ing F. By chance, he encountered Di Ingzhu at the entrance. Having just exited the K and W Ing F, Di Ingzhu felt an invisible prickliness as he spotted Di Ingln. What brings you here? Di Ingln pursed his lips, his expression laden with guilt. I came to see young Master Sing. After all, if I had not accidentally splashed water on him yesterday, he would not have fallen ill. Zhu, you have seen young Master Sing, have you not? How is he? Di Ingzhu regardait Di Ingzhu et nez hypocritical, demi-honneur, oui scepticisme. For it was evident that only those of superior status could compel Di Ingln to bow his head. With an icy demeanor, Di Ingzhu retorted sharply. Because of you, Al is unwell. As he spoke, Di Ingln attempted to enter the K and W Ing F, prompting Di Ingzhu to follow suit after a moment's contemplation. Di Ingln, puzzled, inquired Zhu, to prevent you from harming Al. I shall keep watch over you. Di Ingzhu openly expressed his distrust of Di Ingln. The two brothers remained at the K and W Ing F for nearly an hour before departing. Meanwhile, Di Ingln was curious about the contents of the box. The Minister of Rites smiled without revealing any information, as he too was unaware of its contents. However, he was certain that whatever lay within was no good. Should the plan of the K Ing W Ing succeed, it would at least prove that he had not chosen the wrong side. As the year-end approached, the K and W Ing F was adorned with festive decorations, with red lanterns cheerfully hanging beneath the eaves along the corridors. YP is occasionally emerged from the house with her daughter to admire the red lanterns. Singgg, growing plumper by the day, sported a fair and tender little face with bright, sparkling eyes that glimmered with intelligence. YP is delighted in dressing Singgg in a red jacket, which, against her fair complexion and chubby figure, transformed her into a festive child depicted in traditional paintings, joyful and adorable. My precious little darling is simply adorable, YP is exclaimed, unable to resist kissing her daughter's smooth cheeks. Singgg giggled joyfully in response. Hey mama, you are beautiful. When shall we visit grandmother and cousin? Singgg clung to her mother's neck, wishing her mother could discern her thoughts. Perhaps leading to a visit with her grandmother. Listening to her daughter's heartfelt wishes, YP began to formulate a plan. Just then, Chi Yn entered to announce, Your Highness, the old lady Y and the third young master have arrived. Chi Yn was equally elated, having grown up in the Y household. Singgg beamed with surprise, her wishes coming to fruition. Good, quickly let them in. Ipeithio ifeli instructive. Then retreated into the house to have some tea and snacks prepared. YFNGSH had stayed outside to ward off the chill before entering the inner chamber. YP is, I have come. Little GG, do you miss your grandmother? YFNGSH entered with a hearty laugh, foregoing any formalities. Mother, you have arrived. I was just thinking of visiting the general's residence to see you, YP is replied, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she handed her daughter over to YFNGSH. Grandmother has finally come. I miss you so much. SNGG exclaimed. Her small face lit up with joy. YFNGSH's heart swelled with warmth as she embraced her granddaughter. Indeed, we share a bond. GG misses grandmother, does she not? And grandmother longs for her as well. You are growing more beautiful and adorable. The sound at the door caught YP's attention, and she turned to see the somewhat shy and awkward YSHL. Suddenly recalling Chi Yin's earlier mention of the third young master, she welcomed him. LR, come in. YSHL approached with his head down, hesitantly offering a bow. Your Highness. YP is chuckled. LR, I am your sister. There is no need for such formality. Come, see your niece. You have yet to meet her, I believe. Today, hearing that I would be a KNWF, LR boldly expressed his desire to meet his little niece, so I brought him along. YFNGSH explained with a bright laugh. Chapter 107. He is her son. YFNGSH laughed heartily and, observing YSHL's hesitant demeanor, approach him while holding SNGG. Would you like to hold your niece? If so, extend your hands. Understanding her son's timid nature, YFNGSH knew it was futile to expect him to take the initiative. The sweet scent of milk wafted into YSHL's nostrils, causing him to freeze in place. And mother, how do I hold my niece? YFNGSH, in exasperation, guided him until he finally managed to hold the little bundle securely. YSHL remained rigid, his arms frozen in position, too anxious to move or speak. SNGG gazed up at YSHL with her bright, sparkling eyes, her small mouth curling into a cheerful smile. Uncle, I finally get to see you. It's a pity that in my past life, I did not know that YSHXN was not grandmother's biological son until the incident that caused her illness and eventual passing. Who could have anticipated that the illegitimate son would turn out to be the legitimate heir, while the legitimate heir would be revealed as the illegitimate one? Alas, my dear uncle lived a solitary and wretched life in his previous existence, unaware of his true lineage until his demise. Everything that rightfully belonged to my uncle was usurped by that impostor, Jiujiu. Rest assured, dear uncle, once I can articulate my thoughts, I shall certainly inform my parents and grandmother of your true identity as the legitimate heir of the general's residence, the beloved son of my grandmother, my mother's dear brother, and my cherished uncle. That scoundrel Jiujiu should be cast aside. In his past life, my grandmother was so distressed by him that her health deteriorated, and my grandfather's reputation was tarnished beyond repair. If I could ensure that this villainous Jiujiu is eliminated in this life, then perhaps the misfortunes of the past would never have transpired. Fear not, dear uncle, for I shall protect you. SNGG made this solemn vow in her heart, determinedly clenching her tiny fist. Upon hearing SNGG's thoughts, Yi Peizhu, Yi Fengshi, and Yi Shuli were rendered speechless. Yi Shuli's expression was already frozen, and now remained unchanged, mirroring his previous demeanor. Yi Fengshi and her daughter, Yi Peizhu, were astonished yet strove to maintain their composure. Each of the three present believed themselves to be the sole recipients of SNGG's innermost sentiments, compelling them to suppress their expressions and emotions. Yi Fengshi was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, reflecting on the countless possibilities regarding the whereabouts of her true son. Little did she realize that her youngest son had been living under the same roof all along. In the past, her interactions with Yi Shuli were minimal, as she regarded him merely as an illegitimate child, devoid of any deeper feelings. However, since Yi Shuli had moved out of Lunyang's courtyard, he often approached her, appearing somewhat lost, yet she found herself increasingly fond of him. At times, gazing at his frail form stirred within her a sense of compassion. She thought it strange that she could feel such tenderness towards an illegitimate son. Could it be that Yi Shuli was indeed her true son? A wave of pain surged through Yi Fengshi's heart as she recalled the injustices Yi Shuli had suffered, igniting a fierce desire to eliminate Lunyang. How audacious of Lunyang to dare to switch her son. This implied that Yi Shushuan was indeed Lunyang's offspring. Yet, it remained unclear whether the idea of the switch originated solely from Lunyang, or if the general had a hand in it as well. Yi Shuli was equally agitated. Had he just heard his little niece's thoughts? She spoke of the past life and revealed his true identity. He was not an illegitimate child, but rather a legitimate son. the biological offspring of the mistress. Regarding Yi Peiju, she was taken aback as well, but upon reflecting on the sordid affairs of the inner residence, it became apparent that such switches between legitimate and illegitimate heirs were not unheard of in other households. Yet, she never anticipated that this truth could elude even the hidden guard's investigations. Was it truly feasible for a mere concubine like Lun Yang to execute such a scheme without leaving a trace? My uncle's hand is so hard and uncomfortable. I don't want my uncle to hold me anymore. Ji cried out, shattering the silence that had enveloped the room. Why is Jiujiu crying? Did your uncle hurt you by holding you improperly? Or are you hungry? Jiujiu, come, let grandmother hold you. Grandmother is fragrant and soft. I want to cuddle. Ji giggled, her small hand caressing her grandmother's cheek. At this moment, she was quite content, having reunited with her grandmother and finally meeting her uncle. Unbeknownst to her, the shock she had instigated with her earlier thoughts had left a profound impact on the three present. Yi Fengshi struggled to suppress her emotions and turned to her daughter to discuss serious matters. Yi Peiju was momentarily taken aback by the conversation. However, a sudden disturbance arose in the border regions, complicating matters. By the time they resolved these issues, the new year would have long passed. Your father, who once yearned for a daughter, was overjoyed upon your arrival. Once you marry and bear 5 sons, he will once again long for a delightful granddaughter. Yi Peiju's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Despite her father's high rank as a general, he could not fulfill such a simple wish. Peiju, do not dwell on such thoughts. Your father is growing older and will inevitably retire to his hometown. Should we still be in the capital at that time, we will frequently visit you. Listening to her grandmother's words, Ji sighed inwardly. If only grandfather could retire smoothly. Yet I fear the old emperor may not wish for it, and might even create obstacles to ensnare grandfather in trouble. I hope I am merely overthinking. But in my past life, grandfather indeed fell in battle. I wonder if things will change in this life. If given the opportunity, I would like to visit the border. I recall there were spies in grandfather's army. If I could assist in exposing the spies, perhaps I could alter grandfather's fate from his previous life. Nevertheless, there is still time. Once I can speak, I shall surely reveal to grandmother the truth about my uncle's lineage. My uncle has suffered too much. What kind of life has he endured for over a decade? That Lun Yang is no good. She could not have dared to switch the legitimate and illegitimate heirs on her own. Once I grow up, I shall expose the wicked. Ji resolutely clenched her tiny fist, her chubby face radiating determination. Soon after, she yawned. I'm tired. I shouldn't think too much. Time for sleep. With that, she nestled her small face against her grandmother's embrace and drifted off to slumber. Yi Fengshi observed her granddaughter's peaceful visage, her gaze filled with complexity as she gently placed her in a small bed and tucked her in. Taking her daughter's hand, Yi Fengshi whispered, "It is well not to overthink. Regardless of what happens, as long as your father and I can assist, do inform us, understood?" After exchanging a few more words, Yi Fengshi prepared to leave with Yi Shuli. Yi Peiju accompanied them to the door, her eyes welling with tears as she gazed at her frail brother, whom she had only just discovered. "Lear, you are still growing. Make sure to eat well, understood? If you wish to visit your niece, you are always welcome without worry." Yi Shuli's throat tightened. He bit down hard, nodding vigorously without uttering a word, fearful that speaking would betray his emotions. The fact that he could hear his niece's thoughts was a secret, and so was his identity. He vowed to keep these secrets safe until the opportune moment to reveal them. Knowing that his beloved mistress and rightful sister are his biological mother, and his sister fills him with joy, even if the truth of his identity remains hidden forever. The mere chance to be by his mother's side and occasionally see his sister and little niece is enough. His aspirations are modest. He hopes that heaven would grant him this one wish. "Mother, your son takes his leave." Yet Yi Fengshi called him back, her voice calm, her expression unchanged. "Come inside. I have matters to discuss." Yi Shuli complied, lowering his head as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Yi Fengshi remained silent, instead signaling to the hidden guard, Yi, who stealthily appeared behind Yi Shuli and swiftly struck him unconscious. Yi Fengshi's brow furrowed in alarm as she rushed to support the fainted Yi Shuli. I instructed you to merely put him to sleep, not to knock him out so roughly." Tenderly caressing Yi Shuli's still gaunt cheek, she shot a disapproving glare at Yi. Yi scratched his head, "Madam. I believe it would be prudent for me to incapacitate the third young master, as you instructed me to do with the young master previously. But how can that be the same? Yi Shu-sun is not my biological son. I have no affection for him. Yi, fetch a basin of clean water. Just as before, Yi Fengshi's command led Yi to a conjecture, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. He hastily brought the water, prepared the dagger, and instructed the other shadow guards to stand vigilant outside, ensuring no one could enter. Yi Fengshi, as was her custom, drew blood from herself and Yi Shu Li. Watching as 2 drops fell onto the water's surface, merging into one. Unable to contain her tears, she meticulously traced the features of Yi Shu Li. His appearance bore no resemblance to the general or herself, which explained why she had never doubted that Li Er could be her true son. Fortunately, she had finally discerned that Li Er was indeed her biological child. It was not too late. Yi, witnessing the blood merging, was equally astonished. He had investigated the events surrounding the day of the madam's childbirth, yet had uncovered no clues, let alone the matter of the concubine's son being swapped with the madam's legitimate son. It seemed the past incident was not merely a simple exchange of children between a concubine and a legitimate wife. Li Er is indeed my son. Yi, do not breathe a word of this to the general. Keep this secret well. Yi Fengshi reminded Yi earnestly. Yi, with a complex expression, complied, pondering how the madam had come to learn of this. By sheer coincidence, she must have realized that Li Er was her true son. Otherwise, how could the concubine Lu have tormented him all these years? Alas, I was too dim-witted to consider this possibility. Yi, do you think the general is aware of the child-swapping incident orchestrated by concubine Lu? Or did he perhaps play a part in it? If the general was indeed involved, how should she make her choices? She could not tolerate the grain of sand in her eye. She had endured the presence of concubine Lu for far too long. A single grain had lodged itself in her eye, making these years unbearable. If the ultimate truth revealed that the general had assisted concubine Lu in the exchange of her child, it would be tantamount to betrayal. She could withstand one betrayal, but not a second, especially when this second betrayal had subjected her son to years of suffering. Yi's expression was complex, yet he dared not voice his suspicions lest he add to the madam's burden. If this matter were unrelated to the general, it would be an injustice to him. In the Wang residence, Yi Peizhu spent the entire day consumed by thoughts of her daughter's plight, her mind in turmoil. She contemplated how to reveal Yi Shu Li's true lineage to her mother, but the shadow guard she had dispatched to investigate the events of her mother's childbirth had uncovered nothing. Clearly, there were deeper implications at play. If Yi Shu Li's background were to be exposed so easily, she feared unforeseen consequences might arise.